traversing through alternate realms, I have taken an illustrious elder as my mentor. I once believed that relying on the esteemed reputation of my master would ensure a lifetime of safety. Unexpectedly, an invasion of dark forces erupted, igniting a cataclysmic war that ravaged the heavens. The master also perished in that great battle. From that moment on, I became the master of the ethereal peak. I am acutely aware of the perils that lurk within this world. Thus, one finds oneself at the ethereal peak, immersed in either cultivating vegetables or fishing. After an entire millennium, I have ultimately ascended to the pinnacle of semi-divine prowess. I have become a being akin to the esteemed ancestor of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, standing merely a step away from my master's level of cultivation. Shark, had I possessed such strength back in those days, perhaps my master would not have fallen before me. In truth, I ascended to the pinnacle of semi-saintliness a century ago. The threshold of enlightenment is but a single step away, and that fleeting opportunity for transcendence may arise at any moment. On this day, at the grand disciple selection ceremony of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, the entrance was thronged with a multitude of people, each individual wearing an expression of exhilaration. The Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, as one of the 9 sacred places in the southern frontier, has governed 50,000 states for over 100,000 years. If one could become a disciple of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, it would undoubtedly lead to the elevation of oneself and one's kin to celestial heights. After residing in seclusion atop this ethereal peak for over 1,000 years, I have finally come to the realization that it is time for me to seek a worthy successor for my master's legacy. After all, this ethereal peak was once regarded as the foremost among the 108 peaks of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Now, I find myself utterly alone, which is undeniably disheartening. I slowly raise my hand, preparing to rend the void, stepping towards the mountain gate where I shall take on disciples, traversing the fissures of the abyss. At that moment, I sensed a faint resonance between heaven and earth, stirring with anticipation. This is the guidance of the sage, heralding the imminent arrival of a momentous opportunity for enlightenment. I was initially taken aback, followed by a profound sense of delight. Seated in a meditative posture, golden rays of light subtly erupted within, inadvertently resonating with the very essence of the universe. Meanwhile, in the Xian Square, as the final hurdle of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's disciple selection ceremony, the once hundreds of thousands of candidates have dwindled to merely around 10,000. In the square, a group of disciples encircled a stone pillar, upon which the power of the stars descended. Every newly initiated disciple is undergoing the final physical assessment, and should they successfully pass this test, once chosen by a multitude of elders, one would truly ascend to unparalleled heights. Phantom, Qingmu's spirit body. 3rd level of blood condensation realm. Test results are satisfactory. Next, Wuqian, painless acupuncture constitution. Upon the stone platform, the venerable elder proclaimed with fervent enthusiasm the results of the newly inducted disciples. At that moment, a fleeting shadow of snow suddenly drifted down, landing before the assembly of elders. Upon witnessing this scene, a multitude of elders knelt down in reverence, paying homage to their esteemed master and venerating Master Jushin. The person who has arrived is none other than Jian Wuxin, one of the 7 fairies of Ice Cloud. She inquired softly, "Have all the elders arrived?" Today, in this splendid era of frosty clouds, it is only natural for the elders of each peak to accept disciples. Jian Wuxin has already been a part of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace lineage for generations. Unless one encounters an exceptionally gifted individual, neither the 7 immortals of Ice Cloud nor the Palace Master will readily take on disciples. Esteemed Master, the elder of the 108 peaks has arrived at the 107th peak. A woman respectfully addressed the Bamboo Heart Fairy. Upon hearing this, Jian Wuxin furrowed her brows and inquired, "Where is the patriarch? What ancestral master?" Upon hearing this, the elders all wore expressions of confusion. When did our Ice Cloud Immortal Palace ever have an ancestral master? Upon witnessing this scene, Jian Wuxin's eyes were engulfed in darkness. It was none other than Su Chen, the master of the mysterious peak. The crowd suddenly came to a realization. It is said that atop the ethereal peak resides a direct disciple of the Grand Master of the Supreme Palace. Merely, for millennium, I have never set foot beyond the ethereal peak, spending my days either fishing or tending to flowers. At that moment, the woman in white rose to her feet and replied, "The disciple has already dispatched Qinglian to Mount Piaomiao 3 hours ago to inquire about the young master. In previous years, the junior master has never attended the disciple initiation ceremony. It is unlikely that he will participate this year as well." Upon hearing this, a hint of sorrow flickered across Zhu Xian's clear eyes. Forget it if he enjoys idling away his time. Let him be. A multitude of elders murmured in astonishment. They had lived for several millennia, even up to tens of thousands of years. I have never encountered anyone like Su Chen, who spends his days either tending to fish or composing poetry, a practitioner who idles away his time in leisurely pursuits. After a millennium of devotion to the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, it is said that one may attain the realm of transcendent beings. As for their initial disciples, the majority have already transcended the realm of mortals. Is this not a squandering of precious years? At that moment, a resounding sound of a sword echoed, reverberating throughout the heavens and the earth. The sound of the sword echoed, instantly captivating the attention of all present. They gazed in disbelief towards the Ice Cloud Square. On the stone platform, a petite figure stood before the stone pillar, seemingly around 11 or 12 years of age. Her delicate little hands gently rested upon the pillar. At this moment, countless flying swords manifested in the skies above Ice Cloud Square. The radiant essence of the sword pattern Dao instantaneously illuminates the entire Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, heralding the emergence of a prodigious anomaly. The demon sovereign has come into existence. The assembly of elders, accompanied by the bamboo heart fairy, wore expressions of utter disbelief. Such celestial phenomena at this level could only signify the descent of a divine being. On the other side of the southern frontier, many formidable beings from various states under the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace gazed upwards towards the vast heavens, their expressions filled with astonishment. Sword Path Anomaly. In Cold Prefecture, an unparalleled sword physique has descended upon the world. The Ice Cloud Immortal Palace truly deserves its reputation as a sacred place of the Tao. In merely 500 years, it has remarkably produced another progeny of the Great Dao. At this moment, a tempestuous change swept across the heavens, as ethereal silhouettes of sages emerged in the celestial expanse. A multitude, numbering in the tens of thousands, densely surrounds the myriad of sword shadows that dance through the air. Subsequently, they humbly bow in reverence towards the direction of the Ice Cloud Square. The golden light illuminates as the sword dances gracefully. The sage venerates, a rarity through the ages. This is not merely a divine form, but rather the sacred body manifest upon the earth. So many ethereal saints now grace the realm, a phenomenon that even the esteemed brother Jian Wuxin, 5 centuries past, could scarcely claim to possess. It is highly likely that this entity ranks among the top 100 within the realm of the 3,000 sacred bodies. Quickly inform the palace master. Hasten forth to the esteemed elders of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace on each peak. From the lowest disciples at the outer gates to the highest echelons, all were struck with astonishment. Just moments ago, they believed it to be merely a divine form, but upon witnessing the sage's reverence, they comprehended that this was indeed a manifestation of the sacred body. The Ice Cloud Immortal Palace has produced an extraordinary genius in the realm of swordsmanship. Not only within the boundaries of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, but the entire southern region is ablaze with excitement. Various great states, the sacred grounds of numerous powerful factions. Streams of radiant light burst through the rooftops, soaring into the sky, racing swiftly towards the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. The bamboo spirit fairy swiftly floated before the girl, raising her delicate hand to gently touch her forehead. A radiant mark of sword light ascended towards the heavens. A trace of astonishment flickers in the bamboo heart. Waves of shock surge within, tumultuous and wild. The incomprehensible essence of the myriad swords manifests within the sacred body. Upon the utterance of these words, the hearts of the elders contracted sharply. Truly, this is a divine blessing for our Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. It is an existence ranked third among the 3,000 sacred bodies, subordinate only to the ancestral dragon's sacred body, and the primal ancient sacred body. The sacred body vastly surpasses the 10,000 divine bodies, the 30,000 corporeal forms, and the 100,000 spiritual bodies. 5 centuries ago, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace witnessed the extraordinary manifestation of a divine body belonging to Jian Wuxin, which caused a sensation at that time. Regarded as the foremost prodigy of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace for a millennium, he ascended to the sovereign emperor realm in merely 5 centuries, overshadowing a multitude of talents in the southern frontier. In this present day, a remarkable entity, the saint body of 10,000 swords, has emerged, capable of stirring the entire eastern wild realm. This marks their first occasion of such ecstatic joy since the fall of the supreme palace master. Upon witnessing the sudden scene before her, the little girl was evidently taken aback. She promptly bowed respectfully, addressing the bamboo heart fairy as her disciple. Jian Wuxin suppressed the excitement within himself, recognizing that there was no need for excessive formality. "May I inquire your name?" The little girl gazed intently, her eyes reflecting an unexpected calmness. The disciple, known as Jian Wuxin, is 11 years old and hails from the eastern spirit kingdom of Jianzhou. Unintentionally, the bamboo heart whispers softly. She always feels that this little girl is distinctly different, not merely in talent, but rather in a profound calmness that emanates from her very soul. At that moment, above the ice cloud square, 6 figures clad in flowing snow-white garments descended from the heavens. Their presence emanated an aura of chilling coldness. Upon witnessing these figures, all the elders and disciples respectfully bowed down, greeting their esteemed masters and revered seniors, as well as paying homage to their ancestral teachers. These 6 individuals, akin to the bamboo heart fairy, are all esteemed ancestral figures of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, each a peerless powerhouse who has ascended to the realm of the Supreme. On ordinary days, merely witnessing one is already a divine blessing. Today, however, all 7 celestial beings of ice and cloud have gathered here in their entirety. One can only imagine the profound impact of this unparalleled sword saint's presence. At that moment, a fleeting shadow of ice gracefully emerged from the 7 immortals. Her arrival surprisingly dimmed even the celestial visage of the sage in the heavens. Upon encountering this figure, all the elders swiftly bowed in reverence, paying their respects to the palace master. Upon hearing this, all the disciples present were struck with panic. Could it be that this individual is the current master of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, Mu Bingshan? She is indeed a formidable being of the semi-saint realm. Upon witnessing this, all disciples likewise bowed down in reverence. Disregarding the multitude of disciples, the master of the Ice Cloud Palace slowly approached Jian Wuxin and remarked softly, "Jian Wuxin, what a magnificent sword saint physique you possess. If you are willing, I shall immediately decree that you be accepted as my personal disciple. You may choose any technique from the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace at your leisure." Upon the utterance of these words, an involuntary astonishment enveloped all present. Chapter 4. Gathering of Great Figures. Manifestation of anomalies. To everyone's astonishment, the Lord of Ice Cloud Palace descended from her lofty position to personally accept an apprentice. The fortune of this young girl was indeed remarkable, eliciting envy from both new and old disciples alike. However, the third-ranking Wan Jian saint body among the 3,000 sacred bodies quelled any feelings of jealousy, for they felt undeserving. The emergence of the innate Wan Jian saint body was destined to dominate an era, heralding the rise of Ice Cloud Palace from the turmoil it had endured since the fall of the Supreme Palace Master a millennium ago. By this virtue alone, the girl was qualified to be a direct disciple of the Ice Cloud Palace Master. Indeed, even if all 7 celestial beings of Ice Cloud were to accept her as their personal disciple, it would not be an exaggeration. It was clear that only the collective guidance of the esteemed ancestors of Ice Cloud Palace could nurture this extraordinary girl. With the birth of an unparalleled sword body, she was destined for greatness. The elders of Ice Cloud Palace praised her profusely, fearful of displeasing the young girl. The icy gaze of the Ice Cloud Palace master slowly opened, betraying no hint of emotion. She spoke in a measured tone. "What is your decision?" I. Jian Wuxin found herself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the suddenness and surreal nature of the situation. the legendary master of Ice Cloud Palace. Stationed atop the southern pyramid, along with the 7 celestial beings, had personally come to accept her as a disciple, and she had awakened the once-in-an-era Wan Jian saint body. Yet, she understood that to avenge her mother, she must join Ice Cloud Palace and strengthen her abilities. Only then could she repay the blood debts buried deep within her soul. Disciple Jian Wuxin is willing. She bent down, prepared to pay her respects to her master. Just then, a mocking voice resonated across the heavens. How absurd for the innate Wan Jian saint body to bow to a declining Ice Cloud Palace. As the derisive voice echoed, the crowd glared in anger. Who dared to provoke Ice Cloud Palace so brazenly? Cracks appeared in the sky, revealing countless void fissures. From within, a pair of gnarled green hands emerged, followed by an overwhelmingly powerful figure. It was an elder clad in green, with parched skin and tattered garments, his eyes resembling those of a vengeful spirit, sending chills down the spine. The elders gasped, alarmed by this sight. The Ice Cloud Palace master's narrow, cold eyes narrowed further. The Wan poisoned sacred land, the poisoned sovereign. Indestructible. Almost simultaneously, the heavens trembled as another formidable presence emerged. Upon seeing this figure, the elders and the 7 celestial beings of Ice Cloud gritted their teeth in fury. The supreme divine palace, the divine sovereign. Limitless sacred desire. Hovering in the sky, limitless sacred desire gazed at Mu Bingshan and said nonchalantly, "Ah, Palace Master Bingshan, I trust you're well." Oomph. The Ice Cloud Palace Master snorted coldly, commanding, "Come forth, all of you." At that moment, ancient auras emerged from the void fissures, each radiating a breathtakingly powerful presence. The Master of Void Divine Palace, Suxuzi. The Sea Emperor of the Supreme Sea Palace, Hai Yaoro. The Master of the Eastern Path Sacred Land, Dongfang Wuqing. The Master of the Unfading Sword Domain, Jian Wuhui. The King of the Pig Kingdom, Zhu Wujia. The Spear Master of the Hedong Sacred Land, Chong Wandong. And from the Kuei Shui Kingdom, Gan Tianyan. The Golden Hand, TQNGC Ying. The appearance of these figures left all disciples gasping for breath, nearly suffocating under the pressure. The sight of each increasingly fearsome figure sent shockwaves through the hearts of the elders. These were the titans standing at the pinnacle of the southern region, the lords of the 8 sacred lands and the leaders of numerous first-rate forces. The realms of the eastern wilderness were classified as Blood Condensation Realm, Body Refinement Realm, Will See Realm, Spirit Attraction Realm, Earthly Sect Realm, Celestial Realm, Monarch Realm, Supremacy Realm, Sovereign Monarch Realm, Supreme Realm, Half-Sacred Realm, Entry to Sacred Realm. All these sacred land masters were indestructible half-saints. The leaders of various first-rate forces were also superlative powers who had entered the Supreme Realm. With a mere stomp of their feet, they could alter the fate of the entire southern region. Yet now, these superpowers had gathered here. It was evident they had come for the Wan Jian saint body. The 6 celestial beings of Ice Cloud soared into the air, confronting the assembly of powerhouses. Meanwhile, Zhu Xan, the Bamboo Heart Fairy, shielded Jian Wuxin closely. The Ice Cloud Palace Master's expression darkened, her voice cold as ice. What brings all 8 sacred lands to my Ice Cloud Palace? Since the fall of the Supreme Palace Master a millennium ago, the divine sovereign of the Supreme Divine Palace, limitless sacred desire, had united with the other 7 sacred lands to suppress Ice Cloud Palace, seizing various resources. 500 years ago, when Jiang Guanyu emerged, they had been drawn to her once. Who would have thought they would return with the emergence of another sacred body? Ha ha! The Spear Master of Hedong stepped forward first, laughing heartily. Of course, I am here to seize an apprentice. Does the Wan Jian saint body belong solely to Ice Cloud Palace? I declare this young girl belongs to my Hedong sacred land now. Anyone who dares contest this will find 1,000 transparent holes in their body. Bah! The unfading sword master could no longer contain himself, retorting angrily, "You old scoundrel, it seems you merely wish to poke at the young lady. My unfading sword domain is the only sword cultivation sacred land in the southern region, brimming with every sword technique imaginable. If the young lady joins my unfading sword domain, I shall impart my unrepentant sword and the arts of the unrepentant sword to you. The unfading sword master's words instantly stirred commotion. The unrepentant sword was a sacred grade spiritual weapon. Spiritual weapons were categorized into mundane, spiritual, earthly, heavenly, royal, imperial, sovereign, revered, and sacred. Each sacred grade spiritual weapon was immensely precious. Even an indestructible half-saint could scarcely possess one. The unfading sword master was clearly determined to recruit an apprentice. Seeing the two take the lead, the master of the Eastern Path Sacred Land stepped forward with a gentle smile, radiant as blooming chrysanthemums. Little Wuxin, although my Eastern Path Sacred Land may lack in technique compared to Hedong's Sacred Land and unfading sword domain, we possess the most rare and wondrous beasts in the southern region. Should you join us, I shall personally ensure you receive 1,000 hens daily to nourish your strength. What nonsense! The mere Eastern Path Divine Palace dares to compare with my pig kingdom? I, the old pig, will slaughter 100,000 pigs for young Wuxin daily. Male, female, lean, or fat, choose as you wish. In my supreme sea palace, I shall refine 10,000 drops of sea spirit milk daily and capture 100,000 bees from the Eastern Path realm for young Wuxin's enjoyment. Enough of this folly. I hereby decree that young Wuxin shall be honored as a saintess, no, a divine maiden. She shall be the divine maiden of my void divine palace, ensuring she enters the sovereign monarch realm within a millennium. One by one, the lords of the sacred lands spoke up, each refusing to back down. Upon hearing this, the elders of Ice Cloud Palace were furious. To invade their territory and steal their people so brazenly, without an ounce of respect for them. Yet, facing 8 sacred lands and dozens of first-rate forces, they felt powerless. Silence. The Ice Cloud Palace master's expression darkened entirely, a chilling, terrifying aura surging forth. Did they truly believe Ice Cloud Palace was without defenders? The pressure of an indestructible half-saint enveloped the entire Ice Cloud Palace, leaving the disciples gasping for breath. Clearly, the Ice Cloud Palace master, the foremost fairy of the southern region, was thoroughly enraged. Yet the assembly of powerhouses remained unconcerned. The boundless saint of desire chuckled, addressing the esteemed mistress of the ice chamber. It is not our intention to seize anyone. The 9 sacred lands of the southern wilderness are interconnected, akin to a single family. However, with the emergence of the 10,000 swords sacred body, it is a blessing not only for Ice Cloud, but for the entire southern wilderness. Should this maiden not meet an untimely demise, she is destined to become a saint, perhaps even achieving the status of an emperor. Such an extraordinary talent would be squandered if confined to a once glorious, now declining Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. After all, among the 9 sacred lands, your esteemed palace lacks a saintly powerhouse. Upon hearing these words, the assembled elders, including the 7 fairies of Ice Cloud, clenched their teeth in fury. Years ago, during the demonic forces' rampant assault on the southern wilderness, the High Mistress of the Ice Chamber led the Immortal Palace's warriors in a fierce resistance. The other 8 sacred lands either watched idly or hid behind their protective formations, refusing to intervene. Ultimately, while the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace succeeded in repelling the demons, it suffered grievous losses, including the fall of the High Mistress in that battle. Now, this group of cowardly souls, in their quest for resources, shamelessly resurrects old grievances. You, the beautiful Mu Zhu glared, rendered speechless with rage. Had the High Mistress still been present, even with 1,000-fold courage, these 8 sacred lands would not have dared to act with such audacity. Yet now, with no saintly guardian to safeguard the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, it is left vulnerable to the whims of others. Ha ha! The boundless saint of desire sneered, his face alight with triumph. If the fairies of Ice Cloud have no objections, then I shall. But just then a thunderous explosion echoed through the sky. Crack! A deep fissure erupted in the heavens, unleashing a terrifying aura that enveloped the entire Ice Cloud Immortal Palace in ominous clouds. What is happening? Is another formidable being coming to contest our disciple? The leaders of various factions looked up in shock, visibly stunned by the spectacle. Suddenly, strands of purple aura parted the clouds above, revealing intricate patterns. In an instant, this blooming purple energy converged like a river, drawing in myriad sources. This is auspicious purple aura. How could such auspiciousness manifest? Could it be summoned by this young maiden? Truly, she lives up to the title of the 10,000 Swords Sacred Body. A divine blessing from the heavens indeed. The elders of Ice Cloud, along with the leaders of the arriving factions, gazed skyward in awe. First, there was the sound of swords singing, followed by saints offering their reverence. Now, this auspicious purple aura has appeared. This is not merely a daughter of the Great Dao. This is a prodigy emerging into the world. She is a daughter of celestial destiny. If she matures, she shall undoubtedly dominate the ages, ushering in an era of her own. At that moment, ancient presences manifested within the auspicious purple aura, exuding an air of authority. They were none other than the phantoms of saints. In an instant, the number of saintly apparitions soared to tens of thousands, even millions. Millions of saintly phantoms bowed deeply in worship, yet their veneration was not directed at the Ice Cloud Plaza, but rather towards the ethereal peak beyond it. Chapter 5. The Blood of the Sage. Astonishing all beings witnessing this scene, countless disciples of the Ice Cloud sect gazed up at the heavens, utterly dumbfounded. Even the most naive among them grasped the truth. The ethereal figures of the sages were not paying homage to the saint body of 10,000 swords, but rather venerating that mountain. But where was that place? One leader of a faction was left completely bewildered, staring incredulously at the mountain shrouded in icy mist. The misty peak. How could the sage apparitions be bowing towards the misty peak? An elder of the Ice Cloud sect spoke with a trembling voice, unable to believe his own eyes. The misty peak, once the pinnacle of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, remained the eternal resting place of the supreme leader who had fallen. How could it attract the worship of sages? And atop that mountain resided but one individual, Ice Cloud's ancestral master, Chen. No, it was impossible. How could the misty peak incite the reverence of sages, summon auspicious purple chi? Such phenomena could only be stirred by the fortunes of a sage. How could they bow to the misty peak? The 7 fairies of Ice Cloud were equally astonished. Despite being formidable in the supreme realm, they had never witnessed such an extraordinary occurrence. What on earth was happening here? In disbelief, they wondered how the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace had become so uncanny. First, a saint body descended, and now an auspicious purple chi appeared. Could it be that a powerful ancestor of Ice Cloud was concealed atop the misty peak? Or perhaps an ancient patriarch had risen from the grave? The leaders of various factions widened their eyes, questioning their own vision, seemingly forgetting their competition for disciples. Just as the crowd stood in shock, a thunderous rumble echoed. A river of purple chi surged forth, instantly blossoming into numerous tributaries, wildly cascading outward like a tide. 1,000 miles, 3,000 miles, 5,000 miles, 10,000 miles, 20,000 miles, 30,000 miles. All the elders' disciples, the 7 fairies of Ice Cloud, and the faction leaders gazed on, their eyes wide with astonishment and exhilaration. 30,000 miles of purple chi. 30,000 miles of auspicious purple chi. Bamboo Heart felt a storm of emotions surge within her. The vast expanse of purple chi enveloped the entire Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, continuously spreading to all corners of Yongzhou. One by one, the leaders of various factions soared into the sky, eager to uncover the mystery. At that moment, a brilliant golden light shot up from the misty peak. Upon encountering this golden radiance, the powerful beings found themselves immobilized, plummeting from the skies. Who dares to play tricks and hide? Show yourself and face your demise. A formidable aura erupted as the boundless saintly desire crashed against a stone pillar, ascending into the heavens. The presence of the undying half-saint directly pressed against the golden light. You wretched creature, how dare you? Upon witnessing this, the Ice Cloud sect leader's expression changed dramatically. That was the misty peak, the eternal resting place of the supreme leaders of yore. Her master was interred there. With the might of the boundless saintly desire, and the undying half-saint. It was more than enough to raise the misty peak to the ground. Not to mention, Chen was currently atop the mountain. In a furious rebuke, she waved her icy hand, sending a chilling gust towards the boundless saintly desire, creating a storm of ice shards in its wake. The space trembled and distorted. The two undying half-saints were bound to cause collateral damage. Yet at that moment, the golden light swept towards them, pinning them in place. The two earth-shattering half-saint auras vanished without a trace beneath the golden glow. Amidst the resplendent golden light, a figure cloaked in radiance slowly ascended. He appeared as a celestial being, dignified and commanding, exuding an aura of authority that evoked reverence. Even the entire snow-maiden mountain quivered in response, resonating with a sound that echoed through the heavens. However, the brilliance of the golden light obscured his visage. Surrounding him, droplets of golden blood floated. 1, 2, 3, 4. A total of 365 droplets. Holy, sage's blood. What had transpired? Was this individual on the brink of attaining sagehood? Sagehood? For all present, this notion felt ethereal and elusive. A prodigy of unparalleled talent, should they not meet an untimely end, might cultivate for thousands or tens of thousands of years to reach the realm of the emperor or even the supreme realm. Yet to attain sagehood required not only talent, but also immense fortune. The Ice Cloud Immortal Palace had endured for hundreds of thousands of years, producing merely 3 sages. Yet now, right before their eyes, a formidable being seemed to be attempting this feat. It was said that when a half-saint peak expert broke through, they would condense sage's blood to forge their own sacred light. The more blood, the greater the talent. The undying sword domain once had an ancestor who condensed 3 drops of sage's blood upon breaking through. And this individual had amassed a staggering 365 drops. At that moment, the undying sword master trembled as he spoke. The revelation sent shockwaves throughout the Ice Cloud Plaza. To reach the undying half-saint realm was already a feat of extraordinary talent, capable of suppressing the ages. Typically, one might condense only 2 or 3 drops of sage's blood during their ascension, and 10 droplets would be deemed astonishing. Yet this person had condensed 365 drops of sage's blood. What manner of prodigy was this? Leader, when did our Ice Cloud Immortal Palace acquire such a figure? Could it be an ancestor who hasn't yet passed? Jian Wuxin, filled with astonishment, approached the Ice Cloud sect leader. Mu Bingqian shook her head. Even she was unaware of the identity of this figure. Since her master demise, only Chen had remained atop the misty peak, and that junior brother of theirs was either tending to flowers or feeding chickens. After cultivating for a millennium, he had only reached the realm of a celestial being. Could this powerful figure truly be him? Alas, my divine sense cannot penetrate this sage's golden light, Mu Bingqian sighed. Even as an undying half-saint, she felt powerless in the face of a sage-level being. This was precisely why the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace had been suppressed by the other 8 sacred lands in recent years. Without a single sage-level expert, they could hardly stand their ground in the southern regions. At that moment, the golden light of the sage dissipated. What emerged before the crowd was a snowy silhouette. Upon seeing this figure, all gazes froze in place. He was a man as if he had stepped from a painting, adorned in white snow garments, graceful and poised, with a countenance reminiscent of the goddess of Luo and the features of an immortal. No words could adequately capture even a fraction of his divine essence. His presence was like that of falling blossoms and drifting snow, as if he were born to dwell among the clouds, eliciting admiration from all. Bathed in golden light, this figure resembled a celestial deity, captivating all beings. The sacred light radiated, creating an ambience akin to a paradise on earth. So handsome. I wish to bear his child. Countless dazzling maidens of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace were instantly enchanted, their cheeks flushed, hearts racing wildly. Witnessing this, Mu Bingqian and the 7 fairies of Ice Cloud were left in stunned disbelief. Chen. Chapter 6. Stepping into the Sacred Path. Astonishing the world. Chen. All the elders of Ice Cloud trembled, their hearts tumultuous. What's Chen? Could it be the hidden ancestral master of Ice Cloud, residing on the misty peak? How could this be? Was it the ancestral master of Ice Cloud merely at the celestial realm? How could he possibly be an undying sage? Am I hallucinating, or is this merely a dream? Years ago, Chen entered the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, accepted as a direct disciple by the former palace master, creating quite a stir. It is noteworthy that Chen's physique test revealed a natural blockage in his meridians, rendering him seemingly unfit for cultivation. Yet, the Grand Palace Master chose him as the sole direct disciple, placing him above numerous elders. At that time, the Ice Cloud elders, along with the 7 immortals of Ice Cloud, doubted whether the Grand Palace Master had been enchanted by Chen's beauty, given his striking appearance. After the demise of the Grand Palace Master, Chen secluded himself on the misty peak, indulging in a serene life of fishing and gardening. However, this was a world where power reigned supreme. It was said that the Ice Cloud Patriarch, after millennia of cultivation, had only reached the realm of celestial beings. But now, how could he have become a sage? Moreover, he had condensed 365 drops of sacred blood. How could this be possible? Was it some kind of international jest? Only the Ice Cloud Palace Master and the 7 immortals of Ice Cloud still remembered Chen. Even the 107 elders of the main peaks had mostly forgotten that a master resided on Misty Peak. What a handsome man! Who is he? With such extraordinary beauty, and yet a sage? Merely gazing upon his visage made me swoon. When did the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace acquire such a celestial being? This exquisite beauty, this formidable strength, this gentle demeanor. I can't endure it any longer. I feel faint. Is this sage also seeking a disciple like I am? But why do I feel no anger? Alas, poor old man with the heart of a young girl. Father, your words seem rather inappropriate, don't you think? Are you vying for my husband? Beware, or I shall tell mother. The leaders of various factions and many powerful beings from across continents stood frozen in midair, some in shock, others in envy, awe, or infatuation. The appearance of this snowy figure plunged everyone into a dreamlike state. An ancient female supreme, over 10,000 years old, upon seeing Chen, was filled with fervor, quickly restoring her appearance to that of a 14-year-old, a smile of youthful flirtation gracing her face. On another side, Jian Wuxin, protected by Zhu Wuxin, was similarly captivated by the scene. How enchanting! Her clear eyes blinked, a faint blush suffusing her cheeks, enhancing her unique beauty. This was the first time she had encountered such a flawless man. In the golden light, his figure resembled that of a descending deity. Suddenly, 2 strange voices reverberated through the heavens. Roar! Following this, an ancient aura parted the clouds, revealing a radiant 5-clawed golden dragon, quietly manifesting, exuding an overwhelming force. Following the dragon, a phoenix shadow appeared, the dragon and phoenix heralding auspiciousness. Indeed, it was a divine spectacle. The dragon and phoenix phenomena circled around Chen, showering him with countless golden rays. At that moment, the 365 drops of sacred blood erupted with sage power, enveloping the entire Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, even extending throughout Yongzhou, continuously expanding outward. After a brief moment, the sacred blood dissipated, fully merging into Chen's being. Ding! Congratulations, host! On merging 365 drops of sacred blood, successfully entering the sage realm, Chen slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of sacred energy, a flicker of joy shimmering within. In that instant, he had finally become a sage. Even he had not anticipated that this transition would be so arduous. A challenge 1,000 times greater than the path to semi-sage. It was noteworthy that when he entered the semi-sage realm, he had merely dozed off and inadvertently broken through. At this moment, the system's voice echoed once more. Due to the host's successful ascension to sage, a special constitution has been awarded. Charming demon body. Charming demon body. This grants the host boundless allure. Any creature that gazes upon the host will become infatuated for millennia, and a mere smile can lead to the downfall of many. Moreover, it becomes rather enticing. Congratulations, host, on becoming the most perfect man in the world, achieving the feat. infatuation for 1,000 years at first glance, enchanting all with a smile. Due to the host's unparalleled perfection, the system has activated the stunning destiny roulette mode. Once one accumulates 100,000 stunning points, they can trigger a 10 draw on the destiny roulette, potentially yielding abundant rewards. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. The destiny roulette? What kind of nonsense is this? However, he had no time for further contemplation. Suddenly, an alluring aura surged into Su Chen's body. His appearance showed no change, yet he radiated a unique, captivating charm that ensnared the hearts of all present. What a perfect man! Who could he possibly be? As Su Chen glanced around, he found himself suspended above Misty Peak, surrounded by countless shocked and bewildered gazes directed at him. They looked at him as if he were a spectacle. What is going on? Did I not merely ascend to sage? Why do you all seem as though you have never seen such a sight? Fortunately, he had cultivated for millennia. Otherwise, this scene might have left him utterly flabbergasted. At that moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! The host has stunned the 7 immortals of Ice Cloud, gaining 1,999 stunning points, completing a consecutive stunning. The host has astonished the elders of Ice Cloud, gaining 2,999 stunning points, completing a twofold stunning. The host has amazed the leaders of the 8 great holy lands, gaining 3,999 stunning points, completing a threefold stunning. The host has mesmerized the leaders of first-rate factions, gaining 4,999 stunning points, completing a fourfold stunning. The host has captivated Mu Bingchan, the Ice Cloud Palace Master, gaining 5,999 stunning points, completing a fivefold stunning. The host has stunned the entire assembly, completing a total domination. Achievement unlocked. Universal astonishment. Su Chen's heart danced with joy. So this is how it works. Astonishing others grants stunning points. He had not anticipated that the system possessed such a penchant for dazzling others. System, I didn't mean to. Sniffle yet, he paid it little mind. After all, without a handsome appearance, readers would struggle to immerse themselves in the narrative. After a brief moment, Su Chen raised his gaze and swept it around. Ultimately, his eyes landed on the astonished Mu Bingchan, his expression calm and detached, tinged with curiosity. Sister Mu, ISNT today, the grand disciple recruitment ceremony of our Ice Cloud Immortal Palace? Why does it seem as though you are all gazing at me? Has the ceremony concluded? The disciples, the elders, the 7 immortals. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, everyone in the Ice Cloud Palace felt their jaws drop, their minds racing. Good heavens, you've caused such a commotion, nearly scaring us out of our wits. And yet, you speak of recruiting disciples? But soon, a wave of exhilaration surged within them. Although they were uncertain of the reasons, the patriarch of Ice Cloud, rumored to be merely a celestial being, had now revealed himself as a sage. This signified that the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace would once again possess the protection of an immortal sage. Thus, the sacred body of 10,000 swords would undoubtedly remain unclaimed by other holy lands. Ha ha ha! Our Ice Cloud Immortal Palace now not only has the descent of a sacred body, but also the patriarch stepping into the sage realm. Truly, heaven has favored Yongzhou. Heaven has favored Ice Cloud. Indeed, I, an elder, shall witness who dares to provoke our Ice Cloud Immortal Palace from this day forth. Dare to provoke my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace? Even if you are the sovereign of a sacred land, I shall rend you asunder. A collective ecstasy enveloped the elders of the Ice Cloud. With a powerful sage to protect us, who could we possibly fear? Who else? Those unafraid of death, come forth. The Grand Elder, Mu Yangzi, exhibited remarkable swiftness in his response. He immediately knelt down and respectfully proclaimed, "We humbly welcome our ancestral master from seclusion. The ascension of our master to the realm of sages is a blessing for the Ice Cloud, for Yongzhou, and for the entire southern wilderness." At that moment, everyone present was left in a state of bewilderment. Not only the leaders of various factions, but also the Ice Cloud elders, the 7 immortals of Ice Cloud, and the palace master were astounded. Was the Grand Elder truly so adept at seizing the moment? What infuriated the female disciples of the Ice Cloud even more was the fact that this grand elder dared to vie for attention in front of their revered master. How despicable! Utterly intolerable. In stark contrast, the faces of the faction leaders turned a ghastly shade of green, feeling as though they had consumed excrement. Was it not said that the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace had no sage-level experts left? How could one suddenly emerge? The key point was that none of them recognized this sage, and it had ascended right beneath their noses. 365 drops of sacred blood had been bestowed upon it. What a monstrous, invincible being this was. Could it be that this sage was the hidden ace of the supreme master of the Ice Cloud? Had it miraculously appeared at a time of peril, captivating the entire assembly? Yet, we were merely vying for a disciple. Was it truly necessary to go to such lengths? On the other hand, the female faction leaders wore expressions of delight, as if blooming in spring. It must be said that this mysterious sage was simply exquisite. So perfect that even a millennium-old decayed tree could blossom in its presence. At this juncture, the Grand Elder continued, I report to the Ancestral Master that today, as disciple recruitment ceremony of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace has yet to conclude. Upon saying this, he gestured toward Jian Wuxin, who stood behind Jian Wuxin. This woman is a sacred body incarnate, possessing the potential of an emperor. All the elders of Ice Cloud, including the 7 ancestors and the palace master, recognize their inability to mentor her. Only the ancestral master is worthy of accepting such a prodigious swordswoman as a disciple. Therefore, I humbly beseech the ancestral master to take her as a personal disciple. With the ancestral master present and a daughter of the sacred body emerging, the Ice Cloud would undoubtedly sweep through the ages, suppressing an era and embarking upon the path of resurgence. Chapter 7. The Empress Reborn, Unintentional Disciple. Upon finishing his words, the Grand Elder cast a disdainful glance at the 8 lords of the Holy Lands, a smirk of self-satisfaction playing at the corners of his mouth. Competing with my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace for disciples? Do you think you are worthy? You mere insignificant beings. Regardless of whether you are lords of the Holy Lands or the Canon King of North America, dare to provoke my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, and I shall crush you all. At this, Chen raised an eyebrow, eventually focusing his gaze on a petite figure behind Jian Wuxin. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, and his heart stirred slightly. What clear and pure eyes! In contrast, Jian Wuxin gazed at Chen with wide, curious eyes, locking their gaze together. Host, this girl is the rebirth of the Empress. In her previous life, she was at the half-step Emperor realm, possessing the innate body of 10,000 swords. I believe she is qualified to be your disciple. The system's voice resonated in Chen's mind. The rebirth of the Empress? Half-step Emperor realm? An innate body of 10,000 swords? Such extraordinarily defiant qualifications. A glimmer of joy sparked in Chen's heart. He was just about to emerge from seclusion to take on a disciple and pass on the legacy of the Misty Peak. To think that such an opportunity would present itself so swiftly, and it was the reincarnation of the Empress with the innate body of 10,000 swords. At that moment, all the elders knelt down in unison. We humbly welcome our master from seclusion. The might of our master is unmatched, invincible across the realm. This girl possesses the innate body of the sword path and is qualified to be our master's disciple. We hope our master will accept her as a personal disciple and appoint her as the future deputy master of our Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. With our master here, our Ice Cloud Immortal Palace shall dominate for ages, overshadowing all. At this proclamation, Wu Jisheng face turned a shade of green, as if he had consumed something foul. Was it not said that the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace had no experts in the Holy Realm? From which coffin did this ancient being emerge? Despite being an immortal half-saint, having lived over 70,000 years, in comparison to a true Holy Realm expert, he was merely a firefly competing with the brilliance of the moon. What audacity! How could he still dare to vie for a disciple with Chen? Yet, since he had come this far, he could not afford to lose face. After all, he was a notable figure in the southern wilderness, the esteemed lord of a holy land. If he were to flee in such a manner, it would be utterly humiliating. With a forced smile, Wu Ji Shengyu clasped his fists and respectfully said, I am Wu Ji Shengyu from the Supreme Divine Palace. I pay my respects to the Ice Cloud Master. Congratulations on successfully entering the Holy Realm and acquiring a beloved disciple. However, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he crashed into a stone pillar and soared into the sky, disappearing without a trace. Witnessing this, the other lords of the Holy Lands twitched their lips. When did Wu Ji Shengyu become so timid? Yet, one by one, they clasped their fists and hastily departed. I am Zhu Wujie from the Kingdom of 10,000 Pigs. Congratulations, Ice Cloud Master, on entering the Holy Realm and welcoming the Deputy Master. My mother pig at home is about to give birth, so I must take my leave. I am Zhou Su from the Void Divine Palace. Congratulations to the Ice Cloud Master on acquiring a beloved disciple. My wife has run off with someone else. I cannot linger. We shall meet again. I am Qing Tian from the Unfettered Hands. Congratulations to the Master on entering the Holy Realm. I suddenly feel the urge to practice my iron sand palm. I am Wan Dong from the Holy Land of Hudong. I pay my respects to the Ice Cloud Master. It seems my wife misses me. I must return to pierce her with 1,000 transparent holes. I am from the Kingdom of Kuei. I am from the Foot-Washing Sect. I am from the Red Chamber. With each respectful farewell, the leaders of these factions fled into the air, their speed surpassing that of their arrival. Naturally, who would remain behind to entertain? Meanwhile, the system's voice incessantly echoed in Su Chen's mind. Shock value from Wu Ji Shengyu, 556. Shock value from Zhu Wujie, 657. Shock value from Zhou Su, 789. However, Su Chen paid little heed to these numbers. Instead, he stepped forward on the auspicious clouds, moving gracefully as the surrounding dust seemed to drift away, reluctant to disturb him. Wherever he passed, the sky and sea dimmed, the sun and moon lost their luster. Master Su Chen, the fallen celestial of the heavens, astonishing all beings. Su Chen approached Jian Wuxin, speaking in a gentle tone, "What is your name?" Faced with this sudden moment, Jian Wuxin's cheeks flushed a deep red, a rosy hue spreading rapidly from her snow-white face to her neck. She bowed respectfully, stating, "Master, your disciple, my name is Jian Wuxin. I am 11 years old and hail from the Eastern Ling Kingdom of Jianzhou." Upon hearing this, Su Chen smiled faintly. Jian Wuxin, a sword practitioner, should be devoid of all worldly emotions to achieve the zenith of the sword path. What a lovely name. This smile, like a cold wind nurturing the willow, was both elegant and filled with ethereal charm, dimming the very heavens. Master is so handsome. I want to bear master children. Master, please accept me as your disciple. Let's elope together. In an instant, countless female disciples' eyes sparkled with infatuation, erupting in excited cries, casting flirtatious glances at Su Chen, while some tightly crossed their delicate legs. Many male disciples of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace gritted their teeth in envy. Yet another Holy Realm expert, and so strikingly handsome. Where did this master appear from? He had completely captivated the hearts of these junior sisters. Seeing this scene, Jian Wuxin's eyes glazed over, momentarily lost in thought. Su Chen's lips curled into a smile. "Do you wish to join me at the Misty Peak and become my disciple?" With these words, the entire Ice Cloud Immortal Palace was thrown into shock. This mysterious Ice Cloud Master truly intended to take on a disciple. It was said he had been in the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace for 1,000 years. W. Chapter 8. The disciple gathering gift package, as the words of the young palace master echoed. A wave of envy and jealousy swept through the female disciples of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, nearly bringing them to tears. They were all new initiates. Yet here was someone whisked away by the Grand Master, destined to be addressed as junior sister by the elders in the future. To make matters even more astonishing, this Grand Master was strikingly handsome, utterly perfect, and possessed unparalleled strength. How could they not feel despondent? The celestial maidens sank into a state of despair. At that moment, the Grand Elder rose with exuberance, proclaiming loudly, "Jianzhou Jian Wuxin, aged 11, possesses the natural body of myriad swords. She shall join my Ice Cloud's Piao Miao Peak and become a disciple of the Ice Cloud Grandmaster. The ceremony is complete. Congratulations to the Grandmaster on acquiring a beloved disciple. With the Grandmaster's presence, our Ice Cloud Immortal Palace shall surely dominate the ages and suppress the realms." The elders exclaimed fervently. The little girl Wuxin is endowed with the innate body of myriad swords, deserving to be the Grandmaster's disciple and to inherit the legacy of the Supreme Palace Master. The elders rejoiced wildly. "Palace Master, what about junior brother Su?" Mu Zhu floated quietly to the side of Mu Bingchan, speaking softly, clearly still in a state of shock. She had yet to recover from the astonishment of the moment. In her memory, her junior brother, who spent his days either idling or composing poetry, had suddenly transformed into a formidable being of the Saint Realm. It was utterly bewildering. As Su Chen's senior sister, they had meticulously examined his condition. With their supreme strength, they could not have been mistaken, could they? He had merely been at the first level of the celestial realm. How had he suddenly entered the Saint Realm? What on earth was happening? Were they truly seeing ghosts? Just then, a voice resonated in Su Chen's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, esteemed host, on successfully acquiring a valuable disciple. This system shall present you with a disciple gathering gift package, which has been automatically placed in the system space. Would you like to extract it?" Hearing this, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. A disciple gathering gift package? Was there a special reward from the system following the acceptance of a disciple? After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded and replied, "Extract. Ding. The disciple gathering gift package is being extracted. Current progress, 1, 2, 10. Congratulations, esteemed host, for obtaining the Imperial Grade Technique, the Great Emperor's Longevity Scripture. Congratulations, esteemed host, for acquiring the Sacred Grade Sword Technique, the Vast Intense Sword Art, Imperial Grade Technique. In the Eastern Wilderness Realm, the hierarchy of techniques, sword arts, spiritual artifacts, elixirs, and various heavenly materials was the same. They were classified as ordinary, spiritual, earthly, heavenly, royal, imperial, sovereign, venerable, and sacred. Sacred grade techniques, artifacts, and elixirs were immensely precious. Even an immortal half-saint might not possess them. Having traversed the Eastern Wilderness Realm for a millennium, Su Chen had amassed a plethora of rewards, including various elixirs, techniques, and artifacts. He had certainly acquired several sacred grade techniques. However, to encounter an imperial grade technique for the first time was truly remarkable. Accepting a disciple had yielded such an extraordinary gift package. He quickly turned to the first page of the Great Emperor's Longevity Scripture. The Great Emperor's Longevity Scripture, an imperial grade technique created by an ancient emperor, accessible only to those of saintly strength. Once comprehended to its pinnacle, even during slumber, the technique would automatically operate, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth for the host's benefit, continuously enhancing their cultivation. Upon witnessing this, Su Chen's heart soared with delight. He exclaimed, "What an astonishing creation by the ancient emperor who crafted the Great Emperor's Longevity Scripture. To cultivate, even while sleeping? Is this not tailor-made for me?" If he had possessed this technique earlier, ascending to the Saint Realm would have taken no time at all. However, he refrained from further reading. His sudden ascent to the Saint Realm had caused a commotion that resonated throughout the southern wilderness. His senior sisters had previously regarded him as merely a waste of the celestial realm. This matter required a heartfelt reunion with the long-lost senior sisters. Su Chen strode forward and smiled. "Junior brother here greets all esteemed senior sisters. Have you found any promising disciples today?" "Oomph, how dare you speak?" The third fairy, Xue Fian, huffed in annoyance, casting him a reproachful glance. "The only exceptionally gifted girl has been taken by you, and you, little rascal, have already entered the Saint Realm. You have kept this from your senior sisters quite well. How was I to know that fishing would lead to entering the Saint Realm?" Su Chen scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. "How about this? Senior sisters, why not visit me at Piao Miao Peak tomorrow? I can take you fishing too, you little brat." Xue Fian glared at Su Chen. "You entered the Saint Realm by fishing? Is that even reasonable? If merely idling about could lead to the Saint Realm, I might as well fish every day myself." It must be noted that the 7 fairies of Ice Cloud and Palace Master Mu Bingchan were all disciples of the Supreme Palace Master. They had once been the unparalleled prodigies of their era, gifted beyond measure, eclipsing countless talents. Among the 7 fairies of Ice Cloud, even the youngest, Fairy Wuxin, had lived for over 5,000 years, but had only reached the pinnacle of the supreme realm. The gap to the saint realm was insurmountable. Even if given another 5 millennia, she might not attain the status of an immortal half-saint, let alone a saint. Yet, her junior brother, who had always been seen as a blockhead, had somehow eclipsed them all in silence. What an anomaly! An individual of the saint realm in just a millennium. What a monstrous, heaven-defying existence. Noticing Xue Fian's irritation, Su Chen quickly approached her, saying, "If you don't mind, I could personally cook a delicious meal for you, as the cucumbers I planted last year are now ripe, tender, and smooth." Suddenly close, Su Chen caused Xue Fian's face to flush. She raised her snowy hand to rest against his chest and turned her face away. All right, I know. Mu Bingshan looked at Su Chen with a hint of resignation, saying, "Junior brother, I never expected that among the 9 of us, you would be the first to enter the saint realm. Truly, our master's judgment is impeccable." After the fall of their master, the burdens of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace had been entrusted to them. Yet, the southern wilderness was vast, filled with myriad races and numerous paths, with nearly 500,000 realms. To truly establish themselves, the presence of a saint-level powerhouse was essential. A millennium ago, she had reached the pinnacle of the immortal half-saint realm and was the only half-saint of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace to survive the battle between righteousness and evil. The path to becoming a saint was fraught with difficulty. She had toiled for a millennium without achieving that step, only to have it snatched away by this seemingly idle junior brother. How had he accomplished such a feat? Yet, such matters paled in comparison. With a saint-level powerhouse at the helm of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace and the addition of the naturally gifted Jian Wuxin, the palace was destined to rise powerfully once again, dominating an era. Above the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, holy light shone, auspicious purple clouds stretched for thousands of miles, and dragons and phoenixes danced in harmony. Su Chen's ascension to the saint realm had once again bestowed upon Ice Cloud the aura of saintly fortune. Countless powers from the 50,000 realms under Ice Cloud hurried to witness the grandeur of a saint. The Lanzhou Lamian sect congratulated the Ice Cloud Grandmaster on emerging from seclusion, celebrating the Grandmaster's acquisition of a beloved disciple, a boon for the southern wilderness. They wished for the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace to stand tall at the pinnacle of the southern wilderness. The leader of the Great Blade sect, Dao, sent his congratulations to the Ice Cloud Grandmaster on achieving the Saint Realm, wishing for the undying Ice Cloud to sweep across the 8 wildernesses. The white-robed divine sword, by Yi Shui, presented a sovereign-grade spiritual artifact, the Snow Divine Sword, as a tribute to the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. The esteemed leader of the 9 Heavens Sword sect, Du Fanjiang, accompanied by the young master Du Zitong, presented a gift of 3 pieces of ancient ice marrow to congratulate Master Bingyun on the acquisition of a beloved disciple. In the vast expanse of the Shurgui Stone Kingdom, the congratulations continued, celebrating Master Bingyun's fortunate gain, with the assurance that under her guidance, the cold state shall flourish eternally, dominating an era and suppressing the extraordinary talents of ages past. As the onlookers marveled at this splendid era of Bingyun, Mu Bingshan raised her gaze towards the multitude of factions, declaring coldly, "From this day forth, I proclaim that Jian Wuxin shall be the young mistress of my Bingyun Immortal Palace. Should anyone dare to harm a single hair on her head, my Bingyun Immortal Palace shall pursue relentless vengeance." Her words hung in the air, silencing any dissent or retort. The legacy of Bingyun, both past and present, was not one to be trifled with by these various sects, schools, and divine nations. The leaders of the factions under Bingyun's banner comprehended the intent of Mu Bingshan's proclamation, which was unmistakably directed towards the 8 holy lands. At that moment, a sound resembling the tearing of space resonated above the Bingyun Immortal Palace, heralding the arrival of the master of the 3 sacred islands of the Eastern Sea. The enchanting Qin Shi Tianma. Chapter 9. The Saint's Grace. The heavens bow in reverence as the words fell, countless powerful beings and formidable factions gazed upward, their eyes fixed on the celestial dome. Three Saint Island. Is that not the sacred land of the Eastern Sea's Dao lineage? The Eastern Wilderness is divided into numerous domains, including Central Continent, Eastern Sea, Northern Wilderness, Western Region, and Southern Border, among others. The vast expanse is immeasurable. Merely in the southern border, there exist 50,000 Dao prefectures, and Three Saint Island stands as one of the sacred Dao lineages of the Eastern Sea. As a distinguished sacred lineage, the strength of Three Saint Island is formidable, perhaps even surpassing that of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace at its zenith. The various Dao domains are separated by endless starry skies, seldom engaging with one another. Yet, how has this Eastern Sea power descended upon the southern border? At that moment, a delicate melody of the zither pierced through the void, resonating melodiously in the air. A figure clad in white slowly descended, landing gracefully above the ice cloud. It was a woman in white, her face veiled, long hair flowing like a river. With eyes so exquisite they seemed to capture all the serene azure waves of the world. Though her true visage remained unseen, those eyes alone were breathtaking. Her jade fingers caressed the zither, and the music entwined around them, summoning a flurry of birds to dance in the sky, resembling a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Upon witnessing this divine figure, the master of Ice Cloud Palace and the seven fairies of Ice Cloud all bowed deeply. Junior Mu Bingshan pays respects to the esteemed Zither Saint. They chanted in unison. She was none other than the island master of Three Saint Island, the Zither Saint Demoness. By Pia Piao, a genuine, immortal saint, her prowess was said to be celestial. It is rumored that her strength is unparalleled, having attained sainthood through her mastery of the zither, earning her renown across the realms. Merely her zither melody could obliterate a thought across millions of miles. Her might even rivaled that of the former supreme master of Ice Cloud Palace. It is known that the path of the zither is exceedingly difficult to comprehend, ranking among the top 100 in terms of challenge among myriad Dao. Upon hearing the music, Bai Pia Piao's enchanting gaze fell upon Su Chun. Her lips parted slightly, releasing an ethereal breath. The disciple of the immortal voice indeed possesses remarkable qualities. With you safeguarding Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, I can rest easy. Su Chun furrowed his brow, observing Bai Pia Piao. From the attitudes of several senior sisters and the tone of this celestial maiden, it appeared that the Zither Saint Demoness shared a good rapport with his master. Subsequently, her gaze shifted to Jian Wuxin. After a moment of appraisal, she spoke once more, bearing the saint body of 10,000 swords and being taken as a direct disciple by the immortal voice. It is indeed your destined fortune to be her grand disciple. Very well, I shall bestow upon you a boon. With that, she raised her delicate finger and gently tapped Jian Wuxin's brow. A droplet of blood coalesced at her fingertip, emanating a golden light, enveloped in the essence of a saint. In the next moment, the blood droplet slowly descended, landing on Jian Wuxin's forehead and merging into her being. This is a drop of saintly blood. Witnessing this scene, countless powerful beings were left in awe. How precious is saintly blood? A semi-saint, upon achieving sainthood, typically condenses only 2 or 3 drops of this essence. Saintly blood symbolizes one's innate talent and the heights they may attain in the future. 10 drops would be considered miraculous. Even the former strongest of the southern border, Mu Xianin, managed to condense only 30 drops. As for Su Chun, who had condensed 365 drops of saintly blood, he could be deemed an unparalleled prodigy throughout the ages. Yet, here was a Zither Saint Demoness, bestowing such a precious gift of saintly blood to Jian Wuxin. Even an immortal semi-saint would scarcely dare to harbor such extravagant hopes. We humbly thank the esteemed Zither Saint for her grace. The kindness of the elder shall forever be remembered by Ice Cloud. The elders of Ice Cloud bowed in reverence, overwhelmed with astonishment. Though this drop of saintly blood was not bestowed upon them, Jian Wuxin was now the junior master of Ice Cloud Immortal Palace and the direct disciple of the Supreme Master, a lineage intertwined with the founder. With a single drop of saintly blood to refine her body, combined with the founder's nurturing, Jian Wuxin's natural talent would undoubtedly allow her to rise swiftly. Conversely, Jian Wuxin felt somewhat at a loss. She understood the significance of this drop of saintly blood. However, she now had a master, and without Su Chen's consent, she dared not act impulsively. Turning her gaze toward Su Chen, she sought his guidance. Seeing this, Su Chen chuckled softly and said, "Wuxin, the esteemed zither, saint means well. Accept her gift." "Yes, master." With Su Chen's affirmation, Jian Wuxin respectfully bowed to Bai Piao. Disciple Wuxin expresses her gratitude for the esteemed zither saint's blessing. This scene left the disciples of Ice Cloud and many talents of the southern border envious beyond measure. This young girl, endowed with the saint body of 10,000 swords, had become a disciple of the founder. Now, she received such an opportunity from a saintly being. Where did such fortune come from? On the other hand, Su Chen felt quite satisfied. He understood that Bai Piao was among his own. Jian Wuxin, as the reincarnation of the Empress, possessed fortunes that far exceeded those of ordinary prodigies. To receive a saint's grace was merely her destiny. Should Jian Wuxin rise again and attain the path of the emperor, it is possible that Ice Cloud Immortal Palace would gain the fortune of an emperor. At that moment, from above, another tremendous aura descended, interrupting the thoughts of many. "Bai Piao, you have arrived rather swiftly. I possess no grand gifts, but if the young lady does not mind, I shall bestow upon her my Qinglian sword." A hearty laugh resonated, accompanied by blooming blue lotuses. A figure emerged amidst the lotuses, clad in azure, exuding an ethereal grace. Gasp! Upon seeing this figure, all within Ice Cloud Palace and the leaders of various factions inhaled sharply. Even Bai Piao, suspended in the air, raised her gaze slightly. It was the Qinglian sword immortal, Li Changqing, a solitary figure and sword. He is known as the Qinglian sword immortal. This too was a saintly being renowned in the southern border, his reputation rivaling that of the other saints. Apart from the 9 great sacred lands in the southern border, there exist many ancient, immortal families, powerful sects, and divine teachings. These factions often align themselves with the 9 sacred lands, with some even rivaling them. Beyond these powers, many superlative beings prefer solitude, pursuing longevity and martial arts throughout their lives. Li Changqing, the Qinglian sword immortal, is one such individual. Unexpectedly, the entry of the founder into sainthood has drawn forth such a superlative powerhouse. It appears that these saintly beings wish to forge connections. Just as the powerful beings were taken aback, a voice rang out. "Oh, such a delightful young lady. Truly, you are the incarnation of the saint body. Our Yaoguang sacred land is willing to accept her as a disciple and grant her access to all our resources and Dao methods." A stunning woman in crimson attire tore through the void, appearing above Ice Cloud Palace. Her extraordinary presence was nearly suffocating. Another saint, clad in red. Her captivating eyes and figure seemed to allure the very soul. She was Gu Hongyi, the master of Yaoguang. It is said she possesses an unparalleled charm, with every smile and frown captivating hearts, making it impossible for anyone to gaze directly into her eyes. However, as her gaze fell upon Su Chen and his disciple, she was momentarily stunned. "No, I have changed my mind. I only hope the founder can visit our Yaoguang sacred land more often. I shall certainly impart all that I know." "Bah, shameless. Gu Hongyi, your Yaoguang sacred land is filled with enchantresses who devour men without mercy. Our founder would never go there." Once again, a figure tore through the void, capturing the attention of all present, dressed in flowing black garments. Her beauty was nothing short of extraordinary. She was Luo Li, the leader of the heavenly demon sect. To everyone's astonishment, she was yet another saint. Luo Li cast a glance at Su Chen, her eyes shimmering with intrigue, as she exhaled softly, releasing a warm, humid aura of primal Yin energy. "All 50 million female disciples of our heavenly demon sect are willing to bear offspring for our esteemed master," she mused. "Ba, what a transgression." At that moment, another female monk, her hands clasped in prayer and tears brimming in her eyes, gazed at Su Chen and lamented, "Buddha, I beg your forgiveness. I have never encountered such a flawless man. On the path to enlightenment, I find myself ensnared, destined not to reach the Western paradise of ultimate bliss. Henceforth, I wish only to wash his feet for a lifetime. Meanwhile, Li Changqing, who had arrived earlier, suddenly felt his cheeks flush. With a hint of embarrassment, he spoke, If our esteemed master does not find me objectionable, I too would gladly forsake my own path and embrace self-castration to cultivate the exorcising sword. Chapter 10. Divine Nectar. The 10-year disciple recruitment ceremony of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace continued deep into the night before finally concluding. Countless powerful figures came to congratulate Ice Cloud, eager to witness the splendor of Saint. However, after accepting his disciples, Chen and Jian Wuxin returned early to the mysterious peak. To avoid disturbances, he waved his right hand and set up a soundproof barrier. The most formidable of all were the female powerhouses from various factions. Each one resembled a wolf ready to pounce, fierce and terrifying, almost as if they wished to devour him whole. Everyone understood that a storm was brewing in the southern wilderness. Upon returning to the bamboo cottage, Jian Wuxin gazed around, filled with curiosity. The mysterious peak was quite simple. A bamboo cottage, a courtyard, a stone pavilion, a waterfall, a cold pond, and a grove of purple bamboo. Master, is this where you usually reside? Jian Wuxin spoke softly. Although she was the reincarnation of a great emperor, she had yet to awaken her imperial soul and possessed no memories of her past life. Having practiced the Tao for only a few brief years, her cultivation remained at the peak of the blood condensation realm. Indeed, Chen nodded, speaking in a melodic tone. The myriad paths in the world are all part of the heavenly Tao. Eating is a Tao, sleeping is a Tao, fishing is a Tao, and even planting flowers or feeding chickens is a Tao. I conceal myself amidst nature and among the masses. A mortal cultivates both heart and body and can forge a path of their own. This is the path of longevity. From now on, you shall cultivate this mortal path alongside me. The mortal path? Jian Wuxin was taken aback. Her master, though seemingly unremarkable, held profound wisdom. Suddenly, numerous silver lights cascaded down, and various laws of the Tao manifested in her mind. She comprehended. In the next moment, her cultivation level soared directly to the first layer of the body refinement realm. Feeling the changes within her, Jian Wuxin was filled with joy and respectfully bowed. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Hee. Witnessing this, Chen was astonished. Did she just break through? That was remarkably swift. To be honest, he felt envious. He had fished for a millennium to reach the saint realm, while she merely needed a word to advance. If he possessed such talent, wouldn't he easily ascend to the status of an emperor and slay within the forbidden zones? Host, do not find this peculiar. Your esteemed disciple is the reincarnation of a female emperor. As her strength increases, her imperial soul will gradually awaken, allowing her to cultivate at an ever-accelerating pace. The system explained. Chen nodded in understanding. Such a reincarnated body of a female emperor naturally possessed an extraordinary constitution and talent. Once she regained her past life memories, her cultivation would surge dramatically in a short time. If he recalled correctly, there was a character in a novel he once read late into the night who was a reincarnated ice sovereign as he looked at Jian Wuxin. A peculiar data frame appeared in his vision. Name, Jian Wuxin. Age, 11. Identity, reincarnation of the Sword Emperor, beloved disciple. Cultivation, first layer of body refinement realm constitution. Innate 10,000 swords sacred body Tao intent. Female emperor sword intent. Imperial soul yet to awaken build. The tender lotus has just revealed its pointed tip, personality, calm affection level. 98. What is this? The tender lotus has just revealed its pointed tip. Seeing this, Chen felt a bit dazed. Goodness, this system has become sentient and can even compose poetry now. Taking a deep breath, he calmly said, Wuxin, you are currently at the body refinement realm. Cultivation cannot be rushed. You must lay a solid foundation step by step. Do you understand? Jian Wuxin nodded. Master, rest assured. Although I have transcended the blood condensation stage, I will firmly establish my foundation in the body refinement realm and strive to break through to the extreme vitality realm. Indeed, your comprehension and aptitude are exceptional. You are a promising pupil. Su Chen expressed satisfaction, then raised his right hand, producing a small jade vial. This is for you. Jian Wuxin looked at the vial in surprise. Master, what is this? Upon receiving the vial and gently uncorking it, a rich aura of spiritual energy surged forth, akin to a fountain. In an instant, the spiritual energy in the surroundings of Mysterious Peak increased several-fold. Drip, 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 a stream of white liquid fell from the vial's opening, landing on her pale fingertips and slowly sliding into her palm. It was crystal clear and fragrant, reminiscent of milk. Divine nectar, heavenly spirit milk? Jian Wuxin's soul trembled. Such a holy item. Although she was the reincarnation of a female emperor, she had been born into a family of cultivators and recognized many heavenly materials and treasures. This heavenly spirit milk was a rare treasure for nurturing the soul and refining the body. However, a hint of resentment curled at her lips. My Yufeng, you caused my mother's death and forced me out of my family. In 3 years, I shall personally take your life. Turning to Su Chen, her eyes glistened with tears. Master, why are you so kind to me? They had only just met, yet he bestowed upon her such a precious item for refining her soul. This tenderness, this concern, this thoughtfulness was something she had not felt since her mother's death. In this life, she was an orphan, born into a lowly status as a concubine's child, often bullied by the talented disciples of her family. After her mother was murdered by that scheming Ma Yufeng, she vowed that even if she were to die, she would ensure that heartless family paid in blood. But how could she repay Su Chen's great kindness? Su Chen was taken aback, then gently ruffled her hair, smiling. You are my disciple. If I do not care for you, whom should I care for? As he looked at her ethereal face, akin to a celestial being, and felt her gentle warmth penetrating his soul, Jian Wuxin wiped away her tears, her eyes misty, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Master at that moment. The system's voice echoed in Su Chen's mind. Ding! Host has successfully interacted with disciple Jian Wuxin. Affection level 5. A new function, Intimacy Store, will be unlocked. Note, daily interactions with Jian Wuxin or completing master-disciple tasks will yield intimacy points. Intimacy Store? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, pondering its purpose. The system explained, Host. The Intimacy Store offers a variety of heavenly materials, treasures, spiritual artifacts, and techniques, so many that it may overwhelm you. In summary, it contains everything, if you can imagine it. You can exchange for it. By interacting with Jian Wuxin daily or completing tasks, he could earn intimacy points. Even gifting her treasures counted as interaction. After signing in for so many years, he had amassed quite an array of rewards. So, to sum it up, where are you nesting those Russian dolls? Su Chen shot the system a glare. Could he perhaps exchange for a celestial sister? As Jian Wuxin sat in the cold pond beneath the waterfall, her garments quickly became soaked. The water here was rich in spiritual energy, making it an excellent place for cultivation. She opened the vial, and a wave of dense spiritual energy surged forth once more. Savoring the sweet liquid, Jian Wuxin murmured, I wonder what it will taste like. Will it be very sweet? At that moment, Su Chen's voice drifted from afar. By the way, Wuxin, while the heavenly spirit milk is a supreme treasure for body refinement and soul nurturing, it will be quite painful. You must endure it. Beneath the pavilion, Su Chen sat in a rocking chair, savoring grapes while humming a gentle tune. He recalled the first time he had tasted the divine essence of the celestial nectar. The experience had nearly shattered him, leaving him in agony for several days. The flavor was exquisite, evoking a sense of transcendent bliss. Reflecting on it now, he found the memory still tantalizing. Although Jian Wuxin possessed the innate constitution of a sword saint, she was merely 11 years old and a girl, perhaps unable to endure such intensity. It was prudent to offer a word of caution. Rest assured, Master. Jian Wuxin lifted her gaze, asserting, I can withstand it. This slight discomfort does not faze me. Upon hearing her words, Su Chen nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Indeed, she was a promising pupil. With that, he popped another grape into his mouth. As Jian Wuxin poured the celestial nectar into her palm, she extended her tiny tongue, cautiously licking the liquid. Instantly, a refreshing sensation surged through her, as the rich spiritual energy coursed within her being. So cold, so numbing. Jian Wuxin's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment at the remaining liquid on her fingertips. This celestial nectar was truly extraordinary. Subsequently, she swallowed the entire bottle of the milky liquid. In an instant, the abundant spiritual energy within her erupted like a geyser, soaring skyward. Ah, how delightful! Jian Wuxin could not help but let out a soft moan. The celestial nectar granted her an ecstasy akin to divine rapture, as if her very essence were being torn asunder, and the sensation persisted, unrelenting. Chapter 11. Breakthroughs abound. The Master is impressive within the confines of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. In a forbidden area, exuberant cheers reverberated through the air as elders, their hair aflame with energy, exuded an overwhelming aura. I've broken through. I too have ascended. Ha ha! The bottleneck that confined me for a century has finally been shattered. I shall dominate the ages. I shall sweep across the world. I will strike down 10,000 cows with a single punch. Elders soared like rockets, bursting through the roof to stand beneath the vast sky. At that moment, the heavens above the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace were awash with swirling clouds and flickering lightning. As the jubilant voices echoed, the gazes of countless disciples within the palace turned skyward, filled with envy. How enviable! Our Master has achieved a breakthrough. Indeed, the Master's ascension to the saint realm has summoned celestial phenomena, manifesting auspicious purple mist for 30,000 miles. This should be a splendid opportunity for our cultivation. Yet how could we disciples possibly compete with these old-timers? How vexing! I too wish to break through, to soar like a bird in the sky. The disciples of Ice Cloud were consumed with envy. Just then, from an unknown direction, an excited shout pierced the air. Oh my goodness! I have broken through. Everyone turned to see a strikingly handsome young man, his extraordinary demeanor accentuated by a flowing white robe, making him the object of many a maiden's dreams. Yet, in comparison to Su Chen, he appeared merely as a firefly vying with the brilliance of the moon. There was no contest. Is that senior brother Muhani? They gasped. He is the direct disciple of the Grand Elder, and it is said that a century ago, during the Genius Conference, he outshone countless prodigies from the 8 great sacred lands, securing a place among the top 100 of the Southern Frontier's Earth Sect rankings. Indeed, it is rumored that he has only been in our Ice Cloud Immortal Palace for 2 centuries, and he has already attained the realm of celestial beings, ranking among the top 10 among the Elder's disciples. Just half a month prior, it was reported that he had broken through to the 3rd level of the celestial realm. How could he have ascended again so soon? The disciples stared in disbelief at the young man. Muhani shattered the roof and soared into the sky, the exhilaration of his breakthrough coursing through him. He shouted into the heavens, "Oh my goodness! The Master is incredible. The Master is eternal." But as his voice echoed, a surge of immense spiritual energy flooded into his body. Muhani was taken aback, a tempest brewing in his heart. Is this not a precursor to another breakthrough? The disciples of Ice Cloud were left bewildered. What is happening? Another breakthrough? Even if senior brother Hani possesses extraordinary talent, is he truly capable of such miraculous feats? The disciples pondered, contemplating the impossibility of it all. Even if Muhani was a prodigious talent endowed with a remarkable physique, surely he could not defy reason. The celestial realm is akin to towering mountains. No matter how gifted, it would take at least a decade, if not longer, to surmount even one. How could Muhani, having just broken through, be on the cusp of yet another? The auspicious purple mist was summoned during the Master's ascension to the Saint Realm. Could it be because of that exclamation praising the Master? It seems very plausible. Surely, senior brother Hani's fervent shout would earn the Master's favor. The disciples exchanged glances, uncertain of what to make of the situation. To shout praises for the Master in such a public setting, was that not too much to ask? Finally, a female disciple stepped forward, her cheeks flushed. Drawing a deep breath, she exclaimed, "The Master is incredible. The Master is eternal." At that moment, streams of auspicious purple mist surged into her body, and her spiritual energy began to circulate rapidly, indicating an imminent breakthrough. Overwhelmed with joy at the transformation within her, she could hardly contain her excitement. "This is wonderful. I'm about to break through." Upon witnessing this, the disciples of Ice Cloud erupted with fervor. "Oh my goodness! The Master is incredible. The Master is eternal." In the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace at Misty Peak, the attention of the 7 fairies of Ice Cloud was not directed at the disciples or elders, but rather towards the ethereal peak. The strength they felt emanating from the realm of saints was extraordinary, truly monstrous. Clearly, they were still grappling with their astonishment. The 4th fairy, Bingyu Li, sighed and remarked, "I never expected that after years of arduous cultivation, my 8 sisters and I would still fall short of Su Chen, who merely idled for a millennium. How on earth did he achieve this? To toil for thousands upon thousands of years, only to be surpassed by our little junior brother? Is there any greater blow to the spirit?" Su Chen interjected, "Am I really that small? Have you ever considered it, or perhaps even tried?" Mu Zhu displayed a bittersweet smile. "We were once the paragons of our era, reigning supreme, yet here we are, eclipsed by our own junior brother. Regardless of how he accomplished it, that no longer matters. They had all once been the de la CR of their generation, some even invincible for an age. Each possessed unique spiritual manifestations, even the manifestation of the sacred body. Yet, none had achieved such heights. Not even their own master, nor the past Ice Cloud ancestors, had accomplished this feat a millennium as a saint. In all my years, I have never encountered such a thing." She paused before continuing. "Now, our Ice Cloud not only boasts a saint to safeguard us, but also a Sword Dao sacred body in its midst. Truly, we have 2 prodigious offspring. If all goes well, within 100,000 years, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace shall remain as steadfast as a mountain, unshakable." A millennium ago, following the fall of the Supreme Palace Master, the burden of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace had fallen upon their shoulders. Under the combined oppression of the 8 great sacred lands, they struggled to secure vital resources for cultivation, leaving the current generation of disciples far weaker than those of other sacred grounds. Though they were filled with indignation, they felt powerless to change their fate. The primary issue was the absence of a saint to lead them. If this continued, what would become of them? Who would carry the future of Ice Cloud? Would they dwindle into second-rate or even third-rate forces, or fade into the annals of history? No one had foreseen that. In the darkest hour of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, this nearly forgotten junior brother would emerge like a miracle. Senior sister Mu Zhu speaks wisely, the 2nd fairy. Jun Wuxin Lian nodded in agreement. Su Shidi has spent a millennium in seclusion, fully maturing, with 365 drops of saint blood coursing through him. He is unparalleled in the southern frontier, and indeed, throughout the eastern wilderness. We should focus our attention on the child, Jian Wuxin. Standing off to the side, Zhu Wuxin, her eyes narrowed, added, "With the innate sword saint body, should he flourish, it is highly likely that within 5,000 years, Ice Cloud will give rise to another saint. In this era of fierce competition, every bit of strength gained translates to an increased chance of survival. I, Bingyun, have never intended to partake in the mundane struggles of the world. However, during the millennium since the demise of my esteemed master, the other 8 sacred realms have exceeded all bounds of decency. With the emergence of my junior brother Su and his disciple, they shall undoubtedly lead our Bingyun Immortal Palace in suppressing the myriad forces of the southern wilderness." Upon hearing this, Mu Bingchan's eyes reflected a glimmer of helplessness. Although the Bingyun Immortal Palace had never sought to engage in worldly conflicts, the actions of these 8 sacred realms have indeed been intolerable. It appears that our existence may no longer be justified. She cast a cool glance at the 7 fairies of Bingyun, her voice frosty as she declared, "Despite this, as sisters, we must not exhibit even the slightest negligence. Within 5,000 years, you must all strive to attain the realm of the undying half-saint." "Understood." The 7 fairies of Bingyun bowed deeply in response. With those words, Mu Bingchan closed her eyes heavily. The scene of Su Chen entering the sacred realm lingered in her soul for an extended time. She had sought the path to this realm for over a millennium without uncovering a trace of opportunity. Yet her junior brother, having entered the palace merely 1,000 years ago, has already taken that monumental step. Is this not overwhelmingly disheartening? She spoke resolutely. Issue a decree. Starting tomorrow, I shall enter seclusion, drawing upon the auspicious purple chi summoned by my junior brother's ascension to the sacred realm. In an effort to break through to that same level, all matters, great and small, within the palace shall be entrusted to Sister Muju. Without urgent matters, do not disturb my retreat. Chapter 12. Unintentional breakthrough. The laws of sword intent high above in the distant sky. Ancient auras materialized in the air. A holy might sweeping across and soaring to the pinnacle of the clouds, radiating divine light that pierced through the 9 layers of heaven. The myriad beasts lay in silence. The populace gripped by fear, solitary birds soared in panic, as if all sentient beings were lost in trepidation. First, the innate sword saint body descended, and now an ancient ancestor rose from the coffin, stepping into the realm of saints. The great era of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace is upon us. Truly worthy of being a sacred land, it has only been a short millennium since the fall of Wuxin. And yet the Ice Cloud of Yongzhou has birthed another saintly powerhouse. Such depth is indeed formidable. And so what? Merely a sword saint body. My unparalleled divine palace has also manifested a saintly phenomenon, who will ultimately crush whom remains uncertain. In this era of great contention, saints represent everything. Back in the day, Wuxin only had 30 drops of saintly blood, while it is said that this saint has condensed 365 drops of sacred blood. What kind of prodigy is this? I must retreat once more. I've only just managed to outlast the supreme master of the Ice Cloud. How can my immortal sword domain be overshadowed by the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, a lineage so rife with women, a group of wretched women? Do not even think of suppressing me. Even if a saint descends, what of it? My 10,000 poisons sacred land will similarly crush you all. Standing tall at the pinnacle of the southern frontier, the changes occurring in the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace that day stunned the entire southern frontier, encompassing over 500,000 Dao states. Even the surrounding Dao domains felt the tremors. Strong practitioners from various states emerged from their retreats, floating in the air. Their expressions grave, filled with concern. Some were anxious, others astonished, and many were stirred. Everyone understood that in this era of great contention, the lineages, sects, families, and divine nations of each state would spare no effort to seize every resource and enhance their strength. With the emergence of the saintly body and the mysterious Ice Cloud ancestor entering the saintly realm, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace would surely rise once more. The entire landscape of the southern frontier is destined to be reshuffled. They all knew that the great era of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace might truly be upon us. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. At the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, on a misty peak, Jian Wuxin, seated within the cold pond, suddenly opened her eyes. Boom! A staggering wave of spiritual energy surged forth from her body like a clear spring, sending ripples across the pond and splashing water dozens of feet into the air. Her spiritual energy was rapidly escalating. The first level of the body, refinement realm. The second level of the body, refinement realm. The third level of the body, refinement realm. The fourth level of the body, refinement realm. The fifth level of the body, refinement realm. Within mere moments, her cultivation soared from just entering the body refinement realm to the 5th level. Such speed was enough to leave one dumbfounded. Feeling the profound changes within her body, Jian Wuxin was filled with exhilaration. Wonderful! I have finally fully absorbed the bottle of celestial nectar gifted by my master. With a gentle smile, Jian Wuxin rose, her garments thoroughly soaked by the pond's water. Master! Exiting the cold pond, Jian Wuxin approached the courtyard and called out to the bamboo house. However, no one responded from within. Not here. A hint of confusion flickered in her heart. She pushed the door open to find a simple bamboo bed and an ice silk mat. Truly, my master sleeps on nothing but the mat. Witnessing this scene, Jian Wuxin marveled. If one were unaware, they might think my master is an ordinary mortal with no cultivation. When will I achieve such a state of mind as my master? Searching around, she found a room empty. Jian Wuxin's eyes twinkled as she murmured, "Could it be that my master is feeding the chickens in the backyard?" At that moment, a familiar figure leisurely pushed open the door and entered. Hearing the sound, Jian Wuxin turned her beautiful eyes and was instantly filled with joy. Respectfully bowing, she said, "Disciple pays respects to master." Chen looked at Jian Wuxin in disbelief. "You, girl, have absorbed the celestial nectar so quickly?" Jian Wuxin smiled, her eyes curving. "Indeed, I have completely absorbed the 108 drops of celestial nectar bestowed by master, and my cultivation has risen to the 5th level of the body, refinement realm." "Thank you, master. Without your guidance, I would still be at the blood condensation realm." Chen felt a twitch in his mouth. "You absorbed all 108 drops so quickly? It took me several days to recover from just one drop." In contrast, Jian Wuxin had swallowed an entire bottle and appeared so vibrant, not at all affected by the overwhelming energy of the celestial nectar. Is this the distinction between a prodigy and an ordinary person? This reincarnation of the Empress, coupled with the innate sword saint body, is indeed extraordinary. At this moment, the system's voice chimed in. "Dear host, although your disciple is a reincarnation of the Empress with unparalleled talent, she is equally dangerous." Chen felt a flicker of confusion. "What do you mean?" The system continued. "The reincarnation of the Empress involves sealing her imperial soul, preserving all her past talents and legacies. After reincarnation, she can comprehend the Tao once more. As her strength increases, once her imperial soul awakens, her previous cultivation will gradually restore in a short time. However, such a powerful reincarnated being is the most precious of treasures. If not careful, she will undoubtedly attract the greed of countless beings. A mortal can gain a long life from a single bite. If someone were to devour her imperial soul and seize her body, they could rob her of the fruits of her hard work and inheritance across multiple lifetimes." Upon hearing this, Chen's heart jolted. Does that mean Jian Wuxin is akin to living Tang Sung meat? Everyone desires to possess her, to consume her. What kind of consumption are we talking about? Instinctively, Chen's gaze shifted toward Jian Wuxin. What would happen if I were to consume her? At this point, a glimmer sparked in his eyes. Well, if the host were to consume her, nothing would happen. The system paused before adding, except she would become pregnant with the host child. Chen rolled his eyes at the system. But soon after, a smile crept onto his lips. "Then if I consume you too, would you bear my child as well?" "Very well, host, come and consume me," the system replied cheerfully. Chen was left speechless. "If it weren't for your current physical form, I would surely press you to the ground." "Master, what are you talking about?" Jian Wuxin inquired, her eyes blinking with curiosity. "Nothing, just pondering what to eat for lunch," Chen replied, shaking his head. He then muttered softly, "I was just thinking about when I could consume you." But he quickly dismissed that thought. Chen chided himself. "She is your disciple. How could you entertain such thoughts? Besides, she is only 11 years old, still a child, not yet developed. It would surely be unpalatable. If it were to happen, it would have to wait a few more years. However, considering the current situation, it would be best to keep Jian Wuxin from descending the mountain until she matures. After all, in this world, strength is paramount. To survive, one must possess sufficient power. The Sword Saint body may astonish the 8 great sacred lands, but if the Empress's reincarnated form were to be exposed, the entire southern frontier, with its 500,000 Dao states, would go into a frenzy. After all, half-emperors, even for Chen, they are far too ethereal. With a gentle nod, Jian Wuxin softly inquired, "Master, where have you been? I've searched for you for quite some time." Just as her words fell, her stomach emitted a grumbling sound. Observing this, Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "I was aware that you were about to emerge from your retreat, so I took a stroll through the chicken coop and caught an old hen to prepare some chicken soup for you. Would you like to assist in the kitchen?" "Yes, of course, master," Jian Wuxin responded with a slight nod. Chen then added, "By the way, the cucumbers I planted beside the chicken coop are now ripe. Please go and pick some, ensuring they are fresh and crisp." Before long, Jian Wuxin returned to the kitchen with several cucumbers in hand. The stone table was already adorned with an array of ingredients, including a hen that had been drained of its blood. However, Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. This was no ordinary hen. It was unmistakably a phoenix, a beast of the sovereign realm. Is Master truly using phoenixes as mere hens for his meals? She thought. Yet, she remained silent, intently observing Su Chen as he skillfully chopped the ingredients. In the next moment, her astonishment deepened. She watched as Su Chen wielded an unremarkable kitchen knife, slicing through the phoenix's carcass with a flurry of dazzling movements. Amidst the fluidity of his technique, she discerned the emergence of profound principles of the Tao. A tempest raged within Jian Wuxin's heart. This is the intent of a knife. The legendary concept. How could she perceive such intent manifesting from Su Chen's knife? She recalled hearing her family elder mention that upon reaching the immortal half-saint realm, one could begin to grasp the principles of the Tao, while an immortal saint would fully comprehend the profound essence of the Tao. What Su Chen wielded was an authentic manifestation of knife intent. But didn't Master just break through to the saint realm? How could he so swiftly grasp the essence of the Tao? Could it be that he had comprehended the knife intent even before attaining the saint realm? Chapter 13, Terrifying Talent. Disciple Recruitment Task. Sword Wuxin could not help but cover her lips in astonishment. She recognized the intent of the blade, a skill she had experienced up close thanks to her ancestral elder, who had introduced her to the legacy of a blade-wielding sage. However, compared to her master's blade intent, that previous experience was but the flicker of a firefly, utterly insignificant. At this realization, she inhaled sharply, overwhelmed by the might of a sage. How fortunate she was that this person was her master. The innate talent of her master was indeed extraordinary. No wonder that after merely a millennium in the biennial Immortal Palace, he had already ascended to the realm of the immortal sage. At that moment, Su Chen gradually returned to his senses. Addressing Sword Wuxin, he said, "The broth is already simmering. We merely need to wait for an hour." Sword Wuxin snapped back to reality, asking, "Master, what shall we do now?" "Now." Su Chen glanced at her. "You've been in seclusion for 3 days. Why not take a hot bath to relax? Dinner will be ready in about an hour." "All right." Sword Wuxin nodded eagerly. "See you soon, Master." With that, she headed towards the bamboo hut. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed. "Ding. Host and Sword Wuxin have successfully interacted today. Intimacy 10. Seeing her departing figure, a smile crept across Su Chen's face. An hour later, the door creaked open softly, releasing a delicate fragrance of youthful vitality. Sword Wuxin emerged, having bathed and changed into a light, thin garment. Her figure moved gracefully, her long, dark hair still damp, adorned with droplets of water. Occasionally, a droplet would slide down her exquisitely delicate face. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Truly, his disciple was a sight to behold. Just then, Sword Wuxin pouted, "Master, I'm so hungry." "Oh." Su Chen snapped back to reality. It appeared that since joining the biennial Immortal Palace, other than a bottle of divine elixir, she had consumed nothing. "Go sit at the stone pavilion. It will be ready shortly," he said apologetically. "Okay." Approximately 10 breaths later, Su Chen carried a steaming bowl of chicken soup to the stone pavilion, arranging it neatly. Upon seeing this, Sword Wuxin's eyes widened in disbelief. This feast comprised rare and formidable ingredients. What a bounty! 1,000-year-old azure dragon tendons, blood tiger whips, icy dragon hearts, and imperial scorpion meat. Items unheard of by ordinary folk. A standard meal of 4 dishes and a soup, along with some cucumbers. For their first meal together, her master had prepared such precious ingredients. Sword Wuxin was deeply moved. For cultivators, at a certain level, food was unnecessary. Grains and cereals would only introduce impurities into the body. Yet, Sword Wuxin was still a fledgling on her cultivation path. It would be a while before she could absorb spiritual energy or drink dew. Looking at Su Chen, she noticed the dishes were fresh and enticing, filled with temptation. Her appetite instantly surged. Would Master S cooking be exquisite? But her mother had advised her to be modest, to eat delicately. However, she could no longer resist. Leaning forward to take a deep inhale, instantly, It felt as though she had fallen into a dreamlike paradise, utterly entranced. But in the next moment, she was even more astonished. Sword Wuxin's eyes shot open, filled with disbelief. I have comprehended again. What? At this exclamation, Su Chen was taken aback, turning to gaze at her in astonishment. You comprehended again? Just from smelling the food? He quickly extended his spiritual awareness to assess Sword Wuxin's energy fluctuations. Indeed, she had just broken through to the 5th level of body refinement, and there was already a hint of loosening at that barrier. This scene left Su Chen utterly dumbfounded. Goodness, hadn't she just broken through to the 5th level? How could she comprehend again so swiftly? Could it be because of my cooking? But I cook daily and smell the aromas. Why haven't I comprehended anything? This reincarnated Empress's body is truly extraordinary. Feeling the changes within her, Sword Wuxin gasped in astonishment. Surely, it was her master who had infused his culinary skills with his own path. That is to say, the path of cooking. No wonder master wanted me to join him in idleness. She finally understood Su Chen's earlier words. Everything in the world has its own path. Swords have the path of the sword, blades have the path of the blade, and even cooking possesses the path of cooking. Mortals, in their cultivation of body and mind, also have their own paths. She had comprehended. She had finally comprehended. Sword Wuxin promptly bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you, master, for your guidance. Your immense kindness I shall never forget in this lifetime." After a satisfying meal, the night had deepened. Su Chen had prepared a room for Sword Wuxin. At that moment, she suddenly turned to Su Chen and asked, "Master, what shall we do after dinner? Is there a need for nighttime cultivation?" The starry night was the time when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was most concentrated, an ideal opportunity for cultivators to meditate. She had heard her elders mention that nighttime cultivation could yield remarkable progress. If she could cultivate with her master, would she ascend to the heavens? Upon hearing this, Su Chen shook his head, saying, "No need for cultivation. I have prepared something special for you. Now that you have reached the 5th level of body refinement, although the divine elixir aids in refining your soul, your physique remains too weak. It will be challenging to break through to the extreme realm of vitality and blood. Do you prefer a medicinal bath or to absorb it orally?" Medicinal bath or oral? Sword Wuxin was momentarily startled. After a moment, it seemed she realized something, her face flushing a deep crimson as a rosy hue spread from her neck. She bit her lip, her cheeks so shy they seemed ready to spill water. "Master, you're being mischievous. I'm still so young and you want—" Su Chen was utterly bewildered. What on earth? This little girl seemed to have misunderstood something. At that moment, the system's voice rang in Su Chen's mind. Ding. Host and disciple interaction successful. Sword Wuxin's shyness value 10. Shyness value? Su Chen was once again left speechless. What on earth was this? Hadn't it been intimacy? How could there be a shyness value? Would there also be a crush value or a kissing value in the future? As if sensing Su Chen's confusion, the system continued. Host, what is this? Perhaps there is even a value for wanting to kiss you. Seeing Su Chen speechless, the system chuckled. Ding. The host has successfully accepted a disciple, triggering the first disciple recruitment task. Assist disciple Sword Wuxin in breaking through to the extreme realm of vitality and blood. Completing this task will yield substantial rewards and increase intimacy with disciple Sword Wuxin by 10. Host, you must strive hard. A disciple recruitment task? Su Chen mused. Stroking his chin, this sounded rather appealing. Coincidentally, he had intended to assist Sword Wuxin in breaking through to the extreme realm of vitality and blood. Every time a cultivator breaks through a realm, a celestial phenomenon occurs, bestowing upon them a blessing of the Great Dao. This blessing could double their fortune, dramatically enhance their strength, and confer numerous benefits. In future battles against peers, they could easily gain the upper hand, and some might even challenge adversaries beyond their realm. Chapter 14. The Elixir of Vitality and the Refinement of the Body Beneath the Heavens. A being endowed with the innate sacred body of the Sword Dao and the reincarnation of the Empress cannot possibly lead a mundane existence. Thus, Su Chen turned, retrieving a delicate wooden box from his sleeve. This exquisite box, crafted from the finest 10,000-year-old purple cloud celestial vine, caught Jian Wuxin's attention, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing it with a hint of curiosity. "Master, what is this?" she inquired. With a gentle smile, Su Chen explained, "This is a supreme-grade elixir, the Super Vitality Pill. It is concocted from rare ingredients, such as the celestial essence of Cheongjiang, the whip of the dragon, the eternal ice marrow, and the tail of the Ice Emperor Scorpion. It has been meticulously brewed over 980 days with a vigorous flame, followed by an additional 120 days of gentle simmering to finally condense into this pill. Just a whiff can equate to 10 years of arduous cultivation, elevating one's spirit and bestowing profound vitality, longevity, and a significant enhancement to one's qi and blood power. It is particularly beneficial for practitioners at the blood condensation and body refinement stages, aiding them in breaking through the limits of their vitality." As he spoke, Su Chen flicked his finger, and the lid sprang open. Indeed, as the divine elixir emerged, a rich fragrance wafted into the air, instantly invigorating Jian Wuxin's cultivation. However, upon seeing the pill, she was momentarily taken aback. It was a translucent orb, alluring in its aroma, and nearly the size of an egg. "Master, this super vitality pill is rather large. Can I even swallow it?" Jian Wuxin felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Could such an egg-sized pill truly fit in her petite mouth? Well, perhaps. Su Chen pondered for a moment, assessing the situation. With her enticing pink lips juxtaposed against the egg-sized pill, he suggested, "Why don't you give it a try?" Jian Wuxin nodded resolutely. After all, it was a gift from her master, and she was determined to embrace the opportunity. Moreover, this was a supreme-grade elixir, something she had never even dared to dream of. To receive such a gift from her master to aid in breaking through the limits of her vitality was a profound honor. She vowed silently, "I must not disappoint my master." Ding! Congratulations to the host for moving Jian Wuxin, increasing her affection level by 3. The host must strive to ensure that this precious disciple falls in love with you soon. Rest assured, this system shall not mind. Hee hee. Meanwhile, 10 days had passed since Jian Wuxin joined the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. The auspicious purple mist enveloping the cold state was gradually dissipating. Within the forbidden grounds of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, elders burst through roofs, soaring into the sky, each radiating an overwhelming aura of strength, all of them being formidable sovereigns of the Emperor realm. This exemplified the profound heritage of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, one of the 9 great sacred grounds. It is astonishing how the Grandmaster's ascension has brought us such bountiful benefits, remarked Elder Muhuan. A strikingly beautiful elder with an icy demeanor nodded in agreement. Indeed, Brother Huan is correct. The auspicious purple mist summoned by our Grandmaster has allowed all of us to achieve breakthroughs to varying degrees. Furthermore, the Grandmaster's entry into the Saint Realm will instill fear in the other 8 sacred grounds, preventing them from daring to act recklessly. Elder 106 declared, with our Grandmaster present, "The Ice Cloud Immortal Palace shall thrive eternally." Indeed, who would dare provoke us now? The elders chimed in, their words laced with disdain. In the past, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace was the foremost of the 9 sacred grounds, and now, with the return of the Grandmaster, there was no need to fear any lesser factions. Another elder proclaimed, "Not only do we have the Grandmaster's ascension, but we also possess Sister Wuxin, a sacred body incarnate. It won't be long before she re-enters the world. Let us prepare for her return, while we do not seek to oppress weaker factions." The reputation of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace is not to be trifled with. The 8 sacred grounds may be one thing, but their first-rate factions have been audaciously provoking us for a millennium, truly believing that we are weak. With Sister Wuxin's imminent emergence, we must pave the way for her. Let us first target the first-rate factions under the Supreme Divine Palace and eliminate them to send a message to the world. The Ice Cloud is not to be trifled with. Should they dare to be reckless, they shall face annihilation. That wretched woman from the Waterplane Kingdom dared to call me a 3-second man. She shall pay dearly for her insolence. The water plane kingdom shall be eradicated. In the Qingshan sect, 376 years and 2 months ago, that old man from Qingshan dared to look down upon me with disdain. They must be exterminated. The leader of the Sea Turtle sect, who once followed the 8 sacred grounds in belittling our ice cloud, spoke of his disciples crushing us. Such arrogance cannot be tolerated. The elders, fierce and formidable, deliberated on which factions to obliterate and settled their grievances with a casual air, as if sealing these factions' fates with ease. They sought to use the blood of these factions as a warning to others, announcing to the world that the indomitable ice cloud must never be offended. 7 days passed. In the purple bamboo forest, Jian Wuxin was wholly engrossed in her cultivation. Surrounding her were ethereal manifestations of legendary beasts, including the golden magic Peng, the blood emperor lion, the 9-headed Qilin, and the celestial thunder beast. Each exuded a terrifying aura. The roars of these ancient beast souls echoed through the heavens, for they were the spirits of the dread beasts that the ancestors of Ice Cloud had slain and imprisoned within the frozen heaven pool, meant to refine the flesh of their descendants. As Jian Wuxin threw a punch, a burst of blood light soared into the sky, obliterating one of the beast souls into a mist of crimson. She was diligently refining her body, striving to break through the limits of her vitality. Little did they know, once rulers of their realms who instilled fear in countless beings, they were now mere tools for an 11-year-old girl's cultivation. Each of Jian Wuxin's punches resonated with such power that birds took flight and beasts trembled in fright. Her strength had astonishingly reached 30,000 pounds, each blow capable of shattering the heavens. As she refined her flesh, a droplet of golden blood materialized upon her chest, radiating divine patterns, imbued with an incomparably sacred essence. This droplet of saintly blood was a precious gift from Baipia Piao. To dare refine her body with saintly blood at the body refinement stage was a feat only Jian Wuxin could achieve. On the other side, sensing the transformation within Jian Wuxin, Su Chen's face broke into a satisfied smile. This reincarnated empress is indeed formidable. He murmured softly. Once a half-emperor in her past life, this existence is destined for greatness, poised to challenge the path of the great emperor once more. As her master, I too must rise to the occasion. While she suppresses this generation's prodigies, I shall suppress the annals of time, wielding invincibility to crush all beings. A radiant crimson light soared into the sky, enveloping the entire mysterious peak. The great emperor's longevity sutra had been unfurled, and he began to delve into this singular imperial technique. As he opened it, Su Chan commenced a serious reading of its profound teachings. The Great Emperor's Longevity Sutra, a creation of the indolent Great Emperor from ancient times, belongs to the realm of imperial techniques. Once cultivated to its zenith, it allows the practitioner to effortlessly absorb the essence of spiritual energy from the universe, even while reclining in slumber or dining. One cannot help but draw parallels between this lazy sovereign and oneself. Should he attain the status of a great emperor in the future, he might well compose a similar treatise on the art of idleness. The Great Emperor's Longevity Sutra comprises 5 volumes: the volume of humanity, the volume of earth, the volume of heaven, the volume of the saints, and the volume of the emperors. The deeper one delves into these layers, the more profound their mastery becomes, and the swifter the automatic circulation of celestial energy. It has been 10 days since he took on Jian Wuxin as his disciple, and during this span, he has perused the Great Emperor's Longevity Sutra whenever he found himself with leisure. Through his increasing understanding, he has come to realize just how extraordinary and defiant this scripture truly is. Regrettably, after 10 days, he has only managed to grasp the volume of heaven. A question lingers in his mind regarding the existence of menstrual pain within the sutra. Observing Su Chen's earnest demeanor, the system was filled with a profound sense of emotion. What a wonderful sight! After accompanying the host for eons, this is the first time witnessing such active cultivation. Truly, the host is unparalleled in this world, a figure of extraordinary talent, beauty, and virtue. Indeed, a marvel of the ages. With such a perfect host, this system finds its existence justified. Fear not, dear host. With this system by your side, you shall undoubtedly achieve the status of a great emperor, overcoming the annals of time and suppressing countless prodigies. In this life, the host will be invincible. Anyone who dares to provoke you shall face the full wrath of this system. Chapter 15. The Pinnacle of Vitality and Blood. Continuous breakthroughs. Time flows swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a month has passed. During this period, numerous extraordinary first-rate forces have perished, their bloodlines extinguished. Though many are aware of the perpetrator behind these events, none dare to openly acknowledge it. On this day, a sudden surge of crimson light erupted from the bamboo cottage, ascending into the heavens. Instantly, the entire misty peak, along with several surrounding main peaks, was enveloped in this peculiar aura of bloodlight. The spiritual energy that had been drifting through the cosmos seemed to have been summoned, rushing towards Misty Peak in a fervent torrent, converging like a river. What a dense aura of spiritual energy. What on earth is happening? Could it be that the spiritual energy has revived? This extraordinary phenomenon immediately attracted countless gazes. Disciples of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace looked up in unison, their attention drawn to this spectacle. Misty Peak? Why is it Misty Peak again? This bloodlight feels strangely familiar. I believe I have seen it before. At that moment, an elder disciple of Ice Cloud exclaimed, 500 years ago, I witnessed a similar scene when senior brother Jian Wuxin broke through the pinnacle of vitality and blood, causing a celestial phenomenon filled with bloodlight. The resemblance between the current phenomenon and that of Jian Wuxin was uncanny. Could it be that someone on Misty Peak has also reached the pinnacle of vitality and blood? Upon hearing these words, all the disciples gasped in astonishment. The pinnacle of vitality and blood? Is it not true that one must possess a strength of 100,000 pounds to break through during the stages of blood coagulation and physical refinement? In the 1,000 years of Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, only senior brother Jian Wuxin has achieved such a feat. How could someone else have broken through the pinnacle of vitality and blood? On Misty Peak, only the founder and the unworldly junior uncle reside. The founder has long ascended to the realm of saints, making it impossible for him to be the cause of this bloodlight phenomenon. Could it be related to the junior uncle? However, the junior uncle has only just joined Ice Cloud Immortal Palace a month ago. How could he have broken through the pinnacle of vitality and blood? If it were the junior uncle, perhaps it is indeed possible. After all, she possesses the unparalleled divine sword body, and with the founder's guidance, she might truly create this miracle. The disciples of Ice Cloud Immortal Palace engaged in fervent discussions, speculating on the identity of the one who triggered this bloodlight phenomenon. Their imaginations ran wild, and they were filled with awe. The intensity of the bloodlight phenomenon signifies an immense power of breakthrough. This spectacle exceeds that of Jian Wuxin by several folds 500 years ago. It is hard to fathom the extraordinary genius behind such a feat. At the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, on Shimu Peak, the Ice Cloud 7 fairies gazed upwards in disbelief at this scene. The aura of vitality and blood is indeed real. To think that in just a month, Wuxin has broken through the pinnacle of vitality and blood. Truly remarkable. Bamboo Heart exclaimed in astonishment. With their prowess, they recognized this as the phenomenon of the pinnacle of vitality and blood. Although endowed with a saintly body, the leap from a 9th level of blood coagulation to the pinnacle of vitality and blood is astonishing. The 4th fairy, Binji nodded in agreement. They had once dominated an era with their unparalleled talents, and had also broken through the pinnacle of vitality and blood. Yet, witnessing the scene again, they could not help but be deeply impressed. Muju shook her head, acknowledging the extraordinary talent of her junior brother. With his guidance, Ice Cloud will soon have another prodigy to dominate this generation. Meanwhile, atop Misty Peak, Su Chun looked on in shock at the crimson light. Beneath the bloodlight, a petite and delicate figure emerged in his line of sight. In a stage of physical refinement, a strength of 100,000 pounds is sufficient to break through the pinnacle of vitality and blood. Yet this little girl has forged her physical strength to an astonishing 500,000 pounds, truly deserving of the title, the reincarnation of the Empress. Chen was filled with disbelief. 100,000 pounds is the threshold for breaking through the pinnacle of vitality and blood, while 500,000 pounds is simply beyond imagination. 3 months swiftly passed. During this time, aside from tending to the chickens and fish, Chen immersed himself in the study of the Emperor's longevity scripture. Though he occasionally remembered to check in, it was certainly an improvement over before. On this day, a sudden disturbance reverberated through the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, causing a slight tremor in Snow Maiden Mountain. It was once again the resonance of heaven and earth. Soon after, a flash of blue light surged into the sky, illuminating the surroundings and enveloping Misty Peak. Under this boundless radiance, Misty Peak appeared even more ethereal, resembling a celestial palace. Could it be another celestial phenomenon? In just a few months, how could another occurrence arise atop Misty Peak? Has the junior uncle already broken through the pinnacle of the Wheel Sea, truly deserving of the founder's disciple? It is infuriating to witness someone who has only joined the founder's ranks a few months ago already achieving breakthroughs in both vitality and blood, as well as the Wheel Sea. What good is envy? The founder is a man beyond our reach, a paragon of immortality. We should simply admire from afar. Indeed, the founder possesses unmatched divine power, far beyond what mere mortals like us could ever aspire to. And as for the junior uncle, her talent is extraordinary. As fellow disciples of Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, we should harbor no ill will. No amount of jealousy can change the fact that the founder will never be ours. It will be wiser to observe from a distance, adopting the role of an admirer. Chapter 16. Time flies, Supreme Divine Palace, as time passes swiftly. It has been a year since Jian Wuxin entered the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. However, this period has not been tranquil. Countless factions have been annihilated. Yet no one dares to rise against the true culprit. All the forces in the southern wilderness remain deeply immersed in the image of Chen's ascension to sainthood. Unable to shake it off. Invincible talent. This is how countless powerful figures in the southern wilderness describe him. 365 drops of saintly blood, truly unparalleled throughout the ages. As evening descends, Chen sits leisurely by the cold pond, shaking his fishing rod. In the next moment, the surface of the lake ripples gently. With a swift tug, a gigantic fish over 100 meters long is hooked. Water splashes everywhere. Nearby, a petite figure is wielding a longsword. Jian Wuxin, being a sword cultivator with the unparalleled sword saint body, has an extraordinary comprehension of the sword path. The dancing sword light is formless yet imposing. From a distance, one might mistake her for a seasoned sword master, rather than a mere 12-year-old girl. Witnessing this scene, she pauses her swordplay and excitedly approaches. Master, you are truly amazing. She resembles a delightful sprite, leaping into Chen's embrace. Over the year, unknowingly, Chen has become her emotional anchor. At this moment, apart from her mother's vengeance, she feels an additional concern, an affection that belongs solely to her and Chen. The bond between master and disciple. With her rise in power, a vague memory seems to have emerged in her mind, though she cannot articulate what it is. She only vaguely recalls something about a sword sovereign and an empress, as if these memories have accompanied her existence. A faint smile graces Chen's lips as he observes. My dear girl, why do you delight so much in my grilled fish? Upon hearing this, Jian Wuxin beams with joy and replies, what can I say? Your grilled fish is simply too delectable. Chen shakes his head helplessly and bends down to ruffle Jian Wuxin's hair. At 12 years old, she has grown more agile compared to when she first entered the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. She is truly as beautiful as a celestial being in a painting. Suddenly, the fragrance of youthful innocence wafts through the air. Clad in light garments, her body remains as soft as gossamer, with her long, dark hair dampened by the pond water, glistening with droplets. A drop of water occasionally slides down her exquisite face. Sensing this familiar scent, Chen feels a stir in his soul. My disciple is indeed a sight for sore eyes, he muses. His gaze travels from Jian Wuxin's hair, past her alluring lips, to her gently curving figure, and finally to her delicate, sculpted feet. She is nothing short of perfection, a rare beauty. Alas, she is still too young. It remains uncertain when she will mature. One cannot help but marvel at Jian Wuxin's prodigious talent. Truly extraordinary. It is known that Jian Wuxin, hailed as the most gifted disciple of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace for the past millennium, possesses a divine body and is a generation's genius. With talents not inferior to those of the 7 fairies of Ice Cloud, he dominated an era, but took 5 centuries to reach merely the Emperor realm. In contrast, Jian Wuxin has only been Su Chen's disciple for a year and has already attained the Wheel C realm, reaching the 10th layer of the Wheel C realm. She has also continuously shattered the dual extremes of Qi and blood, as well as the Wheel C, attaining 2 great blessings. Such talent is unparalleled. Even Su Chen cannot help but feel envious. It is widely known that the cultivation path in the Eastern Wilderness is divided into various realms: blood condensation, body refinement, Wheel C, spirit drawing, earthly sovereign, heavenly human, king, overlord, emperor, supreme, half-saint, and sainthood. Among these, blood condensation, body refinement, and Wheel C are known as the realms of physical mystery. Spirit drawing, earthly sovereign, and heavenly human are referred to as the realms of divine mystery. King, overlord, and emperor are the realms of longevity, while supreme is the final gateway to sainthood. Being at the final stage of the physical mystery, Jian Wuxin is naturally still refining her body. Over this past year, Su Chen has not deliberately pursued cultivation. Rather, he has spent his leisure hours studying the Emperor's longevity scripture, tending to flowers, fishing, and feeding chickens, while also mentoring Jian Wuxin. As he entered sainthood, he assimilated 356 drops of saintly blood, having already consumed 10. At this rate, in a few years, he will completely refine it. By then, he will have no rivals in the southern wilderness. Su Chen's talent is indeed that of a celestial prodigy. In the past, his master, Mu Xianin, was the strongest in the southern wilderness, yet upon entering sainthood, she had only condensed 30 drops of saintly blood. With a 1,000-year-old immortal saint, 365 drops of saintly blood, and a reincarnated Empress as his extraordinary disciple, who wouldn't tremble in fear. My dear disciple, spring has arrived. This morning, let us go to the fields and plant seedlings, Su Chen declares, shaking off his garments and rising slowly. Yes, Jian Wuxin replies, standing up from Su Chen's embrace. Over the year, she has gradually adapted to a life of seclusion. She understands that in order to avenge her mother, she is still far from sufficient. The day she truly matures, she will cleanse that heartless family and the scheming Ma Yufeng one by one. In the southern wilderness, the Supreme Divine Palace stands as a second to the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, which once boasted a saint, 3 half-saints, and numerous supreme powerhouses as its pinnacle. Now, with the decline of Ice Cloud, the Supreme Divine Palace subtly rises to claim its position as the foremost sacred ground in the southern wilderness. In the past 1,000 years, not only has a divine body appeared, but 5 others as well. The talents of the disciples here far surpass those of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. A third of the top talents in the southern wilderness are disciples of the Supreme Divine Palace. At this moment, within the Supreme Divine Palace, an overwhelming presence stands in the main hall, exuding an air of authority. This is the master of the Supreme Divine Palace, Wujishenju. Suddenly, a chilling wind sweeps through, and a pale-faced young man appears before him. This youth, with a complexion so fair that he bears a hint of feminine grace, respectfully bows to Wujishenju. Disciple Wu Bugu pays his respect to master. Hearing this, Wujishenju looks down with surprise. Bugu, have you broken through again? Wu Bugu slowly rises, replying, Master, I have successfully broken through to the earthly sovereign realm and obtained a great blessing. Excellent. Wujishenju nods in satisfaction. You possess a divine body. Your talent is extraordinary. And at merely 60 years of age, you have already reached the 10th layer of the earthly sovereign realm. You've shattered the extremes of Qi and blood. We'll see. Spirit drawing, and earthly sovereign receiving 4 blessings. Your future achievements may well rival those of your seniors. Chapter 17. The Scheme of the Divine Palace. The Heavenly Ice Sword Pavilion respectfully acknowledging the praise from his esteemed master, Wu Bugu could not help but let out a cold, sardonic smile. Receiving commendation from such an immortal semi-saint was indeed a source of pride. By the way, have you heard any news regarding the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace recently? At this moment, the Supreme Saint of Desire suddenly inquired. The Ice Cloud Immortal Palace? Wu Bugu pondered for a moment before responding. I have heard that a disciple from the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace attracted the manifestation of a sacred body a year ago. Said to be the unparalleled 10,000 sword sacred body, an extraordinary talent that drew the attention of my master and the leaders of the 7 sacred lands, who descended upon the ice cloud to vie for the disciple. However, in the end, a venerable ancestor from the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace unexpectedly opened the coffin lid, emerging from a grave and seizing the prodigious young woman endowed with the 10,000 sword sacred body. You are correct. Such events did transpire. The Supreme Saint of Desire nodded. At that time, the sudden appearance of sword light in Yongzhou caused a stir throughout the southern territories. Yet ultimately, it was snatched away by this ancient being, whose age is unfathomable. Even a year later, whenever the Supreme Saint of Desire mentions Su Chen, his teeth grind in frustration. However, I believe that the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace is unworthy of possessing such a prodigious young woman endowed with the 10,000 sword sacred body. At this juncture, Wu Bugu suddenly intoned softly, even less deserving, for we are in the southern territories. One of the 9 great sacred lands? Oh, is the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace unworthy of being one of the 9 great sacred lands of the southern territories? A glint of intrigue flickered in the eyes of the Supreme Saint of Desire. Speak your thoughts, Wu Bugu. I beseech your forgiveness, Master. I am but a dullard and dare not meddle in the disputes of the sacred lands. Wu Bugu reflected for a moment before shaking his head. Fear not. It is only you and I here. No one shall know. The Supreme Saint of Desire patted Wu Bugu's shoulder, his admiration for the young disciple growing. He could not fathom why he found this little apprentice more pleasing than those exalted female disciples of the Supreme Divine Palace. Master, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace indeed possessed the strength to be one of the sacred lands of the southern territories a millennium ago, perhaps even the foremost among them. Wu Bugu paused briefly before continuing. Yet now, the Ice Cloud's strength has waned considerably, with only the palace master being a semi-saint. Although an ancestor lies in a coffin who has attained the realm of a saint, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace has long since declined and fallen out of the ranks of the 9 sacred lands. It is merely a matter of time. Thus, the young woman endowed with the 10,000 sword sacred body joining the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace is nothing but a waste of resources. Therefore, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace is indeed unworthy of being one of the sacred lands of the southern territories. Listening to Wu Bugu's measured words, the Supreme Saint of Desire was quite satisfied. A lineage composed of 90% women, and they presume to be a sacred land of the southern territories? It is well known that the female disciples of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace are all pure and beautiful as celestial beings. Furthermore, according to the rules of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, their disciples are strictly forbidden from marrying outside. Is this not a gross misallocation of resources? Do you know why I summoned you today? The Supreme Saint of Desire cast a glance at Wu Bugu before continuing. I do not know. Wu Bugu shook his head. The Supreme Saint of Desire turned away, saying, the Heavenly Ice Sword Pavilion of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace is about to open. The Heavenly Ice Sword Pavilion? Wu Bugu was momentarily taken aback. Isn't the Heavenly Ice Sword Pavilion the forbidden ground for the sword cultivators of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace? I wonder why Master suddenly mentions it. The Supreme Saint of Desire raised his gaze to the outside world. You are correct. The Heavenly Ice Sword Pavilion is indeed the lifeblood of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's sword cultivators. Within that pavilion lies the swordsmanship legacies of countless elders of Ice Cloud throughout the ages, a coveted place for countless sword cultivators in the southern territories. The pavilion opens once every 50 years, and the next opening is merely half a month away. As one of the 9 sacred lands of the southern territories, our Supreme Divine Palace is entitled to send forth a swordsmanship talent to the Ice Cloud, allowing them to enter the pavilion and seek enlightenment. What is Master S' intention? Upon hearing this, Wu Bugu narrowed his eyes, puzzled. The Supreme Saint of Desire smiled and turned back, saying, "You are also a renowned sword cultivator in the Southern Territories. Thus I wish to send you to the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace to represent our Supreme Divine Palace in this upcoming opening of the Heavenly Ice Sword Pavilion, where you shall humiliate the disciples of Ice Cloud thoroughly. Show them what true sacred land lineage is. Show them what it means to be a true prodigy." At this, a spark of excitement ignited in the eyes of the Supreme Saint of Desire, as if he relished the prospect. To humiliate the disciples of Ice Cloud within the pavilion? Wu Bugu's eyes narrowed, and a satisfied smile crept across his face. It seemed he too relished the thought. The Supreme Saint of Desire regarded him for a moment before saying, "You may leave now." Indeed, Wu Bug bowed again and prepared to depart. Just then, the voice of the Supreme Saint of Desire rang out once more. "Remember to send someone to scour the Southern Territories for dozens of exquisite young maidens, preferably no older than 16. Do keep that in mind." Meanwhile, at the Misty Peak, in the pavilion, Su Chen was leisurely reclining on a rocking chair, basking in the sun. In the distance, a powerful aura approached through the void. This time, the old man has managed to break through to the Supreme Realm. All thanks to the ancestors. I must express my gratitude. As he calculated the days, he thought, the Heavenly Ice Sword Pavilion of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace is about to open, isn't it? Based on the aura emitted by that girl, Wuxin, over the past year, she should have entered the Spirit Convergence realm by now. I might as well ask her if she intends to enter the pavilion for enlightenment. The one approaching was the Grand Elder, Mu Yangzi. The aura emanating from him had actually reached the Supreme Realm. Indeed, a year prior. The auspicious purple chi summoned by Su Chen upon entering the sacred realm had plunged him into deep meditation. After a year of seclusion, he finally shattered his shackles and ascended to the Supreme Realm. As he pondered, the Grand Elder flew directly toward the bamboo cottage. As he was about to arrive, he halted. Since the ancestor has chosen to live in seclusion for a millennium, he must prefer tranquility and dislike disturbances. I shall approach quietly. With that, the Grand Elder excitedly made his way to the bamboo cottage. Upon reaching Su Chen, he respectfully bowed before the rocking chair. Mu Yangzi pays respects to the ancestor. Hearing the voice, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes and spoke in a calm tone. "What is it?" The Grand Elder replied, "Honored ancestor, in half a month, the Heavenly Ice Sword Pavilion of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace will be opening. I have come to inquire whether Sister Wuxin has any intentions of entering for enlightenment." The Heavenly Ice Sword Pavilion? Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Though he had never left Misty Peak during all his years in the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, he had heard of it. The Heavenly Ice Sword Pavilion was the place of inheritance for the Ice Cloud elders and ancestors, sealing countless legacies of swordsmanship. It was a sanctuary for sword cultivators seeking enlightenment, and the foundation of the Ice Cloud sword cultivators. Opening once every 50 years, each session would last a month. Any disciple who had reached the Spirit Convergence realm and was below the King realm could enter. How did this old fellow know Wuxin had entered the Spirit Convergence realm? How strange. If the Grand Elder were to know Su Chen's thoughts, he would undoubtedly be exasperated. How could you still ask? The Misty Peak has been resonating with phenomena daily. The disciples might be oblivious, but we, who have lived for thousands of years, certainly are not. Indeed, over the past year, Jian Wuxin's strength had grown considerably. Allowing her to venture out for some experience would be beneficial. Now I see. Su Chen nodded, then yawned and waved his hand. I understand. You may leave now. Chapter 18. The day of the opening of the Sword Pavilion, where heroes gather, a fortnight swiftly elapsed, with the scorching sun gradually ascending into the sky. Today marks the day of the grand opening of the Tianbing Sword Pavilion. The profound legacy of swordsmanship contained within the pavilion has rendered it a dreamland for countless disciples of the Biennial sect. To be fortunate enough to inherit even a fragment of its teachings would be akin to soaring into the skies. At the entrance of the Biennial Immortal Palace, the esteemed elder Mu Yangzi took the lead, surrounded by the venerable elders from the 107 peaks who had arrived in succession. Today heralds a momentous occasion for the Biennial sect. As per the regulations, First-tier and second-tier sects under the biennial banner are permitted to send their exceptionally talented swordsmanship disciples to seek enlightenment. The first-tier sects are allotted 2 slots, while the second-tier sects receive 1. However, under the biennion's auspices, there are a staggering 50,000 Dao states, making it conceivable to imagine the assembly of numerous renowned sword prodigies from the southern territories. With Elder Mu at the helm, the esteemed elders from the 108 peaks took their positions, adding to the grandeur of the event. Outside the mountain gate, many sword prodigies arrived, some riding flying beasts, others soaring on their swords, while some were personally escorted by rulers or sovereign-level powerhouses. In sum, the number of prodigies was beyond count. From a distance, it was evident that several thousand had already gathered. The formidable factions supporting these prodigies were all under the command of the Biennial Immortal Palace, predominantly comprising those of the spirit induction and earthly sovereign realms, with an occasional presence of a few half-step celestial prodigies. Although they pale in comparison to the Biennial Immortal Palace within their own sects, they are regarded as super talents capable of overshadowing an entire Dao state. This generation of disciples under the Biennial banner appears exceptionally promising. Upon seeing these talented individuals, Elder Mu felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, several disciples with remarkable potential stood out, capable of being formidable assets even within the Biennial Immortal Palace itself. The second Elder Mu Huan also nodded in agreement. At that moment, a sudden sound of tearing air echoed through the sky. Upon closer inspection, an individual was seen walking upon the void. "Quick, look!" exclaimed the crowd. "That person can traverse the void. Could it be that he is a celestial realm powerhouse?" As many prodigies gasped in astonishment, it became clear that once a practitioner reaches the spirit induction realm, they can harness the celestial energies of nature for their own use, allowing them to fly upon their swords. Upon entering the celestial realm, one can walk upon thin air. Such a being, even within the Biennial Immortal Palace, would never be an unknown figure. Soon enough, someone recognized this individual. That is Shi Yi, the son of Shi Xiling from the Shirwa of Huangzhou. It is said that a century ago, during the last gathering of prodigies, he dominated countless talents with his earthly sovereign realm prowess and secured a place among the top 100 in the earthly sovereign rankings. To think, 100 years later, he has now stepped into the celestial realm. The Shirwa of Huangzhou ranks among the top 5 first-tier powers under the Biennial Immortal Palace. It is rumored that many years ago, an ancestor from this lineage ascended to the ranks of the undying half-saints. Seeing this figure, Elder Mu was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, after 100 years, this young lad has reached the 6th level of the celestial realm. His visit to the Biennial is undoubtedly for the purpose of seeking enlightenment from the Sword Pavilion. Should he obtain a legacy from an elder, it would greatly benefit him. In the gathering of prodigies 2 years hence, his name will surely appear on the celestial rankings. At that moment, a sharp aura descended. Many prodigies turned their heads in surprise. A strikingly handsome young man drew attention. Most captivating were the 6 long swords upon his back. He is the young master of the Lingyun sword sect from Yunzhou, known as Yi Jianlingyun. To everyone's surprise, he has also arrived. It is said that a decade ago, he slayed a celestial realm dragon with a single sword strike, and his cultivation has likely advanced even further since then. Did you see those 6 swords? They are among the top 10 king-grade spiritual artifacts of the Lingyun sword sect. It is astonishing that the sect master has bestowed such treasures upon him. And look at the 9 individuals behind him. They seem to be the 9 elders of the Lingyun sword sect, renowned for their prowess in the sovereign realm. At that moment, a resounding dragon roar echoed, and several figures soared through the air. The sight of these figures stunned many prodigies once more. Long Outyin from the Long family, the young master of the Shud Mountain Villa, the divine maiden of Yubing Mountain, and Lu Zongyin, the heir of the Iron Hand of Qingtian. It is said that a century ago, they had already entered the celestial realm. One can only imagine their current level of prowess. One after another, prodigies from first-tier powers continued to arrive, each possessing extraordinary innate talents and abilities. Meanwhile, high above in the distant sky, a thunderous sound reverberated. The Tianxiong divine nation, led by Lin Ba, the Grand Princess and the ninth princess arrived to pay their respects to the biennial Immortal Palace. May the undying biennial prosper for eternity. Sweeping across the 8 desolations. As this thunderous proclamation rang out, a colossal battleship appeared above the biennial Immortal Palace, emanating an aura of terrifying spiritual power. In most divine and ancient nations, battleships are utilized for transporting armies, yet such a vessel's presence at the Sword Pavilion for enlightenment is unprecedented. It is evident that those aboard the battleship hold esteemed positions. On the deck stood 2 striking figures. The one on the left was a petite figure clad in a delicate white dress, her long hair cascading down to her waist, exuding a graceful yet diminutive presence. Her face was exquisite, with captivating, soulful eyes that sparkled enchantingly, appearing no older than 7 or 8 years. However, there was an absence of the mirth typically associated with a girl of her age. She stood at the edge of the battleship, gazing vacantly at the endless snow before her, devoid of any discernible emotion. The other figure appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, her features remarkably delicate, embodying unparalleled beauty. Dressed in a flowing light blue gown that danced with the breeze, she inadvertently accentuated her curves. Her fair complexion was breathtaking, yet her demeanor exuded an icy aura that would chill any who dared to gaze upon her. Witnessing this scene, countless prodigies below raised their heads in awe. The Tianxiong divine nation? Is that not the most powerful first-tier force under the Biennial banner? To think they have sent the Grand Princess and the Ninth Princess for enlightenment. The Grand Princess, named Lin Qinger, is extraordinary indeed. It is said she possesses one of the top 3 cold water Dao bodies among the 30,000 Dao bodies. And at merely 17 years of age, she has already entered the spirit induction realm. It appears the Tianxiong divine nation has sent her to Bingyun for enlightenment, and she is destined to make a name for herself at the next gathering of prodigies in a century. In stark contrast, the Ninth Princess has a far more tragic tale. It is rumored that the queen was pregnant for 300 years before giving birth, and upon entering the world, she caused a cataclysmic event, bringing about her mother's demise. Above the heavens, an enormous vertical eye appeared, adorned with dual pupils, accompanied by divine thunderous punishment, leaving not a single living being within a 1,000-mile radius. By the heavens, a dual-pupiled eye? What manner of creature is this? Could she be the fabled calamity body? Uncertain. However, it is said that she still cannot cultivate at this moment, and the intentions of the celestial realm remain a mystery. Why would they allow her to seek enlightenment in the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace? Amidst the fervent discussions among the talented individuals, a sudden chill enveloped the air, and a sinister aura descended from the heavens. Boom! His arrival sent shivers down the spines of many nearby. There was no grand display, only a subtle descent from above. Before them stood a young man, his countenance shrouded in coldness, with a complexion so pale that it almost bore a feminine delicacy. Upon seeing this figure, the expressions of the surrounding prodigies shifted dramatically, leaving them momentarily speechless. He is the 5th divine son of the Supreme Divine Palace, Wu Bugu. At this revelation, countless prodigies turned their heads to gaze upon him. What? Wu Bugu. It truly is him. He is the direct disciple of the Divine Master of the Supreme Divine Palace, known as the Young Master Bugu. It is rumored that he possesses a divine physique, his talents unrivaled in the annals of history. Truly worthy of a sacred land's lineage, he possesses a divine physique. Yet, ever since the decline of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, did not the prodigies from the other 8 sacred lands disdain to seek enlightenment here? Why will Bugu come? Hearing the astonishment and praises from the crowd, Wu Bugu seemed quite pleased, as though he were the protagonist of the day. He certainly did not come to the Sword Pavilion for enlightenment. He too possesses a divine sword physique, his talents unparalleled. Today, his purpose is to mercilessly humiliate the prodigies of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, to make them understand what true genius entails. The elders of the Ice Cloud Palace also took note of this scene. How could this little brat from the Supreme Divine Palace be here? Did not the other 8 sacred lands scorn to associate with us? Could it be that the old wretch of the infinite sacred desire intends for this young man to kneel and beg for mercy upon witnessing the emergence of a saint-level powerhouse from our Ice Cloud Immortal Palace? As the elders pondered this, an incredibly terrifying aura suddenly descended. It was a cold, snowy silhouette, adorned with a white veil and draped in garments of snow. Though her visage was obscured, she radiated an ethereal charm, as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. Upon seeing this figure, the elders of the Ice Cloud bowed in reverence. "Salutations, Master." "Salutations, Elder Jian Wuxin." "Salutations, Elder." All the prodigies of the mountain gate also knelt in respect. "We pay our respects, Fairy Jian Wuxin." "We, your disciples, pay our respects." Despite the crowd's reverence, Jian Wuxin paid them no mind. Instead, her gaze darkened, and a wave of coldness abruptly surged outward. The sheer magnitude of this aura was overwhelming, pressing down upon all the prodigies, leaving them gasping for breath. Witnessing this, even Wu Bugu, who had yet to kneel, fell to his knees with a thud. Trembling, he uttered, "I pay my respects, Fairy Jian Wuxin." "Oomph." Only when Wu Bugu knelt did Jian Wuxin retract her oppressive aura, sharply admonishing, "If this happens again, you may await the arrival of that old wretch from infinite sacred desire to collect your corpse." Chapter 19. Entering the Sword Pavilion. The arrival of Wu Xinxing. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere was enveloped in shock. Yet, no one dared to utter another word. The overwhelming pressure and wrath emanating from the Supreme Being were far beyond their capacity to endure. Soon after, Jian Wuxin regained her composure and coldly declared, "Everyone, please rise." "Thank you, Fairy." "Thank you, Fairy Jian Wuxin." It was not until Xiao Xian spoke that the assembly of prodigies let out a sigh of relief and slowly rose to their feet. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wu Bugu, who was drenched in cold sweat from the oppressive aura, finally managed to stand unsteadily. At this moment, he was still in a state of shock. Clearly, Jian Wuxin had been thoroughly enraged. He began to doubt whether Jian Wuxin might, in a fit of rage, obliterate him completely. He finally understood why the leaders of the 8 sacred grounds had been frightened away during their visit to the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace to vie for disciples. This Ice Cloud Immortal Palace was truly inhabited by a group of lunatics, reckless lunatics. A year prior, many first-rate forces under the 8 sacred grounds had faced a massacre overnight. Over the past year, numerous factions had been eradicated completely. Although it was well known that these atrocities were committed by the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, no sacred ground dared to come forth and accuse the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace of its crimes. It turned out that even the 8 sacred grounds feared these madmen. He now suspected that if he were to truly obtain a powerful sword path inheritance within the Sword Pavilion today and humiliate the Ice Cloud, would these stunningly beautiful lunatics retaliate in fury and crush him? Indeed, women are fearsome beings. He still preferred the gentleness of his master. After the assembly of prodigies stood up, Jian Wuxin's cold gaze swept over them as she spoke indifferently. Today marks the opening of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's Heavenly Ice Sword Pavilion. According to our regulations, any first or second-rate force under the Ice Cloud may send disciples above the spirit-attracting realm and below the monarch realm to seek enlightenment in our Ice Cloud. With that said, please follow me. Having spoken, she flicked her skirt and turned away. Although all affairs within the palace had been entrusted to Mu Zhu since the immortal Lord of Ice Cloud entered seclusion, significant events, such as the disciple recruitment ceremony or the enlightenment within the Heavenly Ice Sword Pavilion, were entirely presided over by Jian Wuxin. The other 6 immortals spent most of their time in seclusion, striving to ascend to the eternal half-saint realm. Moreover, the last time Su Chun entered the sacred realm, it had caused various phenomena, prompting countless strong individuals to retreat into their seclusion. This held true for the Ice Cloud Immortal Lord, as well as the other 6 immortals. Only Jian Wuxin, having joined the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace the latest, and having cultivated for 5,000 years, remained at the 9th level of the Supreme Realm. As a result, most matters within the palace were delegated to her. Yes, the assembly of prodigies bowed once more before proceeding with the elders into the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Along the way, a throng of female disciples from the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace watched them curiously. What a bunch of pathetic prodigies, utterly hideous. Indeed, look at those nostrils, they're disgusting. Our ancestor is far more handsome. I wish I could bear his child. Hearing the remarks of the Ice Cloud female disciples, the prodigies were infuriated. Most of them had come to witness the breathtaking beauty of the Ice Cloud fairies. To their shock, they were being labeled as repulsive. What travesty! What man doesn't have hair in his nostrils? Is this legendary ancestor truly flawless to such an extent that a throng of Ice Cloud female disciples would yearn to bear his children? However, Wu Bu Guo was indifferent, as he held no interest in women. The only one he wished to conquer was his master. After a lengthy walk, the assembly of prodigies finally came to a halt before a grand ice and snow pavilion. Powerful formations enveloped the sword pavilion. Jian Wuxin stood outside the pavilion. Her eyes narrowed slightly. The sword pavilion consists of 108 levels, each containing the sword path inheritance of the elders and ancestors of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. As for what inheritance you may obtain, that will depend on your own capabilities. However, you must act within your means and refrain from overreaching, should you provoke a backlash from the inheritance. It is your own doing. Do you all understand? Jian Wuxin's gaze swept over the crowd as she spoke coldly. As a celestial being descended from the heavens, she remained indifferent to all. After 5,000 years within the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, she had cultivated an icy heart, untouched by worldly emotions. Yet, she harbored unique feelings for her master, her 7 senior sisters, and Su Chen. We understand. The assembly of prodigies bowed in reverence. To them, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace was a stronghold, and the 7 immortals were their heavens, the foundation of the entire Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Then, Jian Wuxin's beautiful eyes glimmered as she waved her delicate hand, and the grand doors of the heavenly ice sword pavilion swung open. A torrent of rich spiritual energy surged forth. She turned around and said calmly, "The sword pavilion is now open. You may enter." With Jian Wuxin's command, countless prodigies surged forth into the sword pavilion. On the other side, upon seeing the prodigies enter the heavenly ice sword pavilion, a majestic figure stirred slightly. This was a middle-aged man clad in a python robe, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding an immensely powerful aura. He was Lin Ba, the 3rd prince of the heavenly domed divine kingdom, a formidable emperor. Lin Ba turned to Lin Qing'er beside him and said, "Princess, the heavenly ice sword pavilion only opens once every 50 years. It is the place of inheritance for the sword cultivators of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Although you have just stepped into the spirit-attracting realm, such an opportunity should not be missed." Upon hearing this, Lin Qing'er nodded. "I understand. If I can obtain a sword path inheritance from an Ice Cloud elder, it will indeed be beneficial for my future cultivation. Moreover, I possess an unparalleled ice cultivation body, and the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's techniques are primarily based on ice cultivation, which complements my physique perfectly." Having spoken, she glanced at Lin Tian'er beside her, a look of concern on her face. "Tian'er, try to see if you can sense your body's innate qualities here. I will enter the sword pavilion to seek enlightenment. I may not return for a month." "Okay, sister, go ahead." Lin Tian'er nodded, her cheeks puffed adorably, but added, "But sister, do be careful. You promised to protect me." "Fear not, silly sister." Lin Qing'er ruffled Lin Tian'er's head with a wry smile. Her younger sister was indeed quite charming. Lin Tianba, the sovereign of the heavenly dome divine kingdom, had dominated the great wilderness for countless years, yet he was exceedingly infatuated with women. Throughout his life, he had taken over 10,000 concubines, resulting in tens of thousands of offspring. The mother of Lin Qing'er and her sister was the 14,394th wife he had wed. The eldest among her brothers had already become a great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather. Despite Lin Tianba's illustrious life, he had only 9 daughters, all born in his later years. The 2 sisters, of similar age and sharing the same mother, had developed a deep bond from a young age. With her singular pupil and dual nostrils, and unable to cultivate, the elder sister felt a sense of urgency and compassion. As Lin Qing'er continued alongside the assembly of prodigies into the sword pavilion, the grand elder was taken aback, a look of astonishment crossing his face. "Isn't this the little girl from the heavenly dome divine?" kingdom? I never expected her to grow so much in just 10 years. Upon hearing this, the gazes of the elders shifted to Lin Qinga, appraising her. A 17-year-old at the first level of the spirit-attracting realm, quite a remarkable young lady. Even within our Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, she could become a direct disciple of various elders. Not to mention, she possesses the cold water physique. Her qualifications are already on par with that little Muhan Yi. Upon hearing this, one remarked that this young lady is indeed the daughter of Lin Tianheng. What a splendid offspring he has. Should she be taken under my wing, it would not be long before she emerges as a paragon of excellence. A formidable talent gracing the world. Nonsense. This young lady has already been claimed by me. At that moment, Zhu Xian also took note of Lin Qinga. Her brows furrowed slightly as she murmured softly, possessing the rare cold water physique. Externally frigid yet internally tender, a combination not often encountered and worthy of some attention. Meanwhile, Wu Bugu cautiously followed suit, not daring to steal a glance at Zhu Xian. Having narrowly escaped a fright from her earlier, he was in no position to act boastfully now. Outside the sword pavilion, countless disciples who lacked the qualifications to enter gazed on with envy. Most of them had only recently joined biennial. While those from affiliated forces were allowed entry, they felt unworthy and yearned to retreat into seclusion for cultivation, hoping to gain access to the sword pavilion soon. The sword cultivators who had long since entered the celestial realm observed from a distance, curious about the new generation of prodigies that would emerge within the halls of Bingyun Palace. As for the sword cultivators of Bingyun Palace, they had already been within for several hours. The Tianshan Sword Pavilion opens once every 50 years, each session lasting a full month. Within the pavilion, there are 108 levels, each inscribed with numerous formations, and the spiritual energy is remarkably dense, making it an exceptional place for cultivation. Even without the prospect of inheritance, a month of seclusion here is a commendable choice. The Grand Elder and various elders watch from outside, eager to see what extraordinary inheritance their disciples might acquire. This lad Tianqing is impressive. In just 1 hour, he has already reached the 3rd level. I foresee him attaining the swordsmanship legacy of an ancient master, one elder remarked. Indeed, with his long sword physique, he has only been with us for 20 years, yet he has already entered the spirit-guiding realm. I believe he has just turned 30, correct? Achieving the spirit-guiding realm at such a young age is no small feat. It is likely that a new prodigy will be born at the next century's gathering of talents. The elders expressed their admiration in unison. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of sword light pierced through their line of sight. In midair, a flying sword approached, upon which stood a petite and exquisite figure. Upon seeing her, all eyes were momentarily transfixed. She appeared as though she had stepped out from a painting, her eyes clear and tranquil, exuding an aura of icy brilliance. She was none other than Su Chen's foremost disciple, Jian Wuxin. Chapter 20 Astonishment enveloped the crowd as the enigmatic Tianer skillfully maneuvered her flying sword, Jian Wuxin, arriving silently. Upon her descent, she slightly bowed to Zhu Xian and the assembly of elders. Disciple Jian Wuxin pays respects to Master Zhu Xian and greets all esteemed senior brothers and sisters. The sudden spectacle rendered everyone momentarily speechless. What is that? The little girl Wuxin? But why is she riding a flying sword? Could it be that she has already entered the spirit induction realm? The elders' expressions were a mixture of shock and disbelief as they extended their spiritual senses to discern Jian Wuxin's cultivation level. In the next moment, all the Ice Cloud elders were utterly astonished. The spiritual energy radiating from Jian Wuxin unmistakably indicated the spirit induction realm. My goodness, she truly possesses the cultivation of the spirit induction realm, and even at the 2nd level. How could this be possible? This little girl, Wuxin, has only been part of our Ice Cloud Immortal Palace for a year. How could she advance so rapidly into the spirit induction realm? What on earth has transpired? Even with her innate divine sword physique, such speed is unfathomable. I would not surpass this even if I were propelled by a rocket. The Ice Cloud elders could hardly believe their own eyes. How old is she? 11, or perhaps 12, when she first joined the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. She was merely at the 9th level of the blood condensation realm, wasn't she? A mere year has passed, and she has surged from a 9th level of blood condensation straight into the spirit induction realm. Even with an extraordinary innate physique, such rapid progress is simply impossible. Is she riding a rocket? What kind of monster is this? Witnessing this scene, Jian Wuxin was also taken aback, quickly extending her spiritual sense to examine Jian Wuxin. After a moment, her heart jolted, stirring a tempest of surprise. The spirit induction realm. It is indeed the spirit induction realm. You. How on earth did you achieve this, my child? Jian Wuxin's expression was one of incredulity, her astonishment surpassing even that of when she first discovered Jian Wuxin's divine physique. To cultivate for a year and leap from the 9th level of blood condensation, bypassing the body refinement and wheel C realms, directly into the spirit induction realm? What a prodigious feat, what unparalleled invincibility. In this light, Jian Wuxin, hailed as the greatest talent of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace in a millennium, pales in comparison. Even the ancestral masters of Ice Cloud have never exhibited such pace. Not to mention her own master, the former strongest in the southern wilderness, Mu Xianin, the Grand Master of the Ice Cloud Palace. Such an achievement is beyond her reach. Jian Guanyu lamented, "Why is it always me? Am I merely a unit of measurement or a mere tool?" Jian Wuxin slightly bowed her head and shook it, replying to Master Jian Wuxin, "Disciple does not know. I simply follow my master daily, working at dawn and resting at dusk, drawing water and tending to the fields. My realm has naturally ascended." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire square erupted in uproar. What? Following the Grand Master to farm and raise chickens leads to such rapid advancement? Don't lie to me, I'm still young. I knew it. The Grand Master only joined our Ice Cloud Immortal Palace a mere 1,000 years ago and reached the Saint Realm. Surely she possesses her own cultivation method. I never expected it would benefit little Master Wuxin. I am utterly envious. Master, you must transfer me under the Grand Master's tutelage, or I will reveal to the Master that you have been spying on the senior sisters while they bathe. Oomph. I don't care. I too wish to be under the Grand Master's guidance, to raise chickens and fish alongside her, to be instructed by her. Woo! Outside the Sword Pavilion, all the female disciples of Ice Cloud were on the verge of tears from envy, especially those who had entered the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace alongside Jian Wuxin. Although they had all entered at the same time, now it seemed that Wuxin had awakened her divine sword physique, became a disciple of the Grand Master, received the sacred blood from a powerful saint of the Eastern Sea region, and was appointed as the junior palace master by the Grand Master herself. This led the elders to call her junior sister. In just 1 year, she had soared from the blood condensation realm directly into the spear induction realm, trampling over them. Meanwhile, most of them remained stuck at the 4th or 5th level of the blood condensation realm, struggling painfully. It was truly a case of comparison breeds envy. The critical point was that Jian Wuxin had been personally trained by the Grand Master for an entire year. The envy was overwhelming. I too wished to be under the Grand Master's tutelage. Jian Wuxin inhaled sharply. Could it be that Su Chan possesses some extraordinary cultivation method? Having entered the immortal saint realm within a millennium, he has now led his disciple into the ranks of the spirit induction realm within a year. This will not do. Once the senior sisters emerge from their seclusion, I must investigate this matter atop the Misty Peak. If he refuses to disclose his secrets, I shall consume him whole. Since you have entered the spirit induction realm, go forth and explore. With your innate talent, you are bound to acquire a commendable swordsmanship legacy. When the Sword Pavilion opens next time, you may even traverse beyond the 35th level, breaking the millennium record held by Jian Guanyu. Jian Wuxin mused. Thank you, Master Jian Wuxin, Jian Wuxin said, clasping her hands in respect and bowing slightly. She then transformed into a streak of light, entering the heavenly ice sword pavilion. Watching Jian Wuxin's disappearing figure, Jian Wuxin sighed softly. Though she said this, will this child truly be able to enter the sword pavilion in 50 years? With her talents, it may not be long before she surpasses the human realm. Meanwhile, another petite figure stirred slightly. Lin Ba furrowed his brow and asked, Princess Nine, are you all right? Lin Tianer shook her head. I'm fine. It's just that in this sister-esque gaze, I see another figure, another aura. cold and terrifying, yet not entirely so. A big sister who seems imposing yet strangely familiar. Chapter 21. The Sword Array of Extermination. The spiritual chi transformed into a dragon on the other side, within the heavenly ice sword tomb. An earth-shattering roar resounded as tens of thousands of sword lights pierced through the void, shaking the heavens as if they were on the brink of collapse. If the sword pavilion is the sacred ground of the sword path, then this tomb serves as the eternal resting place of the ancestral figures of the biennial lineage. Fortunately, this domain is a forbidden area belonging to the Great Immortal Palace, shrouded by a formidable barrier. Otherwise, the terrifying might of these swords could have cleaved the heavens, leaving countless rifts in their wake. Ding! The host has fully comprehended the Howie sword art, current realm. Return to simplicity. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression remained impassive. His consciousness detected that Jian Wuxin had entered the heavenly ice sword pavilion. With a resigned shake of his head, he acknowledged that Wuxin would likely remain within the pavilion for at least a month. Therefore, he decided to sign in here for now. Ding! Would the esteemed host like to sign in at the heavenly ice sword tomb? The system's voice echoed in Su Chen's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he nodded. He was eager to discover whether other rewards awaited him in various locations. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the heavenly ice sword tomb. You have acquired the extermination sword array, including the 4 extermination swords. A look of astonishment graced Su Chen's face. The extermination sword array was indeed legendary. Was it not the celestial formation set by the Supreme Master of the, known for his unparalleled power in the past? It is the supreme array governing the laws of heaven's slaughter, composed of the extermination sword, the slaughter sword, the trap sword, and the absolute sword. It is rumored that only the 4 saints can breach it. He never anticipated that the system would bestow upon him such a formidable artifact. Though he had already reached the saint realm, wielding the 4 extermination swords would undoubtedly enable him to crush the ancient prodigies of the southern wilderness. System, please open the character template. Su Chen commanded. At your service, my esteemed host, the system replied. Soon, a character template rapidly materialized before his eyes. Host, Su Chen identity, ancestor of Bingyun appearance. 99 points affiliated faction. Bingyun Immortal Palace, one of the 9 sacred grounds of the southern wilderness, cultivation level, saint realm. First layer physique, mortal physique, enigmatic divine body comprehension. Ordinary techniques. Emperor's longevity scripture, imperial grade, current level. Saint scripture, Howie sword art, saint grade, current level. Return to simplicity. Shintian skill, inferior, spiritual artifacts. For extermination swords, saint grade. A powerful weapon in the world, treasures. 365 drops of saint blood, currently refined. 10 drops. Formation. Extermination sword array. Only breachable by the 4 saints. Favorite disciple. Jian Wuxin. Current favorability. 101. Achievements. A gaze that enchants for a millennium. A smile that captivates all. Sword path. Return to simplicity blade path. Return to simplicity spear technique. Return to simplicity staff technique. Return to simplicity musical path. Return to simplicity calligraphy. Return to simplicity healing. Return to simplicity gazing at his character template. Su Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. The Emperor's longevity scripture, the Howie sword art, and the recently acquired 4 extermination swords were all commendable. They could serve him adequately. The 4 swords of immortality consisted of the extermination sword, the slaughter sword, the trap sword, and the absolute sword. At that moment, the system chimed in with a playful tone. Hee, my esteemed host is truly perfect. A hint of helplessness appeared on Su Chen's face. With Wuxin gone, he found himself feeling somewhat unsettled. On the other side, outside the heavenly ice sword pavilion, countless gazes converged upon the projection. Although the projection consisted only of small dots, it accurately displayed the positions of the disciples. How far do you think Wuxin can advance this time? A female elder suddenly inquired. In the past, Jiang Guanyu had entered the sword pavilion when he first ascended to the spirit drawing realm, managing to reach the 11th layer with his first layer strength, startling 7 ancestors in the process. Elder Mu Yuding of Lin Yufeng replied indifferently. Wuxin possesses the innate holy body of 10,000 swords and has now stepped into the second layer of the spirit drawing realm. I believe she can at least reach the 12th or 13th layers. Each layer within the sword pavilion holds a spiritual energy concentration that doubles from the previous layer. To breach the formation's barrier requires not only immense strength, but also sufficient comprehension of the sword path. Attempting to forcefully penetrate the barrier may even result in a backlash from the formation. 13th layer? The Grand Elder stroked his beard, narrowing his eyes as he closely observed the scenes unfolding within the sword pavilion. Now that he had entered the Supreme Realm, his perspective had dramatically shifted, exuding an air of dominance. However, soon after, a figure appeared rapidly within their line of sight. Look, that little fellow from Shurgwa has already reached the 10th layer. Upon hearing this, the elders began to scrutinize. In just 1 hour, he had surged to the 10th layer. This little one, Shi, demonstrated considerable talent. With his strength at the 6th layer of the celestial realm, he might very well reach the 28th or 29th layers this time. Xiling truly raised a remarkable son. And that young lad from the Lingyun sword sect has also made it to the 10th layer. Among these top-tier prodigies, these two are undoubtedly exceptional talents. While the elders of Bingyun marveled, an enigmatic figure swiftly ascended. That is, in an instant, this person had reached the 10th layer, surpassing even the mid-level prodigies of the celestial realm. Wu Bugu, that is the Wu Bugu from the Supreme Divine Palace. It is said that he possesses a divine body and is the direct disciple of that ancient immortal Wuji Xingyu. I never expected Wu Bugu to be this remarkable. He appeared barely a score of years old and had already ascended to the 10th layer of the earthly realm, a talent that rivaled Jian Wuxin. Within the sword pavilion, Wu Bugu continued to ascend, a silly grin plastered on his face. With the talent I just displayed, I shall undoubtedly frighten those old geezers of the Bingyun Immortal Palace. Although I dare not act recklessly outside, within this sword pavilion, no one can stop me. I shall humiliate you severely and show you what true genius looks like. On the other side, as Jian Wuxin stepped into the hall, a dense aura of spiritual energy rushed towards her, causing her pores to relax completely. She was pleasantly surprised to find that the spiritual energy here was twice as abundant as that outside. However, it still paled in comparison to her master's mysterious peak. She walked deeper inside, where the spiritual energy grew even denser. Upon reaching the central position of the first layer, Jian Wuxin sat cross-legged. At this moment, an ice pearl, emanating the essence of heaven and earth, silently appeared at her chest, slowly unfurling intricate patterns. In an instant, a torrent of spiritual energy surged towards her as if summoned. A petite and delicate figure danced within the swirling energy, instantly capturing countless gazes. Look, that junior sister is surrounded by such potent spiritual energy. But why does she look so familiar? I feel like I have seen her somewhere before. Come on, you old perv, although on that day. Jian Wuxin awakened the sacred body of the sword, eliciting a celestial phenomenon and earning the veneration of numerous saints. It also attracted the attention of many masters from sacred lands, all vying for her favor. However, most of these disciples had already been disciples of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace for decades, and with Jian Wuxin having been absent from the world for a year, many had forgotten her visage. Yet, when they finally recognized her, they were utterly flabbergasted. Oh my, isn't she the little master ant who apprenticed under our ancestor? No wonder she looks so familiar. Upon this revelation, the core area of the first floor was engulfed in astonishment, with everyone looking up in disbelief. Indeed, it truly is the little master ant. But wasn't she confined for training by the ancestor? To enter the heavenly ice sword pavilion, one must possess at least the cultivation of the spirit attraction realm. How could she possibly be here? Has she already stepped into that realm? Unthinkable. How long has it been since she joined our Ice Cloud Immortal Palace? Perhaps many of these disciples have never laid eyes upon her. Yet, the name Jian Wuxin has resonated through the past year like thunder, awakening the unparalleled sacred body of 10,000 swords, manifesting auspicious signs, and being revered by saints. She has drawn the attention of numerous powerhouses, all competing for her allegiance. In the end, however, she was claimed by the legendary ancestor who appeared out of nowhere. How could such a legendary figure be present here? The crux of the matter is she has only been part of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace for a year. In merely a year, she has broken through from the blood condensation realm to the dual extremes of chi and blood, advancing into the spirit attraction realm. Goodness, are you wielding some kind of cheat? Even with a rocket, one cannot advance this swiftly. A 12-year-old in the spirit attraction realm. Are you truly destined to dominate the ages? Amidst their astonishment, Jian Wuxin opened her beautiful eyes and shook her head in exasperation. This pace was far too slow. A mere fraction compared to the pace in her master's south purple bamboo grove. This simply would not do. It was still insufficient. Her eyes narrowed as the spiritual pill floating at her chest suddenly blossomed. Instantly, all the spiritual energy in the first floor of the sword pavilion coalesced into a dragon-shaped silhouette, surging towards her in an unending torrent. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the entire first floor of the sword pavilion shook violently. Countless disciples awoke from their meditative states, their faces etched with shock. What? What is happening? Where has all this spiritual energy gone? Why is there not a drop of it left in the Great Hall? What is this? My own spiritual energy has been siphoned away. After being startled awake, the disciples seethed with indignation. Yet the next moment, they were left in awe by the scene unfolding before them. Above their heads, countless strands of celestial spiritual energy converged, and astonishingly, they morphed into a spiritual dragon. The spiritual energy had transformed into a dragon. Chapter 22. Creating Legends. Ascending to the pinnacle, the ethereal dragon of spirit energy coiled gracefully above them, soaring like a celestial being. In a moment of awe, it infused itself into Jian Wuxin's body. Ah, how delightful! She gasped, overwhelmed by an indescribable sensation of comfort radiating throughout her being. To her astonishment, her cultivation shattered the bottleneck of the second level of spirit drawing and ascended to the third level. Did she just break through? The onlookers were left speechless, witnessing Jian Wuxin gradually open her enchanting eyes. With a delicate flick of her garment, she resembled a celestial maiden. At that moment, she exuded an air reminiscent of an empress. As her eyes fluttered open, countless strands of sword intent resonated around her, as if responding to an unseen call. What is happening? Why do these sword intents seem to be summoned? Could it be due to our little master's influence? In the next instant, the sword traditions of the esteemed elders flew directly towards Jian Wuxin. Goodness, why are these sword intents so willingly gravitating toward her? Could it be that her unique constitution has summoned them? The disciples, who had toiled in meditation for ages with no response from the sword intents, were utterly bewildered. Yet, upon a mere breakthrough, it seemed that the sword intents could no longer contain themselves. As Jian Wuxin glanced at the incoming sword intents, she sighed lightly. The spirit energy here is still too feeble to support my cultivation. The sword intents also appear rather weak. Perhaps I should explore the next level. With that, she strolled leisurely towards the second level, leaving the disciples of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace in a state of disbelief. The spirit energy had transformed into a dragon and consumed the entirety of the first level, and she dares to claim the sword traditions are too weak. My dear, you are merely 12 years old. What are we, who are in our 30s and 40s, to say about this? Are all disciples of the ancestors this extraordinary? Outside the sword pavilion, the elders of Ice Cloud observed the scene through a projection of spiritual consciousness. Although they could gauge the progress of their disciples, they could not discern the events occurring within. After all, the Ice Pavilion was established by a revered sage of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, serving as the lifeline for the sword cultivators of their lineage. Even the mightiest among them could not penetrate the barrier with their divine senses. Look, Wuxin has already reached the second level, exclaimed the female elder from Tianshui Peak. The other elders turned their attention. The second level? It has only been a short while, perhaps 5 minutes? Truly, she is a prodigy with a sacred physique, breaking through the barrier in less than 60 breaths. Her speed is incomparable to the previous disciples. Compared to our little sister Wuxin, those before her are mere trifles. With her talent, Ice Cloud Immortal Palace shall surely witness the emergence of another unparalleled genius, destined to overshadow the talents of the southern region. Although the Ice Pavilion consists of 108 levels, only about 30 are genuinely practical. The first 10 levels are reserved for disciples in the spirit drawing realm, while levels 11 to 20 cater to those in the earthly realm. The disciples of the celestial realm occupy levels 21 to 30, with only a few exceptionally gifted individuals pushing past these boundaries. Take, for instance, Jian Wuxin, who upon his first entry, stormed through to the 11th level with merely the strength of a newly initiated disciple, astounding all the elders, even rousing the 7 fairies of Ice Cloud. Had the timing been fortuitous, entering with the full power of the 10th level in spirit drawing might have rewritten history. Yet, with Jian Wuxin also in the spirit drawing realm, could her record be broken? The elders remained fixated on the projection. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated within the pavilion as all disciples on the 2nd level turned their attention. A petite figure had effortlessly shattered the ceiling barrier with a single punch, entering the 3rd level. The 3rd level. She's reached the 3rd level, one disciple exclaimed. So swiftly, she had breached another barrier. In less than 7 minutes, she had ascended to the 3rd level. Jian Wuxin was astonishing beyond belief. As she entered the 3rd level, a surge of dense spirit energy rushed towards her. The air was filled with invisible sword intents, swirling for the disciples to comprehend. Yet, Jian Wuxin frowned slightly and remarked, "There is some sword intent here, but why is it still so weak?" Her words left the surrounding disciples wishing they could vanish into thin air. There is some sword intent, yet it is deemed weak? We have painstakingly climbed to the 3rd level, exhaustively seeking the elusive sword traditions, while you find it lacking, even with your extraordinary constitution. Is it not too much to ask for such a rarity? It was not that Jian Wuxin sought to boast. Rather, these techniques were indeed insufficient for her. As the reincarnation of the Sword Emperor, she possessed an unparalleled sword intent in her past life. Over the past year, her desire for mastery in the sword path had only intensified. It seemed she must ascend further. With her words lingering in the air, Jian Wuxin transformed into a streak of light, dashing towards the 4th level. Outside, Mu Yangzi and the others were left astounded. She has reached the 4th level, but scarcely had they spoken when the points of light on the projection surged forth like a tidal wave. Levels 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. In the blink of an eye, Jian Wuxin stood triumphantly on the 10th level. Won the world. Has she taken a rocket? In mere moments, she had soared to the 10th level. At this point, she had matched Jiang Guanyu's previous achievement. Would she shatter this 500-year-old record? The elders of Ice Cloud were left in a state of shock. In a matter of breaths, she had ascended from the 3rd to the 10th level. Was she not defying the heavens? Meanwhile, on the 7th level, a faint blue figure was reaching for a sword intent. Just as she began to grasp it, a sudden tension gripped her heart. With a cool gaze, Lin Qing'er pondered, what was that aura that brushed past me? Ascending upward? Could it have been an illusion? But it felt so real. After this thought, Lin Qing'er closed her eyes once more, delving back in her contemplation. On another note, before the elders of Ice Cloud could even catch their breath, the unfolding scene completely shattered their understanding. The projection depicted Jian Wuxin soaring like a rocket. Levels 11, 12, 20, 30, 40, 100 floors, 101, 102, 103. At last, she came to a halt at the 108th position. Chapter 23. The Vision of Thunder and Calamity. The day of the opening of the pavilion, 108 levels, my junior sister, Wu Xin, has actually surged to the 108th level. She has reached the pinnacle of the tower. What kind of prodigy is this? What monstrous talents have emerged from Ice Cloud? Upon witnessing this scene, all the elders and disciples of Ice Cloud, as well as the formidable beings accompanying various prodigies to seek enlightenment, were utterly beside themselves with astonishment. They scoured their life experiences and had never encountered such a breathtaking event. What invincible genius is this? Is there anyone in the southern wilderness more formidable than her? Could she truly possess the qualifications of an emperor? Sword Wuxin ascended to the 108th level in one breath. Since this place was far removed from the 30th level, it had long been deserted. The higher she climbed, the more she realized that it was as if there were no barriers at all. Or rather, these barriers seemed to automatically open their gates upon encountering her. She directly summoned spiritual energy and leaped to this level. Sword Wuxin lifted her beautiful eyes, surveying her surroundings. She murmured softly, "Is this the end of the road? It appears that this should be the pinnacle of the sword pavilion." Upon stepping into the 108th level, an overwhelming surge of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy rushed toward her. Feeling this energy, Sword Wuxin's heart filled with delight. It was astoundingly rich, 100 times more concentrated than that of the first level. According to the internal regulations of the Heavenly Ice Sword Pavilion, with each ascending level, the concentration of spiritual energy doubles compared to the level below. If she remembered correctly, the pavilion should indeed have 108 levels. This meant that the current concentration of spiritual energy was 108 times that of the first level. Sword Wuxin's beautiful eyes sparkled with joy. Subsequently, she sat cross-legged. A cold, icy pearl quietly floated at her chest. Following this, the spiritual pill blossomed forth. What she needed to do now was to rely on this abundant spiritual energy to enter seclusion and strive toward a higher realm. The spiritual energy, dense as the depths of the sea, surged mightily and crazily gathered above Sword Wuxin's head. It was no longer merely spiritual energy transforming into a dragon. It was a sea of spiritual energy. The storm of spiritual energy rushed into her body as if the heavens were collapsing. She welcomed it all. Not enough. Not enough. Bring it all. The reincarnation of the Sword Emperor, possessing the innate body of myriad swords. Furthermore, blessed by the dual extremes of blood refinement and the wheel of the sea, this was her formidable foundation. Boom, boom, boom. Above the firmament, a cacophony of explosive sounds erupted. One dark dragon after another appeared in the skies of Cold State, frantically tearing at the void, as if the heavens were on the verge of collapse, sending tremors through the mortal realm. The disciples within the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace looked up, gazing at this astonishing spectacle. When the world was happening, could it be another resonance of heaven and earth, a manifestation of the Great Dao? Why had Ice Cloud been plagued by such strange occurrences in the past year? Was it yet another elder or senior brother undergoing a heavenly tribulation? Countless disciples were in awe, yet some were aware of the truth. Even the elders of Ice Cloud were perplexed, for this was not a heavenly tribulation. It was merely the overwhelming spiritual energy generated by Sword Wuxin's cultivation. Time flew by. A month passed. This day marked the closing of the Ice Cloud Sword Pavilion. One after another, Ice Cloud disciples emerged from the pavilion. Many had garnered significant gains, and some had even obtained legacies of the sword path. There was senior brother Han Yi, who unexpectedly had managed to reach the 26th level with a cultivation of the 4th layer of the celestial realm, acquiring a sword intent known as the Cold Snow Sword Intent, which was said to have been left behind by an emperor-level elder thousands of years ago. Senior sister Mu Shui's sword intent seemed to be the Evening Cloud Sword Intent from the 20th level. Observing their successful senior brothers and sisters, the disciples of Ice Cloud were filled with envy. On another side, a chilling aura emerged. It was Wu Bugu from the Supreme Divine Palace, wearing a smile on his face. He appeared to have reaped considerable rewards. With my cultivation at the 10th layer of the earthly realm, I directly breached the 28th level, which would surely astonish the simpletons of Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Just the thought of their astonished expressions made me, lost in self-satisfaction. Wu Bugu made his way toward a group of elders. However, he soon realized that the gazes of the Ice Cloud elders were not directed at him at all. He hurried over, only to find that their attention was fixed on a projection. What was happening? Wu Bugu felt a twinge of confusion. He also glanced over, only to be utterly dumbfounded. 108 levels? What on earth is this? He quickly changed his appearance and approached a disciple to inquire, "Brother, what is the situation with this 108 levels? Could it be that a peerless prodigy has emerged?" The Ice Cloud disciple glanced at him and replied indifferently, "Oh, that's just the newly accepted disciple of one of our Ice Cloud ancestors, who has only been in the sect for a year." Gasp! Hearing this, Wu Bugu inhaled sharply, unable to fathom what his eyes had witnessed. A mere 1 year since entering the sect, and already reaching the spirit guiding realm, and directly ascending to the 108th level. What kind of prodigy is this? When did Ice Cloud Immortal Palace acquire such a peerless genius? Oh, upon seeing this, the disciple shot him an exasperated glance, a smug smile curling on his lips. You look shocked. With such mediocre aptitude, there are at least 80,000 of them under our various ancestors in Ice Cloud. At that moment, a figure cloaked in light blue slowly emerged. Upon seeing this figure, Lin Tian'er, who had been waiting outside for a long time, smiled faintly and called out, "Sister, I'm over here." Hearing her sister's call, Lin Qinger waved back. "How is it, princess? Did you gain anything from this journey to the Sword Pavilion?" Lin Ba quickly stepped forward to ask. Lin Qinger nodded. "I reached the 7th level this time, comprehended for a month, and obtained a sword intent named No Snow." As she spoke, she raised her right hand, and an icy sword intent quietly floated in the air. Seeing this, the ethereal bamboo heart arrived silently. Sensing the sudden presence, Lin Ba quickly bowed. "I, Lin Ba of the Heavenly Firmament Divine Kingdom, pay my respects to Fairy Bamboo Heart." Subsequently, Lin Qinger and her sister also bowed in greeting. Lin Qinger, pay my respects to Fairy Bamboo Heart. I, Lin Tian'er, pay my respects to Fairy Bamboo Heart. No Snow Sword Intent. I did not expect you to obtain the No Snow Sword Intent of Master No Snow. Bamboo Heart remarked. Ignoring the others, her gaze fell upon Lin Qing. You possess the cold water Dao body, and at merely 17 years of age, you have stepped into the spirit guiding realm. Now, having acquired this No Snow Sword Intent, we are fated to cross paths. Would you like to join my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace and become my disciple, Bamboo Heart? Chapter 24. Bamboo Heart takes a disciple. Will you inherit my sword path? As these words echoed, the entirety of the Ice Cloud Square was enveloped in astonishment. What? The venerable Bamboo Heart. She's actually lowering herself to take on a disciple. And it is that girl from the Heavenly Dome Divine Kingdom? No, this girl was initially favored by us. How could she be snatched away by the venerable Bamboo Heart? The elders of Ice Cloud were on the verge of tears, lamenting their insufficient strength. A year ago, Jian Wuxin emerged, her extraordinary physique causing a stir among the heavens. It attracted the attention of the 8 great sacred lands and numerous factions, of which they were unworthy to partake. Ultimately, she was intercepted by the founder and taken under her wing. However, this cold water Dao body is equally a peerless entity, ranking among the top 3 of 30,000 Dao bodies. Her talent is indeed phenomenal. Yet, to think she would be coveted by this venerable ancestor. Bamboo Heart narrowed her cold eyes, surveying the crowd, and coldly snorted. Do you have objections? Dare not. Ancestor, please proceed with your disciple selection. How could I possibly object? Whoever dares to voice dissent, I shall deal with him. The elders of Ice Cloud fervently shook their heads. What a joke. When the ancestor takes a disciple, who would dare to object? If there are no objections, then remain silent. On another side, Wu Bugu's lips twitched. This was entirely different from his expectations. Shouldn't there be a chorus of cheers upon his arrival? Why does no one pay him any heed? Instead, they watched this Bamboo Heart fairy take on a disciple. Lin Qinger, caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, struggled to comprehend. The venerable Bamboo Heart, one of the 7 fairies of Ice Cloud, was actually taking her as a disciple. Nevertheless, being a princess herself, she understood that Bamboo Heart must have seen potential in her. Wishing to forge this master-disciple bond, disciple Lin Qinger pays respects to master. With a respectful bow, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace was met with a chorus of congratulatory voices. The 7 fairies of Ice Cloud taking on disciples was indeed a significant event throughout the southern frontier. After all, these 7 venerable ancestors were all disciples of the once unrivaled Mu Xianin. Each possessed supreme prowess, some even nearing the realm of semi-saints. To be accepted as a disciple under these 7 masters would naturally attract countless envious gazes. Soon, the venue was filled with congratulations. Half a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. It had now been 5 months since the sword pavilion was sealed. Yet, Jian Wuxin had yet to emerge from within. This meant she had remained in seclusion for a full 6 months. Outside the sword pavilion, the plaza had been graced with the projection of her divine consciousness for half a year. Jian Wuxin's ascension to the 108th level, reaching the pinnacle of the tower, had already caused a sensation throughout the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Meanwhile, the venerable bamboo heart, who presided over this ice cloud spectacle, had unexpectedly gained a disciple. The other ice cloud ancestors and the palace master remained in seclusion. Those prodigies who had come to seek enlightenment at Ice Cloud had not yet departed, eager to witness the true nature of such an exceptional talent. Has it been nearly 6 months? Why hasn't Ti Wuxin Jr. sister come out yet? Elder Shui Xianyun of Shuiyun Peak gazed solemnly at the ethereal ice sword pavilion, filled with shock and uncertainty. The elder beside him shook his head. Who would have thought that Wuxin Jr. sister would break through to the 108th level, shattering a record that had stood for over 100,000 years in our Ice Cloud Immortal Palace? This girl's talent is beyond our imagination. This generation has produced a founder, and now we have Jian Wuxin, a peerless prodigy. We old fellows have no regrets. Another elder sighed. The inheritance sealed within the 108th level of the Sword Pavilion belongs to a saintly ancestor of our Ice Cloud Immortal Palace from 200,000 years ago. Aside from the Supreme Palace Master who established the palace, perhaps Wuxin Jr.'s sister is receiving this sword intent inheritance. Inside the Sword Pavilion, the spiritual energy, once tumultuous like a stormy sea, had settled into profound tranquility. To be precise, it had ceased to exist, devoid of even a drop of worldly, spiritual energy. At this moment, Jian Wuxin slowly opened her beautiful eyes, her lips parting slightly as she exhaled a breath of spiritual energy. The aura of spiritual power within her had remarkably reached the threshold of semi-earthly sovereign. At the age of 12, she stood at the brink of semi-earthly sovereign. If this were to spread, the entire southern frontier would be set ablaze once more. Just then, a voice, ancient and resonant, echoed from the distant spiritual sea of the Sword Pavilion. Possessing the body of 10,000 swords within a mere half-year, she had ascended from the second level of the spirit-drawing realm to the brink of semi-earthly sovereign. Her foundation was as solid as a fortress, with at least 2 strands of Tao blessings within her. Observing your age of merely 12 years, your talent merits the title of the greatest in millennia, little girl. You have truly given me a great surprise. Jian Wuxin slowly raised her gaze, her expression calm, seemingly devoid of any arrogance. Instead, she exuded a composure that belied her tender age. She replied softly, "The path of cultivation is indeed long and arduous. Innate talent is but one aspect. Establishing a solid foundation is merely the first step. As for being the greatest in millennia, even during the distant era of the fallen emperor, would anyone dare claim such a title?" The ancient voice fell silent. After a moment, it spoke again, "Yet your talent, even if not the greatest in millennia, surely deserves the title of the foremost in our Ice Cloud Immortal Palace for the past tens of thousands of years." Upon hearing this, Jian Wuxin shook her head. "There is no first or second. While my talent is indeed formidable in comparison, it is as if one is in the heavens and the other in the depths of the earth." "Who is he?" the ancient voice inquired, astonished. It had been sealed within the Sword Pavilion for 200,000 years as a remnant soul, existing solely to seek a worthy inheritor. Could there truly be someone in this world, surpassing this girl, who could be deemed a monster? Could you tell me, who is that person? The ancient voice pressed further. At that moment, a vision of a figure, akin to a celestial being, flickered within Jian Wuxin's mind. "My master," she murmured softly, her gaze revealing no emotion, yet reflecting the image of a handsome, gentle, and perfect individual. The ancient voice fell silent once more. To have nurtured such a defiant prodigy, what manner of extraordinary existence could that person be? If I were to compete for a disciple with him, would he, in a fit of rage, obliterate my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace with a single strike? Yet, gazing at this girl before me, who bore the mark of a sacred physique, I cannot bear to let her go. What an exceptional vessel for the transmission of the sword path. If she truly could inherit and propagate my sword intent. Even if my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace were to be annihilated, what would it matter? Resolute in my decision. The ancient voice resonated once more. I am one of the ancestors of Ice Cloud Immortal Palace from 200,000 years ago. Though I have long since departed from the annals of history, in my lifetime, I, too, was a sacred physique, diligently cultivating for over 30,000 years to attain the realm of a sage. In my day, I was a being of unrivaled talent, dominating an era. My sword path inheritance is unparalleled in millennia. Little girl, do you wish to inherit my sword path legacy? Chapter 25. What is the way of the sword? The intent of the heavenly ice sword? To inherit your swordsmanship legacy? Jian Wuxin's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her expression serene, revealing no emotion. She spoke softly, though it is merely a saint, it is nonetheless a sacred lineage worth attempting. The aged voice fell silent once more. Merely a saint, yet a sacred inheritance? Is this what you call human speech? Although he was but a wisp of a remnant soul, he could distinctly perceive the transformation within Jian Wuxin. Over the past 6 months, there seemed to be a powerful aura emanating from her. Could it be that this little girl is a reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse? If so, allowing her to flaunt her prowess before me wouldn't be too bad. Very well, I shall inquire of you. What is the way of the sword? What is the way of the sword? Jian Wuxin's beautiful eyes narrowed, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. The path of the sword should wield thunder and lightning as its edge, wield the winds and clouds as its blade. With the heavens as the sword body and the earth as the hilt, it descends to the 9 nether and ascends to the jade skies, opening with yin and yang, and controlling the 5 elements. It emerges formless and returns without a trace, traversing the universe and gazing upon the 4 corners. When this sword is drawn, it is as if thunder strikes, shattering the heavens and earth, causing all things to vanish. Only the sword that embodies the hearts of heaven, earth, and humanity can be called the ultimate sword path. As her words fell, a sudden commotion erupted above the 108th level of the sword pavilion. Boom! Boom! The unexpected scene seemed as if the very sky were about to collapse. At that moment, a phantom figure appeared above. He suddenly became alarmed, his voice trembling. Words spoken like a sword. What kind of monster are you, little girl? Or perhaps a demon? Yet before he could finish his sentence, Jian Wuxin continued. The ultimate sword realm is to wield astonishing power, to move the stars and shift the constellations, to obscure the heavens with a sword. A single strike that dictates the ages. This is what could be called the ultimate sword realm. The phantom figure felt utterly speechless, overwhelmed. How can this be? With your understanding of the sword path, do you still need me to teach you? Why not teach me instead, so I may inherit your sword lineage? Seeing the phantom's expression, Jian Wuxin found it amusing. She was the reincarnation of the sword emperor, possessing the unparalleled body of a myriad swords. Her comprehension of the sword path was unmatched throughout the ages. To ask her what the way of the sword was, it was akin to flaunting a grand sword before Guangong. One word, foolish. However, having boasted earlier, how could he lose face before a 13-year-old girl? He cleared his throat a few times and solemnly replied, well said. With astonishing power, to move the stars and shift the constellations, to obscure the heavens with a sword. A single strike that dictates the ages. Only then can it be called the ultimate sword realm. Little girl, your understanding of the sword path is profound. You are qualified to inherit my sword legacy. As his words ended, he waved his hand, and the internal space of the 108th level transformed into an ocean of the Tao, filled with the rhythm of the great principles. Within this Tao ocean, countless flying swords whirled, their ringing resonating through the heavens, divine light illuminating every corner of the 108th level. All of this was the essence of the sword. As numerous flying swords appeared, brilliant points of light shimmered, sword patterns and Tao rhythms cascading down. Bathed in this ocean of sword intent, Jian Wuxin resembled a celestial deity, a beauty akin to the goddess of the Luo River, radiating an ethereal grace. In that moment, she appeared as the once mighty Empress of the sword, for she was the sword, and the sword was her, the true sovereign of the sword path. I have toiled for 30,000 years to attain the Saint realm and achieve mastery in the sword path. My sword is the Heavenly Ice Sword, and I was once known as the Heavenly Ice Sword Saint. In my lifetime, spanning 100,000 years, I have never tasted defeat, and this Heavenly Ice Sword Pavilion was established in my name. Today, I shall impart to you the intent of the Heavenly Ice Sword, with your unparalleled talent. I believe that in 1,000 years, my name, Ice Cloud Heavenly Ice Sword Saint, shall resound once more across the peaks of the southern region. As the phantom spoke, the sword light danced, and waves of sword intent were instantaneously refined by Jian Wuxin, possessing the body of myriad swords and being the reincarnation of the Sword Emperor. Her comprehension of the sword path was second to none. Moreover, her imperial soul was beginning to awaken. To her, these holy sword intents were mere trifles, easily grasped with just a glance. Though her memories of the imperial soul were still somewhat hazy, she gradually began to understand much. Since she had already been reincarnated, she would cultivate diligently. She was born to prove herself as the Great Emperor, to pursue the ultimate sword realm through reincarnation. In her previous life, she failed to become a Great Emperor. In this life, why should it be impossible? In her master, she had already decided to support this man. Wow, this is happening rather quickly. The phantom gasped in astonishment. As the sword intents were refined, he began to fade slowly, his presence growing ever fainter, until finally, he cast one last deep gaze at Jian Wuxin. With such a prodigy emerging, perhaps Ice Cloud could truly stand once more at the pinnacle of the southern region. It was just a pity. I shall not have the chance to witness it. But just then, he suddenly looked up, as if struck by a thought. If she truly is the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse, could I not attach myself to her, waiting for the day I can reconstruct my physical form and be reborn? Realizing this, he felt a sudden surge of joy and transformed into a streak of light, slipping into Jian Wuxin's body. Half a month later, above the heavens, dark clouds churned and divine thunder descended, as if to violently tear apart the chaos. Suddenly, a heavy snowfall began, transforming the surroundings of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace into a world of ice and clouds. A beam of icy radiance flickered, morphing into a towering phantom of an ice sword, crashing down with a fierce resolve. As the ice sword fell, mountains crumbled, turning into countless ice spikes that erupted into vast, icy chasms. The disciples of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, who were still in their cultivation, were awakened by the sudden chill. Although most of them were cultivators of ice, they were nonetheless astonished by the unexpected scene. What on earth is happening? Could this be yet another celestial phenomenon? Is there truly a child of the Tao, imbued with the essence of ice and snow, emerging from our Ice Cloud Immortal Palace? Meanwhile, outside the sword pavilion, the elders, gazing upwards, were equally astonished. They were all too familiar with this sudden occurrence. This was clearly the Heavenly Ice Sword intent that had once shaken the heavens 20,000 years ago. The Heavenly Ice Sword intent. Does this mean that the little girl Jian Wuxin has truly achieved it? Could it be that she comprehended the sword path legacy of the Ice Ancestor? Yet this is simply too unreal, like a dream. I would rather not be dreaming and believe that all of this is indeed real. First, our ancestor became a saint, and now, little sister Wuxin has brought us such incredible surprises. The grand era of our Ice Cloud Immortal Palace is truly upon us. It is a pity that the 6 ancestors and the palace master are all in closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, they too would be profoundly shaken by this spectacle. But before they could finish their thoughts, suddenly, boom, a deafening explosion erupted, cracking the pinnacle of the Heavenly Ice Sword Pavilion. And the previously dissipating thunderclouds surged back toward the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace with fervor. Chapter 26. Unintentionally opening the spiritual veins, the ancestor emerges from the coffin. What is happening? What has transpired? In light of this sudden occurrence, it was evident that everyone was caught off guard. Elders from the Ice Sword Pavilion waiting outside looked up in unison, while countless prodigies who had yet to depart were equally astonished. Many disciples still in seclusion abruptly awakened from their meditative states, turning their gazes towards the heavens. Countless eyes once again converged upon the Ice Sword Pavilion. Could this possibly be another extraordinary phenomenon? What is going on? Why is there a fissure at the top of the Ice Sword Pavilion? Am I seeing things? Meanwhile, within the Sword Pavilion, Jian Wuxin sat cross-legged, with cracks prominently appearing above her head. Rays of sunlight filtered through the fissures. The sunlight, long unseen, did not disturb Jian Wuxin. With her eyes tightly closed, she refrained from excessive delight over her successful refinement of the ice sword intent. What she must accomplish now is to open the spiritual veins. Ordinary cultivators typically open 3 to 5 spiritual veins, while prodigies with spiritual bodies can open up to 36. Those with Dao bodies can achieve 81, and those with divine bodies may reach 365. The sacred body, however, can open 1,000. In this lifetime, as merely a 10,000 sword sacred body, I wonder how many spiritual veins I can open. Jian Wuxin's beautiful eyes suddenly fluttered open, murmuring to herself. Spiritual veins are channels within the body that facilitate the flow of celestial spiritual energy. The more spiritual veins one opens, the faster the energy circulates within. Upon reaching the pinnacle of spiritual attraction, a cultivator can attempt to open their spiritual veins for the first time. With that thought, she closed her eyes once more and began to circulate her energy. Feeling the spiritual energy flowing within her, Jian Wuxin did not entertain any sense of triumph. It is too weak, far too weak. The spiritual energy is simply too feeble. After absorbing all 108 layers of spiritual energy, not a drop remains here. What now flows towards her is the external spiritual energy. It seems I must intensify my efforts. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated as the entire ice sword pavilion trembled violently. From the first floor to the 107th, all the celestial spiritual energy within broke through the barrier and surged wildly towards Jian Wuxin on the 108th floor. As the energy surged within her, a glimmering ice bead quietly manifested before her chest, subsequently blossoming into a series of spiritual veins. 1, 2. Dozens of spiritual veins appeared. In an instant, Jian Wuxin felt significantly relieved. Moments later, she parted her lips and exhaled a breath of spiritual energy. At this moment, 100 spiritual veins had unfurled within her chest. No, still too few. Jian Wuxin shook her head. The number of these veins has surpassed that of an ordinary Dao body prodigy. Yet for her, it remains woefully inadequate. Now that her imperial soul has awakened, the demand for celestial spiritual energy is immense. These veins are simply insufficient. It seems I must invoke the Empress sword intent. Jian Wuxin narrowed her eyes. Boom! With her words, a formidable sword intent shot skyward, causing the already cracked tower top to explode anew. Buzz! Accompanied by the thunderous roar of the Empress sword intent, it felt as if the very heavens trembled at that moment. Simultaneously, dark clouds gathered above, vast and boundless, obscuring all light. In that fleeting moment, although there were black clouds, they were now entirely enveloped by thunderclouds. What? What is happening? What has occurred? Is the palace master attempting to break through? Or is an ancestor undergoing tribulation? Yet this phenomenon of thunderclouds, could it be akin to a half-saint's tribulation? This scene had thoroughly startled the elders of Ice Cloud, but evidently they had underestimated. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of heavenly tribulation echoed, thunder flashing, dark clouds roiling, seeking to rend the skies and unleash endless divine punishment. On another front, as 100 spiritual veins simultaneously blossomed, the entire Ice Cloud Immortal Palace quivered slightly. Above the heavens, countless strands of celestial spiritual energy surged towards the pinnacle of the Ice Sword Pavilion as if summoned, carrying the profound essence of the Great Dao. Around Jian Wuxin, the celestial spiritual energy converged like a river, resembling a vast galaxy draped in silver radiance, akin to an otherworldly celestial maiden. Spiritual energy. How is it that I have none left? Countless prodigies, disciples, and even some elders from Ice Cloud, all in seclusion, were suddenly jolted awake. They found not a single drop of spiritual energy left nearby. Above them, the celestial spiritual energy of the entire Ice Cloud Immortal Palace had transformed into an ocean of spiritual energy. Those elders and officials in seclusion soared into the sky, standing above the heavens. A spiritual ocean. This is a spiritual ocean. Who is undergoing tribulation to summon such a vast spiritual sea, unafraid of being overwhelmed? At that moment, a voice from the depths of the forbidden area pierced through the air. Bold! Who dares to spy on the spiritual energy of my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace? Come down and face your demise. Suddenly, a thunderous voice reverberated through the heavens. Everyone present, including all the Ice Cloud elders, disciples, and prodigies from various factions, felt their hearts tremble. Such a terrifying aura. Could it be that it has stirred that ancestor? But the palace master and the 6 elders have all entered closed-door cultivation. Could this voice? Just as shock coursed through them, a colossal crack opened in the sky above the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Within the fissure, a pitch-black stone coffin emerged. A hand, as thin as a withered twig, suddenly extended from the coffin. With a slight push, the coffin lid, weighing millions of pounds, was effortlessly cast aside. A shadowy figure burst forth from the coffin, soaring into the sky, exuding a demonic aura, with white hair billowing, appearing exceedingly menacing. Upon witnessing this withered figure, many seasoned disciples and elders involuntarily narrowed their pupils. Even Jian Wuxin, who had been observing everything, was taken aback. This is the Xiantian ancestor of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, who has been in seclusion for over 10,000 years. She is of the same generation as my master, Mu Xianin. I never imagined that this sudden thunder tribulation phenomenon would even stir the Xiantian ancestor from her slumber. It should be noted that even the ancestor's ascension to sainthood a year ago failed to awaken this old being from her coffin. Bow before the Xiantian ancestor. Bow before the Xiantian ancestor. All disciples and elders knelt in reverence. The figure before them is the true ancestor, a superpower at the pinnacle of supremacy, second only to the palace master and the ancestor. Greetings, master uncle. Even Jian Wuxin flew before this withered old man, slightly bowing her body. Hearing her voice, the Xiantian ancestor regained her senses, looking at Jian Wuxin in confusion. Jian Wuxin, my dear girl, is it you? Could it be that this thunder tribulation was caused by you? Master uncle. Jian Wuxin shook her head, about to respond. Suddenly, the heavens trembled. Above the sky, radiant veins blossomed one after another. 1, 2, 10, 20, 30. In an instant, these luminous veins erupted to 100. Chapter 27. The Opening of Heaven and Earth. Wuxin emerges from seclusion upon witnessing the sudden eruption of spiritual veins. Everyone was taken aback, instinctively looking up. Spiritual veins? Could it be that a prodigy from the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace was opening spiritual veins? Yet, the commotion caused by such an event was utterly astonishing. Was this individual attempting to reach the pinnacle of spirit induction? Just as the realization dawned upon the crowd, the number of spiritual veins surged. 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 10,000, 20,000. In an instant, the spiritual veins expanded to an astonishing 20,000. 20,000. Are you seriously cheating? At this sight, whether disciples, prodigies, or elders, all stared in disbelief, their eyes bulging. Both Xiantian Taizu and Zhu Xin were similarly shaken. 20,000? Typically, cultivators opening spiritual veins would manage only 3 to 5, while those with spiritual bodies could open 36, Dao bodies 81, divine bodies 365, and holy bodies 1,000. 2,000 veins represented the utmost limit achievable in the spirit induction realm, also known as the pinnacle of spirit induction. Jiang Guanyu from years past had only opened 2,400. Is it possible that my eyes are deceiving me? However, before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, the spiritual veins in the sky surged once more, akin to a tidal wave. 30,000, 40,000, 100,000, 500,000, 1 million. An astounding 1 million spiritual veins. Amidst the shock and awe of countless witnesses, the spiritual veins had indeed opened to a staggering 1 million. Heavens! Are you truly opening spiritual veins, or are you reshaping the very fabric of reality? Everyone was incredulous, even questioning their own vision. 1 million spiritual veins. Not only had they never seen such a phenomenon, but they had never even heard of it. When did the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace harbor such a monstrous prodigy? Even the founding ancestors of the past could not have achieved such defiance against heaven. Who? Who could it possibly be? All the elders of Ice Cloud gasped in astonishment, frantically extending their spiritual senses to explore every corner of the palace. Meanwhile, Zhuxin and Xiantian Taizu fixed their gazes intently upon the pinnacle of the Ice Sword Pavilion. At the sight of the two elders' focus, all the other elders seemed to understand. Having secluded herself in the Ice Sword Pavilion for half a year, perhaps only she possessed such extraordinary talent. On another side, within the sword tomb, Su Chan lay quietly atop a mound of earth, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. So soon, another extraordinary phenomenon is about to unfold? He hadn't anticipated that Jian Wuxin could achieve such a feat, although he resided in a forbidden area. His strength allowed him to easily perceive everything transpiring within the sword pavilion. Naturally, he was aware that all of this was related to Jian Wuxin. Host, your precious disciple's imperial soul may have awakened. The system's voice echoed suddenly in his mind. Su Chan paused in astonishment. The imperial soul may have awakened? He had heard the system mention before that the reincarnation of the Empress involved sealing her imperial soul to retain all her past qualifications and sword path inheritance. After reincarnation, as her strength increased, the imperial soul would gradually awaken, and her cultivation would rapidly recover in a short time. Her past qualifications were merely that of an innate saint body of 10,000 swords. What then would her sword path inheritance entail? Could it be that Jian Wuxin's imperial soul had already awakened? Su Chan felt a sense of helplessness. This disciple of mine is indeed extraordinary. She possesses the aura of a heroine from a novel. However, calculating the time, this little girl should soon be emerging from her seclusion, shouldn't she? At this moment, within the sword pavilion, on the 108th floor, a pair of exquisite eyes slowly opened. A petite and delicate figure emerged, adorned with breathtaking beauty and clad in light garments that gracefully enveloped her exquisite form. Her brows arched like a crescent moon, and her eyes were strikingly clear, untainted by a trace of emotion. She emanated an ethereal aura, reminiscent of a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. The energy radiating from her unmistakably indicated that she had already attained the earthly sovereign level. Along with this earthly sovereign aura, 1,000,000 spiritual veins slowly converged back into her elixir. 2 strands of sword intent materialized beside her. One was the ice sword, while the other represented her Empress sword intent. This Empress sword intent was indeed inherited from her previous life as a sword emperor. In breaking through the pinnacle of spirit induction and opening spiritual veins, she had simultaneously regained mastery over the Empress sword intent. To possess 2 forms of sword intent within one person, one sacred and the other imperial, what an unparalleled and monstrous existence. In a year and a half, she had traversed 4 realms, from blood condensation to earthly sovereign, shattering 3 extremes and opening 1,000,000 spiritual veins. In this world, she was invincible. In this new life of cultivation, she was destined to crush all antiquity with her unparalleled talent. Jian Wuxin narrowed her eyes, a cold glint flickering within. To her surprise, she had unexpectedly awakened the sword intent from her previous life ahead of time. Soon after, the sword pavilion opened, and a chilling aura surged forth. Upon seeing this figure, all the elders who had been waiting for so long were taken aback. She had actually broken through again. The elders of Ice Cloud were elated and hurriedly approached her. Wuxin, have you truly ascended to the 108th floor? Inquired a stunningly beautiful elder. Despite having witnessed miracles time and again in this 12-year-old girl over the past year and a half, they still found it hard to believe. Since the establishment of the Ice Sword Pavilion, few had ever reached beyond the 30th floor. Each of them was a rare prodigy, destined to become a formidable force in the years to come. Take, for instance, the former Ice Cloud Supreme Palace Master, who similarly possessed the aura of a saint body and extraordinary talent. After spending 10,000 years in the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, she entered the realm of the Undying Sage, overpowering countless prodigies in the southern wilderness. During her ascension to sainthood, she even crystallized 30 drops of sage blood, instilling fear in many venerable sages who dared not provoke her. Yet, this superlative powerhouse, even during her time in the Ice Sword Pavilion, had only managed to reach the 60th floor, and that with the strength of a half-step overlord. In contrast, Jian Wuxin, with merely the strength of someone who had just stepped into the spirit induction realm, had soared straight to the pinnacle of the tower. Now, she had even entered the earthly sovereign realm. Such talent is unfathomable. Good heavens! Even if I were on a rocket, I could not match your speed. Jian Wuxin respectfully bowed to the gathered elders and replied, "To all esteemed teachers and seniors, I have indeed ascended to the top of the tower." Upon hearing this, the elders collectively inhaled sharply. Although they received a confirmation, they were still unable to suppress their astonishment. An elder from Tianyan Peak could not contain herself and asked, "Wuxin, what the sword path inheritance from the Ice Ancestor? Have you been able to comprehend it? That inheritance is the cultivation method of a sage-level powerhouse. If you can acquire this technique, it would be like a fish returning to water for you, and your future cultivation journey would be smooth and unimpeded. The sword path inheritance of the Ice Ancestor is indeed formidable." Speaking thus, Jian Wuxin extended her delicate hand. Suddenly, a flash of spiritual light erupted, and a bone-chilling coldness surged forth. The phantom of an ice spirit long sword appeared in her grasp. Chapter 28, A Rare Phenomenon. The sudden arrival of celestial sound. Upon witnessing this scene, all the elders gasped in astonishment, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves. The celestial ice sword intent. This is indeed the celestial ice sword intent. Young mistress, how on earth did you achieve this? This is the swordsmanship inheritance of the celestial Ice Ancestor. Embodying the essence of sage, the elders of Ice Cloud were left in disbelief, utterly shocked. Although they had been psychologically prepared, the moment they beheld it, they could not help but feel profoundly shaken. Even Zhu Exan, who had been observing for quite some time, was equally astounded, her heart surging with tumultuous waves. Be it she, the Ice Cloud 7 Immortals, or the former Ice Cloud matriarch Mu Xianin, now the Ice Cloud matriarch Mu Bingchan, along with countless Ice Cloud ancestors, all had aspired to attain this celestial ice sword intent. Yet ultimately, all their attempts had ended in failure. They had not even managed to reach the pinnacle of the tower, and this Jian Wuxin, despite her tender age of 12, has stepped into the spirit guidance realm. Now, with the strength of the spirit guidance realm, she has ascended directly to the top of the tower, firmly grasping this celestial ice sword intent. Has this little girl truly defied the heavens? They began to seriously suspect that Jian Wuxin's talent might even surpass that of Su Chun. After all, Su Chun had merely dallied for 1,000 days before entering the realm of the immortal sage. He had deceived everyone, including all the disciples, elders, and the Ice Cloud 7 Immortals. Even the Ice Cloud matriarch failed to perceive Su Chen's peculiarities. What kind of extraordinary beings are these two master and disciple? Was Ice Cloud Immortal Palace merely fortunate? It has only been a mere 1,000 years since the matriarch's fall, and now not only has the ancestor attained the sage realm, but even this newly initiated junior sister is rising rapidly. Previously, they had thought that Jian Wuxin would take at least a few hundred years to mature. It now appears that within 50 years, she will surely grow to become a powerhouse, utterly eclipsing the other 8 sacred grounds. And what of the extraordinary phenomenon of opening meridians? Was it also caused by you? Yes, just now. All the spiritual energy of Ice Cloud Immortal Palace was suddenly drained. Could it be related to you? Were you opening a spirit vein, striving for the pinnacle of spirit guidance? At this moment, the still reeling elders of Ice Cloud began to inquire once more. Can opening spirit veins really invoke such phenomena? Are you attempting to create a new world? It should be me. Jian Wuxin gently nodded. She had not anticipated that merely opening a spirit vein would stir such a commotion, distorting the tranquility of Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. She had even opened 1,000,000 spirit veins. It is known that 2,000 spirit veins already signify the pinnacle. 1,000,000 is something she had genuinely never anticipated. Perhaps it is connected to the awakening of her imperial soul, if memory serves her right, even in the heavenly domain of her past life. The highest record of spirit veins was merely 20,000. This means she has directly shattered the previous record by 50 times? Goodness, have I truly become this extraordinary? Gasping in disbelief, the crowd was utterly numbed. The ancestral sage achieved sagehood after a millennium, and this little girl possesses the body of 10,000 swords. Entering the earthly realm at 12, breaking through 3 realms, and opening 1,000,000 spirit veins. Are you two truly defying the heavens? If this little girl fully matures, who in the southern wilderness will stand as a rival to Ice Cloud Immortal Palace? Sister, her aura is terrifying, even stronger than that of ancestor Jian Wuxin. At that moment, Lin Tian'er, standing beside Jian Wuxin, suddenly spoke, her tone tinged with tension. Tian'er, what is it? Lin Qing'er lowered her head, looking at Lin Tian'er with curiosity. From their time spent waiting, she had already learned that the legendary prodigy before them was indeed a disciple of the Ice Cloud ancestor. Although it was their first meeting, the shock was overwhelming, almost beyond belief. Bearing the body of 10,000 swords, entering the ancestral sect, ascending to the top of the sword pavilion, and opening 1,000,000 spirit veins. This might truly be the essence of a prodigy, and the name Jian Wuxin had already resonated throughout the southern wilderness in the past 6 months. I do not know. Lin Tian'er shook her head and said, in the eyes of this sister, there seems to be a terrifying aura concealed within, something I cannot articulate. I sensed it when she first entered the sword pavilion half a year ago, but now, as she emerged, that feeling has intensified. It is a chilling, piercing aura. It's seemingly calm and composed. Jian Wuxin was momentarily taken aback. She then gasped, striving to maintain her composure. She said softly, possessing the body of 10,000 swords, stepping into the earthly realm within a year and a half, ascending to the 100th level of the sword pavilion, refining the celestial ice sword intent, opening 1,000,000 spirit veins. Wuxin, the shock you have brought us is truly monumental. Your talent is unparalleled in millennia. At that moment, Jian Wuxin closed her fingers, retracting the sword intent in her hand. Shaking her head, she felt no sense of pride, saying, I too expended great effort to refine the celestial ice sword intent. It was purely fortuitous. This sword intent is indeed powerful. Had I not possessed the body of 10,000 swords, I could not have refined it even after another half year in the sword pavilion. As for the opening of 1,000,000 spirit veins, that was also serendipitous. Even I did not expect it. The disciples, the elders, Lin Qing'er, Jian Wuxin. Upon hearing this, everyone present felt a surge of frustration. Are you two truly so nonchalant about your achievements? At this moment, the Grand Elder approached, suppressing his inner excitement, and spoke. Junior Sister Wuxin has not only entered the earthly realm, but has also acquired the Celestial Ice Ancestor's Celestial Ice Sword intent. In the upcoming Talents Conference in 100 years, she will undoubtedly crush all the prodigies of the southern wilderness with her unmatched prowess. Upon hearing this, Jian Wuxin furrowed her brow, inquiring, what is the Talents Conference? At the mention of the Talents Conference, Mu Yangzi's expression of astonishment vanished, replaced by a sigh. He said, 1,000 years ago, after the matriarch's fall, our Ice Cloud Immortal Palace faced joint suppression from the 8 sacred grounds, seizing various resources. Without a sage to oversee us, the younger generation of disciples has fallen far behind those of other sacred grounds. Now, your emergence alongside the ancestor will surely rectify this imbalance. Jian Wuxin nodded. With the awakening of her imperial soul, she has come to understand that she is the reincarnation of the Sword Emperor. Fragments of memories from her past life are gradually resurfacing. Yet, what remains paramount now is to enhance her strength and strive to attain the status of a great emperor in this lifetime, achieving complete transcendence. However, in this life, she realizes that there is another bond tethering her heart. The Talents Conference holds little significance for her. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated from behind the crowd. Such an astonishing talent, such a remarkable girl. When has our Ice Cloud Immortal Palace ever produced such a paragon of destiny? Little girl, would you be willing to take me as your master? The voice belonged to the revered Xian Tian ancestor. Ancestor, this may not be appropriate. The Grand Elder interjected, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. It seems this ancient being, who has been in seclusion for a millennium, has also taken a liking to Jian Wuxin. However, she has already pledged herself to Su Chen as her master, no matter how compelling the offer. Xiantian ancestor lacks the standing to pursue her. After all, she is the beloved disciple of the ancestor. What is inappropriate about it? The revered Xiantian Taizu let out a cold snort, dramatically sweeping his long sleeves. The illustrious Xiantian Taizu, regardless of how extraordinary this young girl's talent may be, why should she not become my disciple? Am I truly unworthy? He, a paragon of greatness, once possessed a divine body and shattered multiple limits. His prowess reached the pinnacle of supremacy, standing on par with the Ice Cloud 7 immortals. Why should he not be deemed worthy to be this young lady's master? Master, she is Su. Bamboo Heart was about to speak when suddenly, a voice filled with disdain resounded from the heavens. Not to speak ill, but you, old man, are truly unworthy. Who dares? At the sound, Xiantian Taizu abruptly lifted his head, scanning the void, leaving no corner unchecked. Who would dare claim he was unworthy? He should recall who forged the fearsome reputation of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. However, just as he raised his gaze, a thunderous roar erupted. Suddenly, the power of the laws outside the heavenly ice sword pavilion began to stir. In the unseen realm, the celestial energy that Jian Wuxin had previously absorbed completely began to rapidly revive. Then, a radiant golden light appeared out of thin air, cleaving a fissure through the silence. As if the very path of existence was reversing, a figure almost perfect in its form materialized before the eyes of the gathered crowd. Chapter 29. The Eye of Terror, born with dual pupils before us, stood a man clad in a pristine white robe, his garments billowing gracefully. His otherworldly visage was unparalleled, captivating women and enchanting even the fairest of fairies. No words could adequately convey even a fraction of his beauty. His aura, reminiscent of falling blossoms and drifting snowflakes, enveloped all in a trance. Though he appeared unremarkable at first glance, an undeniable sense of awe radiated from him. He was the Grand Master of Ice Cloud, a celestial being who astonished all who beheld him. As he approached the crowd with deliberate steps, it was as if he walked upon clouds. The surrounding dust seemed to retreat in reverence, unwilling to disturb his presence. With each step he took, golden ripples spread forth, mesmerizing all who witnessed this ethereal figure. The disciples and prodigies erupted in fervor at the sight of him. Look, it's the Grandmaster. He's so handsome, I'm utterly smitten. Oh, Grandmaster, I adore you. I yearn to bear your children. I can't contain myself. I must excuse myself to the restroom. Wait for me. I'm coming too. Upon catching sight of this golden radiance, the venerable Xiantian Grandmaster was taken aback. Holy, a saint's golden light. You are an immortal saint, a powerful saint? Since my disciple, Sister Xinin's demise, when did our Ice Cloud Palace produce another saint? Has much transpired during this time? The female disciples cast disdainful glances at Xiantian Grandmaster. Does he not know our Grandmaster has entered the realm of saints? It seems this old man has been lying in his coffin without any updates. However, Su Chen remained silent, making his way towards Jian Wuxin. In that instant, every elder, along with countless Ice Cloud disciples and esteemed prodigies, felt their hearts race wildly. Good heavens, what a wondrous gate! It appears ordinary, yet it conceals boundless profundity of the Tao within each step. To the elders, it seemed as if the stars reversed their course and the sun and moon were overturned, embodying a depth of the Tao that was unfathomable. Could this be the legendary essence of the Tao? Yet, how could the Grandmaster's walk exude such Tao essence? Could it be that he practices the foot Tao? The essence of the Tao requires a saint to comprehend. Even half-saints can only condense shadows. They had never witnessed such a phenomenon, though Su Chen was indeed a saint. Possessing two distinct Tao essences seemed implausible. The only explanation was that he was indeed practicing the foot Tao. An elder then explained to Xiantian Grandmaster, this is indeed our Grandmaster. We must adopt a humble demeanor and not be arrogant. Understood, Grandmaster? What Grandmaster? Xiantian Grandmaster scoffed. I have lain in my coffin for 10,000 years, and now I must humble myself to address someone as Grandmaster? Absurd. He pouted and scrutinized Su Chen. Young man, you must be a disciple of Ice Cloud Palace as well. I am Xiantian Grandmaster. Is this girl truly your disciple? Indeed, he's the illustrious Xiantian Grandmaster, who has rested in his coffin for 10 millennia. He has lived for 50,000 years. A figure from the era of the Supreme Master of Ice Cloud, Mu Xianin. Even if Mu Bingchan and the 7 fairies of Ice Cloud were to meet him, they would respectfully address him as Shirbo. To have him call another Grandmaster is simply ludicrous. Yet, Su Chen paid little heed, his gaze shifting towards Jian Wuxin. A subtle smile graced Su Chen's lips, devoid of any reproach. Ah, my dear disciple, you have finally emerged from your seclusion? I permitted you to enter the Heavenly Ice Sword Pavilion for training, but I did not intend for you to remain there for half a year. Master, Upon seeing that familiar figure, Jian Wuxin's cheeks flushed. Though they had spent a year together, her prolonged seclusion made this reunion all the more poignant. The awakened Empress, with her cold and proud demeanor, seemed untouched by worldly emotions. Yet before Su Chen, she found herself rendered speechless, a wave of shyness washing over her. Just then, the system's voice echoed. Ding! Host has detected the Eye of Terror, born with dual pupils, possessing the potential of an emperor, eligible to accept as a disciple. Su Chen was momentarily stunned. Eye of Terror, born with dual pupils? Potential of an emperor? What is this nonsense? The system clarified, Dear host, the Eye of Terror is no trivial matter. It is an unparalleled gift that would make even saint-level and emperor-level beings envious. Unparalleled gift? Su Chen paused, then nodded. Could it be that there is a reincarnated empress among them? The system chuckled lightly. Although a reincarnated empress is indeed extraordinary, it manifests primarily in the context of multiple rebirths, presenting several opportunities to ascend to the emperor level. However, the Eye of Terror is genuinely a gift of emperor potential. This physique is not merely a product of fortune, but a true embodiment of calamity. The host's mother would endure hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years of pregnancy before giving birth. And once born, calamity would inevitably follow. The heavens would tear open a rift, revealing a vertical eye, invoking divine retribution and leaving no living being within 1,000 miles. The mother would surely perish, hence the term born of calamity, destined for a life of solitude. Anyone possessing such a transcendent eye would be reviled by all beings, forced to dwell in a shadowy realm, unable to cultivate any techniques. The Eye of Terror often accompanies dual pupils, a manifestation of innate supremacy, imbued with ancient Dao laws. When unveiled, it could even pierce the heavens. Should one reach the pinnacle, they could effortlessly slay even the mightiest of saints or obliterate celestial beings. Thus, the Eye of Terror possessing emperor potential is not mere words. Once this calamity-born physique matures, it would indeed instill dread in all beings. Good heavens! Such strength? Su Chen was utterly astonished by the system's revelations. Born for slaughter, destined for invincibility, truly defying the heavens. Where's this individual? Dear host, right beside your senior sister. Beside my senior sister? He slowly turned to gaze in Zhu Xian's direction. Next to Zhu Xian were 2 enchanting figures, one tall and one petite. The elder appeared to be around 17 or 18, her features exquisitely delicate, a true beauty of the realm. Dressed in a flowing light blue gown, her stunning visage exuded an air of aloofness. The younger one was small and dainty, swathed in a white dress that clung to her lithe form, her hair cascading to her waist. Her skin was alabaster, as if sculpted from jade, and her face was stunning, with large, expressive eyes that sparkled with wonder. She appeared no older than 7 or 8. Could it be yet another little lowly? Su Chen approached Zhu Xian, bowing slightly, greetings, senior sister. This little rascal. Zhu Xian shook her head in exasperation. She felt a sense of helplessness towards this little junior brother, whose every appearance brought varying degrees of surprise. Su Chen smiled and directed his gaze to the 2 young women behind Zhu Xian. Senior sister, are they all your disciples? Indeed, Zhu Xian nodded. Half a year ago, I officially accepted Qing as my disciple. Her gaze then fell upon Lin Tian'er. This is Lin Tian'er, the ninth lord of the celestial kingdom. Faced with this unexpected revelation, the Lin sisters were momentarily stunned before bowing respectfully. Qing'er, I have met the Grandmaster. Tian'er, I have met the Grandmaster. They never anticipated that this legendary figure would approach them and inquire about their well-being. Witnessing this scene, Jian Wuxin furrowed her brow slightly, questioning her junior brother. Why have you suddenly taken an interest in Tian'er? As Su Chen's senior sister, she understood that this little one was usually quite idle. For him to show interest indicated something significant. Su Chen shook his head in resignation, acknowledging, it seems my senior sister knows me well. I have observed this young girl for 7 or 8 years, yet she exudes no spiritual energy. It appears rather peculiar. Jian Wuxin nodded in agreement, responding, you are correct. This girl, upon her birth, caused a phenomenon of thunder tribulation, yet it is strange that she displays no trace of spiritual energy. An elder from our palace examined her body years ago, finding nothing amiss. Over the past 6 months, I have personally checked her as well, and everything seems normal. Perhaps we shall have to wait until my senior sister emerges from her retreat to discuss further. The senior sister she referred to as naturally Mu Bingshan, the master of Ice Cloud Palace. However, she found nothing unusual about Su Chen. After all, he was an immortal sage, possessing qualifications and vision far surpassing her own, making it unsurprising for him to discern such unusual physical traits. Su Chen spoke, senior sister, I have an unorthodox request. Oh, Jian Wuxin replied, a hint of mischief flashing in her beautiful eyes. It is rare for you to take the initiative to approach me. Do share. Hearing Jian Wuxin's words, Su Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. He leaned closer, narrowing his eyes, and said, senior sister, this little girl has a special constitution. Why not give her to me? She would be of great use to me, and in return, I will help you refine a few paths of sage enlightenment to assist your cultivation. Jian Wuxin erupted in laughter, shooting him an exasperated glance. After a year apart, you've learned a bargain. How stingy you are with your senior sister. Yet she quickly added, what? Have you taken a liking to this little girl? You wouldn't have some peculiar inclination, would you? First it was Wu Xin, and now Lin Tian'er. Why are they all little girls? If you don't reveal your secrets, I'll call upon the other senior sisters to storm the misty peak and devour you whole. Su Chen smirked, I fear you not. Choose your battleground, be it the floor, a table, the grass, or even the lake. I, a dignified sage, should I fail against all 8 of you, then I shall no longer bear the surname Su. Jian Wuxin was utterly speechless. Her nature was already cool and indifferent. It was unexpected that she would be outmatched in words by this little junior brother, who was indeed a sage. It seemed he was stronger than all 8 of her sisters combined. All right, Jian Wuxin said, her cheeks flushing as she relented. Here you go. Thank you, senior sister. Su Chen replied with an embarrassed smile. Jian Wuxin then addressed Lin Tian'er. Tian'er, your constitution is unique. Perhaps my junior brother has a way to resolve your physical issues. Would you be willing to come to Misty Peak and accept his guidance? Lin Tian'er paused, glancing at her sister Ling Qing. Clearly, she was uncertain. At only 7 years old, she was still a child, her mind not fully mature. However, her sister Ling Qing'er, Chapter 30. A familiar aroma having gained her sister's approval, Lin Tian'er blushed and respectfully bowed, declaring, disciple, I wish to follow. In that case, Tian'er, you may accompany Wuxin. Jian Wuxin nodded lightly, stating, junior brother Su, he is the immortal sage of thousands, with unparalleled talent, and is also the master of Jian Wuxin. Given his prowess, he may indeed possess a solution. Yes, Tian'er understands. Lin Tian'er bowed respectfully. Despite her tender age of 7, she often heard tales of this legendary ancestor. Though she had never met him, her curiosity about the Ice Cloud ancestor was immense. If he could resolve her inability to cultivate, it would confirm that she was not a calamity body. The knots in her heart, accumulated over the years, would finally unravel. She longed to experience the joys of life like an ordinary person, with emotions, laughter, familial love, the ability to cultivate, and to become an extraordinary woman of her generation. Excellent. Su Chen expressed his satisfaction. After bidding farewell to Jian Wuxin, he took each girl's hand and returned to the mysterious peak. This spectacle left the elders and disciples utterly bewildered. Goodness, is this Jian Wuxin, the aloof and unapproachable fairy, blushing? Could it be that she has feelings? They pondered, is this truly the unyielding Jian Wuxin? Something felt amiss, especially with the master taking in only young girls as disciples. Did he harbor a peculiar preference? Many elder women, having lived for thousands of years, transformed their appearances to that of 14-year-olds. Meanwhile, Xintian Taizu, who had been ignored by Su Chen, was lost in thought, murmuring, the master is truly remarkable. Yet, why does he seem increasingly handsome? Could it be that I cough? The three returned to the mysterious peak. As they stepped into the familiar purple bamboo grove, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Wow, it smells wonderful. Unable to resist the tantalizing scent, Lin Tian'er drooled with excitement. Her large eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, Sister Wuxin, what is that delightful fragrance? Jian Wuxin was all too familiar with the scent. With a slight hum, she turned her face away. Master, what delectable dish are you preparing? How could you not wait for me? Oomph. With that, she slipped from Su Chen's grasp and dashed into the house, eager to uncover the truth. Is this foolish master secretly indulging without me? Su Chen was left bewildered. How has this little girl learned to express anger after her retreat from the sword pavilion? Could it be? Entering the familiar abode, surrounded by all that was known, Jian Wuxin quickly recognized the source of the aroma, a long-simmered chicken soup. Realizing her earlier behavior, she felt a flush of warmth. It turns out Master is so thoughtful. Su Chen began to thoroughly examine Lin Tian'er's condition, confirming the system's assertion. There was no fluctuation of spiritual energy, nor any discernible spiritual roots or physical constitution. This peculiar physique was indeed unusual. Were it not for her status as a princess of the divine kingdom and her exquisite beauty, even at 7 years old, she might be in grave danger. Beneath her white dress lay a dreamlike copper physique capable of ensnaring anyone's heart. Jian Wuxin seemed to sense something amiss. Master, what is the matter? Su Chen paused, noticing the changes in Jian Wuxin since her imperial soul's awakening. Meanwhile, Lin Tian'er looked up with wide, anxious eyes on the verge of tears. Senior ancestor, do you truly have a way to resolve the strange occurrences affecting me? It was evident the ordeal had inflicted cruel harm and torment on the innocent 7-year-old girl. She merely wished to live like a normal person. Su Chen nodded. You're not a calamity body. Your physique is merely unique. With my specialized guidance, all will be well. A mischievous grin crept onto his face. Guidance? Lin Tian'er felt a blush creep across her cheeks, confused by her own reaction. Wasn't she just a 7-year-old girl? Yet, she felt an inexplicable shyness wash over her. Jian Wuxin puffed her cheeks and huffed. Master has taken on a little lowly and forgotten about me. Not at all, Su Chen retorted, gently ruffling Jian Wuxin's hair. Since you've just returned to Mysterious Peak, you must be famished. Let's dine first. Upon hearing this, Jian Wuxin leaped with excitement. After half a year of seclusion, she had longed for her master's cooking. Could the meals prepared by the ancestor be delicious? Lin Tian'er murmured. Soon, a standard spread of 4 dishes and a soup appeared, accompanied by freshly harvested cucumbers, reminiscent of the first meal offered to Jian Wuxin. Upon seeing the familiar cucumbers, Jian Wuxin whispered, Master, why do you enjoy cucumbers so much? The appetizing dishes, fragrant and delightful, quickly filled Lin Tian'er's senses. Wow, the ancestor's cooking smells amazing. Her eyes sparkled with delight as drool threatened to spill. Su Chen was taken aback. Is my cooking truly so extraordinary? He recalled how Jian Wuxin had experienced a surge in cultivation upon her first taste, lost in her breakthrough. Meanwhile, little Lin Tian'er appeared ready to drool strings. After a satisfying meal, Jian Wuxin retrieved a bottle of peach blossom wine from beneath the peach tree and poured a cup for Su Chen. Master, please partake. She offered the cup with both hands. Sitting beneath the peach tree, Su Chen was slightly surprised. What does this little one intend to do? Accepting the cup, he downed in one gulp and smiled. Wuxin, what is on your mind? With a bright smile, Jian Wuxin replied. Disciple hopes Master will also take in little sister Tian'er as a disciple, allowing me to have a little sister. Take Lin Tian'er as a disciple? Su Chen mused, teasingly asking, Are you not worried that another disciple might compete for your favor? Not at all. Jian Wuxin pouted. If master dares to neglect me, I will. What will you do? Su Chen was curious, his gaze sweeping past Jian Wuxin. Jian Wuxin turned her face away in indignation. I will bite you. Or will you bite me? I'll bite your finger. Meanwhile, Lin Tian'er watched this exchange, her expression one of wistful longing. The bond between the ancestor and Sister Wuxin appeared so warm. They seemed to share a deeply affectionate master-disciple relationship. This thought stirred a tinge of envy within her. She too yearned for connection, for someone to care for her, to accompany her, desiring a bond akin to that of Jian Wuxin and Su Chen. After a moment, Jian Wuxin finally noticed Lin Tian'er's presence. Her cheeks flushed as she quickly distanced herself from Su Chen, with a sense of helplessness. Su Chen hung the wine cup from a branch and leaped down from the peach tree. Approaching Lin Tian'er with measured steps, Su Chen spoke in a tranquil tone. Little Tian'er, you're not afflicted by a calamitous constitution, merely possessing a unique physical disposition. With my specialized guidance, you should be able to cultivate. However, my temperament is one of serenity. I seldom involve myself in worldly affairs, nor do I harbor interest in others. Yet since I have given you my word, I shall naturally restore you to normalcy. But if you wish to pursue cultivation, there are but two paths before you. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian'er was momentarily stunned. Venerable ancestor, please enlighten me. Su Chen nodded and continued. First, Wu Xian has been a disciple of my ethereal peak for a year and a half. Though merely 13 years of age, she has already attained the Earth Sect realm, a rank equivalent to that of an elder in ordinary sections. She is now qualified to instruct disciples. Should you choose to become her disciple, and thereby my grand disciple, I may make an exception to personally guide you. Second, he went on, when I first emerged from seclusion to take Wu Xian as my disciple, my intent was to select a prodigious talent to inherit my master's Taoist legacy. However, Wu Xian is a sword cultivator, incapable of fully inheriting the traditions of ethereal peak. Your constitution, on the other hand, is extraordinary, unbound by the need for Taoist succession. Thus, you may also choose to become my second personal disciple, under Su Chen himself. In that case, his gaze traveled slowly from the tips of her toes upward, lingering upon her delicate visage. I would have no qualms guiding you for an entire lifetime. Now, he concluded, you may inform me of your decision. Lin Tian'er's eyes shimmered with uncertainty, her vision filled with Su Chen's figure. Could it be that she, too, might become a direct disciple of this legendary patriarch? Yet, why did her heart flutter so uncontrollably? Her cheeks burned crimson, as though fevered. What was this inexplicable sensation? But she could not resist the allure of his flawless, gentle presence. Summoning every ounce of courage, she made the first monumental decision of her life. Raising her voice to the heavens, she declared, I choose the second path, to become the venerable ancestor's disciple and be guided by him for all my days. Chapter 31. The Second Disciple Gift Package. Shai Tian'er, I wish to choose the second option, to become the disciple of the ancestor, receiving guidance from him for a lifetime. A melodious voice resonated atop the mysterious peak, startling the birds into a flurry of song and causing the clear springs to flow with renewed vigor. It is hard to imagine that such words could emerge from the lips of a young girl endowed with the eye of fear. Rather, she resembled an angel, having descended into the mortal realm. However, the moment she uttered those words, her face was instantly enveloped in a rosy hue. Heavens! Lin Tian'er, you are still but a little girl. How can you dare to speak such bashful words? Lin Tian'er lifted her small hand, burying her flushed cheeks within it. She herself could not comprehend why she felt this way. It was merely that the instant she laid eyes on Su Chen, she understood the meaning of infatuation at first sight, of being captivated by a mere smile. Indeed, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Though still young, she displayed a certain understanding, a promising disciple indeed. From this day forth, you shall be my second personal disciple, unless commanded otherwise. You are not to leave the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Yes, master. Lin Tian'er respectfully bowed, then playfully stuck out her little tongue at Su Chen. At that moment, the system chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring a second affordable disciple. Your second disciple possesses the Eye of Fear, endowed with the potential of an emperor and blessed with fortune. From now on, daily sign-ins will yield double rewards. Double rewards? The fortune bestowed by the Eye of Fear is indeed remarkable. Yet another with the potential of an emperor. How overwhelming. Su Chen sighed helplessly. First, a reincarnated Empress, and now another with imperial potential. Why do these prodigies from holy lands all choose him as their master? Double rewards, double joy. Host, do remember to take care of yourself. While guiding your disciples is delightful, maintaining one's health is paramount. Do not forget your daily cups of goji berries and red dates, morning, noon, and night. Su Chen shot the system a glance, exasperated. Double rewards and double joy? Wouldn't it be more delightful to have triple joy? The system continued. Due to the acquisition of your second affordable disciple, you have been rewarded with another disciple recruitment gift package, now automatically placed in the system space. Would you like to retrieve it? Retrieve it. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen nodded. The last time he took in Jian Wuxin as a disciple, the system rewarded him with an emperor-level longevity scripture and a remarkable sword technique. Surely this time would not be lacking either. Ding! The second disciple recruitment gift package is being extracted. 30, 69, 99. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a sacred level technique, the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Hand. Congratulations, host. You have also acquired a demon beast egg. Before him appeared a technique and a pitch-black demon beast egg. In an instant, a torrent of immense knowledge surged into his mind. The Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger, a sacred level technique divided into 5 forms. 1 finger to imprison the heavens and earth, 2 fingers to shatter mountains and rivers, 3 fingers to extinguish living beings, 4 fingers to break the firmament, and 5 fingers to shift the cosmos. The highest realm allows the fusion of all 5 fingers, effortlessly imprisoning a domain. The Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Hand, once unleashed, can annihilate foes. The name, the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Hand, felt so familiar. Su Chen murmured, though he did not dwell on it too much. After all, it was a sacred level technique, something to be utilized. He then turned his attention to the pitch-black demon beast egg. Demon beast egg. Not yet hatched, attributes unknown. 1 technique and 1 egg. It was acceptable. After a brief moment, Su Chen returned to his senses. He extended his hands to gently assist Lin Tianer in standing, saying, "You were once a princess of the divine kingdom, of the highest status, yet upon entering my mysterious peak, you must abide by the rules of being a disciple. Having just dined, it is best to rest for now. Also, bathe and change your clothes promptly. Later, I shall properly educate you." Feeling the warmth of Su Chen's hands, Lin Xiana es Hix flushed deeper. Though she was a princess, she was still just a young girl, and given the series of calamities that had befallen her, she had never been in such close proximity to a boy, let alone engaged in such intimate gestures. Coupled with Su Chen's stunning appearance, waves of emotion stirred within her heart. Oh no, my sister once mentioned that any contact with a man could lead to having a baby, and now I am no longer pure. What should I do? Half an hour later, steam wafted from the room, and the door creaked open, revealing a petite figure with damp hair. It was Jian Wuxin. She called out to Lin Tianer in the stone pavilion, "Tianer, junior sister, I am done bathing. Hurry and come wash up. Later, we must be educated together by master." "Okay, I'm coming." Lin Tianer responded from beneath the stone pavilion. Then, she turned to glance at Su Chen, who was gently playing the guqin. Biting her lip, she grasped the snowy hem of her skirt tightly, appearing caught in a dilemma. After a long pause, she finally mustered the courage to speak shyly. "Master, could you join me in the bath?" Su Chen was taken aback, looking at Lin Tianer with a hint of confusion. Why? What thoughts could this little girl be harboring? After several breaths, Lin Tianer's face turned crimson in a fleeting moment. Finally, she timidly admitted, "Since childhood, it has always been my sister who helped me bathe. I do not know how to undress." Not knowing how to undress? What kind of reason is that? After a prolonged silence, Su Chen finally nodded. Very well. Though Lin Tianer was his newly accepted disciple, she was still a child after all. Moreover, having lived in darkness her whole life, she had scarcely interacted with others, with her daily needs cared for solely by Lin Qing. As her master, it fell upon him to handle such matters. Entering the bathing area, the warm steam had already dampened Lin Tianer's hair, droplets occasionally cascading down. Witnessing this, even Su Chen felt a twinge of discomfort. Although he was merely assisting her in undressing, she was still just a little girl, which inevitably led to some internal conflict. In contrast, Lin Tianer, aside from her blushing cheeks, exhibited no signs of resistance. It was as though she silently acquiesced. She murmured to herself, recalling her sister's words that once a girl became pregnant, she would have to live her life with that man. Yet if that man were a master. After much internal turmoil and contemplation, Lin Tianer finally shook her head vigorously. Gathering her courage, she raised her beautiful eyes to meet Su Chen's gaze and shyly asked, "Master, do you have confidence in helping me put on my white dress again?" Chapter 32. Tianer's Heart, Her Path of Meaning. Master, do you have confidence in helping me put on the white dress again? A shy voice emerged from the lips of the little girl, reminiscent of a celestial melody, light and yet imbued with a hint of bashfulness. Were he an ordinary man, he might have lunged forward like a lustful beast, eager to possess the angelic figure before him, succumbing to base desires. But Su Chen was no ordinary man. He had spent millennia cultivating his heart, remaining detached from worldly affairs, indifferent to all. Yet even he was taken aback, his heart stirred by the scene unfolding before him. "Su Chen, what are you thinking? She is your disciple." He bit his tongue sharply, jolting himself back to clarity. Regaining his composure, he gazed upon Lin Tianer, a softness entering his eyes. "Silly girl, now that you have joined my Piao Peak, you're never alone. You have your sister, your unfeeling senior sister, and your master. We are all your family." Su Chen spoke gently. "Helping you don the white dress is simply my duty as your master." "But master, Lin Tianer's gaze became misty, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Just a 7-year-old girl, she bore the burden of a calamity body since birth. Though a princess of the divine realm, she had been scorned by the world, her only companion being her sister. Faced with this unexpected warmth, she found herself overwhelmed. With a gentle nibble on her lip, she suddenly threw herself into Su Chen's embrace, bursting into tears. "Master, why are you so kind to me? Woo, I am clearly a disaster. I caused my mother's death upon birth, and calamity has befallen all around me. Even the heavenly tribulations have sought to erase me, making everyone fear and shun me. Yet you do not despise me, and you accept me as your disciple, and now you wish to help me bathe. Master, why are you so kind?" Hearing her words, Su Chen was momentarily stunned. He then reached out, tenderly ruffling her hair, his gaze filled with warmth. "Foolish child, you have never been a disaster. You are simply my disciple, a beautiful little princess. If I did not cherish you, who will?" "Master." After a long moment, Lin Tianer lifted her beautiful eyes to gaze at Su Chen, her cheeks flushed. Biting her lip, she finally revealed a long-awaited smile. "Yes, Master is the best." With that, she buried her shy face once more in Su Chen's embrace, unsure of why she felt this way. For the past 7 years, she had always been alone, with no one but her sister to care for her. Now, faced with Su Chen's sudden kindness, she found it impossible to resist. Observing this scene, the system murmured to itself, "The host is once again coaxing the little girl, but why? Why can I not feel anger? Instead, I feel a trace of joy. Yet the host is merely no. Mother said that as a system, I must maintain my composure. But seeing the host happy brings me such delight. What is happening to me?" In the eastern desolation region, within the central continent's Dao domain, on a celestial mountain shrouded in mist, where a mortal crane soared, an old man sat in an ancient pavilion, clad in white. His face was gentle, yet his hair and beard were as white as snow, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. He remained still, indifferent to all around him. "It is peculiar," he murmured. "I have foreseen the descent of a dual-eyed being in the southern wilderness, destined to share a master-disciple bond with me in years to come. Yet, why does this connection grow weaker?" The old man slowly opened his eyes, which bore the depth of countless lifetimes. Yet now, confusion and doubt clouded his features. Many centuries ago, he had foreseen the arrival of this dual-eyed being who, guided by the heavenly path, would connect with him. But just moments ago, that aura had diminished, nearly vanishing entirely. What could this mean? Has someone else claimed this dual-eyed individual first? Pondering this mystery, the old man closed his eyes once more. Very well, let me delve deeper and uncover your whereabouts. Meanwhile, on Piamiao Peak, after a while in Su Chan's embrace, Lin Tun'er slowly lifted her gaze. Her eyes filled with shyness. She turned her face away and softly said, "Master, if we don't wash soon, the water will turn cold." Oh! After a moment's reflection, Su Chan finally grasped the situation. Assisting Lin Tun'er in undressing was indeed a challenge for him. After all, she was his disciple and a genuine little girl. Watching her shy demeanor, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Goodness, though he had mentally prepared himself, this was truly a daunting task. "Master, if you find it difficult, I can manage it myself." Observing Su Chen's hesitation, Lin Tian'er sighed, a flicker of loneliness crossing her eyes. It seemed she was still too embarrassed. After all, she had only just met her master. Previously, it had always been her sister who helped her. I will be an adult now. I must learn to handle these things myself. Come on, Tian'er, you can do it. Encouraging herself, she extended her little hand and clumsily tugged at the lace of her gown. "Wait, silly girl, let your master help you." Seeing this, Su Chan hurriedly moved to assist her. Yet, before he could reach her, the delicate white dress slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Her exquisitely sculpted figure was now laid bare to the air. 7 days later, in the stone pavilion, a figure lounged lazily in a rocking chair. Lin Tun'er leaned against him, while beneath the peach tree, Jian Wuxin wielded her sword, petals scattering like rain. The sword's light dancing wildly. Having awakened her imperial soul and opened countless spirit veins, Jian Wuxin's cultivation speed was terrifyingly rapid. Moreover, she possessed 3 distinct paths of meaning: the bone-chilling heavenly ice sword intent and the unparalleled sword intent of the Empress. Each was formidable enough to entice even the mightiest of saints. Observing Jian Wuxin, Lin Tian'er felt a pang of envy. "Master, when can I cultivate like my sister?" At that moment, Su Chan shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his tone. "Tian'er, your physique is unique. Your path of meaning differs greatly from mine and your sister's. When the right opportunity arrives, your own path will reveal itself." "I understand, Master." Lin Tian'er nodded gently. But just then, a sudden stirring in her heart drew her attention. Moments later, her eyes snapped open. Within them, countless corpses collapsed to the ground. A mountain of bones forming, rivers of blood flowing. A figure stood atop the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, radiating an aura akin to that of a war god. One who seemed capable of single-handedly challenging the heavens, looking down upon all realms. Chapter 33. The dual pupil is the path of invincibility. Why borrow another's bones? What a terrifying aura. What is happening? Lin Tun'er murmured softly, her beautiful eyes fixed upon a powerful figure. The might emanating from this person is formidable. Even my father would likely be no match for them. Though this was merely an image, she could distinctly sense the horror emanating from the figure, akin to a battle god, crushing all eternity with an invincible stance. This was the first time since her birth that she had experienced such a vision. Could this be what my master referred to as my destined path? But what could it possibly entail? At that moment, a voice akin to a resounding bell suddenly echoed in her mind. The dual pupil is the path of invincibility. Why borrow another's bones? Upon hearing this voice, Lin Tian'er abruptly opened her eyes, filled with fear and astonishment. Could this be my destined path? Startled awake, her pupils trembled as she gasped for breath. Then, she rose from Su Chen's embrace, beginning to comprehend her newfound understanding. Suddenly, a crimson light shot into the sky, causing the entire Ice Cloud Immortal Palace to tremble slightly. At that moment, a vertical eye opened in the heavens, revealing a double pupil within it. The manifestation of the dual pupil. Sensing the terrifying aura, figures burst through the roof, ascending into the air. The elders of Ice Cloud were aghast. One eye, two pupils. What on earth is this? What a bizarre phenomenon. Gazing at the vertical eye in the sky, even the elders of Ice Cloud were filled with shock and dread. Thunder rumbled. At that moment, the entire snow-maiden mountain trembled, and blood light emanated from the vertical eye. In an instant, the entire Ice Cloud Immortal Palace was enveloped in this blood light, revealing war chariots, war horses, and mountains of corpses and seas of blood within the vertical eye. What a terrifying aura. Is this the path of slaughter? Ever since our ancestor emerged from seclusion, our Ice Cloud Immortal Palace has never known peace. Meanwhile, Jian Wuxin slightly raised her gaze towards the heavens. Is this the aura of slaughter? The sky has opened a vertical eye, indicating that Tian'er has found her path of cultivation. Lin Qing'er, beside Jian Wuxin, stared blankly at the sky. She was all too familiar with this vertical eye. The master was indeed correct. This is Tian'er's calamity manifestation. She murmured softly, even with the full strength of our nation, we cannot resolve this for Tian'er in just a few days. What kind of extraordinary figure is this legendary ancestor? Sensing the changes brought about by Lin Tian'er, Su Chen furrowed his brow. What is happening? Do not be concerned, host. Your second disciple has awakened her destined path. Her destined path? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and inquired, what is Tian'er's destined path? The system chuckled, dear host, have you heard the phrase, the dual pupil is the path of invincibility. Why borrow another's bones? The dual pupil is the path of invincibility. Why borrow another's bones? Su Chen murmured, could it be that the dual pupil is indeed Tian'er's destined path, inherently invincible without the need for another's legacy? Host is truly astute, the system nodded. Those endowed with the eye of fear are born for slaughter. The dual pupil is born for invincibility. Hearing the system's voice, Su Chen nodded. His two disciples, one, the reincarnation of an empress, possessing the innate sacred body of 10,000 swords and two forms of destined paths, born to prove herself as a great emperor and pursue the path of immortality. The other, endowed with the eye of fear, even possessing the dual pupil, born for slaughter and destined for invincibility. What prodigies, what anomalies! He felt an immense pressure as their master. The path of the dual pupil is inherently invincible. What a powerful aura of slaughter. Could this truly be my destined path? Lin Tian'er sighed softly. The aura of slaughter inherited from the dual pupil is overwhelmingly intense, enough to induce trepidation, compounded by her innate eye of fear. The combination of slaughter and killing is likely to instill further horror. Previously, she merely wished to cultivate like a normal person. But does this invincible path of slaughter truly suit me? Yet, if I cannot grow stronger, how can I protect my master and sister? She clenched her teeth resolutely. I must obtain this dual pupil inheritance. On the other side, Jian Wuxin set down her sword, gazing at Lin Tian'er, who sat cross-legged. Throughout history, the dual pupil has known no defeat. My junior sister's talent is indeed enviable. Jian Wuxin murmured. However, if my junior sister grows stronger in the future, she could become a significant aid to our master in breaking through the heavens. Spring fades, autumn arrives. Half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. The withered bamboo leaves gradually fall, and the purple bamboo forest is cloaked in a layer of yellowish brown. This mountain has witnessed countless springs, summers, and winters. The scene outside the small bamboo house remains as beautiful as ever, with mountains and waters in perfect harmony. As usual, Su Chen sat in a rocking chair. It was already midday. He should get up for a meal. He wondered what Wuxin was up to this time. Yawning, he slowly rose from the rocking chair and pushed open the door. In the kitchen stood a petite figure of unparalleled grace, dressed in light garments. She appeared delicate and soft, almost boneless. Hearing the door creak, she turned to reveal a playful smile. Master, have you woken up? My meal isn't ready yet. Upon seeing her, Su Chen smiled. Unbeknownst to him, Jian Wuxin had already been at Ice Cloud Immortal Palace for 2 years. Now, 13 years old, she exuded a hint of femininity. Although still a young girl, everything was nearly perfect aside from her slightly budding figure. Su Chen chuckled, do you need my help? Why are you so considerate of your master lately? It used to be you who ate my food every day. With that, Su Chen moved closer. Seeing him approach, Jian Wuxin's face flushed slightly as she raised her delicate hand to gently push against Su Chen's chest. Don't. Master, you lie down. Let your disciples serve you for these days. Previously, it was you taking care of me, but now I have grown up. Compared to before, Jian Wuxin seemed to have matured somewhat. Perhaps it was due to the awakening of her imperial soul. Over the past 6 months, her cultivation had remarkably risen to the 5th level of the earthly realm. Evidently, following the awakening of her imperial soul, her cultivation speed had surged exponentially. Su Chen seriously doubted that this young girl would take less than 100 years to reach the saint level. It is worth noting that Jian Wuxin had only joined him for 2 years. She had advanced through 4 realms, from blood condensation's 10th level to body refinement, spirit sea, and spirit guiding, and then to earthly realm, breaking through 3 extreme realms. Moreover, she had opened up a staggering 100,000 spiritual veins, unparalleled in all of history. This cannot merely be described as abnormal. She is truly an invincible prodigy. All right. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. What about your junior sister? Mentioning Lin Tian'er, Jian Wuxin sighed. Junior sister is still comprehending her path. Who knows when it will come to an end? Upon hearing this, Su Chen also shook his head helplessly. Ever since Lin Tian'er awakened her dual pupil, she had been immersed in meditation, clearly still grasping the essence of this dual pupil inheritance. However, Su Chen understood that once the dual pupils achieve enlightenment, they would become truly invincible. Master, I shall take my leave for a while. Very well, go ahead, Master. Jian Wuxin nodded, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. As she observed Su Chen exiting the room, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Why is it that during this period, every time I encounter my master, my heart races uncontrollably? What is happening to me? At that moment, an ancient voice suddenly resonated within her mind. Little girl, do you wish to grow stronger? The voice was imbued with a beguiling charm. Upon hearing it, Jian Wuxin withdrew her bashful expression, and a chilling, proud aura began to emanate from her. There is no need for such theatrics. Reveal yourself and emerge from within me. Chapter 34. A Great Opportunity. The ancestor's oath. Jian Wuxin spoke softly, yet her words carried an undeniable sharpness. Perhaps it was only when addressing her master that she exhibited such unparalleled gentleness. You are aware of my existence? The voice trembled with disbelief. Upon hearing this, Jian Wuxin let out a cold snort, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of her lips. A mere remnant soul of a sage. Do you truly think that hiding within my imperial body can escape my gaze? The aged voice was filled with trepidation. Since you have long discovered my presence, why did you not expose me? Expose you? Jian Wuxin turned her gaze, lightly replying, why would I do that? Are you not afraid that I will devour your soul source, seize your physical form, and rob you of the fruits of your countless lifetimes of effort? The elderly voice brimmed with confusion and disbelief. He could clearly surmise that Jian Wuxin was undoubtedly a reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse. Such a being, though invincible in their past life, dared not reveal their identity in this existence. For a reincarnated body is the most potent tonic in the world. A mortal consuming even a morsel would attain immortality, while a cultivator who seizes the soul source would inherit the previous lifetime's accomplishments. Yet, this swordsmanship prodigy before him seemed unperturbed by the notion of being devoured. Seize my fruits of enlightenment? Jian Wuxin shook her head, her voice icy. We are all travelers on the same path, striving for longevity. Why should I fear? As she spoke, a trace of disdain appeared once more on her lips. Moreover, I present my imperial soul before you. Do you dare to consume it? A mere remnant of a sage, attempting to devour my imperial soul, would likely turn to ash at the mere touch. The ancient voice fell into silence once again. Then, with a flicker of light and shadow, a phantom emerged. It was the Tianbing sword saint, who had perished 200,000 years ago. However, at this moment, he existed only as a fragment of his former soul. After imparting his insights, he would completely vanish from this realm. Yet, he glimpsed a glimmer of hope in Jian Wuxin. He gasped, could it be that you are truly the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse? No, Jian Wuxin replied without hesitation, shaking her head. I am merely his disciple, a student of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Just a disciple. Merely a student of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Not the unfeeling sword sovereign of her past life. The Empress of the Sword. This was Jian Wuxin's self-definition. Since she had taken Su Chen as her master, the unfeeling Empress had already perished. Unbeknownst to her, a hint of emotion had crept in. Just as disciple, the Tianbing sword saint was momentarily taken aback. He naturally knew who Jian Wuxin referred to. In the past 6 months, as he lingered around Jian Wuxin, he had learned quite a bit about Su Chen. To his astonishment, after that little girl, Mu Xianin, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace had produced another immortal sage, seemingly possessing only a millennium of age. She could indeed be considered a generation's prodigy, her talents far surpassing all the ancestors of Ice Cloud. Speaking of Su Chen, the old ancestor's eyes glimmered with a hint of satisfaction. It appeared that heaven had not forsaken the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. With the two of you, master and disciple, Ice Cloud would soon stand at the pinnacle of the southern wilderness. However, he had not anticipated that such an extraordinary being would also succumb to emotions. Indeed, the affections of this world are the greatest barriers. At this point, he could not help but sigh. In his mind, a youthful figure appeared, which gradually aged as time passed. Time is relentless. Oomph. Upon hearing this, Jian Wuxin suddenly let out a cold snort, her voice frigid. What business is it of yours? If you dare to speak again, I shall utterly obliterate your fragment of a soul. The Tianbing ancestor was rendered speechless. I was merely jesting. Is such a reaction warranted? Having only a fragment of a soul left, must you still frighten me? The youth of today truly lacks respect for their elders. Wait, hasn't she aged many more millennia than I? However, at that moment, Jian Wuxin suddenly spoke again. Yet, I can offer you a chance for rebirth. What? The Tianbing ancestor exclaimed. You mean rebirth? You can grant me a chance for rebirth? At her words, the Tianbing ancestor trembled violently, his pupils constricting in astonishment. Rebirth? What an enticing and alluring prospect, especially for beings of their caliber. Though an immortal sage possesses immense strength, reigning supreme in the southern wilderness, even the peak of sagehood only grants a lifespan of several tens of thousands of years. It is not eternal. Consider the supreme divine palace's master, the saint of desire, who, despite his extraordinary physique and having attained the pinnacle of the half-immortal sage level, has lived for 70,000 years. Yet, due to limitations in his aptitude, he has been unable to advance for several millennia. Without opportunity, he may never break through in his lifetime. One could fearfully predict that he would only survive another 20 or 30,000 years before vanishing from this world. The pursuit of longevity is the ultimate goal for all powerful beings. Only by ascending to the imperial realm and attaining the title of emperor can one truly achieve transcendence. Jian Wuxin of her past life sought the same. Why did she reincarnate to cultivate anew? Was it not in pursuit of the path to immortality? Yet unexpectedly, she encountered Su Chen along the way. Now, an opportunity for resurrection, along with the pursuit of longevity, lay before her. Who could remain unexcited? Are you truly serious? You can really allow me to return to life? The Tianbing ancestor could hardly contain his inner excitement and restlessness as he asked again. Jian Wuxin let out a cold snort of disdain. What do you think? Receiving Jian Wuxin's affirmation, the Tianbing ancestor could no longer suppress his joy. However, before he could speak, Jian Wuxin's voice interrupted once more. You need not rejoice too soon. My assistance in your resurrection comes with conditions. Speak. As long as I can return to life, I would gladly accept any conditions. I would even become your steed. The Tianbing ancestor gasped. Very well. Jian Wuxin's beautiful eyes narrowed, turning to him with satisfaction. Let me tell you, with my imperial strength from my previous life, I could easily overturn this rural land of the southern wilderness. Upon hearing Jian Wuxin's words, the Tianbing ancestor gasped again. To overturn this rural land of the southern wilderness with a mere flick of your hand? What realm does that imply? Just moments ago, she referred to herself as the emperor. Could it be that she was of the legendary emperor realm in her past life? The reincarnation of an emperor. How utterly unbelievable. No wonder she possesses such profound swordsmanship. Ascending to the 5th level of Earth Sovereign at merely 13 years old, She even opened a million spiritual veins. In this life, if she could grow once more, would she not dominate an entire era, crushing all in her path? It was no surprise that as I infiltrated her body, she could sense my presence and remained so unflustered. How careless I was. You are correct. I am indeed a reincarnated being, and in this life, I require a sword servant. If you are willing to serve as my sword servant, pledging eternal loyalty to me, once I ascend to the sage realm, reviving you will be but a mere gesture. Jian Wuxin spoke slowly, each word resonating deeply with the Tianbing ancestor, offering immense allure. To become her sword servant, to have one's resurrection merely a gesture away, given this young woman's talents. Reaching sagehood would likely take her no more than a millennium. The Tianbing ancestor could no longer contain the elation surging within him. He immediately knelt and pledged his oath. With my right hand extended, 3 fingers raised to the heavens, I declare aloud, "Here I pledge my oath to the celestial way. I, the holy sword of ice, willingly become the servant of the heartless sword, forever loyal to my master. This vow shall be witnessed by heaven and earth, attested by the gods. Every word uttered is true. Should there be even a trace of falsehood, may divine retribution descend upon me, obliterated in the torrents of heavenly tribulation, condemned to eternal oblivion without the hope of reincarnation." Chapter 35. The Ancestor's Flesh and a Mysterious Beast Egg for Cultivators. The oath of heaven is a matter of great trepidation and caution. The so-called oath of heaven signifies that a cultivator promises to submit to the judgment of the heavens. Should one violate this oath, the heavens will unleash a divine thunder tribulation, a calamity so terrifying that even the mightiest emperors cannot escape its grasp. Yet, what of being a servant to Jian Wuxin? To serve an emperor is a fortune cultivated over countless generations by the revered ancestor of heavenly ice. Not to mention the possibility of resurrection, granting a new lease on life. If Jian Wuxin were to ascend to the throne again and attain the status of a great emperor, would there not be a chance for him to benefit from that? Perhaps even striving for the legendary realm of the great emperor? Such an opportunity is indeed rare throughout the ages. Seeing the ancestor of heavenly ice take the oath, Jian Wuxin was quite satisfied. Although she had once been the sword emperor in her past life, she was merely a half-emperor who had not attained the status of a great emperor. In this life, she currently stood at the 8th level of the earthly realm, and having a sword sage as a servant would undoubtedly spare her from many trivial tasks. With the oath of heaven in place, she felt assured that the ancestor of heavenly ice would not betray her. Even without the oath, she held no fear, for she believed that the ancestor of heavenly ice was a wise individual. Jian Wuxin collected her thoughts and spoke coldly. "Since you have pledged yourself to me, you must understand clearly what is expected of you and what is not. Rest assured, my master, I comprehend." The ancestor of heavenly ice bowed slightly, showing his respect. What ist? Who would not desire longevity? However, a bitter smile soon graced his lips. "My master, my current condition seems rather unfeasible. I cannot remain forever within your body. Can I?" Jian Wuxin glanced at the ancestor of heavenly ice and replied, "That is only natural. Though I cannot yet reshape your flesh, it is certainly possible to attach your soul to a demon beast or a plant." With that, she raised her finger and lightly tapped. In the next moment, the lifeless corpse of a demon beast materialized before them. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a black and white wolf dog resembling a Siberian husky. Pointing at the corpse, Jian Wuxin said indifferently, "This is the body of a heavenly devouring wolf demon, which possessed the cultivation of a celestial being during its lifetime. I slayed it while training in the mountains last month. It is the most suitable vessel for you. Isn't this a dog-esque corpse?" The ancestor of heavenly ice felt tears welling up, unsure of what to say. "My lady, could you at least find me a proper body? Even a random one from a coffin would suffice." To think that the esteemed ancestor of heavenly ice would cling to the body of a dog to survive. What would the disciples of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace think if they found out? Where would I put my face? Upon hearing this, Jian Wuxin shot him a disdainful glance. This heavenly devouring wolf demon is still a fierce beast. How could you consider it an insult? Very well. The ancestor of heavenly ice nodded reluctantly, conceding that he had no choice. Though outwardly resembling a dog, it would at least grant him a physical form. As a sage-level powerhouse, he was well acquainted with the heavenly devouring wolf demon in the southern wilderness. Aside from the 9 great sacred lands and some immortal families, there existed numerous demon beast tribes whose strength rivaled that of the sacred lands. The heavenly devouring wolf demon was one of them. The heavenly devouring wolf demon clan is powerful, possessing the bloodline of a ferocious beast, with its elite members rivaling immortal sages, dominating over 30,000 states in the southern wilderness, their foundation no less than that of the sacred lands. In his invincible days in the southern wilderness, he had even had an affair with a princess of the heavenly devouring wolf demon clan, which infuriated the Wolf King, who pursued him for over 10,000 years. He wondered how that princess was faring now. Reflecting on those times brought a mischievous smile to the ancestor of Heavenly Ice's face. Soon, with Jian Wuxin's assistance, the ancestor of Heavenly Ice swiftly occupied the body of the heavenly devouring wolf demon. With a physical body, his strength would quickly be restored. At the misty peak, before a bamboo cottage, Chen lounged leisurely in a rocking chair. Since acquiring a disciple, life had indeed improved. He no longer had to toil for himself. However, it was a pity that Tian was in closed-door training and Wuxin was busy cooking, leaving his arms feeling empty, as though something was amiss. He sighed helplessly. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have successfully checked in today. The rewards for collecting disciples have doubled, receiving 2 tricolor blood eye flowers. Upon hearing the system's voice, Chen felt no stirrings within. System, why is it always various rare herbs and wondrous pills? Do you not have any demon beast pets or the like? Demon beast pets? The system pondered before responding. Didn't the host receive a demon beast egg as a reward last time you collected a disciple? Why not take a look at it? The demon beast egg? The system's mention prompted Chen to recall that he indeed possessed a demon beast egg. Since unpacking it half a year ago, he had completely forgotten about it. He quickly retrieved the demon beast egg from the system space. Mysterious demon beast egg. Not yet hatched. Attributes unknown. Upon reading the description of the demon beast egg, Chen shot the system an exasperated glance. It hasn't hatched in over half a year. What use is it? Host, the demon beast egg indeed requires a mother to continuously provide warmth for it to hatch. Although the spiritual energy here is abundant, the temperature is extremely low. Even if left for 10,000 years, it would remain unchanged. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Chen began to understand. You mean it needs a mother hen to incubate it? The system nodded, affirming, you are correct. Oh, I see. Chen's eyes narrowed. How about I find a mother hen to incubate it? With a determined spirit, Chen strode towards the backyard. He soon arrived at the chicken coop, where plump hens were plentiful, numbering around 100. However, upon seeing Chen, they all shrank back in fear as if seeing a ghost. Master, please don't eat me. Eat her instead. She has more meat than I do. Master, please. Spare me. I'm still a child. This left Chen rather at a loss as he tried to approach. The hens in the coop were all those he had caught in the back mountain, having consumed quite a few over time. He had kept the number controlled at around 100. Rolling his eyes at the hens, he declared, I'm not here to eat you today. Then, what are you here for? One bold hen inquired. Chen produced the demon beast egg and addressed the hens. Whoever can hatch this egg first will receive a separate cage, along with 100 roosters to keep inside. At the mention of roosters, the hens' eyes widened in excitement. Most of them had been confined for over 100 years, with some even longer. They had not seen a rooster in ages. Understood. Rest assured, Master, we will accomplish the task. Seeing this scene, Chen could only smile helplessly. Indeed, any creature that has been single for too long craves companionship. Chapter 36. Shall we prepare a dog meat hot pot? With a spirited cheer, he tossed the beast egg into the air, igniting a frenzy among the hens as they scrambled for it. Observing this scene, Chen couldn't help but chuckle. What a delightful jest! Which hen wouldn't aspire to become the empress of the chickens, surrounded by a horde of roosters, reaching the zenith of its poultry existence? Soon, the voice of Jian Wuxin echoed from the kitchen. Master, the meal is ready. Come and eat. All right. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure lay by the cold pond, an area rich in spiritual energy, where extraordinary flowers and herbs flourished. Upon closer inspection, it was a black and white wolf demon. Little did I know that one day the venerable Tian Bing, would be reduced to clinging to the corpse of a canine demon to survive. Oh heavens, what have I done to deserve this? Is it merely because I had wronged the celestial wolf king? After a futile howling of despair, Tian Bing began to assess his current state. How infuriating! The bloodline of this body is so pathetically weak. I had presumed it would be a royal canine demon. However, with my unparalleled skills, combined with my master's innate talents, I shall surely reclaim my position atop the southern wilderness within a century, looking down upon the celestial saints, since he was merely relying on the corpse of a beast, akin to a borrowed life, and given the wolf demon's low bloodline, he found himself in a state of extreme weakness, barely able to endure the aura of the celestial realm. It appeared that recovery would be a slow process. He attempted to cultivate his energy, gurgle, but alas, his body did not comply. A pitiful growl of hunger emanated from his belly, leaving him utterly exhausted, his 5 legs trembling beneath him. This wretched body even feels hunger. Once invincible, he had cultivated for 30,000 years to attain sainthood, experiencing a lifetime of victories. His name resounded not only across the southern wilderness, but also in several nearby domains. He had long forgotten the sensation of hunger, and now he felt utterly drained. Just then, ripples danced across the water surface as fish began to surface one after another. At the sight, Tian Bing's heart soared. Meat! It is meat! In his excitement, he extended his paw to catch one, but after rummaging through the pond for what felt like an eternity, he had yet to catch a single fish. Look, this foolish dog still wishes to feast on us. A celestial realm beast with such a low bloodline? It was evident that he was not the master's pet, but rather a mere opportunist seeking to usurp the fortune of the mysterious peak. The fish in the cold pond regarded Tian Bing with disdain, then spoke human words. What is happening here? Tian Bing quickly extended his consciousness, only to discover that these fish possessed true dragon bloodlines. The weakest among them was at the sovereign realm. I, who have dominated the ice cloud for 100,000 years, have never endured such humiliation. I was once an immortal saint, and now I am reduced to being mocked by fish. Tears fell once more from the celestial man. At that moment, a rich aroma of meat wafted through the chilly air, instantly invigorating his canine senses. The once prostrate Tian Bing sprang to life, motivated by the enticing scent. Following the aroma, he staggered towards it and was met with a breathtaking sight in the courtyard. His master? Tian Bing paused in astonishment. It was Su Chen and Jian Wuxin, seated under a peach tree, enjoying a meal. Master, you must eat more. This was specially prepared for you. Come now, open your mouth. You silly girl, don't fuss. I'm not a child anymore, I don't need feeding. No, master must obey, or else I will feed you myself. Meanwhile, Tian Bing was already drooling at the delectable aroma. The scent of the meat had drawn him in. Ever since he had attached himself to the wolf demon, his sense of smell had sharpened remarkably. With his abilities, he could detect flavors from millions of miles away. Surely, as the master's sword servant, I should be entitled to a share. Resolved, Tian Bing dashed towards them. Thud! As he heard a sound, Su Chen, who was enjoying his meal, looked down and noticed something had bumped into his feet. Where did this mutt come from? Su Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise, then looked down to see a black and white dog. He couldn't recall any dogs residing on the mysterious peak. Yet, this dog bore a striking resemblance to the husky he had once owned in his past life. Wuxin, when did we adopt the dog? Huh? Jian Wuxin frowned. Master, what dog? She also bent down to take a look. As her sword servant, she recognized this to be Tian Bing. Master, this is... Just as she was about to explain, Su Chen interjected, Wuxin, look at this foolish dog. It must have been lured here by the scent of meat. However, it appears quite lean. Shall we prepare dog meat hot pot? Chapter 37. Even the ancestor cannot escape the law of true fragrance. What? Dog meat hot pot? The ancestor of heavenly ice suddenly jolted awake, his hair standing on end. I am the revered ancestor of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. And you intend to turn me into a hot pot? However, Su Chen was unfazed by such thoughts. He hoisted the ancestor of heavenly ice, preparing to chop him in the kitchen. Master, please don't. Jian Wuxin quickly shook his head. This dog is mine. I found it recently while practicing swordsmanship on the back mountain. It is a pup of the sky-eating wolf demon bloodline, and seeing it in such a pitiful state, I decided to bring it back. Oh, I see, Su Chen said, waving his hand dismissively. Since it is my disciple's pet, let it stay for now. It could serve as a guardian for the house. Phew. Hearing this, the ancestor of heavenly ice finally breathed a sigh of relief. Goodness, I almost became a hot pot for a junior. Yet, his empty stomach compelled him to surrender. The ancestor of heavenly ice lifted his dog head and looked at Su Chen with longing. Woof woof. Upon hearing this, Su Chen glanced down at the ancestor of heavenly ice, puzzled. Are you hungry and wish to eat something? The ancestor nodded vigorously. Very well. Su Chen understood that dogs possess a certain sentience. When hungry, they vocalize their needs. Since it belonged to Wuxin, he decided to reward it with a bone. With a graceful sweep of his long sleeve, he scattered a pile of demon beast bones across the ground, causing some leftover soup to splash about. Eat quickly while it's hot. Su Chen yawned lazily, reclining in a rocking chair. This left the ancestor of heavenly ice utterly bewildered. Woof woof. You insolent creature. How dare you insult me? I am the esteemed ancestor of heavenly ice, your immortal ancestor. You would have me gnaw on bones? Do you truly consider me a dog? The ancestor roared in fury, his eyes ablaze with indignation. This junior dares to treat him like a dog, a mere mutt. What are you dawdling for? Eat up. Seeing the ancestor refuse to eat and continue howling, Su Chen waved his hand, assuming it was just being shy. Wuxin, bring over yesterday's leftovers and place them on the stone slab. It should eat them when it gets hungry. Yes. Jian Wuxin nodded. From the kitchen, she brought out the remnants of the meal, placing them on the stone slab. The ancestor of heavenly ice gazed at her with pleading eyes. Master, you can't truly treat me like a dog. The ancestor felt wronged, on the verge of tears. A dignified sage, reduced to being treated like a dog. And fed scraps? Is this not an insult to dogs? No, this is an affront to wolves. After all, he is now a sky-eating wolf demon. Perhaps you should endure for now. Once I attain the saint's path, I shall restore your corporeal form. This thought distressed Jian Wuxin greatly. She was at a loss for how to explain to Su Chen. Should she reveal that this dog is, in fact, the ancestor of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace? Sighing in resignation, the ancestor of heavenly ice knew that eating leftovers and gnawing on bones would be utterly unacceptable. Absolutely not. After a considerable time, lying on the ground, hunger gnawing at him, he felt utterly weak, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the leftovers on the stone slab and the bones. Particularly, the rich aroma wafting from the bones was irresistible. No, I am an immortal sage. How could I consume such lowly fare? I, the ancestor of heavenly ice, would rather starve than eat a single bone from this junior. Half an hour later, the ancestor of heavenly ice was already so famished that his vision blurred, and his gaze lingered on the pile of bones. But I am so hungry. Perhaps just once? Once I regain my strength, I shall make those foul fish on the back mountain pay. He glanced at Su Chen, reclining in the rocking chair, and then at Jian Wuxin, practicing her swordplay in the courtyard. Seizing the moment when they were distracted, he sprang forward and began to devour the food voraciously. The next moment, oh my, how delightful! I must admit, this junior's cooking is exquisite. What is this broth made from? As he savored the food, the ancestor of heavenly ice chewed eagerly on the shattered bones, still yearning for more. Yet, in the next instant, pure bloodline energy began to surge from his stomach, spreading throughout his body, coursing through his meridians, cleansing every impurity within. Suddenly, he found himself enveloped in a warm wave of vitality, feeling utterly invigorated. Is this bloodline energy repairing my body? The ancestor of heavenly ice was taken aback, then began to examine this energy closely. Goodness, this bloodline energy contains an immense law of vitality. What in the world? Is it due to that bone? However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, an even stranger occurrence unfolded. As his physical body repaired itself, his cultivation level soared at an astonishing rate. Heavenly Human Realm, first layer, second layer, third layer, fourth layer, ninth layer, 10th layer. Indeed, as the ancestor of Heavenly Ice's corporeal form restored itself, his cultivation level surged directly to the 10th layer of the Heavenly Human Realm, and his fragment of a remnant soul had, in that instant, solidified to double its previous state. Feeling the changes within him, the ancestor of Heavenly Ice was overjoyed. Ha! I no longer need to fear extinction. Of course, aside from the bone that contained the principles of the Great Dao, the primary reason for his cultivation increase was the solidification of his remnant soul. Naturally, the dog's reaction did not escape Su Chen's notice. Rising from his rocking chair with a yawn, he patted the dog's head and said to the ancestor of Heavenly Ice, "What a clever dog. Not bad, with a talent that is passable. From now on, I shall call you Wang Kai, and you will stay here to guard my home." Wang Kai. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of Heavenly Ice felt tears welling up. Goodness, I'm not a dog. The immortal man weeps once again. Approximately 15 days later, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky, with droplets glistening as they slid down the bamboo house. In the courtyard beneath a peach tree, Jian Wuxin wielded her long sword. This sword technique, known as the Snow Woman sword technique, is a commonly practiced style among the disciples of Ice Cloud. Named after the Snow Woman mountain, it is simple yet graceful, akin to the ethereal dance of an ice spirit. Su Chan sat in a pavilion, strumming a zither. The melodies floated through the air, creating an ambience reminiscent of a celestial realm. He played the tune of High Mountains and Flowing Water. High mountains and flowing water. How do I drift through the myriad realms all year round? The fairy who can fart must strum for me. Even the ancient virgin who enjoys hiding in the mountains must strum for me. Even the protagonist sent to the myriad realms by a truck driver must strum for me. In this moment, Su Chen couldn't help but feel inspired to compose a poem. After the new rain in the empty mountain, spring swallows return to their nests. Peach blossoms bloom as I sit in the stone pavilion. Wuxin dances with her sword, free of worries. Su Chen was quite pleased with his verses. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Host has successfully signed in today. Reward: the pair of Yuanyang Heavenly Fairy Swords. The Mandarin Duck Celestial Sword, a sacred grade spiritual artifact, is the transformation of the Holy Realm beast, the Mandarin Duck. There exist two swords, one male and one female, symbolizing love and affection. When separated, they possess the power to slay saints. When united, they can even sever emperors, showcasing remarkable strength. The Mandarin Duck Celestial Sword. Su Chan cast a glance at the two gleaming golden lights, astonished to discover a spiritual artifact that embodies love. System, why have you bestowed upon me such a weapon? The system playfully replied, My esteemed host, these two Mandarin Duck Celestial Swords are meant for you and your future partner. As for who that may be, that is entirely up to you. My partner, for some inexplicable reason, upon gazing at the Mandarin Duck Celestial Swords, a familiar visage emerged in his mind. Why am I suddenly reminded of my master? Could it be that I miss her so dearly? Su Chan shook his head in resignation. Well, it is time for Wuxin to inherit my master's legacy. After a long moment, he slowly rose and approached Jian Wuxin. Sensing Su Chen's presence, Jian Wuxin sheathed her sword and bowed respectfully. I pay my respects to my master. Su Chen nodded slightly and spoke calmly. Wuxin, it has been 2 years since you entered my tutelage. You have progressed from blood condensation realm to earthly sovereign realm, breaking through one limit after another, all witnessed by your master. The time has come. I wish for you to inherit the profound essence of your ancestral master. What are your thoughts? The essence of my ancestral master? Jian Wuxin, who was gracefully wielding her sword amidst the stone pavilion, slowly raised her gaze. She murmured softly before bowing respectfully to Su Chen. In response to my master, I am willing. Then follow me. Chapter 38. Unable to restrain the desire to dance for my master after a considerable journey, they arrived at the opposite end of the purple bamboo forest. There lay a realm enveloped in ice and snow, a world of frigid beauty. The howling cold wind pierced through the air, and a sudden chill enveloped them. Jian Wuxin instinctively shrank back, Yet she was astonished to discover that the spiritual energy and coldness here far surpassed that of the outside world by several folds. This was a sacred ground for practitioners of the ice path, a place they could only dream of. In the distance, snowflakes danced down from the sky, shrouded in a mist of ice, creating an ethereal atmosphere. By the edge of a pond, peculiar ice flowers bloomed in eager competition, resembling a realm of fairies. Upon witnessing this enchanting scene, Jian Wuxin's eyes sparkled with wonder. "Wow, Master, this place is so beautiful." Her voice, as gentle as a soft breeze, reached Chen's ears, but he had yet to fully respond. Without hesitation, Jian Wuxin lifted her skirt, her delicate white feet gliding gracefully across the surface of the lake. The water rippled like ice flowers, and countless azure ice spirits danced lightly around her. In that moment, a petite and exquisite figure adorned the dreamlike landscape. Seeing this, Chen's heart stirred slightly. He reminisced about the time when he first entered the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. His master was just like Jian Wuxin, delighting in dancing lightly by the cold pond. At this moment, he felt a wave of nostalgia. "Master," Chen gazed up at the heavens, a sigh escaping his lips, realizing that his disciple had now become a master to others. His master, the supreme master of the Ice Cloud Palace, Wuxian, once hailed as the first fairy of the southern region. Her beauty was ethereal. When he first entered the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, he was discovered to have a congenital blockage in his meridians. It was his master who took him under her wing, designating him as her personal disciple, earning admiration throughout the entire Ice Cloud Palace. However, during the battle between righteous and demonic forces, while the other 8 holy lands remained closed, Wuxian bravely led the strong from the Ice Cloud Palace to confront the demonic path. In the end, she fell before him after slaying 3 demonic saints. He would never forget that moment. If only he had possessed his current strength back then, would the outcome have been different? After a long while, he came back to his senses and slowly walked toward Jian Wuxin. Noticing his approach, Jian Wuxin realized her earlier impolite behavior. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly bowed. "Master, I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself." "It's all right," Chen replied with a gentle shake of his head. He then gestured toward the celestial pond with a smile. "Wuxin, do you know where this place is?" "This place?" Jian Wuxin raised her eyes, looking around before murmuring softly, "It's such a beautiful place, beautiful enough that I couldn't help but want to dance for my master." Chen's expression shifted slightly as he calmly stated, "This is the mysterious cold celestial pond. It is the resting place of my master." "What?" Jian Wuxin looked incredulously at the icy pond. "The mysterious cold celestial pond?" "Isn't that the legendary forbidden area of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace? It is said that the ancestors of the Ice Cloud Immortal have been buried here, a true sacred ground." She was astonished to find it atop this ethereal peak. "And my master's master? Isn't that my grandmaster? No wonder my master brought me here." Realizing this, her face turned even redder. Had she really been dancing atop her grandmaster's grave? "Master, Jian Wuxin felt as though she had committed a grave error, lowering her head shyly. Stepping forward, Chen approached her, gently ruffling her hair without reproach. He then waved his hand. Above the cold pond, an ethereal figure appeared, reminiscent of a dream. Dressed in simple snow garments devoid of adornment, she emanated an indescribable perfection, her long hair cascading down to her waist, each ice-blue strand resembling the purest snow. Her presence rendered the mysterious cold celestial pond even colder, and the flowers ceased their swaying, the chill completely stilled. Gradually, unique ice flowers began to bloom, crystal clear and exquisitely beautiful. It was hard to imagine what kind of dreamlike woman this snow figure had been in life. Staring blankly at this dreamlike figure, Jian Wuxin lost herself again. "Is this my grandmaster?" Before she could gather her thoughts, a resounding cry of a phoenix echoed through the heavens. The water trembled violently, sending ripples across the surface. Suddenly, an ice figure surged from the depths of the pond, soaring above it. The ice phoenix. Jian Wuxin's beautiful eyes widened. This was an ancient fierce bird, a divine beast known as the ice phoenix. She had heard tales from her elders that the Ice Phoenix was a rare branch of the true Phoenix lineage, with a purer and richer bloodline than that of the Fire Phoenix. The aura emanating from this Ice Phoenix was astonishing, revealing it to be at the half-saint level. Aside from Chen, there was yet another half-saint hidden within the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. "Greetings, young master." The ice figure shimmered, and the Ice Phoenix transformed through layers of mist into a dreamlike, ethereal woman, landing gracefully beside Chen. Her flowing white hair cascaded down like ice, glimmering with hints of blue light. Even her eyebrows were white. She stood before him, unclothed, her figure strikingly exquisite, with skin as pure as the first snowfall and long legs. Yet her modesty was preserved by her long hair. However, when her icy gaze fell upon Chen, her eyes widened in shock and her heart raced. "Young master, you've broken through?" The shock was evident in her icy eyes. The aura radiating from Chen was unmistakably that of a half-saint, and moreover, at the second level of sainthood. Before Chen entered the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, she had already followed Xianin for countless years. The fall of Xianin had shattered her spirit, and she had not ventured into the world since, remaining in this cold pond to guard her master's resting place. She had sensed Chen's changes over the years, but due to her barrier, the mysterious cold celestial pond was completely isolated from the outside world. The various phenomena attracted to the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace in the past 2 years had not drawn her attention. Unexpectedly, in just a millennium, her young master had ascended to the realm of the half-saint. "Yes, I reached the saint realm 2 years ago," Chen replied with a gentle nod, exuding an extraordinary aura. Upon hearing this, she suddenly realized that the saintly phenomena from a year ago had been summoned by her young master. Not entirely. Chen shook his head. At that time, a saintly body descended upon the ice cloud, also attracting the attention of saints. His gaze then shifted to Jian Wuxin. Beside them, Jian Wuxin stood in a daze, her cheeks flushed as a rosy hue rapidly ascended from her snowy neck. She bit her lip, her face blushing shyly. "Master, this big sister, she isn't wearing any clothes?" Chapter 39. Inheritance of the Grandmaster. The Ice Phoenix's Supreme Canon Master. This elder sister, she is not wearing any clothes. Upon seeing the Ice Phoenix, Jian Wuxin's cheeks flushed, and she gently bit her lip. However, Chen's expression remained unchanged, as if he had long been accustomed to the sight of the Ice Phoenix. Hearing Jian Wuxin's voice, the Ice Phoenix's icy gaze flickered and settled upon her. The sacred body of 10,000 swords? The Ice Phoenix was suddenly taken aback, then turned to Chen and asked, "Is this the disciple you speak of?" "Indeed, Chen nodded. 2 years ago, Wuxin entered my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, triggering a phenomenon of the saints. Coincidentally, I also broke through to the saint realm, and by chance, I accepted her as my personal disciple." Xianer. After 2 years of arduous training, Wuxin has already reached the 5th layer of the Earth realm. I wish for her to inherit the Master's intent and carry on the legacy of the mysterious peak. Inheriting the Master's intent? Upon hearing this, Xianer began to appraise her. This girl possesses the sacred body of 10,000 swords and has reached the Earth realm at just 13 years of age, breaking through 3 extreme realms and receiving 3 blessings of the Great Dao. Quite impressive. She is indeed qualified to inherit the Master's intent. She nodded in approval. As for Jian Wuxin, Xianer held a measure of satisfaction. In the past, she had been filled with regret and anguish over the demise of Xianin, leaving her devoid of emotion, with a heart of eternal ice. Yet, death is irreversible, and the legacy of Mysterious Peak, along with the Master's intent, requires a successor. Chen was the most suitable candidate, but Xianer understood that his aspirations lay elsewhere, and there was no need to impose. The Master had personally taken him as a disciple, indicating that Chen possessed exceptional qualities. Time has proven the Master correct. Within a mere millennium, he has ascended to the Saint realm. Who else could achieve such a feat? Chen turned to Jian Wuxin and said calmly, "Wuxin, the cultivation method inherited from your Grandmaster is called the Ice Phoenix's Supreme Canon, originating from the Ice Phoenix lineage. This canon is a sacred grade technique, wondrous and profound, containing an extreme cold energy. If mastered, one could transform an entire Dao province into a frozen hell with but a thought. The spiritual energy of the underworld cold pool is several times denser than that of the outside world, making it an ideal place for cultivation. During these days, you shall remain here to immerse yourself in training. Without my permission, you are not to leave. Sienna will guide you diligently. Jian Wuxin's face reddened, and she nodded gently. Understood, master. In the days that followed, Chen would daily bask in the beauty of the underworld cold pool. Both of his disciples were in secluded training, and he found the tranquility somewhat unfamiliar. Whenever it was time to cook, Wang Kai would eagerly wait in the kitchen, eyeing Chen expectantly. Where was the previous shyness? Wang Kai catch. Chen flicked his wrist, sending a piece of beast bone, caught between his chopsticks, soaring into the air. At that moment, a black and white figure leapt up, grabbing the meat bone in its mouth. Ah, how delightful! This young one's stew is exquisite. I can't resist, if only I could. Please don't hesitate. Feel free to humiliate me. As time passed, a blood-red vertical eye suddenly opened in the heavens, its gaze brimming with murderous intent, sending shockwaves throughout the southern wilderness and its surrounding Dao regions. Not only the southern wilderness, but several other Dao territories were engulfed in this aura of slaughter. This phenomenon was comparable to the saintly homage summoned by Chen 2 years prior. On this day, countless powerful beings emerged from their seclusion, marveling and speculating about the source of this formidable eye. Yet, they ultimately found no answers. The immortal saints from various Dao domains confirmed that a peerless prodigy had emerged in the southern wilderness, destined for unrivaled greatness. Little did they know, this prodigious figure was peacefully nestled in Chen's embrace. Master, I have finally refined the legacy of the vertical eye. Lin Tian'er giggled. Chen gently stroked her head, looking down with a soft smile. Not bad, after half a year of seclusion. You have not only refined the legacy, but also advanced your cultivation to the 10th layer of the blood condensation realm, rivaling your sister's speed. However, Lin Tian'er shook her head. Not at all. My sister possesses a sacred body, entering the earth realm at just 13. She is the most formidable person I have encountered aside from you, master. Even my elder brother, the 1001st prince, pales in comparison, and he is renowned as the greatest prodigy in our great wilderness state. Wait, the 1001st prince? Chen furrowed his brow. How many sons did your father have? Let me think. Lin Tian'er pondered, her beautiful eyes twinkling. Approximately 384, 500 or so. Oh dear, I can't quite recall, but definitely. A great many. Too many to count. Chen felt utterly bewildered. 384? 000? Is your family a pig farm? How can one bear so many children? At this point, Lin Tian'er grinned playfully, but aside from my sister Qing'er, I have 7 other sisters, all princesses, and quite beautiful. If you don't mind, master, I could request my father to allow all my sisters to marry you. He dotes on me immensely, so he would certainly agree. As winter faded and spring arrived, half a year passed in the blink of an eye. The heavy snow first blanketed the entire purple bamboo forest, then gave way to tender green shoots, rejuvenating the mysterious peak. Within the cold pool, the phoenix sang resoundingly. Waves of terrifying phoenix shadows surged the icy waters to heights of several thousand feet. As the phoenix shadows swept past, the ice shattered. Jian Wuxin stood atop the cold pool, her beautiful eyes now imbued with tranquility and coldness. At this moment, she bore a hint of an empress's demeanor. Why can't I refine it? Jian Wuxin pondered deeply, wondering what the issue could be. The Ice Phoenix's supreme canon, inherited from the formidable Ice Phoenix, is a top-tier sacred technique that requires the Ice Phoenix bloodline for cultivation. It consists of 10 layers, each immensely powerful. Over the past 6 months, Ice Sienna had been using the essence blood of the Ice Phoenix to refine Jian Wuxin's heart veins daily. Coupled with her own sacred body of 10,000 swords and 3 extreme realm breakthroughs, she had opened up 1,000,000 spirit veins, her aptitude being unparalleled. Her comprehension of the Ice Phoenix's supreme canon was truly astonishing. For half a year, she had immersed herself in the study of this technique, reaching the 9th layer. Yet she found herself stuck at this stage. No matter what, she could not grasp the final layer. To fully inherit Mu Xianing's intent, she must comprehend the 10th layer. But why was she unable to take that step? Suddenly, a flurry of snowflakes drifted down, and Ice Cloud had arrived before her. Chapter 40. The Encounter of Two Maidens. Astonishing the disciple, do not be anxious, my dear. To comprehend the 9th level in merely half a year is an achievement that can only be described as unparalleled throughout history. In my recollection, besides the young master, no one could be compared to you, not even the master, comforted Bing Xianer. Having spent half a year together, the two had become quite familiar with each other, and she gradually accepted the existence of the Ice Phoenix heir. However, she remained oblivious to Jian Wuxin's peculiarities. As a descendant of the Ice Phoenix clan, safeguarding the Ice Phoenix legacy was inherently her duty. This is also why an immortal, semi-holy beast willingly submits to the human realm. It can be said that the Ice Phoenix clan serves as the guardian beasts of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Senior Bing, I am fine, Jian Wuxin replied, shaking her head, although a glimmer of determination shone in her beautiful eyes. However, the Ice Phoenix Supreme Classic is my ancestor's legacy, and I shall surely obtain it. Just then, a familiar figure approached. Upon seeing this, both Jian Wuxin and Bing Xianer bowed in respect. Greetings, master. Greetings, young master. Chen was quite pleased. Excellent. Within just half a year, you have grasped the Ice Phoenix Supreme Classic to the 9th level. At that moment, a small head popped out from behind him. It was a petite girl clad in a white dress. Her arched brows, cherry lips, and starry eyes were truly captivating. Though she appeared to be merely 8 or 9 years old, her beauty was enchanting. Upon seeing her, Jian Wuxin's heart leapt with joy. Junior sister, you've emerged from seclusion? Yes. Lin Xian'e nodded gently. As if they had not seen each other in ages, she rushed over and leaped into Jian Wuxin's embrace. Sister, you have no idea how much I missed you. With starry eyes and a flushed face, Lin Tian'er looked up at Jian Wuxin. Jian Wuxin lowered her gaze. Scrutinizing Lin Tian'er, she silently thought, my little junior sister truly embodies the innate dual pupils. Yet, even holding her, I can feel the intense aura of battle within her. I wonder how far she will grow in the future. Having awakened her imperial soul, her perspective was naturally extraordinary. The aura radiating from Lin Tian'er indicated that she had already reached the 10th level of blood condensation, merely a step away from the Wheel C. It seemed that Lin Tian'er had delayed her breakthrough intentionally, aiming to challenge the limits of her blood energy. Realizing this, Jian Wuxin shook her head. In this lifetime, she had reincarnated and recultivated, leveraging her past prowess and talents to forge an unprecedented myriad of spiritual veins. The dual pupils were renowned for their prowess in combat and invincibility. Historically, those who inherited the power of blood energy were all dual pupil bearers. It was uncertain how much blood energy her junior sister could manifest. Chen turned to Bing Xianer, explaining, this is my little disciple whom I took in 6 months ago. Her name is Lin Tian'er, a natural bearer of the Eye of Fear, inheriting the dual pupil legacy. The Eye of Fear? The dual pupil legacy? Bing Xianer squinted her cold eyes, murmuring softly, if I remember correctly, it was recorded in the ancestral soul of the Ice Phoenix that the dual pupil legacy is the path of combat, inherently invincible. Those with dual pupils are born as supremes, destined to be unrivaled throughout their lives. Young master, where did you find such extraordinary prodigies? Well, Chen scratched his head. If I said they just came to me while I was resting, would you believe it? Bing Xianer rolled her eyes, rendered speechless. At this moment, Chen turned to Jian Wuxin, saying, Wuxin, you have also been in seclusion for half a year. Let's return to the small bamboo house. Approximately 3 days later, the window opened, and sunlight streamed through the curtains. Inside the room, a soft voice was heard. Sister, what are you doing? It's so early, and I'm still not fully awake. A small girl yawned as she rose from her bed, her starry eyes misty, appearing as if she had yet to fully awaken. This was Lin Tian'er. After 6 months of seclusion, she was now 8.5 years old, still clad in her white dress, her beauty ethereal. Since awakening her dual pupil legacy, her cultivation speed had been astonishing. In just 1 year, She had progressed from having no cultivation to reaching the 10th level of blood condensation on the verge of a breakthrough. Had she not intentionally suppressed her progress to reach the peak of blood energy, she would have long since ascended. Come on, wake up. Jian Wuxin shot her a glare. It took great effort from Master to agree to accompany us down the mountain. We cannot be late. Oh, upon hearing about accompanying her master, Lin Tian'er sprang into action and quickly got out of bed. The two tidied themselves and made their way to the courtyard, where a breathtaking figure awaited them. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master. The two bowed respectfully upon seeing this figure. You two girls insisted on dragging me down the mountain for leisure, and yet are tardy, Su Chen said slowly. Turn to face them. It's all junior sister's fault for always oversleeping. Not at all. It's clearly because sister is too soft, leaving me utterly exhausted. Su Chen glanced at the two sisters with an odd expression. My, has the lily in our homeland bloomed? Then he spoke. You two haven't eaten yet, have you? Since we're going out to play, let us have breakfast first. After a while, the three departed from the misty peak and descended the mountain. For Su Chen, arriving at the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace felt miraculous. After all, he had joined the Ice Cloud sect for a millennium and had only ventured out of Misty Peak 2 or 3 times. The Ice Cloud Immortal Palace consists of inner and outer courts. The inner court comprises disciples above the spirit guide realm, while the outer court consists of newly admitted disciples. Upon entering the inner court, they caused quite a stir. Look, doesn't that resemble our Grandmaster? Wow, it really is. Those two are in Wuxin Master Uncle and the 9th Princess of the Heavenly Dome Kingdom. My heavens, the beauty of these three is simply overwhelming. The Grandmaster truly lives up to the title. One person with 2 enchanting maidens, and both are adorable. How enviable. All the male disciples gazed on in admiration at the sight of the trio. However, envy was of little use. Su Chen's appearance also caught the attention of numerous female disciples. Look, it's the Grandmaster. Oh no, the Grandmaster is so handsome, I adore him. Grandmaster, I love you. I want to bear your children. Oh no, I can't take it. I need to visit the restroom. Me too. Master, you are quite popular, Jian Wuxin teased, observing the reactions of the Ice Cloud disciples. Have you forgotten how you appeared when you first met me? Su Chen shot her an exasperated glance. This girl, having only joined for 2 years, dares to jest with her master? If she were given a few more years, would she not attempt to dominate me? Jian Wuxin softly pondered, recalling her initial encounter with her master. At that time, a small girl stood amidst a crowd, boldly facing the towering figures of the southern region and proclaiming her willingness. It astonished countless people and drew the envy of numerous prodigies. Suddenly, she vaguely remembered that she might have had a reaction back then. Oh my, was that truly me? Jian Wuxin covered her lips, her face filled with disbelief. Her cheeks flushed, and she bit her lower lip, turning her face away in annoyance. Master, you're simply wicked. I shall ignore you. Oomph. Su Chen was momentarily stunned. How has this little girl learned to express anger? Could it be that she has arrived at that time of the month? At 13. It seems quite plausible, doesn't it? If she has indeed started, does that imply she is now able to partake in certain indulgences? A soft chuckle escaped Lin Tian'er beside him. What are you laughing at, Tian'er? Suchenin koair bemused. Lin Tian'er, with a playful glint in her eyes, leaned closer to his ear and whispered with a giggle, because Master is already quite perfect, due to the vastness of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. The trio walked for quite some time before finally emerging. Although Su Chen possessed the strength to tear through space and traverse the void, he chose to accompany the two sisters instead, preferring to stroll and stretch their limbs. The cold of Hangzhou was notorious, perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, and the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace was situated in the frigid northernmost region. One could easily imagine the temperature in the entire southern region, among nearly 500,000 provinces. Few sects like the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace dared to establish themselves in such a harsh environment, primarily due to their inherited cultivation methods being closely tied to ice and snow. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain and stepping out of the gates, the icy landscape gradually faded away, giving way to a lush and vibrant scene. Master, where shall we play? Jian Wuxin turned to Su Chen. evidently having shed her previous shyness. Su Chen surveyed the surroundings. After a millennium of seclusion on the misty peak, he momentarily felt a sense of awkwardness. Shall we explore the market ahead? Yes, let's go. Jian Wuxin nodded eagerly, aware that it was a rare occasion for Master to venture out, and he would surely be intrigued by the trinkets of the mortal realm. As one of the 9 sacred sites in the southern region, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, despite its frigid nature, attracted numerous cultivators and common folk who conducted small businesses at the foot of the mountain. The trio wandered for quite a while. Su Chen remained indifferent to everything around him, while the 2 sisters exhibited an insatiable curiosity, eager to explore anything unusual they encountered. Sister, look, this bottle of elixir has a peculiar name, 7 times in a night. And this one, the Dragon Whip, the Ice Emerald Emperor Scorpion Whip. How much for this, boss? I'll take them all. Master will surely be delighted. After some time, Su Chen approached a chicken coop and said to the owner, I would like 100 adult roosters, and make sure they are uncastrated. Certainly. The owner promptly selected the roosters, presenting them to him. Seeing this, Su Chen appeared satisfied, remarking, the hens in the coop will surely appreciate them. That night, on Misty Peak, desperate wails echoed, resonating for several days before finally subsiding. As spring departed and autumn arrived, half a year slipped by unobserved. One day, a pillar of spiritual energy surged skyward. Countless strands of natural energy rushed towards Misty Peak, plunging the entire Ice Cloud Immortal Palace into a state of astonishment. This was unmistakably the sign of a breakthrough into the earthly realm. Before this celestial phenomenon could conclude, yet another strange occurrence enveloped the area, shrouding Misty Peak in a tempest of tribulation lightning. Master, it seems it is about to rain again. Lin Xian exclaimed, taking refuge beside Su Chen. Standing before the bamboo house, Su Chen glanced at the heavens and calmly remarked, Your sister has made her breakthrough. Chapter 41. Stepping into the celestial realm, Su Chen devoured whole 2 extraordinary phenomena unfolded in succession, and it was evident that these were summoned by Jian Wuxin. This day marked the moment when Jian Wuxin transcended into the celestial realm. In just 3 short years since joining the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, she shattered the 4 formidable realms: blood condensation, will see, spirit attraction, and earthly sovereignty. Possessing the sacred body and 2 distinct Dao manifestations, one embodying the path of the sage, the other the path of the emperor, Jian Wuxin made it abundantly clear to all that she is the reincarnation of the Sword Emperor, a phenomenon unparalleled in eons. What does it matter if she undergoes reincarnation and strives for immortality? Is not the path to eternal life also subject to disruption? As the 2 potent manifestations of heavenly and earthly energies enveloped the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, countless disciples were filled with envy, awe, and astonishment. Atop a central peak, the esteemed elders of Ice Cloud raised their heads in unison. Leading them was the Grand Elder, Mu Yangzi, who marveled at how, in merely 3 years, his junior sister Wuxin had ascended to the celestial realm. The Grand Elder sighed deeply, pondering how their generation of old men could possibly keep up with such remarkable progress. In just 3 years since entering the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, she had risen from blood condensation to celestial. Witnessing countless miracles along the way had rendered them somewhat numb to the extraordinary. Indeed, the second elder, Mu Huan, nodded in agreement, stating that since their ancestor attained sagehood, they had witnessed an abundance of miraculous events. A new era had undoubtedly dawned upon the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. In this age of great contention, strength symbolizes everything, and for Wuxin to grow so magnificently is surely a testament to her fortuitous destiny. One female elder spoke. With our ancestors' presence, Ice Cloud has no cause for concern. The Grand Elder's eyes narrowed with determination, declaring that during this upcoming grand event for prodigies, Ice Cloud would surely make its name resound throughout the heavens. Meanwhile, within a forbidden area of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, a stunningly beautiful woman clad in white suddenly opened her eyes. Her gaze was as cold as a solitary ice lotus. Wuxin had indeed reached the celestial realm. Upon hearing this, the 6 ethereal figures around her also opened their eyes, awakening from their meditative states. Feeling the events unfolding outside, the second fairy, Jian Wuxin, nodded in agreement, acknowledging that her senior sister was correct. Wuxin had indeed broken through the earthly sovereignty realm. In just 3 short years, she shattered the 4 realms: blood condensation, will see, spirit attraction, and earthly sovereignty. The third fairy, Shui Fian, exclaimed in disbelief. What exceptional means does this young man, Su Chen, possess to cultivate such an unrivaled prodigy in merely 3 years? At that moment, another pair of cold, clear eyes opened. It was the bamboo heart fairy. Recently, she had finally ascended to the 10th heaven of the supreme realm, aided by Su Chen's sage aura, and was now focused on stabilizing her surging spiritual energy. The other 6 fairies were engaged in a deadlock as they sought to break into the semi-saint realm, while the Ice Cloud Palace master aimed to transcend to the eternal sage level. Such powerful beings possess extensive lifespans. A period of closed-door training could last anywhere from 3 months to several thousand years. Bamboo Heart spoke softly, "Sisters, during our last encounter in the Sword Pavilion, Wuxin even ascended to the 108th level and obtained the sword intent of the Heavenly Ice Ancestor." What? Are you saying that Wuxin has acquired the sword intent of the Heavenly Ice Ancestor? Muzhu exclaimed, astonished. The other 5 fairies also displayed expressions of shock, as they had been in seclusion and were unaware of the happenings in the outside world. Heaven above, to breach the 108th level of the Sword Pavilion, to obtain the sword intent of the Heavenly Ice Ancestor? This is, moreover, Bamboo Heart continued, glancing at the 6 fairies. She has even opened 1,000,000 spiritual veins. At this revelation, even the other 6 fairies fell into a state of stupor. In just 3 years, ascending from blood condensation to celestial, shattering 4 realms, breaching the 108th level of the Sword Pavilion, obtaining the Heavenly Ice Ancestor's sword intent, and opening an unprecedented 1,000,000 spiritual veins. What kind of unparalleled prodigy is Wuxin? Surely, even with her sacred body of 10,000 swords, it cannot be solely attributed to her innate gifts. Could it be that Su Chen possesses some extraordinary method? It seems that heaven has bestowed a great fortune upon Ice Cloud. The 7 fairies were collectively astonished. After a millennium of striving for sagehood, their disciple had achieved the celestial realm in merely 3 years. How could this young man accomplish such feats? Just then, a figure of unparalleled elegance appeared before the 7 fairies of Ice Cloud. She possessed a breathtaking icy visage, exuding an aura of chill. Her icy brows, icy eyes, and icy lips surpassed even the beauty of snow. "Greetings, senior sister." Upon seeing this figure, the 7 fairies bowed slightly. This was none other than the foremost fairy of the southern wilderness, the Ice Cloud Palace master, Mu Bingchan. Since Su Chen attained sagehood, the palace master had entered a state of seclusion, determined to reach the realm of sage. Little did she expect that Jian Wuxin's ascension to the celestial realm would move her as well. "No need for words. I already know," the Ice Cloud Palace master stated calmly. "What about senior sister's emergence from seclusion?" Muzhu inquired, puzzled. The palace master did not respond, but gazed in the direction of the Misty Peak. "Let us go, sisters, to Misty Peak. We shall devour this little rascal, Su Chen whole." On the other side, at Misty Peak, a voice resonated in Su Chen's mind. Host-disciple Jian Wuxin has broken through the earthly sovereignty realm. She has ascended to the celestial realm, rewarding the host with the Qiongling 3 holy leaves. With this, Su Chen regained his focus. Before him, a wondrous flower bloomed. The Qiongling 3 holy leaves, a high-grade sacred medicinal herb, adorned with red, blue, and white leaves, infused with pure heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. Consuming it allows a sage to automatically break through 3 realms or refine 10 drops of sage blood. Su Chen's eyes narrowed in contemplation as he examined the miraculous herb. To automatically break through 3 realms and refine 10 drops of sage blood. How astonishing! It is known that an eternal sage stands atop the southern wilderness, an indomitable existence. Each realm is a formidable chasm to cross, One would require millennia of arduous cultivation to even contemplate such ascension. 3 years had passed since Su Chen broke through to the second heaven of the Dan Sage realm, yet he still had a considerable distance to the third heaven. However, he had already refined 50 drops of sage blood. With the refining of this blood, the sacred energy within him grew denser, bestowing upon the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace a sage fortune far exceeding that of ordinary sages. In these 3 years, under the auspices of his sage fortune, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's strength had surged at a visible pace, with numerous elders, stewards, and disciples breaking through. Yet, what took him by surprise was that the Qiongling 3 holy leaves could facilitate direct breakthroughs. It seems he too could further augment his power, especially since his 2 prodigious disciples might soon catch up to him after another 100 or 80 years of cultivation. The pressure was mounting. Just then, a voice echoed across the distance. "You little rascal seem to be living quite comfortably in these mountains." As snowflakes drifted down, 8 ethereal figures silently approached. Chapter 42. Su Chen presents opportunities. The 7 fairies in closed-door meditation upon encountering the 8 ethereal ice figures. Lin Tian'er was momentarily taken aback, then promptly bowed. "I pay my respects to Elder Jian Wuxin. Greetings to all esteemed elders." It was not that she addressed only one. Rather, she was familiar solely with Jian Wuxin, while the other 6 fairies and the Palace Master of Ice Cloud were strangers to her. "Are they my senior sisters?" Su Chen slightly raised his gaze to the ice figures hovering above. Yet, weren't they supposed to be in secluded meditation? Why had they all emerged? He too inclined his body slightly, smiling as he said, "Greetings to all senior sisters. No need for excessive formalities." The Palace Master of Ice Cloud regarded Lin Tian'er with curiosity. "You are the new disciple of Su Shidi, the 9th princess of the Heavenly Dome Divine Kingdom?" Su Chen clarified, "Tian'er need not worry. She is none other than Mu Bingchan, the Palace Master of Ice Cloud." At this, Lin Tian'er's cheeks flushed crimson. Shyly bowing, "I pay my respects to Palace Master." How embarrassing! As a disciple of the Ice Cloud Fairy Palace, she had failed to recognize the Palace Master. The Palace Master of Ice Cloud slowly raised her gaze, appraising Lin Tian'er. "Not bad, although I cannot discern your constitution. It is said that you summoned a thunderous punishment upon your birth, indicating that you are no ordinary being. By entering Su Shidi's tutelage, you are destined to become a dragon among men." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Chen approached the gathered individuals with a smile. "What brings all of you esteemed sisters to my mysterious peak today?" "Humph." Xue Fian snorted lightly, raising her right hand to press down, simultaneously leaning her body forward, pinning Su Chen against the stone pillar of the pavilion. "You audacious fellow, how dare you say that? Hurry and hand it over. Indeed, if you do not comply, do not blame us for being merciless." Ice Bamboo also huffed, pouting slightly. The other fairies regarded him with predatory gazes, and even the Palace Master of Ice Cloud displayed a fierce expression. This left Su Chen quite alarmed. Gazing at the proximity of their moist lips and ample curves, he swallowed hard. "What exactly should I hand over?" "Humph. How can you still speak so brazenly?" Xue Fian huffed again. "How did you manage to train Jian Wuxin into such a prodigy? What are your exceptional methods?" "Yes, Shidi," Jian Wuxin interjected. "Not only Wuxin, but also Tian'er. When she departed, there was not a trace of spiritual energy within her. Yet now she has reached the 10th level of body refinement. Do not tell me that these achievements have nothing to do with you. If you refuse to explain today, we sisters will join forces." Su Chen scratched his head. It seemed his senior sisters had come for this reason. However, the astonishing progress of these 2 was truly unrelated to him. Yet, if he were to assert this, the 8 senior sisters would undoubtedly dismiss his words. He chuckled and said, "Why not say so earlier? Since all of you have been in closed meditation, let me, as your junior, present you with an opportunity." As his words fell, Su Chen fell silent. With a grand gesture, he conjured over 100 strands of Taoist resonance in midair. Each strand was infused with boundless power of principles. These resonances enveloped the entire Ice Cloud Fairy Palace. At Su Chen's level, it was effortless to manifest such strands for others to comprehend, for he was a sage. Though he had only reached the second level of the sage realm, he was still within the domain of the saintly level. Meanwhile, the 7 fairies of Ice Cloud remained in the realm of ordinary beings. Even the most formidable among them, the palace master of Ice Cloud, was merely at the half-saint level. Upon witnessing the spectacle, the other 6 fairies and the palace master of Ice Cloud opened their eyes wide. It seems you possess a conscience after all, not allowing your sisters to suffer in vain. Seeing the endless power of principles, Xue Fian retracted her right hand, chuckling lightly. Wait for me to emerge from meditation. I shall reward you handsomely. With that, she settled into a cross-legged position to comprehend the Taoist resonance, striving to break through to the half-saint realm. The other 6 fairies, after assuring their commitment, also entered meditation. At this moment, the palace master of Ice Cloud spoke softly. Shidi, you are truly the greatest boon bestowed upon me by the heavens. Su Chen smiled and replied, Sister, you flatter me. Do hasten into meditation. He harbored complex feelings towards Mu Bingchan. From the moment he joined Ice Cloud, these 8 senior sisters had never belittled him for his lack of talent. Instead, they treated him with utmost affection and protection, particularly Mu Bingchan, who resembled an older sister to him. The palace master of Ice Cloud shook her head helplessly, then asked, Where's Wuxin? Why do I not see her? Returning to the palace master, she is still in closed-door meditation at the Minghan Heavenly Pool. I explained at least Zhongqiu. Ah, I see. The palace master nodded. What's the matter? Su Chen inquired, puzzled as to why his senior sister suddenly mentioned Wuxin. Under normal circumstances, the 7 fairies of Ice Cloud and the palace master had been at an impasse for many years. Now that a rare opportunity for enlightenment had arisen, one would expect them to immediately enter meditation. Yet, after the 7 fairies had closed their doors, the eldest sister inquired about Jian Wuxin, who had yet to reach the realm of human transcendence. The palace master of Ice Cloud elucidated, in 1 month, the Centennial Genius Conference will commence. This so-called conference will open a secret realm in the ancient city of Taiwan, wherein all geniuses under 1,000 years of age, possessing cultivation above the spirit summoning realm, may enter to seek their own opportunities. This grand celebration will see the participation of prodigies from all 50,000 states in the southern wilderness. Our Ice Cloud Fairy Palace, as one of the 9 sacred grounds, possesses a quota of 10,000 slots. Hence, I hope that Wuxin can join the disciples of Ice Cloud in attending this conference. The Genius Conference? Su Chen nodded slightly. I understand, senior sister. He had heard a bit about this centennial event, since Jian Wuxin had joined his tutelage 3 years prior. It would be prudent to let her venture out and explore. After all, she was the reincarnation of an empress possessing her own unique principles. After discussing some straightforward matters, the palace master of Ice Cloud also settled into a cross-legged position. Shidi, you must now protect our paths. She spoke softly, then fell into meditation, observing his senior sisters. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. He then raised his right hand, conjuring drops of blood from his fingertips. These were all droplets of sage blood, 21 in total. Each contained boundless sage essence, enveloped by the laws of the Tao. With a flick of his finger, he infused these 21 drops of sage blood into the bodies of the 7 fairies of Ice Cloud. With the enhancement of sage blood, their closed-door meditation would surely yield significant improvements. Perhaps they would all ascend to the half-saint realm. Meanwhile, Su Chen gazed at the palace master of Ice Cloud and said helplessly, Senior sister, do not take offense. Let me also bestow upon you an opportunity. With that, he plucked a leaf of the Qiongling 3 Saints, placed it in his mouth, and began to chew. He then gently pressed his lips against Mu Bingchan's slightly cold lips, transferring the essence of the Qiongling 3 Saints into her mouth. Beside them, Lin Tianer watched the two in a daze, murmuring, Master's actions are quite peculiar. Unconsciously, her fingers found their way to her mouth, sucking on them. Chapter 43. Unintentional departure to the mysterious land of Taiwan. After a year of arduous cultivation, Lin Tianer naturally exhibited the formidable power of her Zhongtong inheritance. Having reached the 10th layer of the body refinement realm a century ago, she refrained from hastily breaking through. instead dedicating each day to the fortification of her physical form. The follows a path of slaughter, a journey toward invincibility. Thus, the enhancement of her corporeal being became paramount. After 6 months of intense training, her vitality and blood force astonishingly reached 3 million kilograms. It is worth noting that even Jian Wuxin, at the peak of the vitality realm, could only muster 500,000 pounds. Historically, the record holders of vitality have always been inheritors of the. They linger at the threshold of the wheel C, poised for breakthrough at any moment. Yet, she aspires to further challenge the mysteries of the physical realm. She yearns to discover the ultimate limits of her blood power. Meanwhile, within the Ming Han Tianqi, a pair of serene eyes slowly opened. The gaze within was unsettlingly tranquil. Jian Wuxin gradually rose, her light garments billowing in the cold wind. Her hair was as dark as ink, each strand distinctly visible. Her expression revealed no emotion, yet a chilling aura naturally emanated from her. Having stepped into the realm of Tianrun, she had become adept at harnessing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In the Yinling realm, one can initially touch upon spiritual energy and fly with swords. In the Tianrun realm, one may traverse the void directly. Alongside the aura of Tianrun, 3 streaks of ice blue intent manifested at her side, one as an ice sword, another as an imperial sword, and the last as the ethereal shadow of an ice phoenix. This sacred ice phoenix shadow was none other than her ancestral master, Mu Xiannin's ice phoenix intent. Upon breaking through the Earth-Sect's extreme realm and entering Tianrun, she unexpectedly comprehended the 10th layer of the ice phoenix's divine art. She naturally refined this ice phoenix intent. Simultaneously, it proclaimed that over the course of several 100,000 years since the founding of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, she singularly possessed 2 of the 3 ancestral intents. Coupled with her own Empress sword intent, she harbored 3 distinct intents within her being. What an unparalleled and monstrous existence she had become. Jian Wuxin narrowed her eyes slightly, a glimmer of icy coldness reflected in her gaze. Unexpectedly, she had acquired the intent of her ancestral master. As Su Chen's disciple, she was well aware that Mu Xiannin had perished at the hands of the demonic path. In her past life, countless immortals and semi-emperors had fallen to her blade. She cast a fleeting glance at the ice phoenix shadow, her brow furrowing in confusion. Why did her ancestral master, possessing such formidable intent, succumb to mere ants of the saintly realm? A day later, upon returning to her quaint bamboo dwelling, Jian Wuxin was momentarily dazed by the scene before her. 8 ethereal women sat gracefully in her master's courtyard. Jian Wuxin muttered to herself, "Could it be that my master is secretly harboring these beauties?" She immediately called out, "Master, how could there be so many women here?" Pouting in indignation, she only realized upon stepping into the courtyard that these celestial beings were none other than the 7 fairies of Ice Cloud and the Ice Cloud Palace Master. "Why are my uncles here?" she wondered, noticing they seemed to be in closed-door meditation. As she observed the intricate laws enveloping the mysterious peak, comprehension dawned upon her. Her master must have laid down these laws for her uncles to comprehend. "Is Wuxin back?" Upon hearing the voice, Su Chen yawned and emerged from within. Upon seeing Su Chen, Jian Wuxin immediately dispelled her prior discontent and leapt into his embrace. "Master, I miss you so much." Hee. After half a year apart, she felt an overwhelming longing for her master. This left Su Chen momentarily stunned. Could it be that this rebellious disciple was about to act out? After breakfast, Lin Tianer continued her physical training in the purple bamboo forest. Su Chen reclined on a rocking chair, idly petting a dog. Beside him were 8 breathtaking figures. The dog appeared bewildered, glancing at the Ice Cloud Palace Master and the 7 fairies. When did the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace become so prosperous? With all these breakthroughs to the semi-saint level, with the former saint's cultivation of the Ice Ancestor, he could easily discern the strength of these younger generations. During his 200,000 years of confinement in the Eyesore Pavilion, countless disciples of Ice Cloud had entered the pavilion to seek enlightenment. Among them, only a select few possessed exceptional talent. He had some influence over the 7 fairies, and with his keen insight, he immediately recognized that 6 of them were on the verge of breaking through the supreme bottleneck at any moment. Upon returning to the bamboo dwelling, Jian Wuxin unsheathed her long sword and practiced in the stone pavilion for Su Chen. At this moment, Su Chen spoke. Wuxin, in a month, the Tianjiao conference in the southern region will commence. Countless prodigies will attend, and our ice cloud will be led by the Grand Elder. Do you have any thoughts about it? He looked at Jian Wuxin, not intending to keep her in suspense. It was time for her to venture into the world. The Tianjiao conference? The dog perked up at the mention. He had once participated in the Tianjiao conference, emerging victorious and seizing his destiny, ultimately becoming invincible for an era. Such a secret realm would be nothing short of splendid for Jian Wuxin. Jian Wuxin sheathed her long sword and replied, "Master, I wish to go." "Excellent. This is for you." Su Chen nodded, retrieving a piece of unrefined jade from his sleeve. The jade bore a sword imprint. This ancient divine jade contains a powerful spiritual energy barrier that may save your life in critical moments. "Keep it safe," he explained. "Thank you, Master." Jian Wuxin smiled gently, approaching to accept the jade. However, she leaned close to Su Chen's ear and whispered, "But, Master, could you please put it on for me? You little rascal." Su Chen's heart trembled slightly, shaking his head in exasperation, unable to resist her whims. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. At the Ice Cloud Plaza, the Grand Elder stood before the Grand Hall, flanked by a lineup of elders, 4 men and 4 women. A total of 8 individuals, all superlative powerhouses at the Emperor realm. They were the protectors for this Tianjiao conference. Given the significance of the event, every major force dispatched their most elite disciples. Any mishap could jeopardize a sect's future. A glance revealed throngs of Ice Cloud disciples, all prodigies and foundational elements of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. However, not all were in the Tianren realm or the monarch level. Many were at the Earth sect or Yinling levels. After all, the opening of the Tai Huang mysterious land was limited to those of the same realm. Among these 10,000 disciples, many were the chief disciples of major peaks or the direct disciples of elders. Not far away, a petite figure donned in white and a conical hat mingled among the crowd, accompanied by a black and white dog. The Grand Elder surveyed the assembly, his voice gravelly. "As we head toward the Tai Huang ancient city, ensure your safety, especially keep an eye on the individuals from the 8 great holy lands." "Do you understand?" "We obey." The numerous prodigies of Ice Cloud bowed in unison. With a wave of the Grand Elder's hand, they set forth. Chapter 44. The hatred within the heart of Jian Wuxin. The emergence of the demon path. As the words fell, all the elite disciples of the Ice Cloud sect began to move. Some forged sword techniques, others soared through the skies on their swords, while others walked upon the air or rode upon ferocious beasts. They all surged towards the teleportation array. The vast expanse of the southern wilderness was immense, with teleportation arrays situated between nearly every prefecture. The ancient city of Taiwan lay in the heart of the southern wilderness, a domain belonging to the eastern sacred land. The Ice Cloud sect, alongside other forces from Yongzhou, required the teleportation arrays to make their journey. Jian Wuxin glanced at the elder Tianbing and said, "Let us depart." With that, she entered the teleportation array alongside Elder Tianbing. 3 days later, traversing thousands of prefectures and encountering numerous factions along the way, they were met with deference from these forces upon the site of the Ice Cloud sect, for Ice Cloud reigned as the sovereign of this realm. On this day, the main force of the Ice Cloud sect arrived at a region known as Jianzhou. Jianzhou, as one of the mightiest prefectures under Ice Cloud, was home to countless sects and boasted profound heritage. It also housed the esteemed Lingyun sword sect. The sect master of Lingyun himself, had prepared a grand banquet to welcome the disciples of Ice Cloud and had already selected disciples to accompany them, not for any other reason but for the protection bestowed by the sacred lineage, ensuring a safer journey. Meanwhile, in a mountain spring, after dinner, Jian Wuxin found herself seated there. Ever since joining the Ice Cloud sect, she had developed a fondness for such tranquil places. Lifting her gaze to the distance, a complex emotion flickered in her eyes, which did not escape the notice of Elder Tianbing. He inquired, "Master, what troubles you?" Why do you seem so burdened upon entering Jianzhou? He was well aware that Jian Wuxin was the reincarnation of an empress, and such powerful beings ought to be devoid of emotional turmoil, save for Su Chen, of course. Jian Wuxin shook her head. I was reminiscing about my childhood. Childhood? Elder Tian Bing replied, puzzled. What prompted such thoughts? As she affectionately stroked her dog, Jian Wuxin recounted her childhood experiences. Her early years had been fraught with misfortune, enduring countless humiliations, culminating in her mother's tragic demise and the slaughter of her kin. Upon hearing her tale, Elder Tian Bing's fury ignited. What? Despicable! These wretches dared to bully my master. I shall crush them with a single strike. He attempted to take flight to exact vengeance, but suddenly seemed unsure of the direction, awkwardly hesitating. Jian Wuxin regained her composure and replied calmly. This place is where I was born. Elder Tian Bing gasped, instantly filled with a killing intent. What are your intentions, master? At your command. I shall obliterate these ants, even erasing the entire Jianzhou from the southern wilderness if necessary. His face was a mask of indignation, reflecting his own outrage. Revenge. Jian Wuxin's eyes narrowed, a cold smile gracing her lips. This debt must be repaid. Now that I am in Jianzhou, it is only fitting to settle it. With those words, she slowly rose. 3 years had passed. The grievances of the past must come to an end. Ma Yufeng, the Ma family. Since you took my mother's life, do not blame me for being heartless. Moments later, Jian Wuxin emerged from the waters of the lake. With each step, ripples danced across the surface, her aura of sword intent and murderous intent growing ever more potent. Once, she had been merely a lowly daughter in her family, suffering endless humiliation with only her mother caring for her. Yet, her mother had died with resentment, and her family had relentlessly pursued her, casting the 11-year-old girl out. Now, disregarding her former identity, she possessed the unparalleled body of a sword saint, wielding 3 forms of Dao intent, having shattered the 4 great extremes, and received 4 blessings of the Dao. In just 3 short years, she had ascended to the realm of the celestial being. Moreover, she had a remnant soul of a sage as her servant. In the southern wilderness, who could rival her in invincibility and exceptional talent? After joining the Ice Cloud sect, the Jian Wuxin of 3 years ago had perished. The current her belonged solely to Su Chen. With a soft whisper, she murmured, Master, once I resolve this final knot in my heart and reclaim my lost sword heart, I shall remain faithfully by your side, never to wander again. On the other side, within the grand hall of the Ice Cloud sect, a voice filled with rage resonated. Audacious. It was the grand ancestor Xiantian, glaring at the outside with fury. This supreme divine palace is openly targeting my Ice Cloud sect. This is sheer insolence. The second elder Mu Huan furrowed his brow, contemplating. I never expected that the old rascal Wu Bugu would possess such a narrow mind. After my Ice Cloud ancestor took his disciple, he sent some so-called prodigy to our Ice Cloud sect to flaunt his superiority, only to be humiliated by that little girl Wuxin. Furthermore, he incited his first-rate forces to wage war against our second-rate forces. In just 1 year, over 100 second-rate factions have been eradicated. Such narrow-mindedness is hardly befitting of greatness. Grand Ancestor Xiantian snorted coldly. If not for our sect master being in seclusion, would this old rascal have such an opportunity to act so brazenly? It turned out that after Wu Bugu's failed attempt to show off at the Sword Pavilion, the Supreme Divine Palace had incited its first-rate forces to specifically target the second-rate forces of the Ice Cloud sect. In the span of a single year, over 100 second-rate factions had been annihilated. However, these individuals executed their actions with such efficiency that they left no traces behind, inciting the ire of the Ice Cloud elders. After the previous incident, where Jian Wuxin's enlightenment at the Sword Pavilion had startled Grand Ancestor Xiantian, he had not returned to his coffin. After some inquiries, he discovered how much had changed within the Ice Cloud sect. However, this situation could not continue. A female elder sighed. What if we summon the ancestor from his seclusion? At this moment, the second elder shook his head. No, since the ancestor has chosen to remain hidden for 1,000 years, it is clear he cherishes tranquility and does not wish to be disturbed. We must not act rashly. Let us wait until the sect master emerges from seclusion to discuss this matter. The elders nodded in resignation. There was only one semi-saint in the Ice Cloud sect. With the sect master in seclusion, there was no longer any semi-saint deterrent. Little did they know, not only the sect master, but even the 7 fairies of Ice Cloud were atop the misty peak, though the ancestor had entered the realm of the sage. Causing the leaders of many sacred lands to refrain from acting recklessly, subtle manipulations behind the scenes were still permissible. Additionally, reporting to the Grand Ancestor, according to the message from the Lord of Taiwan Ancient City, it seems the southern wilderness is currently unrestful, with sightings of demonic cultivators. At this, a female elder suddenly spoke. Upon her words, the entire hall erupted in shock. What? Are you saying the demon path has reemerged? The Ice Cloud elders turned to her, disbelief etched across their faces. Historically, the southern wilderness had been divided between the righteous and the demonic paths. The 9 sacred lands of the righteous path, led by the Ice Cloud sect, had jointly resisted and eradicated the demon path. Meanwhile, the demonic cultivators lurked in the shadows, never revealing themselves to the light. Yet, whenever they emerged, they would do so with a thunderous force, unleashing a storm of bloodshed across the southern wilderness. It had been a millennium since the last emergence of the demon path. That occasion can be described as the most formidable event in several millennia. The 9 sovereigns of the demon path emerged in full force, leading countless practitioners of the demonic arts to launch an offensive against the righteous sections. However, the other 8 holy lands shunned battle, retreating behind their mountain gates in fear. Only the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace took to the fray. Ultimately, the master of the Ice Cloud Palace fell after slaying 3 demon sovereigns and nearly 10 semi-saints in this tumultuous realm. Although they succeeded in repelling the demonic forces, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace suffered grievous losses, which set off a chain reaction of subsequent events. After that encounter, the demon path faded into obscurity. The elders of Ice Cloud harbored a profound hatred for those of the demonic lineage, vowing to slay them upon sight. Little did they expect that, after a millennium, these shadowy figures would once again emerge from the darkness. The Grand Ancestor Xiantian furrowed his brow. Was this news credible? It seemed unlikely to be erroneous, for this information had been transmitted directly from the Lord of Taihuang Ancient City to the major holy lands. The female elder nodded, affirming the accuracy of her intelligence. The Grand Ancestor Xiantian inhaled sharply. It appeared that the southern wilderness would soon be embroiled in turmoil once more. He pondered, instructing urgently, "Send a message at once. All disciples currently undertaking trials in Taihuang Ancient City must prioritize their safety." A millennium ago, Sister Xianin had consecutively slain 3 sovereigns of the demon path, and they would undoubtedly seek retribution. Their reappearance is surely a direct threat to us at Ice Cloud. Chapter 45. The Ma Family of Dongling. The sword of severing void in the realm of Sword State, Dongling Kingdom stands as one of the most formidable empires. With a profound heritage and robust national strength, it harbors numerous sects and schools, including several 3rd and 4th-rate powers, all under the guardianship of formidable rulers and even sovereigns. Among them is the Ma family, renowned for its illustrious ancestry, which reportedly once boasted a supreme powerhouse of the highest order, establishing itself as a first-rate force in the southern regions, commanding respect and admiration from countless factions during its zenith. Even among the 50,000 states of the South, it wielded considerable influence. However, following the passing of that supreme ancestor, the Ma family gradually waned, becoming a mere 4th-rate power. Presently, it is home to only 3 rulers. Yet, even in its diminished state, the Ma family remains a force to be reckoned with in Dongling Kingdom. Today, a jubilant atmosphere envelopes the Ma family, for they have birthed an extraordinary prodigy, Ma Yufeng. At the tender age of 15, she has already ascended to the realm of Wheel C and, just a month prior, shattered the limits of her blood energy. It is said that she possesses a remarkable green tea physique, ranking among the top 10 in her category. Her talents rival those of the most exceptional prodigies from first-rate factions. Recently, A stroke of fortune befell Ma Yufeng when she caught the eye of the supreme divine palace, one of the 9 sacred lands. Astonishingly, the esteemed god master Wuji, Xingyu, personally requested her as a disciple. This revelation has sparked intrigue, as many factions in the south are aware of Wuji Xingyu's notorious fondness for young maidens, particularly those under 16. Furthermore, his disciple Wu Bugu, a celebrated prodigy in his own right, was dispatched to personally welcome her back to the palace. Wu Bugu, renowned throughout the south for his extraordinary talents, possesses a divine body manifestation and has reached the pinnacle of the earthly realm at merely 60 years of age. Rumors abound that he has broken through the limits 4 times, receiving blessings from the Dao on each occasion. It is clear that the Ma family is poised for a powerful resurgence. In the capital city, the streets are bustling, with numerous sects converging upon the Ma family, eager to partake in their newfound glory. At the Ma family's grand hall, Ding Xiao, the lord of Dong'an City, presents a congratulatory gift: 1 Earth-grade spiritual artifact and 10 spirit-grade artifacts. Congratulations! The Ma family's prodigy entering the divine palace is a blessing for Dongling and a fortune for our sword state. The abbot of Chunxiang Temple, Wang Yin, follows suit, offering 3 volumes of Earth-grade cultivation techniques and 10 spirit-grade pearls, wishing for the Ma family's prodigy to soar to new heights and lead the family to sweep across the realms. As the welcoming disciples announce the arrivals, figures clad in prideful expressions and exuding potent auras step into the hall, each a practitioner of at least will see level, representing various prominent families and sections. Seated at the center of the hall is a middle-aged man in black robes, emanating immense power. His elongated face resembles that of a horse, rendering the distinguished guests around him somewhat dim in comparison. He is Ma Jiueqing, the head of the Ma family and a formidable presence at the pinnacle of the earthly realm. Suddenly, the voice of the welcoming disciple rises, the sovereign of Dongling Kingdom. Dong Qingxian has arrived. At this announcement, all eyes in the hall instinctively turn towards the entrance. A powerful aura approaches, revealing a middle-aged man adorned in a resplendent dragon robe. Bow to the sovereign. Long live the sovereign. The sight of this figure compels all present to kneel in reverence, including Ma Jiueqing himself. Dong Qingxian, the sovereign of Dongling Kingdom, stands tall, accompanied by the royal family, one of the third-rate powers in the south. Indeed, the emergence of the Ma family's prodigy has drawn the attention of even the sovereign, eager to curry favor. The aura radiating from Dong Qingxian is that of a celestial realm powerhouse. While such strength may not be remarkable in sacred lands, it is undeniably formidable in these rural regions. Ma Jiueqing rises from his seat, bowing respectfully to Dong Qingxian. I greet the sovereign. No need for such formalities, my brother. Dong Qingxian replies, gently lifting Ma Jiueqing. He then turns to the assembly. All esteemed ministers rise. Thank you, your majesty. Long live the sovereign. With these words, the leaders of Dongling Kingdom gradually stand. For Ma Jiueqing, though the status of his family has risen significantly with the entry of his prodigy into the divine palace, he remains acutely aware of Dong Qingshuan's authority, especially given their familial ties. After the leaders have risen, Dong Qingxian laughs heartily. I have no extravagant gift to offer, so please forgive me. With a grand gesture, a long sword flies into the hall. Proclaim. He turns, contemplating, and as he speaks, a eunuch beside him unfurls a royal edict and announces, the daughter of the Ma family, Ma Yufeng, possesses the green tea physique, a peerless prodigy entering the divine palace. A fortune for the Ma family, and indeed for our Dongling Kingdom. The sovereign bestows upon Ma Yufeng 1 heaven-grade spiritual artifact, 3,000 spiritual stones, 30,000 taels of gold, 100 million taels of silver, a population of 100,000, 800 household guards, and 30,000 retainers, elevating her to the rank of Princess of Ma Ling, with the fief of Tianling City. As these words echo through the hall, uproar ensues. To be conferred the title of princess and granted a fief is a precedent in the history of Dongling Kingdom. According to the laws of Dongling, possessing a fief grants one the command over personal troops, Most astonishingly, Dong Qingxian has directly bestowed a heaven-grade spiritual artifact. The eyes of the earthly realm powerhouses glimmer with greed. Heaven-grade artifacts are exceedingly rare in Dongling Kingdom, typically held only by those of celestial realm mastery. What a generous offering! The elders of the Ma family kneel in reverence. Such treasures invoke envy among them all. Ma Jueqing clasps his fists in gratitude, bowing once more. I express my thanks on behalf of my daughter to the sovereign. No need for such formalities. Dong Qingxian waves his hand dismissively. By the way, where is Princess Ma Yao? I have yet to see her today. Ma Jueqing slowly rises, smiling. Today is a momentous occasion for my daughter. She is in the courtyard with her mother. I shall send someone to fetch her. Excellent, excellent. Moments later, a figure emerges from the rear hall, a young woman clad in a green dress, appearing around 15 or 16, with a visage reminiscent of the green tea physique. Even her shoes are green. This is Ma Yufeng, the Ma family's prodigy and now Princess Ma Yao of Dongling Kingdom, a figure of immense nobility and unparalleled talent. Ma Yufeng bows to Ma Jueqing and Dong Qingxian. I greet my father. I greet my uncle. Indeed, Dong Qingxian acknowledges. Both the sovereign of Dongling Kingdom and Ma Yufeng's uncle, underscoring the Ma family status as a protective family of the kingdom. Haha, there is no need for such formalities, my dear. The emergence of such talent from Dongling is a source of pride for our realm. Dong Qingxian expresses his satisfaction as he assists Ma Yufeng to her feet. In contemporary times, Ma Yufeng not only embodies the Ma family, but also represents the entire Dongling Kingdom. Should she flourish within the supreme divine palace, achieving remarkable feats, the entire Dongling Kingdom is destined to rise alongside her. The sacred lineage is an entity that these rural powers can only revere from afar. By the way, where's the Holy Sun? Before Ma Yufeng could respond, Ma Jueqing, beside her, spoke with urgency. It is common knowledge throughout the entire Jianzhou that Wu Bugu has come to the Ma family to escort Ma Yufeng into the palace. However, Dong Qingxian and Ma Jueqing harbor concerns, for Jianzhou falls under the influence of the biennial Immortal Palace. The relationship between biennial and the Divine Palace is well understood by all in the southern regions. The Lingyun Sword sect, which governs Jianzhou, is one of the foremost powers under biennial's command. Their grand display indeed raises fears of biennial's wrath. It is said that disciples from the biennial Immortal Palace, who ventured to the ancient Taiwan city for training, have also arrived in Jianzhou as of yesterday. As soon as these words were spoken, a thunderous laughter resonated from the heavens. Where is Ma Yufeng? Come forth and kneel to receive the Holy Sun. The booming voice echoed throughout the capital, laced with disdain. The top-tier warriors of the Dongling Kingdom rushed out of the Grand Hall, gazing upwards with reverence and bowing down. Not a single one dared to resist, nor even breathe audibly. In their eyes, there was a glimmer of adoration. Suddenly, a colossal rift tore through the sky, and one after another, black warhorses emerged, obscuring the entirety of Dongling's capital. Each horse was immense, towering several meters high, exuding a terrifying aura. There were as many as 9 of these monstrous steeds. Behind them loomed a grand chariot, where a figure sat majestically, none other than Wu Bugu. What is this? 9 horses pulling a chariot. But why are these steeds emerging from a rift in the void? It is said that upon reaching the realm of the emperor, one can tear through the void. Could it be that a powerful emperor is accompanying the Holy Sun? The sudden appearance of this strange phenomenon left the Dongling warriors in utter astonishment. The emperor's realm? What an indomitable existence. Then, 2 figures knelt before Wu Bugu. We pay our respects to the Holy Sun. Your arrival is a blessing for the world and for all citizens of Dongling. Upon witnessing Dong Qingxian and Ma Jueqing bowing in unison, the onlookers finally reacted, panicking as they hastily knelt in respect. We have seen the Holy Sun. May the Holy Sun's blessings be boundless and everlasting. Wu Bugu, in terms of aptitude, strength, and status, stood at the pinnacle of the southern regions. For such an extraordinary prodigy, to acknowledge them was the greatest boon imaginable. As Wu Bugu's voice echoed, a green-clad figure emerged from the Ma family's Grand Hall. Appearing to be around 15 or 16 years of age, Ma Yufeng, adorned in green, respectfully knelt before Wu Bugu in the heavens, bowing her head vigorously. I have seen my esteemed senior brother. As a prodigy of the Ma family, Ma Yufeng displayed ruthless ambition from a young age, not only towards others, but even more so towards herself. It is said that 3 years ago, the Ma family had produced another talented daughter. Although she had not awakened her constitution, she achieved the 10th level of blood condensation at the age of 11, even overshadowing the family head's daughter, Ma Yufeng. This incited Ma Yufeng's animosity, ultimately leading to the death of that talented daughter's mother and driving her away. In a brutal turn, Ma Yufeng's faction was annihilated, leaving no survivors. Had that talented daughter lived, the Ma family would have boasted 2 prodigies of exceptional caliber. Very well. The master's insight proves astute, Wu Bugu remarked, lifting his gaze to assess Ma Yufeng. Possessing the top 10 of the 30,000 Dao physiques, she had entered the Wheel C realm at merely 15 years of age. Such beauty and form were unparalleled in this rural expanse, making her an ideal candidate for the master's cauldron. A smile graced Wu Bugu's lips, clearly pleased. Were it not for the urgent summons from the master of the infinite, compelling him to personally escort Ma Yufeng to the palace, he would have thought little of visiting such a humble locale. This girl's talent is indeed commendable. Even within our divine palace, she could rank as a direct disciple of many elders. Beside Wu Bugu, a middle-aged man clad in black also scrutinized Ma Yufeng, emanating an unfathomable aura. What a pity, he mused. Hearing this, jealousy flickered in Wu Bugu's eyes. Why would a master favor a woman so draped in green? Did she possess some extraordinary quality? His words were tinged with envy. The black-clad man's lips twitched slightly. He felt a strange sensation. It is said that the 5th Holy Son has peculiar preferences towards the master. Could this be true? As these thoughts lingered, Wu Bugu rose from his seat, stepping onto the spiritual energy, striding towards the Ma family's grand hall. This spectacle left the dongling warriors utterly astounded. He walks upon the void. How could this be? Was it not said that only those at least at the human realm could tread upon the air? Could it be that the Holy Son has already entered the human realm? Countless warriors gasped in awe. The human realm. This legendary Holy Son of the Divine Palace is indeed a powerhouse at the human realm. It is known that even the ruler of Dongling has yet to reach this realm. Who would have imagined that the Holy Son has already ascended to such heights? Ma Jiuqing was visibly shocked. The human realm? He was but a step away from this level, yet it seemed as daunting as climbing to the heavens. The Ma family has 3 kings, yet they also possess 10 individuals at the human realm. The rise and fall of a family are never dictated by the younger generation, but by these top-tier powers. Meanwhile, Dong Qingxian, aside from his astonishment, felt a sense of lamentation. He, possessing a Dao physique, toiled for 300 years to finally reach the human realm and become the supreme being of Dongling. This Holy Son of the Infinite Palace, however, directly stands as a human realm powerhouse. How old could Wu Bugu be? It is rumored he is merely 60 years of age. At 60, he is a human realm being. The depth of the sacred land is indeed unfathomable. In contrast, Wu Bugu remained dismissive. Yes, 2 years ago, after being subtly defeated by Jian Wuxin in the Sword Pavilion, he returned to the Infinite Palace to undergo rigorous training. Just a month prior, he finally entered the human realm. Besides his pride, his innate talent and status are undeniably extraordinary. Possessing a divine physique at 60 years of age, he broke through 4 extreme realms to reach the human realm. Had it not been for the emergence of the invincible prodigy Jian Wuxin, Wu Bugu would have been unrivaled in this era. However, that is a matter for another time. Wu Bugu approached the crowd, bending slightly as he did so. Suddenly, he extended his right hand, lifting Ma Yufeng's chin with his index finger, examining her intently. What a beautiful specimen, though it is unfortunate that she is entirely clad in green. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Ma Yufeng remained unfazed. Instead, she flirtatiously posed, casting seductive glances at Wu Bugu. Shall we go, Brother Wu? Once in the Divine Palace, I shall belong to you, and you may treat me as you wish. Upon hearing this, Wu Bugu remained entirely unaffected, instead expressing profound disdain. You possess remarkable beauty. However, regrettably, I have no interest in women. What does this mean? Ma Yufeng, who knelt on the ground, was momentarily taken aback. No interest in women? Wu Bugu actually claimed to have no interest in women? How peculiar. Faced with my allure, even a newborn dog spirit would succumb to temptation. How could this esteemed son be so indifferent? Could it be that his orientation is indeed questionable? She had meticulously prepared for this moment. Yet unexpectedly, he simply stated that he had no interest in women. How careless. What baffled her even more was why the Lord of the Supreme Divine Palace would go to such lengths to have a prodigy like Wu Bugu personally come to receive her. Although she possessed a Dao body in the vast Supreme Divine Palace, she was merely an ordinary disciple. At that moment, Wu Bugu released Ma Yufeng's chin, gradually rising and saying, "Junior sister Yufeng, let us depart. We must not keep our master waiting." Ma Yufeng nodded, promptly rising and cautiously following behind Wu Bugu. Suddenly, Ma Jueqing spoke to her, "Fenger, the journey to the Divine Palace is long and arduous. I have nothing to offer you. Take this." As he spoke, a black pearl, radiating clear cracks, fell into Ma Yufeng's hand. Upon seeing this, she immediately knelt and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Father." Hearing this, Wu Bugu cast a sidelong glance at her, then coldly laughed. "The heaven-blocking pearl. I never expected such a rural sect to possess such treasures." As the name suggests, when worn, it can withstand a full-force strike from a 10-layered heavenly being. It seems these rustic sects possess some foundation after all. There's no need for excessive formalities. Ma Jueqing helped Ma Yufeng to her feet. Although he was ruthless and unyielding, he was exceedingly indulgent toward his only daughter, especially since Ma Yufeng now bore the weight of the entire Ma family and the fate of the Eastern Spirit Kingdom. "Hurry along. Do not keep the esteemed son waiting." "Yes, daughter obeys." Ma Yufeng nodded gently. Due to her humble status, she was not qualified to ride alongside Wu Bugu, so she took her place on a beast of demon kind. Then she addressed Wu Bugu, "Esteemed son, shall we depart?" Wu Bugu nodded, waved his hand, and was about to speak when suddenly a sword chi surged forth, resembling a long rainbow piercing the sun, slicing through the air. Chapter 46. The terrifying sword strike. The sword aura descended with an uncanny swiftness, leaving the powerful figures of the Eastern Spirit Realm utterly bewildered. Its target was none other than Ma Yufeng, who had just mounted the beast. What? Upon sensing the sudden onslaught of sword energy, Wu Bugu's expression shifted dramatically. However, relief washed over him when he realized that the formidable sword strike was not aimed at him. "Fenger, be careful. Dodge." Simultaneously, two voices cried out from opposite ends, one from Ma Jueqing and the other from Dong Qingxian. In a state of panic, Ma Jueqing summoned his spirit energy and charged towards Ma Yufeng, followed closely by Dong Qingxian. With a thunderous roar, the ground ruptured as if a mountain had collapsed, cleaving the Ma family hall in two. Blood gushed forth, and a severed arm crashed to the ground. Moments later, a figure emerged from the dust, bloodied and tattered, covered in sword marks. The onlookers gasped in shock. It was none other than the head of the Ma family, Ma Jueqing. Indeed, he had sacrificed his own flesh to block that terrifying sword strike. Yet the cost was staggering. He had intended to redirect the celestial energies to neutralize the strike, but found his own spirit energy rendered insignificant, crushed under an invisible weight. What realm is this? Could it be another celestial being? Yet, with the Holy Son of the Supreme Divine Palace present, who would dare to spoil his enjoyment? Who could this person be? As the crowd remained in astonishment, a pungent odor suddenly wafted through the air. What is that smell? So foul. Everyone's gaze turned to Ma Yufeng, who was now slumped in terror on the ground, her beast having succumbed to the oppressive sword energy. Moreover, droplets of liquid trickled down the creature's back. Drip, drip, drip. Ma Yufeng. She had been so frightened that she lost control. What manner of sword strike was this to wield such power? It had terrified a prodigious disciple of the Divine Palace, a paragon with a green T-Dao body, into submission. As confusion spread among the crowd, Dong Qingxian soared into the air, hovering above them. His brow furrowed, and the might of his celestial being realm erupted, radiating outward. From the aura he emitted, it was clear that Dong Qingxian was a formidable figure at the third level of the celestial being realm. Third level of the celestial being realm. Quite impressive. Wu Bug amused, his gaze assessing. Oh, is it possible that the Holy Sun has taken an interest in this ruler of the Eastern Spirit Kingdom? Remarked a middle-aged man in black beside him, a frown creasing his forehead. In response, Wu Bugu shook his head. It is a pity that he has yet to break through to the extreme realm. While he may reign supreme in this rural land, he is merely a footnote in the divine palace. The only one capable of piquing my interest is my master. The man in black remained silent, his lips twitching. Meanwhile, Dong Qingxuan's expression darkened as he spoke with gravity. Who dares to belittle the Eastern Spirit? Who dares to scorn the Ma family? Who dares to challenge the might of the supreme divine palace? Why strike from the shadows instead of revealing yourself? Truly, a ruler of the Eastern Spirit. Every word he uttered cut like a blade, elevating the reputation of the supreme divine palace to the forefront. Such a terrifying imperial strategy. In the cold state, at the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, on the misty peak, Chen reclined in a rocking chair, appearing exceptionally relaxed. He raised his right hand, observing the tricolor petals while stifling a yawn. He had not anticipated consuming such a sacred material so swiftly. As he spoke, he tossed the last petal into his mouth. 3 days had passed since Jian Wuxin's departure, and he continued his routine of rising with the sun and resting at dusk, savoring his leisure. Unbeknownst to him, his spirit energy fluctuations had ascended to the 4th level of the sage realm. Indeed, after consuming the remaining 2 Qianglingsen holy leaves, his strength surged once more. In just 3 days, he had advanced from the 2nd to the 4th level of the sage realm. Such news would astound anyone. For practitioners of the sage realm, each step is a formidable chasm. Without thousands of years of effort, it is inconceivable to even consider. Yet he had crossed 3 thresholds in a mere span. Since the coop had gained more uncastrated roosters, the hens had become more spirited, diligently assisting him in hatching eggs. At that moment, a brilliant crimson light enveloped the area, causing the surrounding spirit energy to stir with unusual fervor. Without needing to ponder, Chen understood what was occurring. Indeed, moments later, a petite figure dashed toward him. "Great, Master!" Lin Tian exclaimed excitedly at Chen. Hearing her, he looked up at the little girl. "Tian, what happened? I finally broke through." Hee hee. Lin Tian giggled, her joy evident. "Very good." Chen nodded lightly. The aura emanating from Lin Tian confirmed that she had indeed reached the Wheelsea realm. Even more astonishing was the intensity of her blood energy, enough to leave Chen astounded. "This is the peak of blood energy?" Chen marveled in disbelief. The peak of blood energy refers to refining one's life force to 1,000,000 pounds during the physical secret realm. He had not expected this little girl to achieve such a feat. 1,000,000 pounds of blood energy, coupled with the eye of fear and the dual pupil inheritance. This little girl's potential may well rival that of Jian Wuxin. Yet, the dual pupil would inevitably lead to a life of solitude. Her future growth would be built upon endless battles. Afterward, Chen raised his hand to ruffle Lin Tian's hair. "Our Tian is truly remarkable." "Hee hee, it's all thanks to Master S guidance." Lin Tian replied with a smile, her little face showing a hint of confusion. "But what about my sister? I haven't seen her lately." "Your sister?" Chen chuckled softly. "She has returned to her family." "Returned to her family?" Lin Tian puffed her cheeks, puzzled. "What does that mean?" Chen did not answer, but instead gazed toward the direction of the Minghan Heavenly Pool, murmuring, "Wuxin has been gone for 3 days now. This journey into the Taiwan secret realm will certainly be fraught with peril. Alas, I shall protect your path." Meanwhile, in the Jianzhou, Eastern Spirit Kingdom, at the Ma family hall, everyone present was engulfed in fear at the sudden sword strike. A single sword had severed the arm of Ma Jueqing, a 10th level Earth realm expert, instilling terror in countless other cultivators. What manner of powerful being could this be? Could it be a celestial being? As the powerful figures extended their senses to probe the surroundings, a petite white figure appeared in midair. It was a woman clad in light garments, a conical hat atop her head, and a veil obscuring her face, her ethereal robes fluttering in the wind. Though her visage was hidden, the chilling aura she projected sent shivers down the spines of those present. None of the Earth Realm experts dared to meet her gaze. It was as if that piercing aura was innate to her. Who are you? Dong Qingxian inquired, his brow furrowed, heart racing. Why did you ambush our Eastern Spirit prodigy? Are you not aware that Fenger has already entered the Supreme Divine Palace? The gazes of many individuals narrowed sharply, fixated upon this figure. What kind of deep-seated enmity could drive someone to act so ruthlessly in the presence of the Holy Son of the palace? The woman suspended in midair is none other than Jian Wuxin. Her cold eyes narrowed, and as her lips parted slightly, she declared, "The one who will slay you." Chapter 47. A shocking poem that stirs the ancestor. The one who will kill you. A chilling, soul-piercing voice echoed in the minds of all present. Though faint, each word was crystal clear. The utterance was brief, merely 4 words. Yet it instilled a profound sense of dread and fear among the spirit guides and the formidable forces of the Earth sect. The tone was sharp and frigid, akin to a keen blade, indelibly etched into the hearts and souls of every individual. All gazes converged upon the figure of the woman clad in white, who emanated an aura of the celestial realm. Celestial realm. This woman was indeed a formidable celestial being. How could the Ma family have provoked such a personage? In their quest to restore their ancestral glory, the Ma family had for years oppressed weaker factions and seized the mineral veins of various clans. Relying heavily on the backing of the Eastern Spirit Imperial family, it appeared that they had finally encountered a formidable adversary, inviting the wrath of a celestial powerhouse. A spectacle was unfolding. The heads of the various clans in the Eastern Spirit Nation watched with glee. Ever since the Ma family allied with the Eastern Spirit Imperial family, they had frequently bullied others. Recently, with the emergence of the prodigious Ma Yufeng, who had joined the Supreme Divine Palace among the 9 sacred grounds, many had believed the Ma family was on the verge of rising. It seemed that before their ascendance, they would have the opportunity to witness a dramatic turn of events. Ma Jueqing, suppressing his pain, turned pale and inquired, "What is your intention? My Ma family harbors no enmity with you. Why unleash such cruelty upon us?" Before Jian Wuxin could respond, a voice filled with disdain interrupted. "What are you? A mere beast to speak with my master?" As the words were spoken, a dark figure descended from the heavens. It was a black and white wolf demon, exuding a formidable presence that left the Eastern Spirit cultivators gasping for breath. What is this? A dog demon? Could it possibly be a dog demon? All eyes fixated on the wolf demon. Meanwhile, Wu Bugu squinted his eyes, his cold demeanor revealing intrigue. This is quite interesting. Originating from the Divine Palace, he had always stood atop the southern frontier domain, and it was no surprise that he could recognize the celestial wolf demon with a mere glance. Beside him, a middle-aged man furrowed his brow, fixating on the celestial wolf demon. To his astonishment, it was a being of the King realm. How could the insignificant Eastern Spirit Ma family have provoked a creature from the Demon Beast clan? In a fit of rage, the elder Tian Bing struck out with a palm, unleashing a terrifying aura that bore down upon the ground. Boom! With a resounding crash, the earth fissured, and the entire Ma family hall was engulfed in monstrous waves before collapsing into a heap of ruins. The mournful cries of countless Ma family members echoed, with tens of thousands buried beneath the debris. Nearby, innumerable strong cultivators were reduced to mere blood mist under the weight of that dreadful palm. As the blood mist dissipated, the figure of Tian Bing slowly emerged, disdain etched upon his features, a bunch of insignificant pests. This scene left countless cultivators utterly astonished. One palm had obliterated the entire Ma family? What realm of power was this? Could it be a king realm being? What? A king realm? What in the world had the Ma family done to attract such a formidable entity? Numerous cultivators hastily scattered, eager to avoid being caught in the collateral damage. Although they had hoped to curry favor with the Ma family, due to Ma Yufeng's ascension to the supreme divine palace. They all heard the wolf demon refer to the woman as master. To tame a beast of the king realm as a pet suggested that this woman was of extraordinary lineage, at least of second-tier or even first-tier strength. Such a presence was beyond their reckoning. Survival was paramount. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Dong Qingxian and Ma Jueqing were both stricken with terror and confusion. When had their family ever provoked such a powerful being? Just then, a voice thundered boldly, "Who dares to destroy my Ma family's ancestral hall?" Figures burst through the roof, soaring into the air, 13 in total, each radiating an overwhelming aura. Among them, 10 were celestial beings, while 3 had already entered the king realm. Another 3 kings. Upon seeing these figures, the tense hearts of the Ma family cultivators finally relaxed. These formidable entities were none other than the long-secluded ancestors of the Ma family. Leading them was a long-bearded elder with graying temples, his expression grim. He was none other than Ma Wui, the patriarch of the Ma family. He turned to Ma Jueqing, demanding, "Jueqing, what is happening here?" "Father, I do not know." Ma Jueqing grimaced, suppressing the pain in his arm and shaking his head. Indeed, he was at a loss. The news of Ma Yufeng joining the divine palace was a momentous event, a cause for celebration. Yet, unexpectedly, a celestial being had emerged, severing his right arm, followed by a king realm dog demon that annihilated the entire Ma family. What in the world? Could someone please explain what transpired? Useless. Ma Wui scolded furiously. He then glanced at the weeping Ma Yufeng before directing his gaze towards Wu Bugu. It was evident that Wu Bugu harbored a disdainful attitude towards the conflicts of rural factions. He could only cast a solemn look at the woman hovering in the air. "Who are you, and why do you seek to destroy the foundation of my Ma family?" Upon seeing the long-bearded elder, Jian Wuxin revealed a peculiar smile. "Oh, it has only been 3 short years. Have you truly forgotten me, Grandfather Ma?" As her words fell, a long sword imprint materialized in the air, radiating a dazzling golden light. "What?" At this sight, Ma Wui's eyes widened in shock, fixating on the sword imprint with fear. The sword imprint. How could you possess the sword imprint? He was all too familiar with this emblem, which distinctly belonged to another lineage of swords from the Ma family. This sword imprint was associated with a once great prodigy of the Ma family. Yet, the lineage of swords and that prodigy had been utterly eradicated by his own branch 3 years ago. How could it possibly resurface? He stared intensely at Jian Wuxin, his voice trembling. Who exactly are you?" He. Jian Wuxin let out a cold chuckle, offering no further explanations. She found a waste of time to converse with such ungrateful beings. All she desired was to exact her vengeance and return to her master's side. With a frigid tone, Jian Wuxin declared, 3 years ago, you slaughtered my sword lineage 3,651 lives. 3 years hence, I shall wield my sword and eradicate your entire clan. Wang Kai, kill them. Leave not a single one alive. Chapter 48. A Clash Imminent. The terrifying sword intent at your command, my master. Upon hearing the voice, the ancient ancestor of Tianbing licked his claws, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Murder. It was his greatest delight. He raised his paw, ready to strike. Wait. Ma Wui suddenly spoke again. Are you truly prepared to oppose the Ma family? As he spoke, his kingly aura enveloped the surroundings. The king realm. He stood at the 3rd tier of cultivation, the secret realm of longevity. Each king possesses a lifespan of 2,000 years. The distinction between the heavenly being realm and the king realm is monumental. In such a rural place, every king symbolizes the strength and status of their family. His voice was low and filled with murderous intent. Though you are a formidable heavenly being and accompanied by a kingly beast, my Ma family is not to be trifled with. Yet, he remained oblivious to the origins of the sword mark before him. However, his instincts warned him that this woman was anything but benevolent. At that moment, a sudden transmission echoed in his mind. Father, the sword mark in her hand is identical to that of Jian Wuxin, that girl who vanished 3 years ago. After her disappearance, she likely joined a sect, and this woman is her master. She has come seeking vengeance for the sword lineage. The transmitter was none other than Ma Jueqing, the head of the Ma family. The moment he recognized the sword mark, he understood it was Jian Wuxin's. "What did you say?" Ma Wui exclaimed in shock. 3 years prior, the sword lineage of the Ma family suffered a bloodbath at the hands of the family head, a fact known throughout the Eastern Ling Kingdom. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the talented girl from the sword lineage had escaped the massacre, a truth even Ma Wui was unaware of. If this were true, today would undoubtedly lead to a fierce battle. But why would Jian Wuxin waste words with him? Awakened to the imperial soul, she had inherited the Dao intent of her past life. Her Dao intent was that of the Empress. Cold, sharp, and devoid of mercy, Jian Wuxin slowly raised her gaze. Her voice icy as she declared, "On the path to the Yellow Springs, let the Ma family's wretches accompany you." In the next breath, an icy sword had already appeared in her grasp. This icy sword shadow was none other than the embodiment of the Heavenly Ice ancestor's sword intent. With the Heavenly Ice sword, she would slaughter the entire Ma family. As the Heavenly Ice sword intent manifested, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and lightning flashed. In an instant, the entire Eastern Ling Kingdom was shrouded in these ominous clouds. Merely summoning this sword intent had triggered a significant celestial phenomenon within a 100-mile radius, a testament to her comprehension of the sword path. The Empress's Dao intent was unparalleled in the world. At that moment, the 2 other kings and 10 heavenly beings unleashed their auras, locking Jian Wuxin in place, intending to suppress her. Ma Wui Belud, though the opponent was a formidable heavenly being, accompanied by a kingly beast, the disparity in their apparent strength was still immense. He refused to believe that she was an extraordinary prodigy. Now, the 3 kings and 10 heavenly beings unleashed their might, creating a disturbance that could shatter the heavens and the earth. But in the next instant, a sword had already been unleashed. The Heavenly Ice sword descended like thunder. The terrifying chill rushed towards the 13 opponents. Be careful. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the expressions of all present changed dramatically. One shouted in panic, clearly caught off guard by Jian Wuxin's ruthless resolve. Each of them redirected the celestial energy, attempting to counter her. But how could they match the speed of the Empress's sword? The thunderous Heavenly Ice sword struck down from the sky, carrying with it an overwhelming pressure. Boom! An explosive sound resonated through the air. The ground was thrust up hundreds of feet high. She had shattered the limits of her vitality, her physical strength reaching 500,000 pounds, not to mention the sword intent. Even her sheer physical prowess was sufficient to upheave the very ground of the capital. How terrifying! Is this the strength of a heavenly being? Countless powerful figures were left in shock. They too were formidable beings in the Eastern Ling Kingdom, each at the earthly realm. Yet, compared to such a true powerhouse, they felt as insignificant as ants. But at that moment, as the icy mist dissipated, 3 figures within the swirling snow exploded into ice fog. How is this possible? One sword struck down 3 heavenly beings? Those were all superlative heavenly beings. The onlookers were dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. Among the heavenly beings, one sword had felled 3 of their ranks. Are you certain I am not dreaming? In this rural land of the Eastern Ling Kingdom, a single heavenly being represented everything. Even the current ruler, Dong Qingxian, had only just reached the 3rd tier of the heavenly being realm. On the other side, Wu Bugu frowned, his feminine eyes fixed on Jian Wuxin, a 1st-tier heavenly being, yet she exudes an aura akin to that of a late-stage heavenly being. He scrutinized closely, only to realize that Jian Wuxin's strength was not merely comparable to his, it far surpassed it. The man in black beside him shook his head. I observe this girl's bone age is less than 50 years. What? Wu Bugu was taken aback. Less than 50 years? A heavenly being under 30? How is that possible? He rapidly searched through his memories, realizing that no prodigy could reach such heights at this age. Even he, possessing a divine body and having broken through 4 realms to receive 4 blessings of the Tao, required 60 years of cultivation to enter the heavenly being stage. Who was this person? The man in black was also observing Jian Wuxin. Could she be the saintess of the undying sword domain? Or perhaps the mysterious disciple of the Qinglian sword immortal, Li Changqing, Ma Wui, and the other kings were visibly shaken. They had not anticipated this woman would act with such decisiveness and ferocity. Most importantly, that sword strike had already reached the late-stage level of the heavenly being realm. Yet they could clearly sense that Jian Wuxin's aura indicated she had only just entered the heavenly being realm. A first-tier heavenly being could unleash power on par with a late-stage heavenly being? What monstrous prodigy! Could she truly be from a sacred land? Aside from the three kings, the remaining 7 heavenly beings turned pale, devoid of color. The chilling aura contained within her sword energy was utterly terrifying. Had their physical resilience not been exceptional, that sword strike alone could have claimed their lives. If you insist on opposing the Ma family, we shall be forced to obliterate you here. Ma Wui's expression darkened completely. The sword Jian Wuxin had just unleashed had ignited the murderous intent within him. With a single stroke, Jian Wuxin's cold gaze shifted. Even she had not anticipated that her previous strike would reach the astonishing level of a late-stage heavenly being. Yet, as her gaze swept over them, filled with disdain, she coldly remarked, "Mere ants dare to negotiate terms with this Empress? You." Upon hearing this, Ma Wui trembled with rage. Jian Wuxin's meaning was crystal clear to him. A truce? That was out of the question. It appeared that conflict was the only path ahead. But this woman, relying on her first-tier heavenly being status, could unleash the might of a late-stage heavenly being? Would her guardian beast unleash its might? The old man speaks too much. Clearly, his words are not without merit. Before he could finish, an enormous claw descended upon him. A confrontation between kings. Evidently, the Ice Ancestor had no qualms about taking lethal action, were it not for Jian Wuxin. He would disdain to eliminate such insignificant beings, deeming it beneath his dignity to sully his hands. The oppressive aura of the Ice Ancestor was utterly terrifying. What? Beneath this colossal claw, Ma Wui's expression shifted dramatically once more. Just moments ago, Jian Wuxin's sword energy had failed to instill fear in him. Yet, under this immense wolf claw, he faced true terror. "You shall not subdue me. Rise!" Ma Wui bellowed. A surge of royal energy erupted from within him, confronting the titanic claw head-on. Yet, it was evident that all his struggles were in vain. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing, causing the entire Ma family hall, along with the ground of the capital, to sink several hundred feet. The terrifying aura of kings nearly distorted the very fabric of space itself. Chapter 49. The Bloodbath of the Ma family, the fall of Yufeng Hu. "Who are you?" Ma Wui exclaimed, anguish etched upon his face. "I, a prodigy of the Ma family, have now entered the divine palace. Even if you slay my entire clan today, you shall inevitably face relentless pursuit from the supreme divine palace in the future." His arms raised high, he resisted with all his might, his feet seemingly rooted to the ground. The ancient ice elder, an immortal sage, despite his soul being bound to the heavenly devouring wolf demon, had his physical strength restored to the level of a king through the nourishment of Su Chen's essence-infused meat. The power he could unleash was far beyond that of an ordinary king. The other 2 kings, witnessing this, immediately unleashed their kingly aura, charging towards the airborne ancient ice elder. But in the next moment, they were engulfed by despair. The ancient ice elder opened his massive jaws and, with a powerful inhale, it was as if a voracious beast was consuming everything. A colossal force enveloped the entire capital. This was the heavenly devouring wolf demon's divine technique, acquired from the primal bloodline of this very beast, possessing the ability to devour the heavens and the earth. For within the wolf's body resided a trace of the devouring bloodline. Under this consuming power, these 2 kings, along with countless strong beings and myriad life forms within a radius of several dozen miles, were drawn into the ancient ice elder's maw. Seeing the scene, the remaining 7 celestial beings were struck with terror, their eyes wide with horror. From the power displayed by this singular being and beast, it was evident they were not mere practitioners, but rather emanated from a formidable force. Crushed beneath the wolf's claw, Ma Wui's heart was already laden with despair. It was over. Everything was over. Previously, he had no choice but to invoke the name of the Divine Palace, which was the last resort he could muster. Yet, evidently, such a mere divine palace was of no concern to the ancient Ice Elder. The ancient Ice Elder bellowed once more, his colossal claw bearing down with immeasurable force, reducing the entire moth family to ruins. Meanwhile, Jian Wuxin wielded her sword, cutting down the 7 celestial beings as they attempted to resist with their divine powers. Yet, their efforts were futile. Jian Wuxin's icy sword intent severed these celestial beings as if they were mere vegetables, one sword strike per opponent. Even the reinforcements rushing to their aid fell to her blade, slaughtered without mercy. Wherever her sword passed, carnage ensued, rivers of blood flowed. In an instant, the moth family, from its celestial beings to the blood condensation level, saw all life extinguished. The moth family had suffered the most significant bloodbath since its establishment. The reason was singular. They had foolishly provoked the reincarnation of an empress. After several breaths, apart from Ma Yufeng, not a single soul remained alive in the moth family. The Eastern spirit forces that had come to congratulate the moth family had all fled, fearing they would be implicated in this calamity. They all understood. The moth family was finished. The divine son from the supreme divine palace, Wu Bugu, had remained passive throughout, seated in a chariot, observing the unfolding drama. To the sacred land, the fates of these rural powers were hardly worth a mention. Once the Ma family's stronghold had been eradicated, she descended from the air, slowly approaching the already terrified Ma Yufeng. In that moment, the former glory of a divine palace disciple was nowhere to be seen. Her attire was tattered, and she appeared disheveled, akin to a beggar. Who are you? Ma Yufeng trembled, fear radiating from her being. Though endowed with the green T-Dao body, having broken through the limits of vitality and possessing extraordinary talent, her heart was as ruthless as a viper's. Yet still, she was merely a 15-year-old girl. Faced with this terrifying presence that had descended upon her, she was rendered powerless, her limbs unresponsive. Jian Wuxin's gaze fixated upon this childhood foe, devoid of any compassion. Ever since her mother was driven to death by Ma Yufeng and her clan slaughtered the Sword One lineage, she had vowed to eradicate this heartless family, an eye for an eye, with a flick of her snowy hand. Jian Wuxin's icy sword intent pressed against Ma Yufeng's chest. Do you remember 3 years ago, the Sword One lineage, Wuxin? Sword One lineage, Wuxin. Ma Yufeng murmured in disbelief. But the next moment, before she could fully comprehend, a chilling wind swept through, her hat and veil billowing, revealing an ethereal visage that took one's breath away. Her clear eyes resembled a proud ice lotus, with elegantly arched brows, a delicate nose, and ruby lips, forming the most exquisite visage imaginable. Upon seeing this familiar face, Ma Yufeng's pupils constricted in terror, as if she had encountered death itself. What? How is this possible? You are Jian Wuxin? But you were supposed to have died 3 years ago. How can you be here with such terrifying strength? Wait, this script feels oddly familiar, the spirit of the battle horse mused. Jian Wuxin scoffed, and in an instant, her veil once again concealed her breathtaking beauty. Coldly, she declared, "You need not know, for you are already a dead woman." No, wait, you cannot kill me. I am a prodigy of the Ma family. I am a disciple of the Divine Palace. Ma Yufeng shrieked in frantic terror. Yet in the next moment, an icy sword pierced through the defenses bestowed by the heavenly shield pearl, transfixing her heart. Drip, drip, drip. Blood flowed from Ma Yufeng's chest until, in her growing dread, she gradually lost the spark of life. The once promising prodigy, Ma Yufeng, fell. Withdrawing her long sword, Jian Wuxin felt no shred of compassion. Her heart was as cold as the sword she wielded. In her past life, and this one, only in the presence of her master did a hint of warmth flicker in her demeanor. "Master, all has been resolved," the ancient Ice Elder declared respectfully, giving Ma Yufeng's corpse a kick. "Let us depart," Jian Wuxin replied with a slight nod, her voice icy. At that moment, a figure leaped down from the chariot above. Impressive skills. I am Wu Bugu, one of the 5 divine sons of the supreme divine palace. May I inquire which force you hail from? Chapter 50, Clash of Titans. Suddenly, Su Chun felt a pang of trepidation. Your prowess is truly remarkable. May I inquire which faction you hail from? A voice filled with admiration echoed from behind. Jian Wuxin turned her gaze, her eyes still icy. In the distance, a shadow approached, pale yet possessing an ethereal beauty that surpassed even that of a woman. I am Wu Bugu, the fifth son of the Supreme Divine Palace. It is a pleasure to meet you, my lady, Wu Bugu said, bowing slightly with a smile. However, Jian Wuxin merely cast him a fleeting glance before turning away, drawing upon the spiritual energy of the universe to step into the void. Only Wu Bugu was left, his lips twitching in disbelief. How dare she just look at me and fly off? Hearing this, the elder Tianbing shot him a fierce glare. You little brat from the Supreme Divine Palace. I care not whether you are a mere cur or a turtle. Best not provoke my master, or I shall break your limbs. With that, elder Tianbing ascended into the air, preparing to depart. Just then, a voice of fury erupted behind them. Halt! How dare you disregard my Wu Bugu? In the next moment, a terrifying celestial aura erupted from Wu Bugu, propelling him into the air. He unleashed a punch, and a colossal fiery dragon shadow manifested, roaring mightily. This is the Li Hua dragon technique. Flames surged, instantly creating a colossal wave that surged towards Jian Wuxin. Sensing this aura, Jian Wuxin abruptly turned around. Her gaze darkened, her lips parting to utter a chilling proclamation, seeking death. As she spoke, a frosty sword materialized in her right hand. She understood that her master's Ice Phoenix Dao intent was the unique hallmark of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, and it must not be recklessly revealed before reaching the ancient Taiwan city. Meanwhile, her Empress sword intent was overwhelmingly potent, and with her current cultivation at the celestial realm, she found it challenging to control. The Ice Phoenix Dao intent of Elder Tianbing, however, was quite manageable. With the Ice Sword intent, she struck out. The blade cleaved through the encroaching flames. Both were prodigies of their time. One hailed from a sacred lineage, embodying divine, physical manifestations, having broken through the four extreme realms. A celestial being for a century. The other, a reincarnated Empress, possessed a natural sacred body manifestation, having also shattered the four extreme realms, wielding 3 Dao intents at the tender age of 14. The clash of ice and fire. Who would emerge victorious? Boom! A series of explosions reverberated as the space shimmered with waves of energy. The already ruined Ma family hall was again thrust upwards by several hundred feet. Both figures were sent sprawling for miles. Witnessing this, the cloaked figure in the carriage furrowed his brow, intently observing the battle. Clearly, although Wu Bugu was a prodigious talent, he was facing a reincarnated Empress, an unparalleled force. At the moment Wu Bugu was sent flying, 2 icy sword shadows suddenly sliced through the air, infused with an overwhelming chill and directed at him. What? As the bone-chilling sword energy enveloped him, Wu Bugu was taken aback. He believed that with his esteemed background and having broken through the 4 extreme realms, he could contend with any mid-celestial being, even as a newly ascended celestial. Yet, he was utterly defeated in one strike. He was left battered and bruised. For within those 2 icy swords, he sensed an overwhelming intent to kill. This woman aimed to take his life. Damn it! Wu Bugu cursed, Uncle Hey, save me. His desperate cry echoed with visceral terror. Having grown up with a golden key, this was the first time he felt such a palpable aura of death. Not even when he was overshadowed by Zhu Xin's supreme pressure in the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace did he feel such intensity. Where on earth had this woman emerged from? At that moment, the middle-aged man in black raised his right hand, unleashing an unfathomable aura that instantly neutralized Jian Wuxin's sword energies. Sensing this power, both Jian Wuxin and Elder Tianbing narrowed their eyes. A sovereign-level expert. Indeed, with their discerning eyes, they instantly recognized that this black-clad figure was a formidable sovereign. They also understood Wu Bugu's esteemed identity as the 5th son of the Supreme Divine Palace. This formidable sovereign was undoubtedly his protector. Boom! Boom! The 2 resounding impacts negated Jian Wuxin's sword energies, and the black-clad man, seemingly pleased, withdrew his hand. However, to his astonishment, 2 deep sword marks appeared on his palm, blood gushing forth. Seeing this, the black-clad man's brow furrowed. How is this possible? A celestial's sword energy can injure my sovereign body. Though the wounds were but minor, he was still a sovereign, a being leagues above celestial realm practitioners. How could this woman harm him? Could she be from another domain, also seeking the secrets of the ancient Taiwan? Instinctively, the black-clad man clenched his right hand, a thick wave of killing intent surging forth. He waved his hand and bellowed, "These 2 have wounded the Son of God and disrespected my supreme divine palace. They must not be spared." Understood. Upon his command, dozens of figures burst forth from the carriage, soaring into the air, each exuding an overwhelming aura. "This is bad." Elder Tianbing gasped in alarm. This little brat from the Supreme Divine Palace had actually called for their deaths. Among the dozens of auras, 10 had already reached the king realm, while the rest were all celestial beings. These were prodigious disciples from sacred lineages, far from ordinary. "Master, be careful." Elder Tianbing's eyes narrowed, and his own killing intent flared. He never imagined that before entering the ancient Taiwan, he would encounter these ants seeking their demise. "Humph," Jian Wuxin scoffed. "Just ants." With that, she swiftly channeled her energy. An icy sword shadow quietly manifested in her grasp. Holding the ice sword intent, she charged directly toward the disciples of the Divine Palace. Since they sought death, they could not blame her. Their blood would serve to bless her sword. As her words fell, Jian Wuxin was upon them. She swung her sword. The temperature in the air plummeted dramatically. One of the celestial disciples from the Divine Palace frowned. "Her sword has some merit. We must be cautious." Yet, even as they spoke, they realized that was the Empress's sword. Wherever the sword light passed, it instantaneously froze the surrounding snow. In an instant, the disciples of the Divine Palace were terrified, hastily employing their divine abilities. The celestial realm is the final stage of the divine abilities secret realm. In addition to their formidable strength, practitioners also wield numerous divine abilities and techniques. Elder Tianbing joined the fray, his opponents being the 10 king realm prodigies from the Divine Palace. In an instant, the sky resonated with resounding booms. As time passed, more and more corpses fell from the heavens. Witnessing this scene, He Wuyo's expression darkened. He had initially intended for the disciples of the Divine Palace to test these 2's capabilities and gather intelligence. Yet unexpectedly, these 2 had fought to the death, claiming so many of his disciples. At this moment, having been offended, he declared, "You shall not be spared." He Wuyo roared, ascending into the air, unleashing an overwhelmingly powerful sovereign aura that bore down upon the 2. Boom! Under the weight of this sovereign aura, the void distorted, fracturing into one rift after another. The 2 were sent hurtling backward. Cough! Jian Wuxin spat a mouthful of crimson blood, clutching her chest. Clearly, she had not anticipated that the esteemed deity of the Divine Palace would suddenly take action. For, regardless of the circumstances, the elder generation of formidable beings would never openly confront the younger ones out of respect and established norms. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly face a coalition of other factions seeking retribution. To her astonishment, this young imp from the Divine Palace had the audacity to flout decorum, to brazenly breach an oath, and to do so with a surprise attack. Cursed be it! In mid-air, the venerable Tianbing could not contain his fury, exclaiming in outrage at the shamelessness of this young wretch. "How, what a shame!" Upon hearing this, He Wuya responded with a chilling grin, evidently unfazed. "As long as I eliminate you, who will ever know of today's events?" Meanwhile, at the mysterious peak, "This is bad." Su Chen abruptly rose from his rocking chair. "Master, what is the matter? Are you all right?" Lin Tianer, observing Su Chen's peculiar demeanor, expressed her concern. "I am fine," Su Chen replied, shaking his head. Just moments ago, he had felt a sudden sharp pain in his chest. What could this possibly mean? It resembled the sensation he experienced a millennium ago when his master fell. Could it be that Wu Xin is in peril? Su Chen murmured to himself. He then immediately began to deduce the situation. After a considerable while, he slowly opened his eyes, a glint of cold determination flashing within. Jianzhou. As the words fell, he waved his hand to cast a barrier, subsequently tearing apart the fabric of space, and vanished into the ensuing rift. Chapter 51. The Heart of the Sword Without Heart. The sword returns to the heart of Chen on the other side, in Jianzhou, Eastern Ling Kingdom. A figure imbued with a fierce sword aura stood, suspended in midair. It was a girl clad in white attire, petite in stature, her face veiled by a light gauze, while a conical hat adorned her head. Though her visage remained obscured, her poised demeanor and ethereal presence unmistakably marked her as a noble maiden of a sacred realm. Jian Wuxin pressed her hand against her chest, hastily channeling her spiritual energy to stabilize her chaotic breath. She had not anticipated that an elder of the divine palace at the emperor level would suddenly launch an attack against them. The emperor. Jian Wuxin narrowed her eyes, coldness and murderous intent swirling within them. Currently, she was merely at the first level of the celestial realm. Despite having shattered the limits 4 times and exerting all her strength to contend with late-stage celestials, the emperor was still incomparably beyond her grasp. How despicable of this old man to strike at the younger generation. Observing the scene, He Wuyo's eyes narrowed. A celestial and a monarch. TSK. Which ant shall I eliminate first? As he spoke, he licked his lips, revealing a chilling smirk, evidently regarding Jian Wuxin and the Elder of Ice as mere prey. At that moment, dozens of disciples from the Supreme Divine Palace had already encircled them, severing all avenues of retreat. Even Wu Bugu wore a grim expression as he soared into the air. Are you not afraid of incurring the wrath of my Shurtian wolf demon clan with such vile conduct? Suddenly, the Elder of Ice burst into laughter. Let me be frank. I am Ao Qing, son of the Shurtian Wolf King. If you dare to kill me, my father will lead millions of wolf demons from my clan to raze your Supreme Divine Palace to the ground. Upon uttering this, the Elder of Ice displayed a disdainful demeanor, clearly dismissing He Wuyo's threat. Of course, he was merely attempting to intimidate him. Though his current form was that of a wolf demon, it was quite ordinary, lacking the royal bloodline that set him apart. The name Ao Qing was simply a memory he had unearthed within this physical vessel. After all, they were facing an emperor. Even he had no means to contend. This frail body, despite being nourished by Su Chen's bones for a year, could barely unleash the power of a 4th-level monarch. Intimidate them, he thought. It was worth a try. Indeed, the mere mention of the Shurtian Wolf Demon Clan sent shockwaves through the assembled crowd. What? The Shurtian Wolf Demon Clan? Upon hearing the Elder of Ice's proclamation, the disciples of the Divine Palace displayed expressions of astonishment. They were well aware that the Shurtian Wolf Clan was a formidable force, not inferior to the sacred paths of the Holy Lands. You assert you are the son of the Shurtian Wolf King? Upon hearing this, He Wuyo furrowed his brow, scrutinizing him. It was said that the Shurtian Wolf King had over 10,000 sons, with only 4 possessing the ancestral wolf blood. These 4 were unparalleled prodigies, each as formidable as the sons of sacred realms, including the youngest, Ao Qing. Rumor had it that Ao Qing possessed the richest ancestral wolf blood and, within a mere 60 years, had ascended to the monarch level, heralded as the hope of the Shurtian clan. This youth bore an extraordinary presence. Could he truly be the son of the Shurtian Wolf King? He Wuyo examined closely. Although Ao Qing's name resonated through the southern frontier, he had never ventured into the world, remaining hidden within his clan, thus no one could recognize him. Furthermore, the Elder of Ice had undergone a transformation after a year of nourishing his body with various beastly essences, making him no less than a royal wolf demon. Observing closely, he indeed exuded an air reminiscent of royal lineage. Ha! Are you frightened? If so, kneel and pay me 100 respects before hastily departing. Otherwise, I shall lead my wolf army to obliterate your Supreme Divine Palace from the ranks of the 9 sacred lands. On the other side, Jian Wuxin's gaze shifted slightly. She had not anticipated that the Elder of Ice was such a skilled actor, a veritable Oscar-worthy performer, leaving all others in the dust. Hey, what should we do now? At this moment, Wu Bugu suddenly addressed He Wuyo. If the opponent truly was Ao Qing, eliminating him would undoubtedly invite endless retribution from the Shurtian Wolf King. Given the escalating tensions between the Supreme Divine Palace and the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, it was wise to avoid making more enemies. He Wuyo did not respond, but instead revealed a cold smile. I initially intended to leave your corpses intact. Since it has come to this, I shall leave none of you alive. Subdue them. As his words fell, he waved his hand, unleashing a massive pressure from the Emperor level that enveloped the two. Upon sensing this aura, their expressions shifted dramatically, realizing that He Wuyo was determined not to let them escape. Damnable old fool. The Elder of Ice cursed angrily. A surge of monarch energy erupted within him as he raised his wolf claws to confront the descending palm. Yet, how could the strength of a fourth-level monarch withstand the might of an emperor? Boom! 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 A series of thunderous roars echoed as the Elder of Ice's forelimbs were shredded under the terrifying pressure of the emperor. In an instant, his arms were left bloodied, bone exposed, a testament to the overwhelming power of the emperor. Typically, when a monarch faced an emperor, they would be crushed and obliterated in an instant. However, the Elder of Ice was indeed a being of saintly caliber, and being a beast, he managed to endure for a mere 2 seconds. Master, what do we do now? The Elder of Ice gritted his teeth against the pain in his arms and turned to Jian Wuxin. However, Jian Wuxin did not respond. With a cold huff, her eyes gleamed with murderous intent. In the next moment, the heavens trembled, dark clouds amassed, and surging lightning surged incessantly. Instantly, the entire Eastern Ling Kingdom and the surrounding hundreds of thousands of miles were enveloped in this ominous darkness. Witnessing this scene, Wu Bugu was taken aback. What? What is happening? Such a terrifying aura. The disciples of the Divine Palace around them also looked up, their faces filled with shock. He Wuyo furrowed his brow, staring intently at Jian Wuxin. While others could not discern the cause, he was acutely aware. Narrowing his eyes, he coldly remarked, "What an unparalleled prodigy. If I do not eliminate you today, you will surely become a future calamity for my divine palace." As his voice fell, he raised his right hand, transforming it into an enormous grasping hand aimed at Jian Wuxin, suspended in the air. But at that moment, a flicker of light manifested, transforming into an invisible sword shadow. The sharp sword energy within sent chills down the spines of all celestials and monarchs present. This is, upon witnessing this, the Elder of Ice was struck with astonishment, seemingly forgetting the pain in his arms. Subsequently, more and more light shadows appeared, coalescing into one sword shadow after another. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, 100,000, 200,000, 1,000,000, countless, instilling fear in all. The sword returns to the heart of Chen. Jian Wuxin's gaze darkened, her murderous intent surging. Yes, she had discovered the heart of the sword in this lifetime. It was the sword returning to the heart of Chen. And these sword shadows were undeniably her Empress sword intent. This was her first time wielding the sword intent of the Emperor level in this lifetime. It is undoubtedly an existence that could bring about cataclysmic destruction. Go, she exclaimed coldly. Subsequently, countless sword shadows surged forth like a torrent, rushing towards the boundless darkness. Chapter 52. I am the ancestor of Ice Cloud. Sword returned to heart. Go, Sword Wuxin exclaimed coldly. In midair, a myriad of sword shadows surged towards He Wuyo like a ferocious flood. Each one emanated a chilling and terrifying sword aura that instilled fear in the hearts of onlookers. In an instant, the sword light filled the air. No matter how fiercely the ants struggle, they remain ants. Suppress them, He Wuyo roared, and that colossal hand swiftly approached Sword Wuxin. His strike seemed as if it could collapse the very heavens. Such was his confidence. For even if Sword Wuxin were to defy the heavens and display monstrous talent, she was still merely a celestial being, and he was a genuine emperor-level powerhouse. Few had yet to be born who could contend with him across the realms of celestial beings, kings, overlords, and even emperors. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions resonated, causing the void to twist and tear open gaps. The clash between the two had indeed rent the very fabric of space. This scene made the ancestor of ice feel a surge of blood boiling within him. He couldn't help but exclaim, "My goodness, my master is formidable." With just the strength of having just entered the celestial realm, he can confront an emperor head-on. Who else in this world, besides Sword Wuxin, could achieve such a feat? For that was the will of the Empress's sword. One day, when my master ascends to the throne, I too shall be an overwhelming presence, suppressing the ages. Who exactly is this little girl? Ya was taken aback. With her cultivation at the first level of the celestial realm, she had previously defeated Wu Bugu with a single sword strike. Now, she even dared to confront him directly. The bizarre sword light was capable of tearing apart the void that only an emperor could rend. What manner of monster is this? However, the ancestor of ice was filled with excitement. Just as he was about to react, that chilling sword light suddenly pierced through Ya's imperial pressure. It penetrated that colossal hand. Sword Wuxin's sword intent had actually pierced through his oppressive aura. How is this even possible? Ya's eyes bulged in disbelief. But at that moment, the countless beams of sword light did not strike him. Instead, they surged towards Wu Bugu and the other celestial beings and kings behind him. Be careful. Instinctively, he swung his other hand, seizing Wu Bugu to shield him from the sword light. After all, Wu Bugu was the divine son of the sacred palace, and no mishap could occur to him. Not everyone could become a divine son of a sacred ground. Within a sacred ground, the manifestations of the Dao body could lead to the title of Daozi, while the manifestations of the divine body could result in being a divine son, and those of the sacred body could become a sacred son. Among these, the sacred son holds the highest rank, followed by the divine son, and then the Daozi. As for the spiritual body and ordinary body, they are simply regular disciples. Wu Bugu's status as one of the 5 divine sons of the sacred palace speaks volumes about his exceptional standing. Otherwise, an emperor would not be assigned to protect him. Yet, the others were not as fortunate. Amidst the thunderous sword light from Sword Wuxin, figures plummeted one after another. In an instant, dozens of elite disciples from the sacred palace had fallen beneath the will of the Empress's sword. It was worth noting that these were all prodigious disciples sent by the supreme sacred palace to the ancient city of Taiwan for secret realm training. Each one was undeniably a genius. To have lost nearly 50 before even entering the Taihuang secret realm would surely cause considerable distress to any sacred lineage. Ya gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. You dare to slay my sacred palace disciples? Even if you are a holy maiden of a sacred ground, you shall not be spared. However, as soon as his words fell, a sword imbued with boundless killing intent appeared before him. The wielder of the sword was none other than Sword Wuxin. Sword Wuxin had audaciously chosen to attack an emperor-level powerhouse. Should word get out, people would deem her insane. A reckless fool who disregards her life. Yet, only she understood the reason behind her actions. Fleeing was utterly futile. The opponent was an emperor, and she was merely a 14-year-old girl who had just stepped into the celestial realm. Reaching the emperor level and tearing apart the void with bare hands was deceptively simple. It was better to fight with all her might. Perhaps there remained a sliver of hope. Having forcibly summoned the Empress's sword intent, she found herself utterly weakened. This last sword strike was all she could muster. She was gambling on whether the sword intent of the Emperor's realm could pierce through Ya's heart. How swift was Sword Wuxin's final strike? In an instant, it was before Ya. At that moment, his heart raced, for upon witnessing that sword light, he felt a surge of fear. It was as if a suppression from another realm rendered his spiritual energy stagnant. Indeed, Sword Wuxin's Empress's sword intent belonged to the Emperor's realm. Even with her insufficient strength, it could cause a momentary stasis. Whoosh in a flash, a spray of crimson blood erupted from his face. Sword Wuxin, nearly depleted of her spiritual energy, had ultimately failed. Her sword left only a scarlet mark upon Ya's face. By the heavens! Ya exclaimed in panic, touching his cheek. He then roared in fury, "You little girl! How dare you mar my visage? Regardless of the time, to mar a person's face is more heart-wrenching than to take their life. It is known that some men care more about their appearance than women do." As his words fell, Ya unleashed a punch, infused with an overwhelming, terrifying aura. He bore down upon Sword Wuxin once more. Clearly, this time he was intent on killing. "Master, be careful," the ancestor of ice shouted urgently, attempting to channel his spiritual energy to save Sword Wuxin. But it was far too late. Suspended in the air, Sword Wuxin was sent flying back by the oppressive force. The precious jade pendant adorning her chest flickered slightly. It was the life-saving talisman gifted to her by Su Chen. Was she to use it so soon? Sword Wuxin sighed softly, filled with reluctance, yet it was futile. After all, her opponent was an emperor-level powerhouse. She was simply too weak. At that moment, the heavens above cracked open with rifts in the void, as if the sun and moon were reversed, and mountains and rivers were upended. Streams of golden light emanated from the fissures, enveloping the entire sword state in a radiant glow. Feeling this phenomenon, countless powerhouses in the sword state broke through their rooftops and soared into the sky to witness the spectacle. One by one, ancient beings long thought to be deceased emerged from their coffins, standing beneath the heavens. What is happening? How can there be the golden light of a sage? Has a saintly body descended upon our sword state? On the other side, beneath the golden light of the sage, the earth-shattering aura of He Wei. The emperor had completely vanished. How? Is this possible? Could it be the protector of this little girl? He Wei was utterly astonished. He soared into the air, standing beneath the heavens, and shouted towards the rift, "I am He Wei, an elder of the supreme sacred palace. May I ask who has arrived?" At that moment, a figure so breathtakingly perfect that it took one's breath away descended from the rift, standing amidst the heavens, enveloped in the golden light of the sage. As if transformed into a celestial being of the highest order, he emanates an aura of solemnity and unyielding authority. His mere presence sends a tremor throughout the entirety of Sword Prefecture. As his lips part, a chilling voice reverberates across the land. "I am Master Bingyun." Chapter 53. Su Chen takes action. Everything becomes void. "I am the Ice Cloud Patriarch." A cold voice emanated from the rift in the void, instantly resonating throughout the entire sword state. This voice echoed as if the heavens themselves were reversing and mountains were flowing backward. The golden light that seeped through the rift swiftly enveloped the sword state. Linkun Sword Sect. Shadows burst through the rooftops and soared into the sky, each exuding an extraordinary aura that instilled fear. Leading them was a middle-aged man with sword-like brows and starry eyes, dressed in green, exuding a sharp, sword-like energy. He was none other than Ling Tian, the sect master of Lingyun Sword Sect, a formidable emperor-level powerhouse. What is happening? Ling Tian's brow furrowed, his face filled with shock as he gazed at the rift in the sky. Saintly golden light? At that moment, another powerful figure ascended, standing beside Ling Tian. Clad in a white robe, with a long beard flowing in the wind, he possessed an ethereal presence. This man was none other than Mu Yangzi, the Grand Elder of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. "Grand Elder, do you believe this is the golden light of a saint?" Ling Tian asked, his brow furrowed in astonishment. Indeed, the Grand Elder nodded. 3 years ago, our mysterious patriarch of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace suddenly ascended to sainthood, and I was fortunate enough to witness the light of a saint. The golden light emanating from the void bears a striking resemblance. It must signify the arrival of an immortal saint in the sword state. What? Ling Tian's brow lowered in contemplation. With the Taiwan secret realm about to open, this prosperous era in the southern wilderness has attracted countless powerful beings to Taiwan ancient city. How could a saint descend upon my sword state? As he pondered, a sudden realization struck him. The direction of the rift seemed to be towards the Eastern Spirit Kingdom. Today, the pride of the Eastern Spirit, a daughter of nobility, was to enter the Supreme Divine Palace, reportedly welcomed by the fifth divine son, Wu Bugu himself. Could it be that this saint's descent is related to the Supreme Divine Palace? Mentioning the Supreme Divine Palace ignited a fire of rage within the Grand Elder, as Ice Cloud and the Divine Palace had always been adversaries. Moreover, the Supreme Divine Palace openly recruited disciples on the territory of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. How brazen! Let us go. I must see which old monster dares to act so audaciously. With that declaration, the Grand Elder, Ling Tian, and the assembly of emperor-level powerhouses gathered at Ling Yun's sword sect tore through the void, heading straight for the Eastern Spirit. Simultaneously, as the rift in the sky widened, the entire sword state was engulfed in shock. Because a saint had descended. The sheer magnitude of this revelation was overwhelming and terrifying. Typically, when an immortal saint descends with such grandeur, it heralds significant events. Consequently, numerous powerful beings flocked toward the direction of the saintly golden light. The southern wilderness was limited in size. Which saint could it be? At this moment, in the Eastern Spirit, the Ice Cloud Patriarch, He Wuyo's face was filled with dread. He stared blankly at the breathtaking figure above in the sky. This was not an illusion of a saint, but a genuine immortal saint. You are the Ice Cloud Patriarch. Suddenly, a memory surged within him. The name Ice Cloud Patriarch had been thunderous 3 years ago. At that time, a disciple from the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace had triggered the phenomenon of a saintly body, attracting the attention of 9 major holy lands and a plethora of first-rate forces. Ultimately, she was snatched away by an ancient monster that had abruptly opened a coffin, nearly frightening the leaders of those forces to death. Was this mysterious Ice Cloud Patriarch the very one before him? But wasn't he in Han state? How could he appear in sword state? On the other side, sensing the sudden arrival of this figure, a familiar aura surged into Jian Wuxin's heart. She slowly opened her crescent-shaped eyes, revealing a long-lost smile towards the heavens. Master, upon seeing this figure, the airborne Tianbing old ancestor was momentarily stunned. Goodness, it's that kid Chen. But how did he end up here? Could it be that he left a soul mark on his master? A soul mark is a fragment of consciousness imprinted by an elder within a junior, allowing them to sense the junior's experiences and trials, akin to a soul crystal. Chen had indeed suddenly sensed that Jian Wuxin was in danger. However, he had only guessed half of it. It was not a soul mark, but rather the bond of affection established over 3 years between master and disciple, akin to an unbreakable tie. Above in the sky, that golden figure resembled a descending deity. He slightly raised his gaze towards Jian Wuxin, extended his hand, and embraced her. He gently ruffled her hair and reproached, "You silly girl, knowing you can't win, why still fight so hard?" Seeing that familiar face so close, Jian Wuxin's heart stirred, and tears welled in her eyes. A single tear fell as she smiled. "Because I wanted to see you after reclaiming my sword heart. I didn't expect to see you for real." Chen's gaze flickered, his soul stirred. "Foolish child, your master has always been here." With those words, he looked down at He Wuyo and furiously demanded, "Was it you who harmed my disciple?" At this revelation, He Wuyo was struck with disbelief. "What? She is your disciple? This is impossible." He could hardly believe his eyes. This invincible prodigy was actually the disciple of the Ice Cloud Patriarch. Yet, he had clearly sensed that this girl's age could not exceed 30. But was it said that the Ice Cloud Patriarch took in disciples only 3 years ago? How could she have grown to such a level in just 3 years? Or did he have other disciples? However, it was evident that Chen would not provide him with an answer. Eyes narrowed. A chilling, killing intent surged through the heavens. "Then let it be that you shall not escape the supreme divine palace for the deeds it has committed against my Ice Cloud. I will settle the score one by one." With that proclamation, Chen raised his hand and slammed down. An immeasurable and overwhelming holy might sought to collapse the heavens, directly targeting He Wuyo and Wu Bugu. "Wait, don't kill me. I haven't yet served my master." Wu Bugu screamed desperately, fear etched across his face. The holy might brought forth by Chen was far too terrifying. Even a powerhouse like He Wuyo felt as insignificant as an ant before Chen. "No, please." He Wuyo was equally filled with dread. Having dominated for countless years, he had once been a paragon of an era, ultimately stepping into the realm of the emperor, born of a holy land. He had never imagined that one day he would fall, and beneath a saint, no less. He struggled desperately, attempting to resist. But it was all too late. As Chen took action, the void crumbled layer by layer, a radius of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and even millions of miles transformed into a realm of nothingness. Chapter 54. Sacred blood restores the body. Shock and sword state with a single palm strike. The might of the unparalleled sage was terrifyingly overwhelming. An expanse of millions of miles was rendered into nothingness. After the strike, Chen withdrew his right hand, his face betraying no emotion. The act seemed as effortless as crushing an ant, a mere flick of the wrist. In the southern frontier, a single sage represented invincibility. Even a newly ascended sage could not be compared to mere mortals like the emperor. Holding the sword, Wu Exant, he descended slowly. Although he was irked by her recklessness, he did not reproach her. Instead, a hint of helplessness flickered across his expression as he commanded, "Open your mouth." Wu Exant was taken aback. "Open my mouth? What for? Could it be that master is punishing me?" Thinking this, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Master, you're so naughty." Chen raised an eyebrow, seemingly not grasping her words. He then lifted his right hand, extending his index finger. "Wu Exant, what are you dawdling for? You forcibly activated your sword intent, causing serious backlash to your vital energies. I shall grant you a drop of sacred blood to restore your heart's veins. Hurry, open your mouth." "Huh? Is that so?" Wu Exant pondered. "I thought you meant." "Meant what?" "Suchenin koyer passive." Was it possible that this little girl was overthinking? Nothing. Wu Exant quickly turned her face away, pouting. "I just thought master was going to humph." Nonetheless, she obediently removed her veil, revealing her exquisite and unparalleled beauty, opening her mouth wide and patiently awaiting the arrival of the sacred blood. Chen shook his head in exasperation, letting out a soft sigh. He then positioned his right hand above Wu Exant. Golden light flashed as a drop of sacred blood coalesced at his fingertip. Over 3 years, he had gradually refined 100 drops of sacred blood. The richness of his own sage blood, combined with the fortune it bestowed upon the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, was astonishingly dense. After infusing 21 drops of sacred blood into the 7 immortals of Ice Cloud at the mysterious peak, he still had 244 drops remaining. Such a quantity left the immortal sages utterly astonished. The sacred blood, shimmering with radiant golden light, dripped from his fingertip. It fell into Wu Exant's mouth, flowing down her throat. Beyond its remarkable body-refining properties, the sacred blood was also adept at replenishing depleted vital energies. 3 years prior, Wu Exant had been fortunate enough to receive a drop of sacred blood from the island master of the 3 sacred islands, making her quite familiar with its application. As the sacred blood entered Wu Exant's body, Chen finally exhaled in relief. However, just as he was about to withdraw his hand, he suddenly felt a warm, wet sensation on his fingertip. To his astonishment, Wu Exant had begun to suck on his finger. "Wu Exant, what are you doing?" Chen exclaimed. "I sense that there is still a trace of sacred blood on your finger, and I couldn't let it go to waste," she replied, her voice softening as she loosened her grip slightly. All right then," Chen acquiesced with a nod. Since she deemed it wasteful, he decided to let her continue. Witnessing this scene, the elder Tian Bing couldn't help but smile with a hint of mischief. "Oh my, the master is truly clever. He has taught her well." As Wu Exant continued her indulgent act, the sky trembled slightly, revealing cracks in the void. What was happening? Had the formidable beings of the Supreme Divine Palace come to pursue them? The elder Tian Bing, who had been chuckling nonchalantly, suddenly looked up at the sky. Chen and Wu Exant also sensed the surge of powerful energies. Chen furrowed his brows, fixating on the void cracks. At that moment, a figure emerged from the rift, exuding an aura of absolute supremacy. It was none other than the Grand Elder of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Upon stepping out of the void, the Grand Elder scanned the surroundings. "Why is it so barren here?" But as his gaze landed on Chen and Wu Exant, he was taken aback, nearly losing his balance and falling from the sky. Master? And junior sister Wu Exant, what brings you both here? Could it be that the immortal sage who just descended upon sword state was you?" Hearing his voice, Wu Exant looked up and greeted, "Greetings, senior brother Muyang." She had accompanied the main forces of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace to the Taiwan's secret realm, and aside from Chen and the palace master, no one else was aware of her presence. It could be said that she had simply snuck in. After all, Only Chen and a few elders among the seven immortals were aware of her ascension to the celestial realm at the tender age of 14. If discovered, it would undoubtedly invite relentless pursuit and dire consequences. Upon seeing the two, the Grand Elder was momentarily stunned. The scene before him bore the marks of fierce battle, undoubtedly linked to the Master. He hastened to fly down and respectfully bowed to Chen. "Greetings, Master." At that instant, figures began to emerge from the cracks in the sky, each radiating an aura of at least the Emperor realm. Leading them was Ling Tian, the head of the Lingyun sword sect. When they laid eyes on Chen, astonishment swept over them. They had not anticipated that this sage was the revered master of Ice Cloud. But how had he come to be here? Such an immortal sage should be preoccupied with enlightenment in a coffin, not descending upon sword state. Though the Emperor realm experts were perplexed, they still bowed respectfully to Chen. "Greetings, Master of Ice Cloud. The arrival of the Master's sacred presence is indeed a blessing for our sword state." Meanwhile, in the sacred extreme state, within the supreme divine palace, an assembly hall housed the figure of the infinite Saint Desires, seated within a coffin, surrounded by numerous young maidens. Each was unclothed, evidently practicing a certain yin-yang replenishing technique. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, infinite Saint Desires jolted from his meditation, his eyes narrowing as he coldly remarked, "The soul crystal of Wu Biegu has shattered." Soul crystals were typically prepared by elders in a household for the safety of their descendants. Just moments ago, Wu Biegu's soul crystal had inexplicably broken. Did this mean that a celestial prodigy from the divine palace had perished? At that moment, another sound echoed. The soul crystal of the 182nd elder, He Waya, also shattered. In that instant, countless powerful figures within the divine palace awakened from their meditative states, shocked. What has happened? Why did Elder He's soul crystal suddenly break? Was he not accompanying the divine sun to sword state? How could his soul crystal shatter? Has he fallen? What? This is inconceivable. The members of the divine palace were filled with disbelief. It is essential to understand that the strength of a faction is gauged not by its talented disciples, but by the superlative powerhouses at the pinnacle of the southern frontier. The loss of an ordinary figure like Wu Biegu might elicit some sorrow, but the fall of an emperor would indeed be a significant blow even for a revered institution like the supreme divine palace. Within the confines of the coffin, the supreme holy desire erupted in a fit of rage, bellowing, "Who dares to strike my esteemed elder and disciple of the divine palace with such lethal intent? This is an outright challenge to the authority of our sacred institution. I shall flay your skin, extract your tendons, and shatter your corpse into a myriad of pieces." In the wake of this tumult, Chen made his entrance. The formidable aura of his saintly presence swiftly resonated throughout the entire sword state, drawing countless factions and powerful beings towards Dongling, eager to behold the magnificent visage of the Ice Cloud Patriarch. Even the neighboring Dao states were similarly affected. According to rumors, this enigmatic Ice Cloud Patriarch not only possessed unparalleled strength, but was also strikingly handsome, akin to a celestial being cast down from the heavens. Those fortunate enough to have encountered him found themselves ensnared in a state of rapture and infatuation, unable to extricate themselves from its grasp. Thus, in the southern wilderness, a saying has circulated: the Ice Cloud Patriarch, with a single glance, captivates for millennia. With a mere smile, he enchants all of existence. However, once Chen had dealt with the treacherous He Wuyo, he tore through the fabric of space and returned to the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. As for Jian Wuxin, her journey to the sword state not only avenged 3 years of enmity, but also allowed her to reclaim her true sword heart. That is, the heart of the sword returning to Chen's essence. Upon returning to the ethereal peak, Chen approached the stone pavilion and reclined in the rocking chair. Before him lay 8 breathtakingly beautiful ice shadows, captivating his gaze. Chapter 55. The Premature Turn. The ancient city of Taiwan, Chen marveled at the prowess of his senior sisters, who were undoubtedly the paragons of an invincible era. With the establishment of his myriad pathways and the enhancement of 3 drops of saintly blood for each individual, the spiritual energy within the bodies of the 7 fairies of Bingyun surged to extraordinary levels. The master of Biennial was no exception. She had reached the pinnacle of the semi-saint realm a millennium ago, and with 1,000 years of cultivation combined with the resonance of the Great Dao, she was on the cusp of breaking through to the realm of saints at any moment. It seemed that the influence of the three saints of Qianglin had taken effect. Subsequently, Su Chen yawned lazily and remarked, "It feels somewhat uncomfortable to be out and about. The scenery atop my mysterious peak is truly unparalleled." As he spoke, he unconsciously raised his right hand to gaze at the finger that Jian Wuxin had suckled. To his surprise, it still bore a trace of warmth. "I never imagined that Wuxin has been under my tutelage for 3 years now." In just 3 years, he had nurtured a transcendent being, a reincarnation of a female emperor. Suddenly, he perceived the world around him as wondrously interconnected, as if everything was preordained. A millennium ago, he had become a disciple of Biennial, accepted personally by the master of Biennial. Now, 1,000 years later, he had become the master of Mysterious Peak, and Jian Wuxin had also entered his fold, perpetuating his master's teachings. Besides Jian Wuxin, he had also taken in Lin Tian'er, a prodigy endowed with the legacy of the heavy pupil. Yet, lingering in his heart was the inescapable sorrow of his master's demise. 3 years after he entered the Biennial Immortal Palace, the demonic forces invaded, and a cataclysmic battle erupted in the southern wasteland. The 8 great sacred lands activated their protective formations and sealed their gates, fearing the repercussions upon themselves. Only Biennial stood firm. Under the leadership of her master, they repelled the demonic onslaught single-handedly. However, his master had tragically fallen before him. Even after a millennium, the memory remained indelible. Once weak and insignificant, he had now risen to become an extraordinary powerhouse at the 4th level of the saint realm. When the time was right, he would certainly settle accounts with the demonic forces and the other 8 sacred lands. "Master, what are you thinking?" At that moment, a melodious and ethereal voice resonated in his ears. A petite and delicate figure suddenly leaped into his embrace. Su Chen snapped back to reality, casting a gentle gaze upon the little girl in his arms, and softly said, "It's you, Tenor. I am perfectly fine." "You're lying." Lin Tian'er puffed her cheeks and huffed. "Today, Master was away from Mysterious Peak all day long. I searched for you for ages. Were you sneaking off with me and senior sister?" Su Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. This little girl is only 9 years old, yet she comprehends so much. "How do you even know about sneaking off?" he inquired, perplexed. "Not at all." Lin Tian'er pouted, proudly asserting, It was my sister who taught me. She said that once a man easily obtains something, he will fail to cherish it and will go off to sneak around. I can't believe it's true. Master has been gone all day. So you must have been sneaking off with senior sister. When she returns from her family, I will definitely tell her." Meanwhile, countless figures of demonic beasts swept across the waters of the Dao state. These were disciples of the Biennial Immortal Palace who had ventured forth to train in the Taiwan secret realm. Besides Biennial's main contingent, many other factions under its banner had also joined. In Jianzhou, numerous forces converged, all following the Biennial Immortal Palace. In an instant, the number of these prodigies exceeded over 100,000. On a celestial bird beast of the transcendent realm, Jian Wuxin sat cross-legged. A pale blue ice pearl quietly materialized at her chest, exuding a rich golden aura of blood. Indeed, she had refined this drop of saintly blood. On that day in Jianzhou, she had forcibly unleashed the sword intent of the female emperor, directly clashing with He Waya, which resulted in a severe backlash to her vitality. The saintly blood bestowed by Su Chen replenished her depleted essence. However, the immense power contained within that blood was far too overwhelming for her to absorb alone. 3 years prior, she could completely refine the saintly blood of Bai Piao only because she had concentrated it on tempering her physical body. Now, with this excess energy, it was better to refine it directly, possessing the 10,000 swords saint body, having broken through the 4 extremes and opened up an unprecedented million spiritual meridians. She felt undaunted. As days passed, numerous forces surged into the heart of the southern wasteland. Even the Biennial Immortal Palace had arrived. In an instant, the southern wasteland erupted once more, for today marked the centennial gathering of prodigies. Boom! Boom! At that moment, An astonishing and terrifying aura erupted from Jian Wuxin. The first level of the transcendent realm, the second level, the third level, the fourth level. Finally, as Jian Wuxin reached the fourth level of the transcendent realm, the previously turbulent spiritual energy of heaven and earth calmed down. She slowly opened her eyes, revealing a gaze imbued with a chilling tranquility. It was a serene calmness that instilled both awe and fear. "Master, have you broken through again?" exclaimed Tian Bing Laozu, joy radiating from his expression. Indeed, Jian Wuxin nodded lightly, her tone still icy. Upon hearing this, Tian Bing Laozu was left utterly astonished. Although he had sensed it earlier, hearing Jian Wuxin's confirmation felt surreal. It was as if he had witnessed a miracle. His master, time and again, shattered realms, stepping into the transcendent realm at the tender age of 14, boldly confronting the might of an imperial powerhouse. And now, she had further broken through 3 realms consecutively. He was now utterly certain. Jian Wuxin was indeed a reincarnation of an emperor, not to mention being a sword servant to such an unparalleled prodigy. Even being her loyal hound would be 1,000 times preferable. Wait, wasn't he already a dog right now? Let's depart. Jian Wuxin gradually rose and leaped down from the back of the celestial bird beast. Tian Bing Laozu followed suit. Upon touching the ground, a formidable aura surged from their toes, radiating throughout their bodies. What a powerful formation! Jian Wuxin narrowed her eyes, sensing the energy around her. Ahead, a grand and ancient city emerged before them, steeped in an atmosphere of desolation. Tai Huang Ancient City, the very venue of the Prodigy Tournament. Surrounding them was a dense throng of people, a sea of black, numbering in the tens of millions. All were prodigies from various formidable factions. In addition, numerous figures of demonic beasts mingled among them. This centennial event, the gathering of prodigies, drew participants from the 9 great sacred lands, all first, second, third, and fourth-tier forces. Countless divine nations, immortal families, and sects, along with myriad demonic prodigies, had all arrived. It could be said that the myriad forces of the southern wasteland, encompassing 500,000 Dao states, had converged here today, all in pursuit of standing out amidst the Prodigy Tournament, ultimately to reign supreme in an invincible era. Chapter 56. The Elders in Shock. The talented convention as the scene unfolded before them. The esteemed elder Tianxing couldn't help but exclaim, "There was a time when I too was a prodigy, daring to enter the Taiwan's secret realm, vanquishing countless gifted individuals and emerging victorious, ultimately sweeping through an entire era with an invincible presence." However, before he could finish his reverie, an extraordinary aura descended upon them. Noticing this, Jian Wuxin slightly bowed and remarked, "Greetings, senior brother Mu Yangzi." "There's no need for such formalities, Wuxin." The newcomer was none other than the Grand Elder of the biennial Immortal Palace, Mu Yangzi. Ever since he ascended to the supreme realm, his confidence and strength had grown immensely. During the journey from Jianzhou to Tai Huang Ancient City, he spent his days challenging the leaders of several first-rate factions under the biennial banner to hone his skills. The most unfortunate among them was Ling Tian, the leader of the Lingyun sword sect, who faced the Grand Elder's overwhelming might daily, losing dozens of teeth in the process. Alas, these first-rate factions were mere vassals of the biennial Immortal Palace, which left their leaders lamenting their plight. Upon reaching Tai Huang Ancient City, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. After thoroughly besting all the leaders of the first-rate factions, the Grand Elder nearly declared himself invincible. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Jian Wuxin. Yet at that moment, a sudden shock overtook him. "You have broken through again?" The Grand Elder's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Just half a month prior, Jian Wuxin had entered the celestial realm, a secret known only to Su Chen, the palace master of Bingyun, the 7 fairies of Bingyun, and the Grand Elder himself. While traveling from Jianzhou to Tai Huang Ancient City, Jian Wuxin's cultivation remained at the first level of the celestial realm without any changes. But now, she emanated the aura of the 4th level of the celestial realm. Could it be that my eyes deceive me? In just 15 days, she has ascended from the 1st level of the celestial realm to the 4th? It is worth noting that my most favored disciple, Muhani, possessed an extraordinary physique and, even at 200 years of age, has only reached the 4th level of the celestial realm. Yet Jian Wuxin, even with her sacred body and having broken through 4 extreme realms, could not possibly cultivate at such an astonishing pace. At merely 14 years of age, she stands at the 4th level of the celestial realm. What an unrivaled prodigy. It seems that this year's talented convention will undoubtedly be her stage alone. The Grand Elder reflected deeply. 3 years ago, when Jian Wuxin first entered Bingyun, the elders speculated that she would emerge as an invincible force, sweeping through the southern region's countless gifted individuals, but that would be a sight for the next talented convention 100 years hence. Little did they expect to witness such promise in this very gathering. Rest assured, Senior Brother Mu Yangzi, I will not tarnish the sacred name of the Bingyun Immortal Palace. Jian Wuxin replied respectfully, her eyes gleaming with determination beneath her hat. The reincarnation of an emperor must possess unmatched talents, overwhelming all ages. In this venture to the Taiwan secret realm, only the Grand Elder among our Bingyun team is aware of your existence. Excellent. With you and our ancestors safeguarding us, the Bingyun Immortal Palace shall stand unyielding for countless millennia, the Grand Elder said, stroking his long beard with satisfaction. But remember, once you enter the Taiwan secret realm, all connections with the outside world will be severed. Even powerful saints cannot intervene, so be sure to prioritize your safety. I understand, Master, Jian Wuxin responded with respect. Meanwhile, Elder Tianxing scoffed. What a long-winded speech. I, your illustrious ancestor, have yet to speak. The Grand Elder then shifted his gaze to Elder Tianxing, bending down to pick up the pup, petting its head. This pup of the sky-eating wolf demon must surely be your charge? He inquired, recognizing the creature. Indeed, this wolf demon had been following Jian Wuxin since Jianzhou, undoubtedly arranged by their ancestor as a guardian beast. Remarkable. I see it has reached the king realm at such a young age, a talent worthy of the sky-eating wolf king lineage. With such a powerful beast to safeguard you, your safety will surely be greatly enhanced. As demon beasts reach a certain realm, they can take on humanoid forms. Yet, Elder Tianxing's current physical form remained at the 4th level of the king realm, a significant disparity. While the Grand Elder delighted in petting the pup, Elder Tianxing was less than pleased. How dare you, ungrateful descendant, presume to pet your ancestor? He bellowed. With that, he swiftly slapped the Grand Elder across the face, leaving a clear paw print. You wretched pup. The Grand Elder, now furious, felt it was beneath him to retaliate. However, he hesitated mid-air, realizing, wait, this is an ancestor's beast. If I harm it, what will I do? The Grand Elder quickly cradled the pup, soothingly saying, don't be angry, dear pup. I'll make it up to you later. Just don't speak ill of me in front of our ancestor. Suchin remarked, am I truly that intimidating? Jian Wuxin retorted, my master is perfect. How could he possibly be fierce? At that moment, the heavens trembled, and an ancient voice resonated from Taiwan ancient city, echoing throughout the land. Esteemed friends from the southern region, the Taiwan secret realm will open in 1 hour. You may now enter the city. As the words fell, countless prodigies surged forward, eager not to miss a moment. Charge! I must be the first to enter the city. In this year's talented convention, I shall undoubtedly stand out and suppress countless strong foes. The ants of the Taiwan secret realm, your grandfather has arrived. Kneel and sing my praises. Taiwan ancient city, as an exceptionally unique locale, bore numerous restrictions. Not only within the secret realm, but even the inner city was off limits, leading the powerful individuals escorting the prodigies to wait in the outer city. As one of the 9 sacred grounds, disciples of the Bingyun Immortal Palace held noble status, adorned with a spotlight of attention. As they confidently strode forward, other prodigies from various factions instinctively parted to grant them passage. After all, the disparity between a sacred ground and an ordinary faction was vast. Even a first-rate faction could only boast a single supreme being, whereas a sacred ground possessed the undeniable presence of a saint. This was precisely why, in the past, when Bingyun lacked a saintly powerhouse, the other 8 sacred grounds had dared to act so arrogantly. After bidding farewell to the Grand Elder, Jian Wuxin swiftly melded into the crowd with Elder Tianxin. She deliberately chose not to accompany the main group of the biennial Immortal Palace, as that would attract too much attention. Upon entering Taihuang Ancient City, an even more formidable aura of formation enveloped them. Chapter 57. The Taizong Divine Body Jian Guanyu, having entered the virtual battlefield, stood before the majestic Taizong Ancient City, a realm replete with ancient charm. The desolation surrounding it starkly contrasted with the icy splendor of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Before him lay an expansive, barren plaza, now teeming with an array of prodigies. At the forefront stood a strikingly handsome young man clad in a flowing white robe, exuding an air of elegance. None other than Jian Guanyu, the foremost talent of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace in a millennium. The name Jian Guanyu resonated like thunder. 5 centuries prior, he emerged like a comet, reviving hope within the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, which had languished in despair since the fall of its celestial melodies. Possessing the Taizong Divine Body, he was destined for greatness, with the potential to achieve supreme status, or even ascend to semi-sainthood or sanctity. Jian Guanyu did not disappoint. With his unparalleled talent, he shattered the barriers of vitality, will ocean, spirit guidance, earth lineage, celestial being, and kingly realms 6 times in total. In a mere 500 years, he had reached the sovereign realm, standing tall among countless prodigies. Had it not been for the emergence of a monstrous, saintly offspring from the supreme divine palace, he would have truly been invincible in his era. As the leader of the younger generation of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, he was met with respect. One of the disciples, possessing an ethereal grace, approached him and bowed slightly, stating, "All disciples of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace have successfully entered Taizong Ancient City." Jian Guanyu nodded gently in acknowledgement. The disciple, perplexed, continued, "As one of the 9 sacred lands, we typically receive 10,000 spots for the secret realm. Yet this time, the allocation from the ancestors is only 9,919. Upon hearing this, Jian Guanyu shook his head and replied, "I am uncertain. Perhaps the ancestors have their reasons, and speculation is unwarranted." The disciple nodded, though he couldn't suppress his compulsive curiosity. As time progressed, more prodigies flooded into the city, and the plaza became a sea of humanity. Yet at the center of the square stood an imposing platform, 1,000 feet high, occupied by powerful figures from the 9 sacred lands, as well as formidable beings from other esteemed factions. Despite the numerous rules governing Taizong Ancient City, these forces, under the protection of saints and semi-saints, were granted the privilege to observe. At the forefront of the platform stood an elderly figure, enveloped in crackling lightning, his white hair and beard glowing vividly. This was the Thunder Sovereign, a superpower of the 3rd tier of the Supreme Realm, and one of the 9 elders of Taizong Ancient City, presiding over this year's prodigy gathering. As noon approached, under the blazing sun and clear skies, the Thunder Sovereign raised his gaze and, rising slowly, proclaimed in a booming voice, "The time has come. The prodigy conference begins now." As his thunderous declaration echoed throughout Taizong Ancient City and the surrounding lands, the atmosphere ignited with fervor. The prodigy conference represented the pinnacle stage for countless talents in the southern region. Those who excelled would bring glory to their families and attain renown throughout the southern lands, ultimately becoming paragons of their era. After a century of waiting, this moment had finally arrived. The Thunder Sovereign addressed the millions of assembled prodigies, stating, "This year's prodigy conference, like previous ones, will be delineated by the spirit guidance realm. A total of 4,672,000 participants will converge from the 9 sacred lands. 13 immortal families, 8 demon clans, and innumerable smaller divine nations, sects, and religious orders." While the figure of over 4 million seemed vast, within the expanse of the southern region, it was but a grain of sand. The southern lands boasted 500,000 realms with countless forces. Even the most modest realm began with 1 trillion inhabitants, each faction bound by numerical limitations. Even the mightiest 9 sacred lands could only claim 10,000 spots. One could only imagine the multitude of forces represented at this prodigy conference, each prodigy a formidable contender. The conference would span a year, divided into 3 stages. Although simpler than previous iterations, it promised to be more brutal. The first stage was the preliminary battles. All participants would be randomly assigned to one of 467 virtual battlefields, with each battlefield accommodating 100,000 individuals. Each participant represented 1 point, and by eliminating opponents, they could seize all their points. While no true demise awaited them in this virtual realm, those eliminated would not be resurrected, but rather ejected from the battlefield, awaiting the conclusion of this preparatory phase. This stage was designed to enhance their combat experience. Once they entered the Taitsong's secret realm, they would face true peril, necessitating mental preparation. The battles would last for half a month, culminating in a final ranking of points. The top 100 would receive substantial rewards from Taitsong Ancient City, while the caliber of opponents encountered would depend solely on luck. Upon the announcement, a wave of astonishment rippled through the gathered prodigies. The preliminary battles implied that 10,000 prodigies would be grouped randomly, where the elimination of a single opponent would yield 1 point, allowing for the plunder of all their points. It was a test of fortune. A group from the spirit guidance realm could easily encounter a sovereign or even a tyrant, rendering them akin to fish at the mercy of others. Then, the virtual battlefield was officially initiated. The resonant voice of the Thunder Sovereign reverberated in the minds of all present, a testament to the supremacy of his authority. At that moment, 9 beams of light shot into the sky from the plaza, standing tall beneath the heavens. These beams represented the teleportation array, and the nature of the opponents they would face relied entirely on chance. With a resounding crash, 10 stone tablets materialized before everyone. All prodigies were required to inscribe their names on the tablets, along with their affiliated factions. The Thunder Sovereign reiterated, in the virtual battlefield, regardless of what transpires, "We shall remain oblivious, only observing your standings." As his words settled, the prodigies hurried to the tablets to record their names and affiliations, though a few chose to conceal theirs. "Master, let us proceed," spoke the elder Tianbing. "Very well," replied Jian Wuxin, as she inscribed the name Jian Wuxin on the tablet and stepped into the beam of light. Jian Wuxin was her name in a past life. The elder Tianbing inscribed the name Ao Guan. Though He Waya had perished, one could never know if a superlative prodigy of the devouring celestial wolf had emerged. Should they discover that their name had been usurped, it could lead to complications. After completing their inscriptions, they too entered the virtual battlefield. Chapter 58. One Person, One Sword. Sweeping the virtual battlefield for a full 2 hours, all the prodigies surged into the virtual battlefield. In the square, a colossal projection illuminated the scene, displaying the number of prodigies venturing into the Taiwan secret realm. This time, the gathering boasted a staggering participation of 46,720,000, representing the pinnacle of the younger generation from the southern wilderness. The divine son of our 10,000 poisons sacred land shall undoubtedly wield unmatched prowess, sweeping through countless prodigies. Upon witnessing this spectacle, an elder from the 10,000 poisons sacred land raised his arm and shouted, exuding confidence in this prodigy conference. "Nonsense! Our Hudong sacred land is the foremost sanctuary for spear wielders in eternity. One person can take on 100 without breaking a sweat," retorted an elder from the Hudong sacred land, unwilling to be outdone. "Enough of this. Since the emergence of Jian Wuxin, he has participated in 4 prodigy conferences, and each time, it was your Hudong sacred land's divine son who fell first to the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace," laughed an elder from the Immortal Sword domain. The elder from the Hudong sacred land cleared his throat, unfazed, declaring, "From the establishment of our sacred land to this day, we have never flinched. Even 3 years ago, our Hudong sacred lord faced the legendary Ice Cloud ancestor without fear. According to our lord, that legendary ancestor suddenly emerged from a coffin, soaring into the sky only to be struck by divine lightning. Just as it seemed he would be obliterated, our Hudong sacred lord raised his spear and pierced 1,000 holes through the divine lightning, thus successfully entering the sacred realm. Otherwise, that so-called legendary ancestor would have long perished under the divine thunder." Meanwhile, the Grand Elder of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace felt a surge of frustration. Were it not for the restrictions within Taihuang Ancient City, he would have slapped those old geezers from the 8 sacred lands to demonstrate his might. At that moment, a nun from a nearby convent exclaimed angrily, "No way. You foolish lot. It's clear that the leaders of the 8 sacred lands wanted to compete for the ancestor's disciples, only to be terrified into submission. Our esteemed Master Jinkong informed us that the legendary ancestor is incredibly handsome, instantly captivating countless strong warriors upon his arrival. In fact, our Master Jinkong even forsook the Buddha to serve him." As she said this, the nun's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I too longed to serve the ancestor. As one entered the virtual battlefield, a chilling breeze greeted them. Jian Wuxin narrowed her eyes, extending her consciousness to survey her surroundings. It was a vast, desolate city, teeming with figures around the teleportation array. Following tradition, these prodigies would scatter upon entering the secret realm or battlefield, seeking to conceal themselves. After all, this was akin to an elimination round. A virtual battlefield could host up to 100,000. Who could predict whom they might encounter? One could easily stumble upon a dominant emperor and be crushed immediately. Indeed, as Jian Wuxin unfurled her consciousness, she observed many prodigies frantically rushing outward. However, just as they stepped out of the small city, the voice of the Thunder Supreme reverberated across the virtual battlefield. The ancient city serves as a safe zone. Departing from the ancient city signifies the commencement of your game. You may only remain within the ancient city for 1 hour. Once the hour passes, even if you linger, you'll be slain. Children, embark on your journey. Forge an era that belongs to you, and with indomitable spirit, trample upon the ages. With those words, countless prodigies burst forth from the ancient city. It seemed that safety was illusory within those walls. It was better to escape while the crowd was still thin. Simultaneously, another projection appeared in the central square, displaying rankings from 1 to 100. This screen represented the standings of all prodigies. Each virtual battlefield also showcased its own ranking projection. Casting a glance at the screen above the battlefield, Jian Wuxin murmured to herself, "It appears it is time for me to set forth." With that, she directed her spiritual energy and soared beyond the ancient city. Donning a conical hat that obscured her features with a veil, clad in lightweight attire that allowed her to move with grace. She was Jian, the Sword Empress. Upon exiting the ancient city, the sounds of combat erupted around her. Explosions resounded throughout the virtual battlefield. Clearly, countless prodigies had already commenced their contest for points. In this virtual realm, life was singular. To fall meant an abrupt end to one as preparatory phase. Consequently, many powerful prodigies were on the hunt for targets to eliminate. Although there were 15 days to compete, every second counted, especially for the prodigious disciples of the major sacred lands. This prodigy conference had always served as their stage, while those from other factions were merely stepping stones. As time elapsed, names began to flood the screens of each virtual battlefield. To my surprise, I encounter a little brat from the Qingyan sect here. What a twist of fate. I shall tear you apart. Sword sect's female disciple, today you cannot escape. Ishadabor Ioula. Aha. Sister Furong, Sister Tsuehua, misunderstandings abound. By my mother's name, how could we meet here? Come now, do not resist. We sisters will treat you well. This scene unfolded repeatedly across various virtual battlefields. Although teleportation was random, some unfortunate souls inevitably found themselves in dire situations. Jian Wuxin surveyed her surroundings, momentarily unsure whom to target. After all, since she joined the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, she had been in seclusion with Chen at the Misty Peak, having no enemies. The only blood feud had been avenged 12 days prior. She glanced once more at the swelling list and calmly declared, "Forget it, I shall strike down whoever I encounter." With that, an ice sword and a light sword materialized before her chest. The ice sword represented the essence of the sacred realm's sword intent, while the light sword was an exquisite technique imparted by Chen. Although lacking sword intent, it remained formidable. Merely the chilling might of the swords sent shivers down the spines of numerous spiritual and earthly realm warriors. Grasping one sword in hand, She charged into the throng around her. Boom! 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 In an instant, Jian Wuxin transformed into an unstoppable whirlwind, sweeping through countless prodigies. Where she passed, bodies lay strewn across the ground. Though true death was absent in the virtual battlefield, the pain felt all too real. What terror! Who is this woman? Is she truly a transcendent being? One sword strikes down hundreds. What kind of monstrous talent is this? Could she be an unparalleled prodigy from a sacred land? How could she be so formidable? Chapter 59. The slaughter on the battlefield. Absolute supremacy outside the ancient city, one after another. The talented individuals were cleaved by Jian Wuxin, plummeting from the skies. These were all unparalleled prodigies hailing from various powerful states, most of whom were at the spirit-gathering realm or even the earthly sovereign realm. In their respective realms, they were renowned figures, yet before Jian Wuxin, they were as fragile as paper. With each sword she wielded, she could take down dozens. Such is the overwhelming might of a true powerhouse. This scene replayed across over 4,000 virtual battlefields, albeit with different protagonists. The prodigies emerging from the sacred grounds were nearly all exceptional within their ranks. Simultaneously, on the illuminated screens outside, a series of familiar names surged forth. Only the top 100 could claim a place on this illustrious leaderboard. Look, my supreme divine son has swept the virtual battlefield. An elder from a supreme divine palace exclaimed with excitement. Foolish trash. My lord from the undying sword domain has long since entered the top 100, scoffed an elder from the undying sword domain. Indeed, upon hearing this, the elders on the viewing platform raised their gazes towards the position of the 100th name. 100th, Jian Qingfeng. Points, 430. Affiliation, undying sword domain. Seeing this, the elders from the 9 great sacred grounds were left astonished. It turned out to be that young Jian Qingfeng. 50 years ago, he had summoned a divine body phenomenon, possessing the wind sword divine body, with talent deemed monstrous. No one knew how far he had grown since. To stand out in a virtual battlefield, he must at least possess the cultivation of the celestial realm. Upon this revelation, the formidable beings were again taken aback. 50 years? That is to say, it has been less than a single generation? My goodness! A celestial being in less than a generation. Such aptitude surely rivals Jian Wuxin. Given a few hundred more years, he would undoubtedly become an invincible prodigy. Oomph. The elder from the Hedong sacred ground couldn't contain himself, coldly snorting. Jian Qingfeng is nothing. My lord from Hedong sacred ground has already reached the 99th position. The elders from the sacred grounds were unwilling to be outdone. Our Eastern Path Sacred Ground's son is ranked 90. My lord from the Void Divine Palace has reached 80. Foolish child, my Supremacy Hall is at 50. Our nation of 10,000 pigs is at 30. From the 100th to the 1st, the names were almost all familiar. 10th, Handong. Points, 1482. Affiliation, Eastern Path Sacred Ground. 9th, Jiangguanyu. Points, 1841. Affiliation, Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Those on the leaderboard were primarily prodigious talents from the major sacred grounds, prestigious families, and the demon clans. These prodigies had already made a name for themselves in the southern wilderness, nearly all bearing divine body phenomena, with some even possessing sacred body phenomena. Jiang Guanyu ranked 9th, while the top 9 were all sons and daughters of the 9 great sacred grounds, each embodying sacred body phenomena. Of course, there were a few unfamiliar names, but this was not surprising. After all, each prodigy competition often witnessed a few dark horses, hidden aces from various factions, poised to emerge and shock the southern wilderness. Among them was a name never seen before, Ao Guangda. Clearly, the Ice Ancestor had begun to slay within a virtual battlefield. Upon seeing this name, speculation arose among the crowd. Could it be that the devouring Wolf King has given rise to another prodigy among his pack? Meanwhile, within the virtual battlefield, shadows darted as figures unleashed their spiritual energies, fleeing in all directions. Good heavens! What kind of monstrosity is this? It's terrifying. One sword takes down a multitude. This woman has gone berserk. Run. But why will my legs obey me? Countless prodigies bore expressions of terror, akin to encountering a specter. The reason was singular. In midair, a petite and delicate figure relentlessly swung her long sword. In an instant, blades of light flared as each stroke radiated an astonishing aura of dread. Jian Wuxin, having just entered the celestial realm, could contend with late-stage celestial beings without even invoking the Empress sword intent. Now, as a fourth-tier celestial, she was fully confident in battling early-stage sovereigns. Such was her assurance. Too weak, too dull. Jian Wuxin yawned, drifting into contemplation. With her mastery of the sword path, given sufficient cultivation, she could transform the heavens into her sword body, the earth in her sword hilt, sentient beings into her edge, and the stars into her blade. Everything in the world could become a sword. At this moment, she was a relentless force at the gates of the ancient city. Her ranking soared from an unknown position to 100. Look, the 100th position has changed. Suddenly, an elder noted the shift in points. Upon this announcement, the elders from the 9 great sacred grounds all turned their attention to the screen. 100th, Jian Xin. Points, 2841. Affiliation, unknown. Witnessing this, all present displayed expressions of confusion. Jian Xin? Affiliation unknown? Could this be a hidden dark horse from the Undying Sword domain? Who would have thought that the Undying Sword domain had learned to conceal disciples? The elders exchanged playful remarks towards the Undying Sword domain's elder, who dismissed them, saying, "Nonsense. Do you think everyone is like you? Our esteemed Undying Sword domain has always been above board. How could we engage in such base actions?" As the discussions ensued, the crowd pondered, if not from your domain, then who could it be? From the name, it appeared to be a sword cultivator. Could it be a mysterious disciple of the Qinglian Sword Immortal, Li Changqing? Nearby, the Grand Elder of Ice Cloud wore a smug expression. You may all speculate. Once we enter the secret realm, you shall witness what a true invincible prodigy looks like. At that moment, an elder from the Hedong's sacred ground proclaimed loudly, "Indeed, this Jian Xin is the prodigious son from my Hedong's sacred ground. With such talent, we have millions more like him." While everyone was engrossed in speculation. Zian Xin Shazanking Sup Zapidi, 99th, 98th, 97th, 96th, 90. In the blink of an eye, she had reached the 90th position. Her points had also climbed to 4,399, indicating that if she continued her rampage, she had at least slain 4,399 opponents. This speed was astonishing. What kind of prodigy was this? Could she also possess a divine body phenomenon? As the crowd gaped in disbelief, the name Jian Xin soared like a rocket. 80, 70, 60, 50, 20, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Finally, in merely 3 short hours, Jian Xin ascended to the first position. Her score astonishingly reached an impressive 99,999. This signifies that within the span of 3 hours, a single individual annihilated an entire virtual battlefield. Chapter 60. The First Place Reward. The Taiwan Mixed Spirit Pearl, First Place. What in the world? Am I blind? In merely 3 short hours, one person has annihilated an entire virtual battlefield? What sort of prodigy is this? Could it be a super genius who has stepped into the Emperor realm? Witnessing this scene, everyone present was taken aback, as if they had seen a ghost. This Jianxin soared from 100th place to first in just 3 hours. More astonishingly, her score reached an extraordinary 99,999. This signifies that she alone has wiped out an entire virtual battlefield. What kind of invincible prodigy is this? In the past, there have been precedents of prodigies decimating a battlefield, and not just a few. For instance, an Emperor-level king could enter a virtual battlefield filled with spirit manipulators and earth sect practitioners and, with sheer strength, claim all the points. However, that usually occurred towards the end of the game. After all, no matter how extraordinary one might be, they wouldn't dare to stand alone at the city gate to slay enemies. Who knows, at any moment they might encounter a king or even an emperor. As the elders from various sacred grounds gasped in astonishment, they began to regain their composure. How on earth did this Jianxin accomplish such a feat? The elders of the Eastern Dao sacred ground wore expressions of disbelief. Was the battlefield she was in merely populated by a horde of spirit manipulators and earth sect ants? Yet, even if there were 100,000 of them, if they simply offered their heads to her, it would still take her 3 days and nights to kill them all. Within the virtual battlefield, Jian Wuxin opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings. Clearly, there was no trace of life left. It could be said that apart from her, there was no one else in the entire virtual battlefield. To her surprise, she had eliminated everyone so swiftly. Jian Wuxin let out a soft sigh. Truth be told, her ability to wipe out a city with her heaven-manipulating cultivation could only be attributed to luck. In the entire virtual battlefield, besides her, she had only encountered around 30 heaven realm practitioners. She hadn't faced any emperors, let alone kings. They were all mere ants from the spirit manipulator and earth sect ranks. With her strength, as long as her opponents were not emperor-level prodigies, she could dispatch them with a single strike. It was far too easy and too brutal. She slaughtered 999 people without batting an eyelid. This was utterly unlike a 14-year-old girl who should possess a more innocent disposition. Of course, she was the reincarnation of an empress. Her hands were stained with the blood of countless individuals. At that moment, Jian Wuxin slowly rose. Casting a glance at the luminous screen standing in the center of the virtual battlefield, she shook her head helplessly. She was the only one left. With 14 days remaining until the virtual battlefield concluded, she decided to stabilize her rapidly increasing cultivation. With that thought, she sat cross-legged, channeling her spiritual energy to solidify her cultivation. Meanwhile, other virtual battlefields were still engulfed in fierce combat, with everyone scrambling for points. Although this preparatory battle was not particularly significant, it served to temper the resolve of some talented individuals. For the many prodigies from the sacred grounds, this ranking also represented the dignity of their respective factions. Moreover, the ranking rewards from the Taihuang ancient city were exceedingly precious, enough to make even emperor-level powerhouses envious. Before long, half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. All the prodigies emerged from the virtual battlefield. As soon as they exited, countless prodigies began to speculate about who would take first place. Who do you think will be first? That's obvious. It must be our holy son from the Hedong sacred ground. Nonsense. It's clearly our holy maiden from the eastern Dao sacred ground. Huh, a bunch of ants. The first place is undoubtedly our holy son from the supreme divine palace. Amidst the debate, everyone looked up at the ranking screen in the center of the square. However, upon seeing the rankings, they were struck with shock. First place, Jinshin. Score, 999. Affiliated faction, unknown. Time taken, 3 hours. Jinshin? Who the hell is this? When did such a prodigy emerge in the southern wilderness? Could she be another mysterious dark horse? Countless prodigies were utterly astonished. While there have been many dark horses in previous years, for Jinshin to surpass the holy sons of various sacred grounds and take the top spot undoubtedly indicated exceptional prowess. At that moment, one prodigy suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, look at her time taken." At this remark, numerous onlookers gathered around the screen. What, 3 hours? How is that possible? Did she cheat? What realm is she in? Could she possibly be a mysterious emperor-level powerhouse? On the other side, a figure stood before countless prodigies. He was a young man clad in blue, strikingly handsome, emanating an unfathomable aura. His eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the screen, softly murmuring, "Jinshin, accomplishing such a feat in 3 hours? Even I took 2 days to clear a virtual battlefield. How intriguing." At that moment, a prodigy approached him and said, "Holy son, I just received word from the Divine Lord to be cautious of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace in the secret realm." What's going on? A month ago, the 5 divine sons were wiped out by a mysterious powerhouse in sword state, leaving not even a trace behind. Additionally, Elder Heiyu also fell in sword state. It is rumored that the mysterious Ice Cloud ancestor suddenly descended upon sword state a month ago, so this incident is likely related to her. Upon hearing this, the young man's eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of coldness. The Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Within the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace faction, Jian Wuxin looked at the screen with a puzzled expression. His junior disciple, Mu Hani, asked, "Senior brother Jiang, why are you staring at the screen? Though this year's dark horses are numerous, they don't pose a threat to our Ice Cloud. However, Jian Wuxin shook his head. It's nothing. It's just that Jian Wuxin's name is somewhat reminiscent of my little junior disciple who joined our Ice Cloud ancestor sect 3 years ago. Countless prodigies speculated, but many did not take it to heart. After all, dark horses appeared in every round, and perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck. If I faced 100,000 spirit manipulator ants, I could do it too. More were curious about what the first place reward would be. At that moment, a thunderous voice resounded over the Tai Huang ancient city. In the next instant, the figure of the thunder revered one appeared above the square. I am here to announce the first place reward. In the interest of time, I shall skip the formalities and directly announce the first place winner. Listen closely. First place, Jian Wuxin, score 99,999, time taken 3 hours. She has rightfully earned the title of first place. The first place reward includes 100 heavenly grade elixirs, 50 king grade elixirs, 20 emperor grade elixirs, and the choice of 1 emperor grade technique, divine ability, or treasure. Furthermore, she shall receive our Tai Huang ancient city's unique treasure, the Tai Huang mixed spirit pearl. Upon consumption, it will triple her spiritual energy absorption speed within the Tai Huang secret realm. Chapter 61. The Emergence of Jian Wuxin. Astonishing all talents upon the utterance of these words, the atmosphere erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. What? The Tai Huang mixed spirit pearl? It is said to have been crafted by the supreme alchemist, one of the 9 elders of the ancient city of Tai Huang, requiring a millennium to condense a single pill. Should one consume it within the Tai Huang secret realm, they would absorb triple the amount of spiritual energy. Who would have thought that the top prize would be such a celestial treasure? The Lord of Tai Huang City truly exhibits grandiosity. The reward for the first place ignited envy among countless prodigies. Setting aside the plethora of elixirs, the Tai Huang mixed spirit pill alone would leave the heirs of the 9 holy lands utterly astounded. The Tai Huang secret realm is already brimming with opportunities, and the spiritual energy here surpasses that of the outside world by several folds, making it an ideal place for cultivation. The prodigies entering this secret realm primarily seek opportunities rather than merely participating in a so-called prodigy tournament. After all, the final rankings, the Dominator list, the Monarch list, the Celestial list, the Earth Sect list, and even the Spirit Attracting list are almost entirely beyond their reach. Traditionally, aside from a rare few dark horses, the leaderboard is dominated by the prodigies of the 9 holy lands, the 13 aristocratic families, and the 8 demon tribes, with the 9 holy lands boasting the strongest prowess. To obtain a single Tai Huang mixed spirit pill within the Tai Huang secret realm would surely lead to extraordinary progress over the course of a year, potentially allowing one to surpass the prodigies of other holy lands. The appearance of such a superlative treasure, which emerges only once every 5 rounds, being seized by an unknown dark horse, is nothing short of astonishing. How could this not incite jealousy among the other prodigies? The Supreme Thunder's piercing gaze swept over the assembly of prodigies, resonating with a voice akin to rolling thunder. Now, let Jian Wuxin come forth to receive her award. As these words fell, countless prodigies turned their eyes skyward, eager to catch a glimpse of this enigmatic figure. I am curious to see what kind of prodigy possesses the prowess to overshadow a multitude of holy land heirs and claim the top spot. At that moment, a petite and delicate figure emerged from the crowd, stepping into the void, ascending the steps with graceful poise. This young woman, clad in light garments, possessed a diminutive stature, her face obscured by a white veil, yet an aura of coldness emanated from her entire being. She was breathtakingly beautiful, yet exuded a chill that could freeze the soul. At the instant of her appearance, countless gazes converged upon her. Witnessing this scene, many felt their spirits tremble. She walks upon the air? It appears she is a being of the celestial realm. Who would have imagined that a mere celestial could eclipse a multitude of prodigies from the Holy Lands? Ascending to the pinnacle of the leaderboard? This is unprecedented. The prodigies buzzed with speculation, some curious, others envious, and many utterly astonished. A celestial being in any first-rate power, immortal family, or ancient divine kingdom, would be deemed worthy of becoming a junior lord. Yet, in the presence of the divine sons and daughters of the Holy Lands, she appeared insignificant. What methods did this Jian Wuxin employ to surpass all the Holy Land prodigies to reach the first rank? Suddenly, someone recognized her. By the heavens, I cannot believe it is she. It's that woman who, in a fit of madness, blocked the city gates and slaughtered for 3 whole hours. Upon hearing this, many prodigies stood up in agreement. Indeed, it is her. She single-handedly wiped out an entire battlefield. Truly terrifying. I was nearly frightened to death. Blocking the city gates to kill? How monstrous. A celestial dares to challenge an entire battlefield alone. What formidable audacity. A celestial woman, blocking the ancient city gates to slay? What immense confidence that must take. Surely, aside from those in the Dominator realm, few could achieve such a feat. Even monarchs would hesitate. After all, facing 10,000 opponents alone, even if one were stronger, one must still tread carefully. Even a cornered rabbit may bite. Yet, this chilling woman not only did it, but she succeeded. What kind of prodigy is this? On another side, the sons and daughters of the Holy Lands began to scrutinize her with keen interest. A celestial, with the audacity to block the gates for a massacre. What gall! How intriguing! Yet, with such an icy demeanor, one wonders what exquisite beauty lies hidden beneath that veil. Oh, could it be that the Divine Son is intrigued? While not entirely smitten, the Divine Son mused that this woman was undoubtedly extraordinary. If she were truly as beautiful as a celestial fairy, having her by one's side as a maidservant wouldn't be so bad. Witnessing this scene, the elders of the Holy Lands were equally astonished, probing with their spiritual senses to discern Jian Wuxin's true nature. The Grand Elder, filled with pride, declared, "Do you see? This is the invincible prodigy of my immortal Ice Cloud. First, we had the founder, and now we have the heartless junior sister. My Ice Cloud shall reign supreme in this era. You mere ants, why do you not kneel and tremble?" In the air, Jian Wuxin gracefully approached the high platform. The Supreme Thunder raised an eyebrow. Addressing her, "You are Jian Wuxin?" "Indeed," Jian Wuxin replied softly, her voice imbued with a chilling resonance. This frosty aura was suffused with a sharp intensity. The Supreme Thunder was taken aback. What an icy presence. What is her true background? He continued, "Since you have claimed the top position on the leaderboard, you are entitled to your rewards." As he spoke, the Supreme Thunder tossed a cosmic bag toward her. Inside were all the prizes for this event. 100 heavenly grade pills, 50 king grade pills, 20 emperor grade pills, and a Taiwan mixed spirit pill. As for the selection of any emperor grade techniques, divine abilities, or treasures, you will need to visit my city, Lord S. Mansion S. Scripture Repository to choose. Receiving the cosmic bag, Jian Wuxin bowed slightly, clasping her hands in gratitude. "Thank you." With that, she stepped back into the void, returning to the ground. Everything transpired with remarkable simplicity, devoid of any hesitation. Except for Su Chen, she remained perpetually cold and unyielding toward everyone else, for these ants were unworthy of her words. The Supreme Thunder couldn't help but gasp in awe. This girl is remarkably formidable. I have never heard of Jian Wuxin in the southern wilderness. Could she be a prodigy from another domain? Subsequently, the 2nd through 100th place winners took turns to ascend the stage to receive their rewards. With the strength of the Ice Ancestor, he too ranked among the top 100. Given his own path and lineage, he needed no such rewards. His purpose in entering the Taiwan secret realm was solely to ensure Jian Wuxin's safety. After all, in a certain sense, he had become Jian Wuxin's guardian. Bound by the heavenly oath, should Jian Wuxin perish, he would follow suit into oblivion. Not for any other reason, but for the sake of longevity and Su Chen's morsel of meat. His loyalty to Jian Wuxin was absolute. Chapter 62. The mischievous system enters the Taiwan secret realm above the ancient city of Taiwan. A solitary figure hovered effortlessly in the air, reclining languidly as if indifferent to the unfolding events. He was a man of near perfection, possessing the ethereal beauty of a celestial being. Lying amidst the clouds, it appeared as though the world itself existed merely to support him. Su Chen yawned and remarked, I never expected that the girl, Wuxin, would single-handedly challenge an entire city. Reminiscent of my own past prowess. Given her talents, it should not be difficult for her to stand out among the multitude of prodigies. Yet, among the 30-odd extraordinary beings from the 9 sacred lands who have already entered the Empress realm, I wonder if Wuxin can truly surpass them. With a resigned shake of his head, Chen reflected on the past millennium, during which the Ice Cloud sect had been thoroughly overwhelmed by the 8 sacred lands, losing countless gifted disciples. In contrast, other sacred lands boasted several prodigies with divine bodies and extraordinary manifestations, while Ice Cloud only had Jian Wuxin. The disparity in disciple quality was stark. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Master, do not underestimate your disciple. She has opened a staggering 100,000 spiritual veins, and in terms of cultivation speed, no one in this world can rival her. Moreover, the level of this secret realm is not low. After a year of arduous training within, she will undoubtedly reach unfathomable heights. Oh, Chen raised an eyebrow. Why do I not possess such exceptional talents? Speak truthfully, did you consume my potential? Absolutely not. The system puffed up its cheeks. Different physiques necessitate different paths of cultivation. Since you possess a mortal physique, you naturally follow the path of mortals. However, rest assured, it won't be long before you stand atop the heavens, proclaiming, atop the pinnacle I, Chen, am unrivaled in this world. Chen shot the system a disdainful glance. Then should I not add that even if I ride upon the sword of a female emperor, embracing the fearsome twin pupils, I remain invincible in this realm? Impressive, the system exclaimed. As expected of the master, your talent astounds even me. I am utterly enamored. However, you might want to consider riding me as well. I am quite easy to mount. In the ancient city of Taiwan, the supreme thunder monarch surveyed the multitude of prodigies in the square, his voice resonating like a thunderous bell. Excellent. The top 100 on the leaderboard have all collected their rewards. Do not envy them, for such envy will yield only frustration. Instead, focus on enhancing your own strength to secure your own rewards. Shortly, you will enter the Taiwan secret realm, which harbors countless treasures, divine pills, spiritual artifacts, and even paths of enlightenment. What you acquire will depend on your luck and strength. The realm will open in 1 hour and remain accessible for 1 year. Once you enter, you will face genuine peril. Act wisely. The booming voice of the supreme thunder monarch echoed in the minds of all prodigies, shaking the heavens and showcasing his supreme authority. As his words fell, the millions of prodigies from the southern wilderness bowed in respect, proclaiming, "We understand." Though they were all outstanding figures within their own territories, respect was mandatory in the presence of a supreme being. The ancient city of Taiwan held a unique status in the southern wilderness. Not only did it govern the secret realm, but its strength was on par with any immortal family. The 9 elders were all formidable beings of the supreme realm, but the true power lay with the city's lord, rumored to be as formidable as any leader of the sacred lands. As the millions of prodigies surged outward from the Taiwan square, they sought the guidance of their elders, aware that entering the secret realm was fraught with peril. None could predict what awaited them. Fortune or death loomed ahead. Observing the scene, Jian Wuxin squinted, suddenly gazing skyward, lost in thought. "You need not worry, my master," spoke the venerable Tian Bing. "Though the Taiwan secret realm is perilous, with your unmatched talents and my guidance, the young scions of the 8 sacred lands will stir no tempest. I can easily suppress them." However, Jian Wuxin gently shook her head. "I do not worry. Rather." She paused, her thoughts unspoken. After a moment, she sighed, "I wonder if my master thinks of me." Tian Bing, is this what they call love? How bittersweet. The scent of copper fills the air. Soon, an hour passed swiftly. The rumbling, thunderous voice of the supreme thunder monarch resonated through the skies. The secret realm is about to open. All must gather at the square. With this announcement, the previously scattered prodigies rushed back to the square. A century of arduous training led to this moment. To emerge victorious from the secret realm would ensure their legacy as paragons of their age, renowned throughout the southern wilderness. In a grand spectacle, the most elite prodigies of the southern wilderness assembled. Suddenly, the heavens trembled, fissures appearing in the void, from which 9 towering beams of light emerged. Standing resolute in the sky, the Supreme Thunder Monarch declared, "The teleportation array will open within the 9 heavenly pillars. You may now enter. Remember, within the Taiwan secret realm, you will confront true life and death. Your fortune will depend solely on your own abilities." As his words concluded, countless prodigies surged forward, heedless of the dangers, driven solely by their desire for the opportunities within the realm. "Charge! I shall be the first to enter," cried one, proclaiming himself as a disciple of the Ji family. "Step aside. My family has only sent 3, while I, as a disciple of the Chen family from Xintian Prefecture, will not hesitate to suppress you. You insignificant insects! My esteemed He Dong sacred land has not spoken. You should flee. Let us depart," Jian Wuxin remarked, glancing ahead, her voice calm. "Agreed," Tian Bing nodded, and together they entered the beam of light. After a while, the light dissipated, and all the prodigies had entered the Taiwan secret realm. This marked the commencement of the most prestigious contest among the young generation of the southern wilderness. In the heavens, Su Chun lazily rose. Since Wuxin had entered, she would not emerge for a year. It was time to return to the misty peak, otherwise that girl might begin to miss her master. Chapter 63. The Secrets of the Dual Pupils, the Sacred Son of the Divine Palace. Yi Wuxing returning to the ethereal realm. It was already late at night. Jian Wuxin, being the reincarnation of the Empress, naturally possessed her own path of cultivation. Although Su Chan was her master, he refrained from excessive interference, knowing that such intervention might yield counterproductive results. Having rediscovered her sword heart, Jian Wuxin had also reclaimed her own Dao heart. Her path of cultivation in this life would undoubtedly be unobstructed, leading her to ascend to the heavens and attain the realm of the Great Emperor. He wondered if Tianer had gone to sleep. Su Chun leisurely entered the bamboo cottage, where he beheld a petite figure sitting gracefully on the bamboo bed. It was a young girl clad in a gown of pure white, her delicate face resembling that of a porcelain doll. Despite her tender age of 8 or 9, she was already breathtakingly beautiful. At that moment, beside Lin Tianer, a crimson light was rising. Gradually, a vertical eye appeared on her brow, blossoming forth. Within this eye, 2 crimson pupils emerged, swirling with a bloodthirsty aura, evoking a sense of slaughter and transformation. The inheritance of the dual pupils. Su Chun narrowed his eyes, realizing that Lin Tianer was tentatively exploring this powerful legacy. Over the past year and a half, she had also broken through to an extraordinary realm, achieving an unparalleled strength of 10 million pounds. The evolution of the dual pupils was a self-sufficient technique, requiring no external guidance. Just as Jian Wuxin had her own path of cultivation, so too did Lin Tianer, and Su Chen chose not to intrude upon her journey. Sensing the familiar aura, the blazing blood light at her brow suddenly dissipated, and the open blood eye gradually vanished. The young girl opened her eyes and leaped into Su Chen's embrace, giggling. It's master." Su Chan affectionately tousled her hair and inquired, "Tianer, have you had any other sensations while comprehending the dual pupils?" "Other sensations?" Lin Xian'e pondered, her beautiful eyes sparkling. "When I close my eyes, it feels as if there are countless intricate runes and meridians within. I cannot comprehend what they are, but each line seems to contain innumerable laws, thick with a murderous aura that I do not particularly enjoy." "Countless laws? Intricate runes?" Su Chun was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, he recalled what the system had once mentioned. The dual pupils were a manifestation of innate supremacy, filled with ancient truths and mysteries. Once awakened, they could even pierce through the heavens and the earth. He remarked in astonishment, "It seems these dual pupils indeed possess a certain peculiarity. However, the inheritance of the dual pupils differs from other paths. It is better to allow Lin Tianer to explore it herself. Tianer, hurry and wash up and prepare for bed. It is quite late already." Su Chan gently ruffled the girl's hair. "Master," Lin Tianer bit her lip shyly, her voice laced with innocence. "Can you wash up with me tonight?" Meanwhile, upon entering the Tai Huang's secret realm, countless figures swiftly scattered in all directions. Although they were transported simultaneously, the vast expanse of the southern region was immense. With millions of gifted individuals participating, they were primarily distributed according to their respective factions to prevent immediate clashes among rival forces. On a low hill, dozens of figures stood atop, each emanating a formidable presence. Leading them was a young man dressed in green, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an elegant and refined demeanor. He gazed around, nostalgia washing over him as he inhaled the familiar aura of the Taihuang's secret realm. This young man was Jian Wuxin, the sacred son of the Supreme Divine Palace. If Jian Guanyu represented the leader of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, the greatest prodigy of a millennium, then Jian Wuxin was truly the foremost figure in the southern region over the past 1,000 years. Upon his birth, he had manifested a sacred body, drawing the reverence of myriad saints and bestowing blessings upon all beings. Possessing a celestial physique, he broke through 6 realms: blood chi, will see, spirit awakening, earthly sovereign, celestial being, and monarch. Like Jian Guanyu, he too had a lifespan of 500 years. He had emerged 5 times into this realm and entered the Taihuang's secret realm 5 times, remaining invincible across 5 eras. With his singular prowess, he had crushed countless disciples and scions from the 9 great holy lands. Even the other holy sons were no match for him. He was truly the epitome of genius in the southern region. It was said that a century ago, he had already attained the sovereign emperor realm. Now, 100 years later, it was uncertain what heights he had reached. Surely the sacred sun will shine again, surpassing all other prodigies. A cold smile emerged on the lips of another man beside Jian Wuxin, who was also a prodigy, one of the disciples of the Supreme Divine Palace. As for the ants of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, they're nothing to worry about. Jian Wuxin coldly retorted, half a month ago, my esteemed junior brother fell in sword state. Even elder He Wuyo perished. Our master once conveyed that the Ice Cloud ancestor descended upon sword state. This matter must be related to the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Do not fret, sacred son. A declining Ice Cloud Immortal Palace is hardly a concern, even if they produce a saint. 3 years ago, Ice Cloud also had a sacred body manifest, but alas, in this century, they are destined to be unable to compete with our divine palace, lacking even the qualification to enter the Taihuang secret realm. And a century later, no, perhaps in less than a century, they will have long since withered away. How could the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace dare to contend with our divine palace? Hearing this, Jian Wuxin narrowed his eyes, declaring, the Ice Cloud is but a trivial matter. This sacred son will certainly not regard them with any seriousness. However, the vendetta for my junior brother must be avenged. Since this incident involves the Ice Cloud ancestor, this tournament of prodigies must not allow the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace to have it easy. Send out orders. All factions under the Supreme Divine Palace, primarily the top-tier forces, shall venture towards the outer circle of the secret realm to seize rich cultivation areas. As for our divine palace, we will lead with the 4 divine sons, each bringing 1,000 individuals. At this moment, such scenes unfolded repeatedly. The Taihuang's secret realm was divided into core, inner, and outer circles. The spiritual energy and opportunities in the core circle were several times greater than those in the inner and outer circles. The prodigies were initially transported to the outer circle, where they immediately sought to occupy advantageous positions. Among them, the 9 great holy lands, 13 noble families, and 6 demon domains took precedence. Each time, these powerful factions would typically claim over 90% of the territory, leaving the scattered cultivators or second-rate forces without a chance to intervene. Elsewhere, a petite figure appeared amidst a dense forest, abundant in spiritual energy and teeming with demonic beasts. Unexpectedly, this portion of the secret realm had reached a level comparable to a medium-tier realm. Jian Wuxin slowly opened her enchanting eyes, surveying her surroundings. Chapter 64. The Mysterious Legacy of the Taihuang's Secret Realm. The destruction of the Riders clan in contrast to the outside world. The spiritual energy within the Taihuang's secret realm is significantly denser, although it may not rival the chilling celestial pool of the Miao Miao Peak. It is certainly on par with the 5th level of the Tianbing Sword Pavilion. Moreover, This area is merely the periphery of the secret realm. Master, this secret realm is exceedingly vast. It can indeed be regarded as a notable presence among intermediate secret realms, said the elder Tianbing, raising his canine head to glance at Jian Wuxin. If I am not mistaken, we currently find ourselves in the outer circle, within an ancient forest known as the Wilderness Forest. Upon entering the Taiwang secret realm, the younger generations of various factions swiftly seize the rich cultivation sites of spiritual energy, preparing for their subsequent ventures into the inner and core circles. Jian Wuxin's eyes glinted with curiosity as she inquired, "Are you implying that the inner and core circles of this Taihuang secret realm are akin to a poison run, only to be unveiled when the time is right?" "Indeed, you speak correctly." Elder Tianbing nodded, continuing, though it is termed the gathering of the talented. It is essentially a battleground for the younger generations of the sacred lands to compete for supremacy. Besides the 9 great sacred lands, only the 13 noble families and the 6 major demon clans can barely contend with the sacred traditions. The remaining 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th tier forces are merely cannon fodder. Jian Wuxin nodded gently and requested, "Pray tell, what legacies does this Taihuang secret realm possess?" "You have posed the right question." Elder Tianbing grinned, surveying the surroundings with a sense of pride. "In my prime, I was once invincible. This Taiwang secret realm was merely the starting point of my unparalleled journey." "Spare me your boasting." Jian Wuxin narrowed her eyes, her voice icy. Elder Tianbing was momentarily at a loss for words. "Madam, have I truly been reduced to a mere dog, and cannot even indulge in a little boasting? This is hardly fair." At that moment, Jian Wuxin's gaze wandered, contemplating her surroundings, and she suddenly remarked, "The name of this secret realm, derived from Taihuang, suggests it may be a remnant of ancient opportunities." Concerning the secret realm, any reference to ancient or primal generally signifies it as a product of previous epochs, often a legacy passed down from formidable ancient beings. This is akin to Jian Wuxin herself, who once held the title of the Sword Empress, achieving a level of power just shy of the Great Emperor. At her stage, it is conceivable to exist for hundreds of thousands, even millions of years. Though she did not traverse epochs in her former life, she witnessed numerous ancient emperors and even true celestial beings. Given that the Taiwang secret realm bears such an illustrious name, it undoubtedly signifies its extraordinary nature. As a native of the southern frontier, Elder Tianbing had entered this secret realm numerous times and was well acquainted with its intricacies. After a prolonged silence, Elder Tianbing sighed. "Alas, what can I do? I am, after all, a dog now." "Your words hold merit." He nodded, elaborating. "Both the Taiwang secret realm and the Taihuang ancient city have inherited countless legacies, existing since my birth. It is said that this place is a product of the primal era. During that time, a powerful tradition thrived in the southern frontier, populated by innumerable strong practitioners, including several at the sacred realm, and even some at the emperor level." "Oh, there are even emperor-level practitioners?" Jian Wuxin's eyes narrowed at this revelation. This was the first time since her reincarnation that she had heard of the emperor realm. If Elder Tianbing's words were true, then the Taiwang secret realm was far more than a mere intermediate secret realm. Understanding the significance of being at the emperor level, she recognized that entering the sacred realm signifies comprehending a path that allows one to condense the laws of the Tao. For mortals pursuing the Tao, there are many blessings. Each time one breaks through a limit, they receive a blessing from the Tao. For those in the sacred realm, aspiring to become a great emperor and transcend is to go against the heavens. A moment's slip could invite divine retribution. Her reincarnation and subsequent cultivation were all to evade such heavenly punishment. However, it was still too early to dwell on these matters, as she had yet to reach that level. Nevertheless, the mere presence of an emperor-level being, whether a full emperor or a semi-emperor, who could transcend the calamities of the primal and ancient epochs without perishing, speaks volumes of the exceptional legacy of the Taiwang secret realm. Though she herself harbored the sword intent of an empress, she could not help but be intrigued by this legacy. "Where is the relic of this sect?" Jian Wuxin inquired once more. "Do not be hasty, master." Elder Tianbing shook his head. Every gathering of the talented is a quest for this Tai Huang legacy, and the relic of the sect is naturally hidden within the core circle. This period marks the time when countless talents from the southern frontier shine, and I know you are aloof by nature. Aside from that lad Su Chun, you seem indifferent to everything. Perhaps you could retreat into this wilderness forest and cultivate while I pave the way for the little ones of my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Without a response, Jian Wuxin's spirit energy surged, lifting her into the air. In an instant, she hovered above the ancient forest, gazing upon the endless expanse of the Taiwan ancient forest, where colossal trees towered into the sky. Without further contemplation, Jian Wuxin retrieved a pearl from her bag. This pearl, entirely translucent, exuded an exceptionally rich aura, the Taiwan mixed spirit pearl. If consumed, it would triple her absorption of the spiritual energy within the Taiwan secret realm. It could take a millennium to condense into a pill, meaning it would only appear once every 10 gatherings of the talented. Even the scions and holy sons of the 9 great sacred lands would covet it. Understanding the benefits of such a treasure, Jian Wuxin opened her lips and swallowed the Taiwan mixed spirit pearl. At that moment, she whispered softly, "How curious. Why do I suddenly wish for my master to feed me with his mouth?" As she uttered this, a faint blush blossomed on her cold cheeks beneath her straw hat. "Jian Wuxin, what are you thinking? He is your master. How can you entertain such thoughts?" This is during the Rider's clan destruction. Upon swallowing the Taiwan mixed spirit pearl, waves of rich energy surged around her. An ice pearl materialized, unleashing a torrent of frigid veins. Instantly, spiritual energy from tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of miles rushed towards her with fervor. This was no mere transformation of spiritual energy into a dragon or an ocean. It was as if spiritual energy flowed like a galaxy, with a million celestial veins simultaneously blossoming and the tripling of absorption. The speed at which Jian Wuxin could absorb spiritual energy was unfathomably terrifying. Meanwhile, Elder Tian Bing fished a bone from his bag, drooling with delight. Fortunately, I was clever enough to ransack Su Chen's kitchen before leaving Miao Miao Peak, where I would surely have starved this year. This bone is simply delectable. Chapter 65. The Lin Sisters. The core circle of the Taiwan secret realm refreshes time, flows swiftly, and half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. With the awakening of her dual pupils, a realm of unparalleled achievement unfolds before her. Boom! A single punch shatters the very fabric of space. A terrifying aura of slaughter permeates the icy expanse. Amidst the snow, a petite and exquisite figure stands gracefully. She is a delicate girl, approximately 8 or 9 years of age. Her gaze sparkles, revealing a face so exquisitely crafted that it seems almost ethereal, reminiscent of the stars in the heavens. Her brows are like the crescent moon, her eyes akin to celestial orbs, and her lips are as soft as fine silk. Every inch of her skin resembles that of a porcelain doll. Her form is diminutive, with a waist as slender as a willow. Clad in a sheer, snow-white dress that cinches at her waist, her bare feet are as pale as jade, with dainty, translucent toes. She exudes an otherworldly charm, appearing as a fairy amidst the snow. It is hard to fathom that a 9-year-old girl can emanate such astonishing power. Indeed, Tianer, in just half a year, you have already mastered the ability to shake mountains. Not far away, beneath a stone pavilion, a snow-white figure reclines lazily in a rocking chair, humming a cheerful tune. Hee hee, it's all thanks to my masteress training. Without my master, I wouldn't know what to do now. A playful voice rings in the air as Lin Tianer leans down, throwing herself into Su Chen's embrace. Half a year has passed, and she is now 9. Though still a child, she possesses a unique aura. Not only did she break through to the Wheel Sea realm 6 months ago, but after awakening her dual pupils, her strength has grown at an astonishingly rapid pace. She now stands at the pinnacle of the Wheel Sea realm, just one step away from the spirit guiding realm. If word spread, a 9-year-old in the spirit guiding realm would surely send shockwaves throughout the eastern wilderness. Lin Tianer's innate talent rivals that of Jian Wuxin, making her an unparalleled entity even among the holy lands of other realms. Most terrifying, however, is her physical strength. Her punch capable of exerting a force of 10 million pounds. This is the dreadfulness of the undefeated dual pupils. It is worth noting that even Jian Wuxin, in her prime, could only manage a force of 500,000 pounds. Of course, this was mainly due to Jian Wuxin's talents manifesting in her cultivation speed. After all, as a reincarnated cultivator, she hardly needed to train. Her cultivation soared with the revival of her imperial soul. Su Chen tenderly caresses the head of the girl in his arms, remarking helplessly, "My dear girl, you have only entered the path for 2 years, and your cultivation already rivals that of your elder sister." The elder sister in question is Lin Tianer's eldest sister, Lin Qinger. Upon hearing her name, Lin Tianer giggles. "But I don't want to surpass my sister. Ever since I was very little, she has always protected me. If Master could, I hope he would train her as well." "Xiania, what nonsense are you spouting?" Just then, a bashful voice emerges from behind. Not far away, in the courtyard, a graceful figure approaches. She walks lightly, adorned in an elegant pale blue gown that billows with the breeze, inadvertently accentuating her exquisite figure. Her beauty is striking, yet carries an air of coldness, making anyone who gazes upon her feel a chill. The newcomer is none other than Lin Qinger. She approaches the stone pavilion, quickly bows her body in respect, and greets. Disciple Lin Qinger pays her respects to the master. There is no need for such formalities. Chen, esu Chen reises tu isist Lin Qinger. In the past 6 months, the 7 fairies of Ice Cloud, along with the Ice Cloud Palace Master, have been in seclusion on the mysterious peak. As a disciple of Jian Wuxin, Lin Qinger has frequently visited the mysterious peak and closely monitored her sister's progress. To her astonishment, this legendary master truly possesses such extraordinary abilities. Not only has he resolved her sister's physical issues, but he has also guided her onto the path of cultivation. Now, Lin Tianer's cultivation is nearly on par with her own. Lin Tianer pouts. "Sister, are you really not considering it?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qinger's cold cheeks blush crimson. How is it that her sister, having only joined the mysterious peak for 2 years, has become so unreserved? Could it be that being trained by this legendary master is truly that delightful? Cough, cough. Su Chen clears his throat, maintaining his composure. "Chen, what brings you to the mountain this time?" Although entering the spirit-guiding realm permits one to seek opportunities in the Taiwan secret realm, it is evident that Jian Wuxin does not intend for Lin Qinger to enter the world too soon, hence her absence from this year's talent conference. With a flushed face, Lin Qinger slowly rises and replies, "Master, I came to inquire about the Master's well-being and to express my longing for Tianer. Jian Wuxin has recently reached the 10th heaven of the Supreme Realm. In less than a century, she will undoubtedly ascend to the level of a half-saint. So you need not worry." Su Chen nods gently, then looks at the little girl in his arms, saying helplessly, "Since you sisters are finally reunited, why not explore the mysterious peak together?" As soon as his words fall, Su Chen reclines back into the rocking chair. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." Seeing the 2 figures depart, Su Chen feels a touch of helplessness. He softly muses, half a year has passed. I wonder how Wuxin is faring. However, with her innate talent, she must have crushed countless obstacles in this time. Perhaps I should let her roam freely for another half-year. On the other side, a petite figure emerges in a desolate forest, surrounded by swirling, celestial energies. Numerous spirit veins burst forth in the skies above, each emanating a fearsome aura. Jian Wuxin slowly opens her eyes, her gaze reflecting a chilling calmness that could instill fear. With the establishment of countless spirit veins and the tripling of energy absorption from the Taiwan mixed spirit pearl, her seclusion has indeed invoked a phenomenon of the heavens. At this moment, her lips part slightly, pondering, strange. Why do I feel as though Master is calling for me? Have I grown too fond of him? She gradually rises, and the aura emanating from her reveals that she has now reached the 7th heaven of the human realm. It is noteworthy that she has only been in the human realm for half a year. A rise of 7 heavens in just half a year. Such a pace would astonish even the most ancient of emperors. Of course, this incredible speed is only achievable due to the awakening of her imperial soul. At that moment, a figure of a beast appears before her. The ice ancestor bows slightly and says, "Master, half an hour ago, the core circle of the Taiwan's secret realm was opened. The outstanding talents of various factions are now converging towards Taiwan for the inheritance. Should we not join in the excitement?" Without hesitation, Jian Wuxin casts a glance at the ice ancestor and takes to the skies. Her newfound strength is now formidable enough to instill fear. Let's go. Chapter 66, Thunderfire Valley, a gathering of extraordinary beings in the sacred land. As the words fell, Jian Wuxin harnessed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, soaring directly into the depths of the Taiwan's secret realm. The elder Tian being followed closely behind. Although he was borrowing a corpse to return to life, he had once been an immortal sage with unparalleled strength. During his years of attachment to the devouring wolf demon, his power had rapidly ascended. Upon entering the Taiwan's secret realm, Jian Wuxin entered seclusion to cultivate, while he, under the guise of Ao Qing, had been ravaging the 8 great sacred lands, amassing a wealth of rare treasures over the past 6 months. With his current physical form being that of a devouring wolf demon, it was impossible for him to be exposed. During this time, he lived a life of unparalleled ease, making even a dog envious. Wait, he seemed to be a dog now. At this moment, in the core circle of the Taiwan's secret realm, Thunderfire Valley. As the name suggests, Thunderfire Valley is a rift cleaved by divine punishment thunder. Above roils a storm of thunder for 100,000 miles, while below lies a sea of crimson divine fire. Only a being at the peak of the 10th level of the celestial realm can dare to approach the heavenly thunder. For those undergoing the tribulation, they must face the wrath of heaven. A half-step monarch, when facing the celestial tribulation, would attract a cataclysm of thunder for miles. To succeed is to step into the realm of monarchs. To fail is to be reduced to ashes. The celestial tribulation can be seen as the first threshold for mortals in their quest for enlightenment. The crimson divine fire is an ancient true flame, said to have originated from powerful beasts that once roamed the Taiwan's secret realm in ancient times. Although countless years have passed, both the divine thunder and the divine fire have lost much of their former might. Nevertheless, entering the core area of the Taiwan's secret realm is no simple feat. Outside Thunderfire Valley, a multitude of figures can be seen. Clearly the prodigies from various regions of the southern wilderness have gathered here. After 6 months of brutal conflict, the blood of the elite has stained much of the secret realm. Some have perished, while others have seized the opportunity to break through. Those who have crossed from the outer circle to the inner circle and have arrived at Thunderfire Valley are none other than the superlative prodigies who dominate their domains. Naturally, many from the spirit-invoking and earthly sect have chosen to remain in the inner circle, avoiding Thunderfire Valley. After all, the 100,000 miles of divine thunder and divine fire are not something the average person could withstand. Even those of the celestial realm face the risk of demise. However, some prodigious talents from various sacred lands, esteemed families, and powerful factions, even those of the earthly sect, are determined to test their mettle against the 100,000 miles of thunder. The figure of Jian Wuxin appeared above Thunderfire Valley. Beside her was a devouring wolf demon. Both she and Elder Tianbing exuded an overwhelmingly powerful aura, causing the surrounding prodigies to reveal expressions of astonishment. Upon entering the celestial realm, she was able to slay celestial beings with a single sword strike. Her current strength is unimaginable. Master, this is Thunderfire Valley. It is the boundary between the inner circle and the core circle. Beyond Thunderfire Valley lies the heart of the Taiwan's secret realm. Elder Tianbing suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Jian Wuxin's eyes. The divine thunder and divine fire here truly possess an air of peculiarity. With her previous life's strength and insight, she could instantly discern the extraordinary nature of Thunderfire Valley. The ability to distinctly delineate 3 areas indicates that this Taiwan's secret realm is at least of mid-tier caliber. At this moment, thunderous roars echoed. The skies trembled with vibrations. The time had come. The core circle was about to refresh, and all prodigies should prepare themselves. In half an hour, the barrier to the entrance of Thunderfire Valley would open, allowing entry. An ancient voice resonated from the heavens, sounding as if it were filled with the weight of ages. Countless prodigies displayed expressions of shock, lifting their gazes to the sky. A remnant thought was able to transcend the epics of antiquity. What secrets lay hidden within this Tai Huang secret realm? Jian Wuxin's eyes sparkled with contemplation. Soon, more and more prodigies gathered, most of whom were from the celestial and earthly realms, along with numerous practitioners from the spirit-invoking realm, all eager to witness the presence of the prodigies from the 9 great sacred lands. At this moment, thunderous sounds erupted once more, and countless powerful auras manifested above Thunderfire Valley. Dozens of figures hovered above, each exuding an overwhelming presence. Leading them was a man clad in black. Upon witnessing this scene, countless prodigies turned their heads in astonishment. That was the holy son of the Void Divine Palace, Zhou Tianqing. It is said that he possesses one of the 3,000 holy physiques, the Taiching holy body, with talent that defies heaven. Ranking 6th among the top 10 prodigies of the southern wilderness. Rumor has it he achieved the Monarch Realm 50 years ago. The Monarch Realm. Gasp! Countless prodigies gazed at this scene in awe. The so-called top 10 prodigies are the 10 individuals with the most exceptional talents in the southern wilderness over the past millennium. The Holy Son of the Void Divine Palace is undoubtedly among them, occupying a prestigious 6th place. His talents far surpass Jian Wuxin. Jian Wuxin, what the hell? It's me again. Then, the heavens reverberated once more, and numerous figures appeared, each radiating an astonishing aura. The holy son of the nation of 10,000 pigs. Zhu Ganglai. He also possesses a holy physique and has reached the monarch realm, ranking 5th among the top 10 prodigies. The holy son of the undying sword domain. Jian Xiazi. Although the holy son of the sword domain is naturally blind, his mastery of the sword is unparalleled, making even his master, Jian Wuhui, feel inferior. In terms of talent, neither Zhou Tianqing nor Zhu Ganglai could rival him. With his current power, a single sword strike could cleave the heavens and shatter the moon. The holy son of the river East Sacred Land, Chang Xiaoyao. It is said that Chang Xiaoyao's talent is also extraordinary, deemed a super prodigy. Possessing an indomitable holy body with immense strength, able to wield a spear 1,000 times in a single night without a hint of fatigue. The holy son of the 10,000 poisons, Du Wansheng. He is indeed a ruthless character, bearing the 10,000 poisons holy body, yet possessing a vicious temperament. It was said that once someone insulted his appearance, he retaliated by poisoning every living being within 1,000 miles. Gasp! Who would have thought his humanity could be so twisted? Countless prodigies were left in shock. Wu Tianqing, Zhu Gongli, Jiang Xiezi, Qiang Xiaoyao, Du Wansheng. These are all esteemed holy sons of the sacred lands. Their noble status and extraordinary strength are unparalleled. To see even one of them is a luxury, yet now, 5 have gathered outside Thunderfire Valley. At this moment, thunderous vibrations echoed again. The heavens quivered slightly. 2 figures of unparalleled elegance appeared almost simultaneously. The Holy Maiden of the Supreme Sea Palace, Hai Piaoru. She possesses the Tying holy body, and her talent is extraordinary, her hair flowing like the sea. The Holy Maiden of the Eastern Path Sacred Land, Dongfang Xuexin. Dongfang Xuexin is a renowned fairy in the southern wilderness, not only possessing heavenly strength, but also unmatched beauty. Reminiscent of the former Ice Cloud Supreme Master, these 2 are celebrated as the unparalleled twin prodigies of the southern wilderness. Chapter 67. The Sacred Son of the Divine Palace. Yi Wuqing. In the gathering of the demon clan upon the appearance of these 2 figures, countless prodigies displayed expressions of astonishment. The Holy Maiden of the Supreme Sea Palace and the Holy Daughter of the Eastern Sacred Land are undeniably captivating women, unrivaled in their beauty and grace throughout the ages. Their innate talents, celestial demeanor, and exquisite looks place them at the pinnacle of the southern wilderness. Each possesses a manifestation of the sacred body, with talents far surpassing Jian Wuxin. Their admirers stretch from the farthest reaches of the southern wilderness to other domains. They embody the most astonishing women of this era, the finest in the southern wilderness. With their emergence, the power of the 9 great sacred lands has decisively descended, with only the Supreme Divine Palace and the Ice Cloud Fairy Palace remaining. At that moment, the heavens reverberated once more, and the space slightly distorted. Such a disturbance, wrought by mere spiritual pressure, could only be caused by a dominant monarch. Clearly, another extraordinary genius has arrived. Boom! Amidst the tremors of the heavens, dozens of figures descended simultaneously, hovering above the Thunderflame Valley, each exuding an unparalleled aura of strength. At the forefront stood a dominant monarch, the sacred son of the Supreme Divine Palace, Jian Wuxin. My heavens! He is indeed the sacred son of the Supreme Divine Palace, Jian Wuxin. It truly is him. It is said that he possesses one of the 3,000 sacred bodies, the 7-kill sacred body. His strength is said to be beyond comprehension. He has emerged 5 times, remaining undefeated across 5 lifetimes. Rumor has it that 100 years ago, Jian Wuxin entered the ranks of the dominant monarch, and no one knows his current realm. With his return after a century, he is destined to once again dominate an era with his unmatched prowess. As they beheld this ethereal figure clad in green, countless onlookers were filled with awe. Jian Wuxin, a representative figure of an era, possesses the manifestation of the sacred body, with talents that can only be described as otherworldly. He has shattered the limits of vitality, the wheel of circulation, the spirit convergence, the earth sovereign, the celestial being, and the monarch realm, achieving 6 ultimate realms. He has emerged 5 times, remaining invincible for 5 lifetimes, crushing innumerable opponents and sweeping away all adversaries. Having lived for 500 years, he has also remained unmatched for that duration. He is the universally acknowledged number 1 prodigy of the southern wilderness. Moreover, he ranks at the pinnacle of the southern wilderness top 10 prodigies. With his arrival, 7 of the top 10 prodigies of the southern wilderness are present. Standing above the ancient Thunder Flame Mountain, Jian Wuxin stood with his hands behind his back, his expression impassive, as if nothing was worthy of his attention. After a long while, he let out a sigh, revealing a hint of resignation. Alas, to be invincible for 500 years, and now to crush another era. Why must life be so lonely and unbearable? That is natural. At this moment, a man in black beside Jian Wuxin suddenly spoke. Senior brother possesses the unparalleled sacred body and talents that defy heaven. Who in this world can match him? This man also radiated an immensely powerful aura, clearly a dominant monarch himself. He is none other than Zhao Yun, the chief among the 5 sons of the Supreme Divine Palace, bearing the Divine King body. It is essential to note that the Divine King body ranks among the top 10 of the 1,000 sacred bodies. It is no ordinary sacred body, and he is equally a formidable prodigy. All 5 sons of the Divine Palace possess manifestations of their sacred bodies. Although one has fallen, it is important to recognize that the Ice Cloud Fairy Palace has only produced 1 Jian Guanyu in a millennium. The disparity in disciple quality between the 2 great sacred lands is evident. This is the very concern of the elders of Ice Cloud and the 7 fairies of Ice Cloud. They can defend Ice Cloud for a millennium, 10 millennia, or even 100 millennia. But what comes after them? Once they all pass away, who will protect the Ice Cloud Fairy Palace? The lack of successors for the Ice Cloud Fairy Palace is the most critical issue. Of course, all these problems will be resolved with the emergence of Su Chen and Jian Wuxin. With the prodigious talents of this master and disciple duo, it will not be long before the foundation of the Ice Cloud Fairy Palace becomes even more secure. Returning to the pinnacle of sacred bodies will merely be a matter of time. Oof. Jian Wuxin scoffed, a look of pride on his face. This sacred son was born invincible, destined to live for invincibility. Yet, it is a pity that in these 100 years of invincibility, I have found no worthy opponent. 100 years ago, when I first entered the realm of the dominant monarch, I traveled to the Kanglan domain and defeated the 3 sacred sons of the sacred lands in a single move. 10 years ago, I ventured to the northern wasteland and battled the heir of the Northern Mountain Demon Emperor for 3 years. Yet, even the heir of Northern Mountain, renowned across the eastern wasteland, was merely a pawn in my game. To be invincible, how lonely it is. At that moment, a roar that shook the heavens and earth resounded above. A howl of a wolf echoed, followed by the sounds of dozens, hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of wolf howls reverberating through the air. Awo, awo. Tens of thousands of powerful wolf-like beasts appeared in the sky, traversing the void. Each radiated an immensely powerful aura. The celestial devouring wolf clan. To think that the beast tribe residing in the Shunhuang mountain range has also arrived. Heavens! The celestial devouring wolves are all ancient remnants, possessing the bloodline of ferocious beasts. It is known that the celestial devouring wolf clan of the Shunhuang sacred mountain is not weaker than a sacred land. In the southern wilderness, the 9 great sacred lands represent absolute rulers. The 13 immortal families possess merely one half-saint to oversee them, leaving a significant gap with the sacred lands. Beyond the 9 great sacred lands and the 13 immortal families, countless ancient beast clans exist, predominantly residing in various sacred mountains, such as the celestial devouring wolves of the Shunhuang sacred mountain, the 9 thunder swan Ni of the golden ancient cave, and the great wind blood python of the 9 rock cave, and so forth. The 6 ancient beast clans are among the best, not inferior to these immortal families. Among them, the celestial devouring wolves, swan Ni, and celestial devouring sparrows are even on par with the 9 great sacred lands. Leading the throng of celestial devouring wolves are 3 humanoid wolf beasts, 1 dominant monarch and 2 half-dominant monarchs. They are the sons of the celestial devouring wolf king, Ao Guang, Ao Lai, and Ao Yi. 3 half-blood beings. Just as humanity has distinctions in physical constitution, so too do beasts and other beings have variances in bloodlines. Beasts, ancient remnants, ancient ferocious beasts, half-blood beings, pure blood beings. Those who possess even half-blood status are already on par with the manifestations of human sacred bodies. This generation of the celestial devouring wolf clan boasts 3 half-blood beings, a clear testament to their powerful bloodline. Moreover, it is rumored that the celestial devouring wolf clan gave birth to an extraordinary pure-blood prodigy 90 years ago. That would be the one who was impersonated by the ancient ice ancestor, Ao Qing. Brother Yi, Ao Guang, leading the group, smiled at Yi Wuxin. It has been a century, yet your invincible demeanor remains unchanged. Brother Ao Guang, Brother Yi, it is good to see you. Just as Yi Wuxin was about to respond, the heavens rumbled once more. Countless bolts of lightning descended as if to tear the heavens apart. Amidst the lightning, a massive figure materialized. It was a beast, the 9 thunder swan Ni. The 9 thunder swan Ni of the golden ancient cave, yet another half-blood being. Everyone is here. I cannot miss this occasion. A pair of colossal wings appeared in the sky, casting a shadow over the heavens. The dark green light instilled fear in countless beings. The celestial devouring sparrow. Chapter 68. The opening of Thunderfire Valley. The might of heavenly thunder. Fearsome indeed, the devouring sparrow. Another formidable half-blood entity has emerged. The strength of these half-blood beings lies in their lineage and physique, rendering them no less than the divine manifestations of the human race. Moreover, the bodies of these beasts are inherently magnitudes greater than those of humans. Such prodigious talents are nearly invincible within their realm. With the arrival of the devouring sparrow, countless exceptional beings were left in awe. Half of the 6 great demonic tribes had descended. I did not expect all of you to come. It has been 100 years, and my esteemed brothers have truly grown stronger. At this gathering of prodigies, I shall not be defeated in this grand assembly. Subsequently, the remaining 3 demonic tribe prodigies also arrived. The sky-devouring wolf, the 9 thunder swani, the devouring sparrow, the azure sky rock, the serpent dragon, and the 9-headed serpent. The 6 great demonic tribes of the southern wilderness have now gathered. Thus, the 9 great sacred lands, ruling over 500,000 states in the southern wilderness, along with 13 immortal families and 6 demonic tribes, have all assembled. These superlative demons represent the mightiest warriors of the younger generation across the southern wilderness. Upon witnessing the multitude of demons converge, Yi Wuxin's eyes brimmed with disdain. These so-called prodigies were nothing more than stepping stones for him. 5 appearances, 5 eras undefeated. This was his arrogant capital. Aside from the holy sons of the 9 great sacred lands, he deemed no one worthy of his regard. Soon he stepped forward, arriving before the disciples of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Casting a scornful glance at them, Jian Wuxin remarked, "I did not expect that after 100 years. You Ice Cloud insects remain so feeble, unworthy of my attention. Jian Wuxin, do not be so arrogant. Though you have been invincible for 5 generations, my Ice Cloud is not to be trifled with. Our brother Jian Guanyu has already entered the sovereign realm, and he is not necessarily weaker than you. Indeed, even if you are the foremost prodigy of the southern wilderness, should you dare provoke my Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, you shall surely be suppressed." The disciples of the Ice Cloud were incensed. The Supreme Divine Palace and the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace have always been archenemies. Moreover, following the fall of the Supreme Palace Master, various forces led by the Supreme Divine Palace have relentlessly suppressed and besieged the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. The conflict between these 2 sacred lands has reached a point of no return. While the top-tier experts within the sacred lands may exercise restraint and refrain from engaging directly, the lower disciples would not relent easily. However, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace had indeed fallen into decline, with its disciples far weaker than those from other sacred lands. Over the past millennium of conflict with the Supreme Divine Palace, they have suffered numerous defeats, having been crushed underfoot. Upon hearing the commotion, a man in black beside Jian Wuxin scoffed disdainfully. "Only one Jian Guanyu has emerged from Ice Cloud in a millennium. How can you dare to compete with my Supreme Divine Palace? If you insects fail to recognize your place, I would not mind letting the tragedy of a century ago repeat itself." At this, the black-clad man licked his fingers, seemingly nostalgic for that feeling. "You, seeking death." The expressions of the Ice Cloud disciples changed dramatically, filled with fury. The mention of a century past referred to the last gathering of prodigies, held in this very Taiwan mysterious realm, where the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace had been besieged by the other 8 sacred lands. Of their 10,000 elite disciples, over 80% had perished. In that battle, many of the elders' direct disciples had fallen, including Bingzhu, one of the 7 fairies of Ice Cloud, whose own disciple perished within this Taiwan mysterious realm. This event had sent shockwaves throughout Ice Cloud. Had it not been for the intervention of the Ice Cloud Palace Master, Bingzhu would have already led the elders to attack the Divine Palace. The orchestrator of all this was the black-clad man before them, Chen Wuti, the 3rd son of the Supreme Divine Palace. A powerful sovereign with a divine body manifestation, his strength rivaled that of Jian Guanyu. Jian Guanyu raised a hand to silence the enraged Ice Cloud disciples, calmly addressing Jian Wuxin, "Brother Yi, why engage in a war of words in this life? Let us settle matters in the Taiwan mysterious realm." "Ha!" Jian Wuxin laughed coldly. "Such arrogance. Since Brother Jiang is so confident, let us meet again in the Taiwan mysterious realm for a proper contest. Do not disappoint me." Amidst his laughter, Jian Wuxin's eyes were filled with disdain. Meanwhile, above Thunder Fire Valley, the old ancestor of heavenly ice erupted in fury. "How dare they be so arrogant? Once I enter the Taiwan mysterious realm, I will personally decapitate these little brats and use their heads as chamber pots." Dressed in light garments and donning a wide-brimmed hat, Jian Wuxin stood poised in midair. With her gaze slightly lowered, a hint of coldness shone through. Since they were adversaries of her master, it would be easy to eliminate them. Having spent considerable time understanding the power dynamics of the southern wilderness, she had always held disdain for these so-called geniuses. These so-called divine sons and holy sons may hold sway in the southern wilderness, but in the celestial realm she hailed from, they would not even qualify as kitchen help. And those pure-blood and half-blood beings from the demon tribes were no better than the old hens she raised in her previous life. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed as Thunderfire Valley trembled. Amidst the quaking, the barrier surrounding Thunderfire Valley suddenly tore open, and torrents of heavenly thunder and divine flame surged forth from the fissure. This is the essence of Thunderfire Valley's heavenly thunder and divine fire. Could it be that Thunderfire Valley has been opened? Indeed, We must rush to the forefront and be the first to enter the core circle. Everyone listen. Let us charge into Thunderfire Valley, surge towards the Taiwang mysterious realm, seize all inheritances, and dominate the prodigy assembly. I must compete with the 10 great demons in this life. Wake up. Only one individual has arrived from your Qi Feng Dao state. As the barrier cracked open, countless prodigies rushed towards Thunderfire Valley. Yet, those from the 9 great sacred lands, 13 families, and 6 demonic tribes remained unmoved, their faces displaying only cold smiles, as if watching a play. The core circle of the Taiwang mysterious realm, rather than being a realm unto itself, was merely a ruin of a sect. In other words, crossing Thunderfire Valley would lead directly into the final realm of inheritance. Most opportunities, mysteries, resources, and legacies within the Taiwang mysterious realm were sealed within. Thus, traversing Thunderfire Valley was no simple feat. Indeed, as the vanguard of tens of thousands of prodigies charged into Thunderfire Valley, torrents of heavenly thunder rained down upon them. Boom! The thunder roared, instantly turning these tens of thousands of prodigies to ash. This scene left countless prodigies in the rear paralyzed with fear. How terrifying the might of heavenly thunder! No wonder the prodigies from the sacred lands did not move. The power of this heavenly thunder is indeed fearsome. Chapter 69. Directly entering the Thunderfire Valley. Thunder and lightning in the face of this terrifying spectacle. The assembled prodigies gasped in awe. The divine punishment of thunder descends upon those transcending into the celestial realm. The Thunderfire Valley, with its roiling celestial thunder and blazing divine flames, lays out this vast expanse of 100,000 miles of thunder and fire, showcasing its formidable nature. After the first batch of prodigies was reduced to ashes, the remaining countless exceptional beings hastily retreated to avoid being caught in the calamity. Who would have thought that a century later, the might of Thunderfire Valley still remained so fearsome? Gazing at the billowing thunderclouds, the supreme disciple of the unparalleled divine palace, Zhao Yun, could not help but express his sentiments. On the other side, the holy son of the nation of 10,000 pigs, Zhu Ganglai, scoffed dismissively. It is merely the thunder tribulation of mere mortals, akin to bathwater for us. Only these wretched beings from the spirit drawing and earth sect would tremble in fear. Upon hearing this, the surrounding prodigies from various powerful factions were incensed. Even if our strength is lacking and our talent somewhat inferior, it should not warrant such disdain. It must be noted that traversing the 100,000 miles of Thunderfire Valley, while not directly facing a heavenly tribulation, is by no means a simple task. Even a being of the celestial realm must tread carefully. A moment's carelessness could lead to being crushed to dust. How much more so for those of us who are merely prodigies of the spirit drawing and earth sect. Though furious, they felt powerless, daring to harbor anger, yet refraining from voicing it. The holy son of the undying sword domain, Blind Sword, moved his ears in attentiveness, listening to the aura emanating from the Thunderfire Valley. Brothers, when do you intend to set forth? Although he was the holy son of the undying sword domain, he was born blind and relied solely on his acute hearing to perceive the surroundings. Nevertheless, his innate talents allowed him to swiftly rise to prominence among the top prodigies of the southern wilderness, overpowering numerous foes and ultimately ranking among the top 10 prodigies of the region. No rush. Let's observe what dark horses emerge from this generation's gathering of prodigies, said the holy son of the celestial temple, Zhou Tianqing, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, the holy son of the 10,000 poisons, Du Wansheng, replied with a chilling smile. I am also curious to see this sword heart that has overwhelmed us and claimed the top position in the virtual battlefield. If they truly possess unparalleled talent, I would not mind keeping them by my side as a servant. If they're pleasing in appearance, they could even serve as a cauldron for my cultivation. The other holy sons and pure-blood beings from the 6 major demon clans nodded in agreement. This mysterious sword heart, who had vanquished them and achieved the pinnacle with celestial realm cultivation, was indeed remarkable. Meanwhile, Jian Wuxin gazed down at the Thunderfire Valley, her expression inscrutable, as if assessing the situation. The Thunderfire Valley was established to select prodigies with extraordinary gifts, and passing through it was no small feat. The ancient ancestor of heavenly ice seemed to discern Jian Wuxin's thoughts and cautioned, "Master, the thunder and divine flames unleashed in Thunderfire Valley are the purest forms of Thunderfire. One must exercise caution." 200,000 years ago, in an era that belonged to him, he had entered the Great Desolation secret realm 10 times and had been invincible for 10 generations. For 10,000 years, he had suppressed countless opponents, rendering the prodigies of the other 8 major sacred lands unable to catch their breath. Naturally, he was well acquainted with the perils of the Thunderfire Valley. Upon hearing this, Jian Wuxin nodded silently, her demeanor cold as she surveyed the countless prodigies lingering outside the Thunderfire Valley. Then, her gaze deepened, and her quintessence surged with the power of the 5th layer of the celestial realm. In the next moment, her ethereal figure, reminiscent of poetry and dreams, surged forward, directly plunging into the Thunderfire Valley. At this sight, the surrounding prodigies were left in shock. Who is this person? Is she attempting to challenge the Thunderfire Valley? Yet, just moments ago, so many prodigies had turned to ash beneath the thunder. How could she? Though the Thunderfire Valley was fraught with peril, the greater the number of participants, the lesser the individual burden of harm. However, the countless prodigies who had surged in earlier had all been obliterated by the thunder. How could she possibly succeed alone? Did she possess such audacity? Jian Wuxin's actions naturally drew the attention of the 9 major sacred lands and the 6 demon clans. Someone is moving. Look, at this proclamation, the powerful beings from the sacred lands turned their gazes. It was indeed a singular individual. But why does she look so familiar? Isn't she the sword heart who previously overwhelmed my divine palace's holy son? Goodness, it truly is. This sword heart, with her celestial realm cultivation, had single-handedly suppressed all the holy sons of the 9 sacred lands, achieving first place within 3 hours. Yet, to think she could traverse the Thunderfire Valley, which had plagued countless prodigies, was perhaps a bit overconfident. Upon hearing this, many prodigies from the sacred lands scoffed in disdain. One person? How dare she? Did Liang Jingru grant her such courage? At this moment, outside the Thunderfire Valley, Jian Wuxin, having traversed the air in an instant, now stood poised at the valley's edge. Booming, the thunderous roars within the valley erupted, emanating an intensely violent and terrifying aura, as if at any moment it would obliterate any living being into dust. Jian Wuxin calmly surveyed the scene, once more before transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the depths of the valley. This spectacle utterly dumbfounded countless prodigies. Goodness, she truly entered. That was 100,000 miles of divine thunder and fire, without anyone else to share the burden. How could she possibly make it through? Did she not fear being turned to ash by the divine thunder? Soon after Jian Wuxin's form completely melded into the Thunderfire Valley, waves of scorching heat assailed her, with lightning crackling above. The dual threat of thunder tribulation and divine flames. Boom! A resounding thunderclap reverberated through the valley, tearing through the heavens, descending directly upon Jian Wuxin, who stood resolutely within the Thunderfire Valley. Chapter 70. There's no helping it. She is the reincarnation of the Empress crash. A thunderous bolt of lightning tore through the clouds, striking down upon Jian Wuxin in the Thunderflame Valley. The sheer force of the thunder sent shivers down the spines of countless formidable beings, compelling them to instinctively retreat. Yet, Jian Wuxin remained undaunted. Her frosty gaze deepened as she raised her finger, wielding it as a sword, and directed it towards the heavens. A formidable sword aura érupté de forte. Boom! The sword formed by her finger astonishingly pierced through the descending lightning. As if it were an effortless feat, the scene left the surrounding prodigies utterly astounded. Wielding a finger as a sword. How could this be possible? Was my vision deceiving me? This woman, she actually used her finger to confront the 9 heavens thunder tribulation? And she did so with such nonchalance? How on earth did she achieve this? Even the immortal descendants from the immortal sword domain could not reach such heights within the celestial realm. Impossible. This is utterly impossible. We must have been blinded. It has to be an illusion. How could a cultivator of the celestial realm attain such prowess? But, if all of this were indeed true, To what extent had she mastered the sword path? Countless extraordinary talents were left in shock by this spectacle. The cultivators of the eastern wilderness were rendered speechless. They felt as though they were gazing upon a monster rather than a mere cultivator. It is known that the thunderous power of the Thunderflame Valley is invoked only during the tribulations faced by celestial realm beings. This implies that only those at the peak of the 10th layer of the celestial realm would dare to engage with such forces. Yet here stood this sword-heart fairy, who, at the 5th layer of the celestial realm, chose to withstand the terrifying celestial thunder tribulation head-on. Moreover, she merely wielded 2 fingers to shatter the very essence of the thunder. This left the cultivators of the eastern wilderness feeling as though they had encountered a true monster. Which lineage does this prodigy hail from? Such innate talent surely rivals that of the holy sons of the sacred grounds. Indeed, they had never heard of nor witnessed such an extraordinary being before. However, the next scene shattered their perceptions entirely. With her enchanting eyes narrowing amidst the lightning clouds, Jian Wuxin exuded an unparalleled aura of strength, revealing her cultivation at the 5th layer of the celestial realm. In that moment, she showcased her full prowess. Following a muffled groan, Jian Wuxin's figure soared like a kite released from its string, traversing the bolts of lightning directly towards the core of the secret realm of inheritance. 100,000 miles, 90,000 miles, 80,000 miles, 70,000 miles, 60,000 miles, 50,000 miles. In the blink of an eye, she had already covered half the distance, leaving only 50,000 miles of stormy clouds in her wake. This sight left everyone in sheer disbelief. This is truly a monster. This woman must undoubtedly be a peerless genius born from sacred ground, with the same surname of Jian. She could very well be the mysterious successor of the infamous sword master, Jian Wuhui, from the immortal sword domain. Indeed, possessing such an extraordinary aptitude and remarkable audacity, her origins must be exceptional. She is likely a holy maiden of a sacred ground. Hiss! The mention of a holy maiden sent a chill through the crowd, prompting gasps of astonishment, leaving them breathless. Those prodigies who harbored ill intentions towards Jian Wuxin promptly withdrew their desires. For them, the esteemed holy sons and holy maidens were figures to be revered from afar, entirely beyond the reach of their minor sects and factions. After all, within the southern wilderness, the 9 sacred grounds are the unassailable heavens, the absolute rulers. Though the 13 great immortal families were also formidable, they possessed merely one half-saint of immortal status, while the 9 sacred grounds boasted one or even multiple immortal saints to oversee their domains, instilling fear across the region. In the entirety of the southern wilderness, only the 6 great demon clans held the qualifications to be compared with the 9 sacred grounds. Meanwhile, the holy sons and holy maidens of the various sacred grounds harbored their own agendas, sizing her up with keen interest. After all, they were all born from sacred grounds and were well aware of the strengths of their younger generation. They had never heard of a new holy maiden from the immortal sword domain. The gunman from the Hudong sacred ground questioned, sword blind, "Could this woman truly be the mysterious successor of your master, Jian Wuhui? Yet why have I never heard of her?" In response, Sword Blind shook his head. "Her swordsmanship is far too fierce, imbued with a heavy killing intent. She must belong to the path of ruthlessness, not the inheritance of my immortal sword domain. My master has never mentioned any secret successors. She is likely not one of my people." "Oh, she is not from your sword domain? Could she be a prodigy from another realm? Or perhaps she is actually the illegitimate daughter of sword master Jian Wuhui?" On the other side, standing at the heart of the Thunderflame Valley, Jian Wuxin had already left all the prodigies of the southern wilderness far behind. With the protection of her past life's imperial sword path inheritance, these so-called celestial thunder tribulations and the blazing divine fire could not harm a single hair on her. Even her spiritual barrier would remain unbroken. The moment these 9 tribulation thunders brushed against her, they were shattered by the overwhelming presence of the Empress's will. There was no other explanation. She was simply too powerful. What appeared to be a breathtaking spectacle to others was, for her, akin to a child's game. After all, She was the reincarnation of an empress. This challenge lacked any sense of difficulty in Jian Wuxin's eyes, rendering it almost trivial. However, having played long enough, it was time to take things more seriously. Otherwise, this solo game where she dominated would become exceedingly dull. So dull, in fact, that she could hardly muster the energy to continue. She contemplated exiting the heavenly wasteland secret realm, abandoning this gathering of prodigies, and returning to the warm embrace of her master at the misty peak. Compared to this childish game, she undoubtedly preferred to nestle in her masteress' arms, shedding tears of joy. Ahem, how could it be tears of sorrow? Those were undoubtedly tears of happiness, overflowing from the depths of her heart. Happiness that had thawed her heart, which had lain frozen for countless epochs, awakening it from its slumber. During the 3 years spent with her master, she experienced feelings she had never encountered in her past life of millions of years. It was a profound bond of teacher and disciple, and even she was unaware that through those 3 years, her heart had become irrevocably entwined with Chen's an unbreakable connection. It was a bond of destiny. Thus, she needed to find some amusement for herself, compelling herself to engage, lest this descent for training become devoid of meaning. Chapter 71. The reversal of master and disciple. Regaining her composure and gazing at the nearby secret realm of inheritance, Jian Wuxin hesitated not for a moment. She immediately channeled the remaining spiritual energy within her, gathering it throughout her body, and surged directly into the final tempest of thunder and flames. Though the treasures and inheritances within the Taihuang's secret realm may not surpass those from her past life or her master's teachings, they nonetheless represent ancient legacies. Even the smallest morsel holds value, and every little advantage counts. The reason for her reincarnation in her previous life was not solely due to her failure to attain the status of a great emperor, but also because she had garnered numerous enemies. This life, as she embarked on the path of an emperor, she would inevitably encounter them again. Should her enemies recognize her, whether it be her master, herself, or even the entire Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, they would face utter annihilation. Thus, it is imperative for her to enhance her strength as much as possible. In her past life, though she stood alone against countless ancient saints and semi-emperors without a flicker of fear, the present is different. Now, she possesses a master, a junior sister, a sect, and the bonds forged over the past 3 years spent with her master. That is clearly the bond of master and disciple. How could she entertain such thoughts? This is a most heinous transgression, betraying her master and ancestral teachings. Such an act would surely invite divine retribution. In light of this, Jian Wuxin's delicate face flushed with a shyness that could almost bring forth tears. Betraying her master, reversing the roles of master and disciple. If that person were her master, it might not be entirely out of the question. Contemplating this, Jian Wuxin's icy gaze shimmered with complexity, seemingly veiled in mist. Her cool little hand rested upon her heart, entirely oblivious to her surroundings in the valley of thunder and flames. Her lips parted, whispering dreamily, "Master, I miss you so much." Meanwhile, at the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace atop the mysterious peak in Yongzhou, a stone platform extended toward a waterfall, culminating in a small pavilion. Within the pavilion, 8 ethereal figures sat cross-legged, each possessing breathtaking beauty and an aura so frigid that it dared anyone to harbor impure thoughts. Not far away, in a grove of purple bamboo, a petite girl with an enchanting youthful visage was diligently honing her physical prowess. With each punch she threw, it seemed as though the very heavens trembled. The might of her strike could obliterate the cosmos, powerful enough to slay 100,000 cattle with a single blow. Those who understood would exclaim, "What a delightful little lady!" While those unaware would wonder, where did this fierce little girl emerge from? Truly terrifying. The entirety of the mysterious peak was simple and unadorned. A bamboo house, a courtyard, a stone pavilion, a waterfall, a chilly pond, a chicken coop, a vegetable patch, and stretches of purple bamboo. This hardly resembles a celestial abode. It is akin to a humble dwelling of mortals. No, it is indeed far cleaner and tidier than an average doghouse. Simultaneously, in a field at the eastern cliff, a handsome man clad in snowy garments appeared to be busy. This man was none other than Chen, the master of Mysterious Peak. Renowned more than 3 years ago throughout the southern wilderness as the legendary founder of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. At this moment, Chen bent over in the field, planting seedlings with his right hand when suddenly a tremor surged through his heart. What is this? Why do I feel as though Wuxin has been whispering my name again? Is it that I miss her too dearly? Having planted the seedlings, Chen rose from the rice paddy. It had been over half a year since his last visit to the Taiwan's secret realm too. Observed Jian Wuxin as progress. No, that was not mere spying. It was to protect her, to safeguard her. Yes, it was indeed a form of protection. Not spying, absolutely not. It had been over 6 months since he last departed from the Taiwan's secret realm. He imagined that Jian Wuxin must have achieved something significant within. Chen was well aware that his rebellious disciple, Jian Wuxin, was the reincarnation of a female emperor. The treasures within the secret realm might tempt others, but for Jian Wuxin, they were merely trifling goods. His primary reason for permitting her to venture out was to allow her to gain experience. By the time his senior sisters emerged from their seclusion, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace would once again boast 7 semi-saints, and his eldest disciple, Mu Bingshan, was likely to step into the realm of the immortal saints. With such a formidable lineup, coupled with himself and the Ice Phoenix Beast, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace would possess 2 saints and 8 semi-saints. That amounted to a total of 10 superlative powers. This terrifying strength would be sufficient to sweep across any force or sect in the southern wilderness, whether it be sacred lands, ancient families, or primordial demon clans. All would be trampled beneath the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Given the oppression the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace had endured from the other 8 sacred lands over the past millennium, it was certain that the southern wilderness would erupt into another bloodbath, reminiscent of the cataclysmic battle between righteousness and evil that had transpired 1,000 years prior. It could very well be an immortal battle. An immortal battle is one ignited by sacred lands, ancient families, supreme empires, and primordial clans that possess saint-level power. Such a conflict could upheave the very heavens and lead countless lives to spill blood. The southern wilderness had not witnessed an immortal battle for quite some time. Chen bore the deep-seated grievances of his master, Mu Xianyin, in mind for 1,000 years. The 8 sacred lands should tremble at the thought, if that time were to come, with war ignited in the southern wilderness. The Ice Cloud Immortal Palace and the 8 sacred lands would indeed reach a point of no return. Thus, prior to that, Jian Wuxin and Lin Tian'er must possess sufficient self-defense capabilities. Despite the 8 sacred lands engaging in petty squabbles over resources, once the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace came into play, they would surely unite against it. Although the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace would have a terrifying array of 2 saints and 8 semi-saints upon the emergence of his senior sisters, the prospects of engaging in war against the 8 sacred lands were grim. What constitutes a sacred land? It signifies that at the very least, there is an immortal-level saint presiding over the sect. The 8 sacred lands are represented by 8 saints, and they possess at least 20 to 30 semi-saint level powers. This does not even account for the hidden depths of the 8 sacred lands. The Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, once hailed as having 1 saint and 3 semi-saints, also harbored a semi-saint Ice Phoenix and a peak supreme ancestor of the Xiantian lineage. After all, in this treacherous world of cultivation, no one would lay all their cards on the table. These sacred lineages have endured for tens of thousands, if not millions of years. Who among them does not have a few ancestors hiding in their coffins? Chapter 72. The ultimate battle of tens of millions of prodigies 3 years prior, upon his ascension to the sacred realm. He had summoned a majestic aura stretching 30,000 miles, attracting the veneration of countless saintly apparitions. Thus, he was regarded by various factions as an ancient entity, long entombed within coffin. Therefore, in anticipation of the impending battle, every enhancement, no matter how slight, was deemed invaluable. With his formidable presence, having distilled 365 drops of sacred blood to achieve invincibility, even the 8 grand sanctuaries hesitated to provoke him further. Rest assured, Master, Chen will personally ascend to the 8 sanctuaries and obliterate their doctrines to accompany you in death. As this thought crossed his mind, a terrifying aura of killing intent emanated from Su Chen. Although he was inherently unambitious and never sought to compete with others, the memory of the demonic invasion a millennium ago, where the 8 sanctuaries shut their gates, leaving his master to confront the demonic entities alone, remained vividly etched in his mind. At that moment, a voice resonated within his consciousness. Ding! Please head to the chicken coop to feed the chickens and complete today's sign-in task. Hearing this, Su Chen gradually regained his composure, suppressing his murderous intent. For a disciple who yearned to rebel against his master, the revered figure was an unassailable taboo. In his youth, Wuxin had illuminated his world, serving as his electric spark, his light, his only myth. He absolutely did not harbor any rebellious intentions. After accepting the task of feeding the chickens, Su Chen ambled to the coop to mark his attendance for the day. Quite good. Just 3 days in, and this old hen has gained 2 tails of meat. It seems the roosters have been quite attentive. Lifting one of the hens, he began to scrutinize it. After he had entrusted 100 hens with the hatching of beast eggs, he established rigorous rewards. Any hen that facilitated the hatching process would earn the affection of 100 roosters. Consequently, these hens vied eagerly for the task, initially even resorting to quarrels. Eventually, Su Chen had to impose a set of rules. Each hen would take turns daily, and upon completing their hatching, they could seek rewards from the roosters in the adjacent coop. Under the nurturing of these roosters, the physical condition of the hens improved at a remarkable pace. On average, those well-treated could gain 1 tail of meat daily. Reflecting on this, Su Chen felt a surge of irritation. How had he not thought of having the roosters nurture them sooner? Ding! Host has fed the chickens. Today's sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a premium rusty sword. Premium rusty sword. Quality, premium, description. This is the exclusive rusty sword of the esteemed host, Su Chen. Its attack power is lower than that of an ordinary iron sword, but higher than that of a typical rusty sword. It is a premium item among rusty swords, yet it remains ineffective against opponents with formidable defenses. However, it possesses a chance to trigger a passive tetanus effect, causing continuous bleeding, making it a specialized weapon for the 6th rank. Upon reviewing his daily sign-in reward, Su Chen wore an expressionless demeanor. For the past millennium, he had consistently signed in, receiving an eclectic array of rewards. From the legendary 4 swords of extermination capable of slaying saints to the paired yin-yang celestial sword, he had amassed treasures spanning the spectrum. From women's stockings, black and white, fishnet, and even mysterious umbrellas designed to prevent pregnancy, to the silken garments of his mother-in-law, he had acquired them all. This tetanus rusty sword, he had no idea how many of them he had collected. From ordinary to low, medium, high, and now premium, he had long since become immune to such trivialities. He regarded them as mere refuse, intending to discard them within the confines of the system space. Currently, his sole hope for the system lay in the intimacy shop. Perhaps he could draw the coveted Qiong sister. After all, who wouldn't he desire a twin-tailed, silky-haired sister to ride upon? Meanwhile, within the Taiwan's secret realm, as Jian Wuxin charged madly, she reached the valley's exit. Indeed, under the gaze of many, she had, with her 5th heaven of the celestial realm cultivation, trampled over numerous kings and emperors, becoming the first cultivator to pass the trial of the Thunderfire Valley. Although the assembly of kings and emperors had refrained from intervening, her ability to withstand the heavenly tribulations and terrestrial flames, which typically required the peak of the 10th heaven, was nothing short of astonishing, leaving countless cultivators in awe. How astounding! To withstand the 9 heavens' lightning calamity at the 5th heaven of the celestial realm, and to do so with such ease, was truly monstrous. Was this the true valor of the top contender in the virtual battlefield? Who is this Jian Wuxin? Is it a man or a woman? Always hiding behind that hat. If she were a woman, I would certainly claim her for my harem, making her my sole beloved. Bah, you foolish bird, dreaming of claiming Jian Wuxin for your harem? Have you looked in the mirror to see how hideous you are? Your nose is practically a jungle. I must have her by any means necessary. She is mine. Unfortunately, before this self-proclaimed noble could finish, a hand swiftly struck him. Dare you speak again? Slap. Try saying another word. Slap. 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 Your nostrils are hairless. Aren't they? Curse you. Slap, slap, slap. How dare you hit my face? Stop. Ouch, please don't. Observing Jian Wuxin's passage through the Thunderfire Valley and into the core of the Taiwang's secret realm, the progenies of the sacred lands, heirs of immortal families, and representatives of the 6 great demon tribes could no longer contain themselves. They began issuing commands, leading their prodigies into the Thunderfire Valley for one last charge into the Taiwang secret realm. This would undoubtedly be a horrific battle, with countless casualties and blood staining the heavens, representing the entirety of the southern region's paths and the culmination of a century's worth of doctrines. The ultimate clash among tens of millions of young prodigies was about to unfold in this dazzling era of contention. Who among them would rise above all in the Taiwang secret realm, becoming the foremost prodigy among billions, dominating the ages with unparalleled might? Pray tell, in this vast land, who shall reign supreme? This holy scion shall tread upon all realms, becoming the foremost being across the heavens and ages. Chapter 73. The Instruction from the Master. The opening of the supreme secret vault in the vast realm of the Taiwang secret domain, a grand assembly of the young generation, a rare event in the southern frontier, attracts the attention of various factions, all keenly observing the developments within. After all, such an opportunity is truly a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. However, it is evident that Su Chen harbors no interest whatsoever. No matter how fiercely the younger generation battles amongst themselves to those of their caliber, who have ascended to the realm of immortality, is merely child's play. As the master of Jian Wuxin, Su Chen refrains from intervening excessively in her path of cultivation. Years ago, when Jian Wuxin first entered his sect, Su Chen had stated that each individual possesses their own unique path to enlightenment. Sword cultivators have the way of the sword. Blade cultivators have the way of the blade. Staff cultivators have the way of the staff. Demon cultivators follow the dual cultivation path. And basketball practitioners have their own unique path as well. Jian Wuxin, as the reincarnated Empress possessing the sacred body of 10,000 swords, must tread her own transcendent path to enlightenment and immortality. Furthermore, for Lin Tionat, who bears the ancient heavy pupils, her path of cultivation aligns with the way of slaughter. It is said that the heavy pupils are a path to invincibility, rendering the need for others' bones unnecessary. In Su Chen's eyes, such reasoning is flawed. While heavy pupils may offer a route to invincibility, those who possess them are not invincible in the world. Thus, the correct interpretation should be that heavy pupils indeed present a path to invincibility, but more bones lead to more pathways. What a genius I am indeed. Su Chen felt immense satisfaction with his insight. With a sudden clap, he raised his hand, playfully smacking Lin Tianer on her delicate posterior, causing her eyes to glisten with tears, nearly on the brink of crying out. The following morning, Su Chen rose early, tending to the chickens. He then engaged in the daily rituals of weeding the rice fields and planting seedlings, followed by clearing land in the mountains and studying the cultivation of various fruits and vegetables. After completing these agricultural tasks, he prepared lunch, and following the meal, he enjoyed the most delightful pastime of basking in the sun while fishing. Subsequently, he fed the chickens again and prepared for dinner, after which he would instruct his 2 charming disciples. However, his eldest disciple, Jian Wuxin, was currently honing her skills in the Taiwang secret domain, and thus, Su Chen directed his teachings towards Lin Tianer. In principle, once a cultivator reaches the spirit attraction realm, they no longer require food, subsisting solely on dew and spiritual herbs. Grains and cereals merely burden the cultivator. Yet, Su Chen followed the path of a mortal, grounding his practices in the customs of ordinary life. Cultivating both the heart and body is a traditional method of the concealed 6th path. Time swiftly passed, and 3 months elapsed in the blink of an eye. On this day, news spread within the Taiwang secret domain. A supreme secret vault had emerged, creating a sensation throughout the realm. The Supreme Secret Vault represents the legacy of a powerful supreme being and the accumulation of their life's wealth, undoubtedly containing countless top-tier techniques, spiritual artifacts, magical treasures, ancient elixirs, and peerless spiritual pills. Such resources, if placed outside, would incite envy among emperors and supreme beings alike. It is easy to imagine the immense allure this supreme secret vault holds for the heavenly prodigies and sovereigns within the Taiwan secret domain. As for the cultivators at the spirit attraction and earthly sect levels, they possess no qualifications to participate, merely able to scavenge for scraps outside the vault. The most enticing aspect of the vault is the supreme legacy. Should a cultivator acquire the legacy of a supreme being, it signifies their potential to ascend to that exalted status. Supremes are the strongest beings beneath the immortal semi-saints. Even within the southern frontier, they dominate their territories and are courted by powerful factions. The 9 great holy lands, like the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, boast only a handful of supreme beings, including the Grand Ancestor Xiantian and the 7 Ice Cloud Immortals, along with the newly ascended Grand Elder Mu Yangzi. The Grand Elder, in fact, achieved this status thanks to the auspicious purple energy stirred by Su Chen during his ascent, which brought forth a blessing, allowing him to step into the supreme realm. As the news spread, various factions within the Taihuang secret domain quickly converged. In less than 2.5 days, the area surrounding a tomb deep within the secret domain became a bustling gathering of people. Among them were numerous strong figures who had reached the spirit attraction and sovereign levels, indicating that a great opportunity had arisen. According to the rules of the Taiwan secret domain, only cultivators who reach the spirit attraction realm are eligible to enter and vie for a lifetime of fortune. The domain is teeming with prodigies, and those at the spirit attraction and earthly sect levels are evidently outmatched. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their animosity intensifies. Many rival factions clashed upon encountering one another. King Wang, I just saw you acquire a celestial spirit herb. Hand it over now, or you shan't escape. If you want it, let us see your strength. Kill. Kaiji, how dare you compete with me for a woman? You are courting death. Prepare to meet your end. Xena. Hey, is anyone forming a team? I am Lin Langtian, the young master of the Lin family from Sangzhou. I possess the 6 gender's body, a super strong figure at the 8th level of the spirit attraction realm. I need a female partner of the same realm to accompany me on an adventure, and I assure you, you will leave with child. Oh, is that not Brother Wang? I heard you recently slept with young Master Li's mother, and he chased you with a kitchen knife for 8 streets. That young Master Li is a half-step sovereign, while you are merely at the 9th level of the spirit attraction realm. Why don't we join forces in this supreme secret vault to eliminate him and split his mother and sister? What do you say? Get lost. I detest 2 types of people. One is the Chow Bandit, and the other is anyone who obstructs me from becoming a Chow Bandit. I will not coexist with the Chow Bandit. Oh look, the people from the immortal families have arrived. I heard their heir possesses a divine body with extraordinary manifestations, a sovereign class power. It seems we, the lesser beings, have no hope. Indeed, that is the son of the 10,000 pig nation, Zhu Ritian. It is said he also possesses a divine body and is an extraordinary talent, certainly not inferior to Jian Wuxin of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. With the arrival of numerous heirs from the immortal families and holy sects, countless prodigies felt their spirits dampen. These heirs from the immortal level sects were all endowed with divine bodies and unparalleled talents, having largely ascended to the sovereign level. Such formidable beings are beyond the reach of mere spirit attraction and sovereign cultivators. Chapter 74. The Master's training has yielded results meanwhile. As these unparalleled prodigies from immortal level sects descended, waves of overwhelming aura descended upon the surroundings, causing countless cultivators to struggle for breath. At this moment, the divine son of the kingdom of 10,000 pigs, Zhu Ritian, soared into the air, sneering with disdain as he proclaimed, I, the divine son, hereby declare that from this day forth, this supreme secret treasure belongs to the kingdom of 10,000 pigs. If you insignificant ants wish to enter the secret realm to seek opportunities, you must pay a tribute of 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. I say this, Even if Jesus himself were to come, he would have to submit spirit stones. As he spoke, a powerful oppressive force erupted from him, directly bearing down upon the crowd. This was undeniably the terrifying aura of a sixth-level king realm cultivator, Zhu Ritian, one of the three divine manifestations of the kingdom of 10,000 pigs. Possessed an extraordinary divine body. At merely 300 years of age, he had ascended to the sixth level of the king realm. Like other prodigies endowed with divine manifestations, he had consecutively shattered 5 extreme realms: vitality, will see, spirit induction, earth sovereign, and celestial being, receiving 5 blessings from the heavenly Dao. Although he was not as fearsome as the kingdom's holy son, Zhu Ganglai, his immense talent was certainly not inferior to Jian Wuxin. However, despite his astonishing prowess, there were many celestial cultivators eyeing the supreme secret treasure, including those from the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, the other 8 sacred lands, the 13 noble families, and the 6 great demon clans. How could they allow the kingdom of 10,000 pigs to monopolize it? Does a mere kingdom of 10,000 pigs dare to compare with my Hudong Holy Land? You pig-headed fool, get down here. I've long found you displeasing. Just then, a fearsome aura surged from the crowd nearby, and a voice rang out in anger. A figure brandishing a long spear charged directly towards Zhu Ritian. This individual also exuded the aura of a 6th-level king realm cultivator. Soon, someone recognized him. That's Tong Wanfang from Hudong Holy Land. Indeed, Tong Wanfang, the second divine son of Hudong Holy Land, possesses a divine manifestation and has broken through the extreme realms multiple times, receiving 5 blessings from the heavenly Dao. His innate talent is certainly not inferior to that of Jian Wuxin from Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. In terms of their cultivation level, who knows who is stronger between him and Zhu Ritian? Place your bets. Place your bets. I wager that Tong Wanfang will win. It is said that he, like his master, Chong Wandong from Hudong Holy Land, is an unparalleled ruthless figure. His master can pierce through 10,000 transparent holes in a single night, and he can shoot 10,000 arrows in one night. Wow, 10,000 arrows. That's terrifying. In terms of combat ability, he can definitely crush that foolish Zhu Ritian. Yes, indeed, that foolish Zhu Ritian should not think that just because he has a name like Ritian he can actually rule the heavens. He walks around with that foul expression every day. If I could defeat you, I would slap you twice a day. No, for slaps. 1 slap with the left hand, 1 with the right, 1 with the left foot, and 1 more with the right foot. The battle between the 2 immortal-level heirs quickly captivated the attention of countless cultivators, drawing many gazes toward this spectacle. Such a visual feast might not be witnessed even once in 100 years. On another side, a graceful figure silently observed the scene within the supreme secret treasure. Dressed in light garments, her petite frame was adorned with a straw hat, her face concealed by a white veil. Yet, she emanated an air of chilling elegance. Stunningly beautiful, she exuded an aura that could freeze the soul. Without needing to think, one could ascertain that this person was none other than the legendary disciple of Chen, the master of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, Sword Wuxin. 3 months had passed, and now nearing 15 years of age, she had blossomed into an even more perfect version of herself in terms of appearance and temperament. Regarding her physique, though she was still in the early stages of maturity, it seemed that subtle changes had begun to manifest. Evidently, Chen's training over the years had been quite effective. Moreover, she now radiated an aura of the 9th level of the celestial being realm. Indeed, 3 months had passed, and under the influence of the tripled spiritual energy from the Taiwan mixed spirit pearl, coupled with her terrifying innate talent of possessing 1,000,000 spiritual veins, her cultivation had advanced 2 levels, reaching the 9th level of the celestial being realm. 3 months for 2 levels. Such a terrifying speed of cultivation would surely astound even the ancient emperors. Master, the supreme secret realm has opened. Should we also partake in the spoils? At that moment, a voice emerged from beside Sword Wuxin. It was none other than her sword servant, the Tianquang old ancestor. Having perfectly adapted to the body of the sky, devouring wolf demon over the years, Tianchuang Old Ancestor was now regaining his strength at a visibly rapid pace due to the rich spiritual energy in the Taiwang's secret realm. He had already restored his combat power to the 5th level of the King realm. As long as he did not encounter any immortal level heirs who had stepped into the Emperor realm, he considered himself invincible against those below the 8th level of the King realm. After all, it was commonplace for prodigious talents to challenge 2 or 3 minor realms. Even if he faced a 9th or even 10th level King realm powerhouse, he would dare to take them on. After all, he was once an immortal level powerhouse who had entered the Sage realm, and in the entire southern region, he could be said to be invincible. Even though he had fallen from grace, in terms of battle experience, mentality, and mastery of techniques, methods, and inheritances, he was incomparable to these young prodigies. Likewise, as a reincarnation of the Empress, Sword Wuxin shared a similar fate. Perhaps the Taiwang's secret realm, a once-in-a-century gathering of prodigies, represented a battle of fate and opportunity for other prodigies, concerning their cultivation paths for the next 100 years and their potential heights in the southern region among countless prodigies. They sought to rise above the rest and become the invincible leaders of an era. However, for Sword Wuxin, the Taiwang's secret realm was merely a leisurely excursion, not even qualifying as a trial, for her starting point was simply too elevated. Elevated enough that the Tianchuang Old Ancestor, an invincible sage-level powerhouse from 200,000 years ago, willingly swore oaths to become her sword servant. Wherever Sword Wuxin pointed, he would charge forth to slay. Perhaps when Sword Wuxin ascended to the position of the rightful emperor, he too might have the opportunity to attain that so-called emperor realm. Tianchuang Old Ancestor, what are you staring at? This isn't cowardice. It's called having vision. Besides, the primary reason is to savor the flavor of Su Chen's dog bones. Upon hearing Tianchuang Old Ancestor's words, Sword Wuxin maintained her impassive expression, a faint smile playing on her lips as she said, "Don't rush. After they emerge from the supreme secret treasure, we shall strike and seize what we desire." Chapter 75. Senior Sister, do you require my assistance with your cultivation? In the mountains, time is an elusive concept, and swiftly it has passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have elapsed. It has now been a year since Jian Wuxin descended the mountain for his trials. During this time, the entire southern frontier has focused its attention on the Taiwang's secret realm. After all, this pertains to a significant opportunity for the younger generation of various sections. Although it may seem like a contest among the juniors, this grand event of prodigies also reflects the prestige of numerous sacred grounds, immortal clans, ancient demon tribes, and divine dynasties. The implications are profound. Moreover, a startling piece of news recently emerged from the shadows. The demonic path, which had lain dormant for a millennium, has resurfaced. Rumors suggest that a month ago, the Tianhuang Prefecture, one of the 30,000 prefectures under the Eastern Sacred Land, was ravaged by the demonic sect. In a single night, all the top sects in Tianhuang were annihilated, leaving no survivors. Presently, Tianhuang has become a desolate wasteland, with terrifying demonic cultivators sparing even newborns. This revelation has left the entire southern frontier in shock. Could they be next? Is the once dormant demonic sect poised to rise again? Under this heavy atmosphere of dread, countless sects have opted to seal their gates, plunging the populace into a state of anxiety. The threat of the unknown is often the most terrifying of all. Naturally, it is primarily the second and third-rate sects that have chosen to hide away. First-rate sects, on the other hand, are typically protected by emperors or even supreme beings. The demonic sect would need to weigh its options carefully before attempting to invade these forces. Meanwhile, the 9 sacred lands, 13 noble families, and 6 immortal clans have remained unperturbed, opening their gates as if nothing has transpired. These immortal traditions are safeguarded by half-saints and even immortal saints. As long as the demonic path does not deploy ancient, saint-level foes as it did a millennium ago, these immortal sects remain unfazed. In fact, they might even welcome an incursion from the demonic sect. Simultaneously, atop the ethereal peak in Yongzhou, a dashing young man clad in white stands before a stone pavilion. This individual is none other than Su Chen, the enigmatic and legendary master of the ethereal peak, revered as the founder of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Within the pavilion before him, 8 icy, ethereal figures are seated, each exuding a chilling aura. They possess transcendent beauty, their celestial presence dazzling to behold. From a distance, they appear as 8 stunning celestial silhouettes. Up close, they are breathtaking, rendering countless cultivators breathless. Anyone, regardless of age or gender, will be compelled to bring them into their harem as cherished companions. Observing these 8 celestial figures, Su Chen gently takes the cool hand of Mu Bingchan, the palace master of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, to examine her closely. Suddenly, a faint blood droplet materializes upon her chest, radiating a brilliant golden light. Su Chen is taken aback and scrutinizes the droplet, hastily raising his other hand to grasp at Mu Bingchan's chest. With a soft gasp, Mu Bingchan, immersed in her meditative state, experiences a fleeting moment of pain, her lips parting to emit a gentle sigh. Ignoring her flushed cheeks, Su Chen gazes intently at the blood droplet, exclaiming in disbelief, This appears to be the blood of a saint? The blood of a saint. He is all too familiar with this phenomenon. The so-called saintly blood is a substance that a peak half-saint cultivator condenses during their breakthrough to illuminate their path. The more blood one possesses, the greater their innate talent. Typically, a saint might condense only 2 or 3 drops upon ascending to sainthood. 10 drops would be astonishing. For instance, his master, Mu Xianin, was hailed as the strongest in the southern frontier, having condensed 30 drops of saintly blood, echoing through the ages. Su Chen himself condensed 365 drops, scaring off the leaders of the other 8 sacred lands and numerous first-rate sections. It is crucial to note that these leaders possess the cultivation of immortal half-saints, and the lords of first-rate sects are also supreme beings. One can only imagine the shockwave his ascension to sainthood caused. Before him now lies the blood droplet that only a saint-level cultivator could condense. It seems that after a year of seclusion, his senior sister has begun to touch upon the laws of sainthood, even attempting to condense saintly blood within herself. It won't be long before she steps into the realm of the saintly path. One wonders how many drops she will manage to condense. Su Chen muses aloud before reluctantly withdrawing his hand from Mu Bingchan's chest. He proceeds to check the remaining 7 senior sisters with utmost care, fearing any perilous conditions might arise during their breakthroughs. After all, these senior sisters have looked after him for a millennium, and now that he has matured, it is his turn to attend to them. Truly, I am a most dutiful disciple. After a thorough examination, Su Chen concludes that the first to break through will likely be Mu Zhu, the foremost among the Ice Cloud 7 fairies and the second disciple of the once mighty Mu Xianin. As the pinnacle of the Ice Cloud 7 fairies, Mu Zhu stands at the apex of the 10th level of the Supreme Realm, poised to step into the half-saint realm, merely a step away from achieving it. A half-step to half-sainthood. The same applies to the second fairy, Jun Xinlian, and the third fairy, Xue Fian. They too are supreme beings at the 10th level, just a chance away from attaining half-sainthood. The opportunities Su Chen has provided them undoubtedly grant them the chance to break through. As for the 4th fairy, Bing Yueli, the 5th fairy, Bing Zhu, and the 6th fairy, Mu Lanyi, they are likely to follow suit once the first 3 achieve their breakthroughs. Based on Su Chen's estimations, the 6 senior sisters are expected to break through the shackles of the Supreme Realm and enter the immortal half-saint realm within the next 2 or 3 years. The 7th fairy, Zhu Xian, who is slightly less advanced, may require an additional 2 or 3 years. After all, excluding Su Chen, she was the last to join among Mu Xianin's 9 disciples. Despite her extraordinary talent, she is still a small realm behind the others, possessing only the cultivation of the 9th level of the Supreme Realm. Although she has access to Su Chen's abundant resources, transitioning from the 9th level of the Supreme Realm to the immortal half-saint realm will still take a few years. As for Mu Bingchan, the master of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, her ascension to the immortal saint realm will entirely depend on how much saintly blood she can condense. Generally, a half-saint requires 1 year to condense a single drop of saintly blood during their transition to the immortal saint realm. In other words, if she manages to condense dozens of drops, her breakthrough to the saintly realm could take several decades. Unless, of course, She possesses the unparalleled talent akin to Su Chen. While they may not possess Su Chen's unrivaled gifts, they certainly possess the potential to achieve sainthood. Had Lin Tian'er not been nearby in the Zizhu forest, refining his physical body, Su Chen might have exclaimed, "My senior sister possesses the potential of a saint." At that moment, the system suddenly interjected. Host. There is indeed a way to expedite Mu Bingchan's condensation of saintly blood, facilitating her ascent to the saintly realm. Upon hearing this, Su Chen furrowed his brow in confusion and inquired, What method do you propose? The method is quite simple. In fact, it merely requires the esteemed host to engage in dual cultivation with Mu Bingchan, utilizing the harmonious balance of yin and yang to swiftly aid her in achieving the path of sainthood. Chapter 76. Not a scoundrel. Merely seeking to provide a home for my senior sisters in truth. The method to swiftly elevate Mu Bingchan to the sacred realm in a single night is quite simple. It merely requires the host to engage in dual cultivation with her, harmonizing the forces of yin and yang, allowing the host's sacred yang essence to nourish her. Through this, she can rapidly refine her sacred blood. The esteemed host need only engage in this dual cultivation 100 times to assist Mu Bingchan in achieving the path of the sage. The system promptly elucidated. Dual cultivation. 100 times, no less. Upon hearing the system's words, Su Chen's lips twitched, and he seriously doubted whether he had misheard. As his thoughts lingered, his gaze fell upon the majestic figure of the Ice Cloud Palace master, whose ample bosom threatened to burst free from her snowy attire. His eyes traveled upward, traversing her alabaster collarbone, delicate neck, chin, ice-kissed lips, exquisite nose, and enchanting eyes, finally landing upon her flawless, ethereal visage. Then, his gaze descended once more, taking in her towering breasts, slender waist, and graceful legs, each toe resembling finely carved jade, evoking a torrent of fanciful thoughts. Suddenly, a series of sharp slaps echoed, as Su Chen raised his hand and delivered 3 resounding smacks to the rear of a hen he had inexplicably acquired. Su Chen, oh Su Chen, these are the cherished senior sisters who nurture, care for, and protect you. How could you entertain such thoughts? It is utterly blasphemous. He quickly quelled these immature notions within himself. He was acutely aware of his senior sisters' tempers, stealing a few intimate moments while they were engrossed in their cultivation. Oblivious to the outside world, posed no issue. However, should he dare to employ dual cultivation to aid their training, the moment they awakened, they would surely seek to flay him alive. Among his 8 senior sisters, only the 2nd fairy, Jun Xinlian, and the 7th fairy, Zhu Xinxin, displayed gentle and approachable natures. Even in their presence, Su Chen felt it permissible to indulge in a bit of flirtation. The others, however, were far less forgiving, often chasing him down and pinning him to the ground for a thorough thrashing. When he first entered the sect, Su Chen harbored dreams of transcendence, envisioning himself as the pinnacle of immortality, destined to carve out his own path of supremacy within the realm of cultivation. As a transmigrator, he believed himself to be endowed with an invincible physique, identity, background, and talent, capable of overpowering all destined protagonists and claiming victory through the ages. He envisioned embracing his senior sisters and reveling in the freedom of the heavens alongside his master. Thus, he had foolishly regarded his senior sisters as part of his harem, teasing them about their fiery tempers and jokingly assuring them that they need not worry about finding a partner. If they could not, they could simply consider marrying him, allowing him to be their companion. I am not a scoundrel. I merely wish to provide each of my senior sisters with a home. Of course, whenever he uttered such words, he would invariably find himself subjected to a joint reprimand from his senior sisters. Over time, he learned to keep such thoughts to himself. Following the demise of his master, stripped of his protective figure, he spent millennia in seclusion, fishing and farming, biding his time until he could emerge as an unparalleled force. System, open the character template for me. Stepping out of the stone pavilion, Su Chen set up a formidable formation imbued with the power of laws, encircling the entire stone structure, and addressed the system. At your command, esteemed host. The system nodded eagerly and began to respond. as her voice faded. A character attribute template materialized before Su Chen's eyes. Host, Su Chen. Identity, ancestor of Ice Cloud. Appearance, 99 points. Affiliated faction, Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, one of the 9 sacred sites of the Southern Wilderness. Cultivation level, 4th heavenly layer of the Sage Realm. Physique, mortal physique, enigmatic divine body. Comprehension, unremarkable. Cultivation techniques, Emperor's longevity scripture, imperial grade, current level sacred scripture. Vast intense sword technique, sacred grade. Current level return to simplicity. Profound heaven technique, inferior quality. Spirit weapons, 4 swords of extermination, sacred grade, a powerful weapon of the world. Mandarin Duck's celestial sword, sacred grade, when combined, can slay an emperor. Treasure, 365 drops of sacred blood, currently refined 15 drops. 21 drops gifted to the Ice Cloud 7 fairies. Formation, extermination, sword formation. Only those of the 4 sages can break it. Beloved disciples, Jian Wuxin, reincarnated sword emperor, current favorability 121, Lin Tian'er, ancient dual pupil, current favorability 105. Achievements, enchanted for millennia with a glance. Captivating all with a smile. Sword path, return to simplicity. Blade path, return to simplicity. Spear technique, return to simplicity. Staff technique, return to simplicity. Musical path, return to simplicity. Calligraphy, return to simplicity. Medicine, return to simplicity. Qin technique, return to simplicity. Painting, return to simplicity. Character introduction, a pitiful little beggar at the foot of Snow Maiden Mountain, fortunate enough to be adopted by the revered Mu Xianyin. Yet fate seems to have played a cruel joke. At the age of 15, the demonic forces invaded, igniting a cataclysmic war in the southern wilderness. Your master was taken by a wave of 9 sage realm demons and numerous semi-sage level fiends, leaving a profound shadow upon your fragile spirit. Having witnessed the horrors of the cultivation world, you resolved to survive and become the revered emperor of survival. System evaluation. Keep it up, esteemed host. You must quietly develop your strength and amaze everyone. After reviewing his character template and the system's commentary, Su Chen felt a profound sense of satisfaction. However, the notion that his master was taken by the demonic sect, leaving a significant shadow upon his delicate psyche, was utterly ridiculous. When had he, a being of sage-level strength, ever known fear? It must be noted that throughout the past millennium, he had often found himself in a chicken coop, a knife in one hand, closing the gate with the other, single-handedly confronting the hens. While he may not possess the ferocity of his master or Jian Wuxin, he was certainly formidable enough to boast for 2.5 years. 2.5 years. Surely even a chicken could learn to play basketball in that time. Thus, if he could boast about killing chickens for 2.5 years, Su Chen found himself quite content. Closing the character template, Su Chen made his way directly toward the bamboo grove. Although his senior sisters were off-limits, as a master, he had Lin Tian'er, his dutiful disciple, to mentor. Today's lesson would commence with Tian'er. Ahem. Meanwhile, at this moment within the depths of the Taiwang's secret realm, in the Supreme Secret Vault, a Siberian husky was seen digging at a mound in a graveyard, while not far away stood a cold, graceful figure. Chapter 77. The Paradise of the Sixth Master. Look, I have unearthed a dog bone, and it is imbued with the aura of the Emperor's realm. It appears to be a bone from the Emperor himself. At that moment, the ancient ancestor of Tianbing, standing atop the earthen grave, pulled out a bone from the soil, holding it in his mouth as drool cascaded uncontrollably down his chin. Even he was bewildered. Ever since he had possessed the body of this celestial devouring wolf demon, he felt an insatiable urge to gnaw on dog bones. Particularly after he had fully mastered this body, chewing on bones had become an everyday habit. During the past 6 months within the core region of the Taiwang's secret realm, he had been diligently seeking out the graves of ancient cultivators each day, digging them up, extracting bones, and gnawing on them. His favorite pastime was to use the bones of these ancient cultivators to brew soup. Although it paled in comparison to the delectable chicken soup prepared by Su Chen, it sufficiently satisfied his hunger. Furthermore, he found himself increasingly enamored with grave digging. What a peculiar obsession. Was he truly destined to become a dog? No, I utterly refuse. I am a dignified immortal level sage. the illustrious ancestor of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, undefeated in the southern frontier for 200,000 years. And I even had an affair with the wife of the celestial devouring Wolf King, leaving him green with envy. I do not wish to become a dog. Yet oh, how fragrant this dog bone is. It is utterly delicious. If I could savor such delicious dog bones every day. Perhaps being a dog wouldn't be so bad after all. Not far away, atop another earthen grave, Jian Wuxin stood silently, utterly speechless at the antics of the ancient ancestor of Tianbing. Over the past 3 months, she had not rushed into the supreme secret treasury like other cultivators, scrambling for resources. Instead, Tianbing ancestor had been lurking around the supreme secret treasury, tailing any prodigy emerging from it, and adopting the role of a sneak attacker, mercilessly robbing and killing. During this time, she had dispatched nearly 3,000 individuals, averaging 30 or 40 kills each day. The resources seized from these cultivators were immensely bountiful. Jian Wuxin paid no heed to the particulars. If she disliked someone, she would confront them head-on, brandishing her sword to compel them. Either they relinquished their resources, or they surrendered their lives and resources, giving them a stark choice. Only 2 options were available: surrender resources and retain your life, or forfeit both. When confronted by those who prioritized wealth over life, Jian Wuxin naturally chose to demonstrate her unparalleled sword technique, dispatching them before plundering their valuables. Moreover, she did not rob just anyone. She specifically targeted the prodigies from the 8 great sacred lands, inflicting considerable suffering upon them. How could they encounter such a despicable foe? Rather than competing openly for resources, she ambushed them from the shadows, engaging in thievery. The prodigies of the 8 great sacred lands grew increasingly infuriated, for no matter how extensively they searched or how many powerful cultivators they dispatched to scour the area, they could not uncover the whereabouts of this notorious thief. All they learned from the survivors was that this formidable rogue was accompanied by a dog. A dog? This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the Taiwan's secret realm, igniting speculation about the identities of this top-tier rogue and his canine companion. Who were they? What faction did they belong to? Were they mere wanderers or the descendants of an ancient immortal? The audacity to challenge the sacred lands with just one person and a dog was astonishing. Suddenly, Jian Wuxin's figure flickered, and she materialized before the ancient ancestor of Tianbing, emanating an aura of the 10th layer of the celestial realm. Indeed, she had broken through. In the span of 3 months, her cultivation had ascended to the 10th layer of the celestial realm. From the time she descended the mountain a year ago as a novice, she had achieved this remarkable level in merely a year. Such extraordinary talent and innate prowess truly warranted the title of a timeless prodigy. Truly, she is the reincarnation of the Empress. Master, I heard from a disciple of the Supreme Divine Palace, whom we robbed 3 days ago, that the greatest inheritance within the Supreme Secret Treasury seems to be manifesting. A supreme skeletal remains that perfectly embodies the legacy of a supreme being. Shall we join in the festivities? Just as Tianbing ancestor swallowed a piece of roasted spinal bone from an ancient powerhouse, he eagerly spoke. No need. The resources we have plundered recently are more than sufficient. We have essentially seized the majority of resources from the Supreme Secret Treasury. As for that supreme skeletal remains, let the disciples of the 8 great sacred lands contend for it while we observe the spectacle. Jian Wuxin shook her head. Supreme skeletal remains? Supreme inheritance? Frankly speaking, her own inheritance as the Empress was more than enough to overshadow all other teachings and practices within the Taiwan secret realm. How could she possibly be interested in that supreme inheritance or skeletal remains? It was merely a conflict among ants. They only needed to gather resources. Let us proceed to the next secret treasury. As her words fell, Jian Wuxin and Tianbing ancestor vanished from their location, making their way toward the next treasury. Indeed, you heard correctly, the next treasury. The vast expanse of the Taiwan secret realm surely harbors more than just the supreme secret treasury. In the 3 months since the emergence of the supreme secret treasury, countless other secret treasuries have surfaced throughout the Taiwan secret realm. Treasures such as the celestial secret treasury, the monarch's treasury, the emperor's treasury, and even 2 secret inheritances from supreme-level powerhouses have appeared. From this moment forth, the true conflict within the Taiwan secret realm has only just begun. This is the stage for the top prodigies of the sacred lands. For love and peace. Cough, cough. No, for dignity and glory, let us engage in battle. Amidst this chaotic warfare, there are many like Jian Wuxin and Tianbing ancestor, lurking as rogues, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Have you heard of the rogue in the night? Of course, such treacherous deeds, regardless of the location, evoke disdain. It is utterly despicable to resort to underhanded tactics when one cannot compete openly. However, for these rogues, such concerns are irrelevant. Some even band together in groups of 3, 5, or even hundreds to ambush cultivators fleeing from various secret treasuries. Often, these scattered cultivators, pursued by powerful factions, are the most lucrative targets. One rogue is manageable, but a swarm of them is a dire threat. The Taiwan secret realm is truly a paradise for rogues. Chapter 78. The Past of the Ice Ancestor, 3 days later. At the periphery of another supreme secret vault, Jian Wuxin and the Ice Ancestor had stealthily arrived. According to the information circulating, this supreme secret vault was the place of the fallen Tianjin Supreme. It was said to be rich in countless opportunities and inheritances. The Tianjin Supreme, in his former life, possessed one of the 30,000 Dao bodies, the Wind Spirit Sword body, which ranked among the top 10 in existence, endowed with the potential of an emperor or supreme being. Indeed, after enduring numerous trials, this Wind Sword Supreme ultimately achieved the supreme realm. However, with the fall of the mysterious sect within the Taiwan secret realm, this Wind Sword Supreme also met his demise, leaving behind only a legacy in this fallen land. It was hoped that future sword cultivators would carry on his teachings. The allure of a supreme inheritance was immense for countless prodigies, including those from the 9 sacred lands, the 13 aristocratic families, and the 6 great demon clans, all of whom belonged to the immortal level lineages. An inheritance from a supreme represented a hopeful path towards achieving the supreme realm. Is that not a clear indication of supreme potential? In the past 6 months alone, numerous secret vaults had emerged, ranging from those of celestial beings, kings, and tyrants to emperors, with hundreds in total. Yet, only 3 supreme-level inheritances remained. Having just departed from the previous supreme vault, where they had successfully plundered most of the resources through ruthless means, Jian Wuxin and the Ice Ancestor regarded the Tianjin Supreme Vault as their prime target, a divine offering from the heavens. How could they possibly resist? Hence, their intent was clear: to seize. No, it was more than that. It was robbery. No, it was even more. It was our robbery. No, it was 4 words. We shall loot. No, it was 5 words. We demand your resources. Yield your treasures, for this mountain is mine, this path is mine, if you wish to pass. Leave your resources behind. No resources? Then regretfully, your lives are forfeit. Embracing this selfless spirit of plunder, Jian Wuxin and the Ice Ancestor have been living quite luxuriously, with a steady supply of cultivation resources. Thus, they plan to replicate their previous successes and employ the same methods to raid the Tianjin Supreme Vault. They aim to teach the 8 sacred lands and the 13 immortal level prodigies occupying the supreme realm the harsh realities of society. What it truly meant to face the brutalities of life. What meant to be a true top-tier contender. As they approached the periphery of the Tianjin Supreme Vault, they were completely taken aback. The area was densely packed with crowds, including wolf demons resembling dogs, and countless human prodigies. The assemblage was divided into 2 factions, each occupying a mountain peak, glaring at one another with murderous intent. The numbers swelled to several hundred, even thousands. The onlookers, comprised mainly of scattered cultivators, formed the majority, encircling the entire perimeter of the Supreme Vault, amounting to nearly 100,000. Incredible. At this point, the spectators outnumbered the fighters by 4 or 5 times. It was the Shurtian Wolf Demon Clan. Upon seeing the wolf demons that bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, the Ice Ancestor gasped. In that instant, he recognized the identities of the 2 factions. They were unmistakably the Shurtian Wolf Demon Clan, one of the 6 ancient clans of the southern wilderness, which resided on the Shunwang Divine Mountain. These ancient clans were formidable, with deep-rooted legacies, particularly the Shurtian Wolf Clan, the 9 Thunderswan Ni of the Golden Ancient Cave, and the Gale Blood Python of the 9 Rock Cave. Each of these clans was guarded by immortal-level beasts, their foundations rivaling that of the 13 immortal families. Specifically, The Shetian Wolf clan, situated on the Shunhuang Divine Mountain, had a Shetian Wolf king, an ancient great demon who had entered the immortal realm 300,000 years ago. A peerless powerhouse from the era of the Ice Ancestor. In comparison to humans, the demon beasts boasted a longer lifespan and a more robust physique. Thus, even after 20,000 years since the Ice Ancestor's demise, the Shetian Wolf King still thrived. However, the Ice Ancestor had no desire to encounter the Shetian Wolf King. When he had first entered the saintly realm, brimming with confidence, he had challenged numerous immortals of various sects, including the ancient clans, seeking to assert his dominance. Until he arrived at the Shunhuang Divine Mountain, where he had become infatuated with one of the Wolf King's concubines. In his prime, he was the invincible scourge of the southern wilderness, a notorious seducer. On a stormy night, he had an affair with the Wolf King's beloved. Afterward, he had whimsically patted her and remarked, "You are truly delightful." In the years that followed, he disguised himself as a eunuch, clandestinely serving her in her chambers. However, the affair was soon uncovered, inciting the wrath of the Shetian Wolf King, who pursued him with a blade for 10,000 years. The Ice Ancestor had to hide in the neighboring northern wilderness for a millennium before daring to show his face again. From that point on, he never dared to provoke the Shetian Wolf King, who had become a relentless pursuer. Now, upon reincarnating into the body of a Shetian wolf demon, he found himself confronting the very clan he had once evaded. What sins did I commit in my past life to be so entwined with this despicable wolf clan in this life? It seems I can encounter them wherever I go. Bah, what a coincidence. It is clearly a cursed fate. The Ice Ancestor sighed in exasperation, lamenting his unfortunate luck. The mere sight of the Shetian Wolf clan reminded him of the harrowing days when he was chased with a knife. Yet, on a different note, reflecting on the days when he had cuckolded the Shetian Wolf King brought back a peculiar sense of nostalgia. Apart from the Shetian Wolf clan, the other faction occupying the mountain peak was likely from the Ji family, one of the 13 immortal families. It appeared that these two clans had gathered a multitude of powerful beings, all vying for the Tianjin Supreme Vault. Chapter 79. The Three Noble Houses. The immortal Ji family. The Ji family ranks among the top of the 13 illustrious immortal clans of the southern wilderness, possessing profound heritage and strength that far surpasses other immortal families. During the past millennium, while the 8 major sanctuaries united to suppress the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, the Ji family, alongside the immortal Lin and immortally families, have emerged as formidable contenders to usurp the position of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace among the 9 sacred lands. Furthermore, these 3 immortal families are collectively referred to as the 3 noble houses by the various powers within the southern wilderness. This indicates that they represent the most formidable force beneath the 9 great sanctuaries and the 3 powerful demon clans that are on par with the sanctuaries themselves. Moreover, these 3 immortal families have maintained a close-knit alliance for tens of thousands of years, with each generation intermarrying, thus binding their families together. Consequently, their united front is certainly not to be underestimated against any sanctuary force. Even the currently surging supreme power of the southern wilderness, the Supreme Divine Palace, would think twice before provoking them. Unexpectedly, within this supreme hidden treasure, one encounters the Ji family, one of the 3 noble houses. At this moment, the Ji family is vying for resources against the sky-eating wolf demon clan, which dominates the Shunhuang sacred mountain, sharing the same immortal lineage. It seems a grand spectacle is about to unfold. Master, occupying another peak, is a member of the immortal Ji family. Ranked 3rd among the 13 illustrious immortal clans of the southern wilderness, Elder Tianbing hastily remarked. The immortal Ji family? Beneath her hat, Jian Wuxin furrowed her brow, scrutinizing both factions. As the young master of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, one of the 9 great sanctuaries of the southern wilderness, she is naturally aware of the various immortal lineages in the region. However, her knowledge is primarily limited to the 9 great sanctuaries and the 6 ancient demon clans. Regarding the 13 immortal families of the same level, her awareness is quite scant. After all, aside from her role as the young master of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, she is also the foremost disciple of the Ice Cloud Grandmaster Su Chen, embracing Su Chen's philosophy of cultivating both body and mind. She has spent years tending to the fields on the Misty Peak, raising chickens, fishing, planting seedlings, and researching various agricultural practices. Leading a simple life marked by hard work from dawn to dusk, drinking from wells, and eating from a land. Although her existence may seem humble, she finds fulfillment and joy in each passing day, a happiness she had never experienced in her previous existence spanning millions of years. During those 3 years on Misty Peak, her understanding of the outside world has been confined to the 9 great sanctuaries and the 6 ancient demon clans. As for the 13 immortal families of the same caliber, she is almost entirely unfamiliar with them. Of course, given Jian Wuxin's status and cultivation prowess, neither the 13 families nor the 6 demon clans, nor even the 9 great sanctuaries that have ruled the southern wilderness for tens of thousands of years, could even qualify to enter her ears. It is important to note that she is the reincarnation of the Empress. What does it mean to be the reincarnation of the Empress? It signifies enduring countless epochs and cataclysms without perishing, having lived through untold eons of time. Although she has yet to achieve enlightenment, her past cultivation would allow her to easily annihilate the so-called 9 great sanctuaries, the 13 immortal families, and the 6 ancient demon clans with a mere flick of her wrist. The immortal Ji family, as one of the 13 immortal clans in the southern wilderness, boasts a long-standing legacy, profound depth, and formidable strength, with each family possessing at least one immortal-level semi-saint guardian. Particularly, the top 3 families, the immortal Ji, immortal Lin, and immortal Li, when united, can challenge any sanctuary lineage, and even the supreme divine palace would think twice before inciting their wrath. Thus, these 3 immortal families are also known as the 3 noble houses. At this juncture, Elder Tian being once again elucidated to Jian Wuxin, the 3 noble houses. Hearing this, Jian Wuxin narrowed her eyes, disregarding Elder Tian Bing and instead intently observing the battlefield, preparing to witness an extraordinary spectacle. The clash of prodigies from 2 immortal lineages is undoubtedly an event not to be missed. Simultaneously, on the other side, the prodigies from the 2 factions vying for the supreme hidden treasure have begun to move. Among the ranks of the sky-eating wolf demon clan, a figure soared into the air. This individual bore a striking resemblance to Elder Tian Bing, a prodigy of the sky-eating wolf clan. As this figure emerged, the onlooking prodigies of the southern wilderness recognized him and erupted in excitement. Look, isn't that the prodigious genius of the sky-eating wolf clan, Aoyi? It truly is Aoyi. It is noteworthy that Aoyi is the offspring of the clan leader, the sky-eating wolf king, and is said to possess the bloodline of a semi-blooded being. What? A semi-blooded being? Given that a being's aptitude is determined by its bloodline, a semi-blooded entity's potential is undoubtedly on par with those prodigies among the human race who possess divine physiques. It is indeed terrifying. The term pure-blooded being represents the bloodline of the beast clans. The human race has its distinctions, and likewise, the beast clans and other beings possess different bloodlines. The bloodlines of the beast clans can be classified as follows: beast, ancient relic species, ancient ferocious beasts, semi-blooded beings, and pure-blooded beings. Any prodigy of the beast clans who can claim a semi-blooded lineage is already not inferior to the heirs of the immortal lineages among the human race. This generation of the sky-eating wolf clan, due to the sky-eating wolf king's breaking of mortal bonds and entering the realm of immortal saints, has awakened the pure-blooded bloodline of their ancient ancestors, significantly enhancing the lineage of the sky-eating wolf king and evolving into the realm of pure-blooded beings. As descendants of the sky-eating wolf king, they inherently possess the potential to inherit these ancient bloodlines. Indeed, among this generation of the sky-eating wolf king's descendants, there are 3 semi-blooded beings, a clear testament to the strength of their bloodline. Moreover, it is rumored that 90 years ago, a super prodigy possessing a pure-blooded lineage was born within the sky-eating wolf clan. It is this terrifying bloodline of the pure-blooded being that has allowed the sky-eating wolf clan to rise in prominence, distinguishing itself among the various beast clans and gradually becoming a powerful faction capable of rivaling the 9 great sanctuaries. With the sky-eating wolf clan in control, the Shenhuang Sacred Mountain has become one of the forbidden zones in the southern wilderness, where humans dare not tread. Chapter 80. The Divine Son of the Ji Family. Ji Chanju. As the figure of the devouring sky wolf demon soared, he cast a cold glance at the immortal Ji family across from him. With a disdainful expression, he scoffed, "Humph, a mere immortal family dares to vie with me for the supreme inheritance of the ancient divine mountain?" Although both are immortal level forces, the Shenhuang Divine Mountain is not weaker than the 9 sacred places, boasting the formidable presence of the devouring sky wolf king, a being of saintly might. Naturally, they look down upon the 13 immortal families, which are only guarded by semi-saint powers, in the eyes of those top-tier factions with saintly warriors. Both ordinary immortal families and the so-called 3 noble families are nothing more than a horde of ants. After all, in the southern wilderness, beneath the saints, all are but ants. Only those with a true, saintly warrior can enter the ranks of the sacred grounds. For these prodigies from the sacred places, the talents of the immortal families are merely slightly superior to those ants, capable of enduring a few more blows. Upon hearing this, the prodigies of the immortal Ji family turn pale, their expressions akin to having tasted something foul. Though their immortal family may not match the ancient divine mountain, they are still descendants of an immortal level faction. From birth, they have been revered as the future of their family, basking in the spotlight. How could they endure such humiliation? Immediately, many prodigies from the immortal Ji family rose into the air, filled with indignation, confronting the arrogant figure of the devouring sky wolf demon. Bah, what else with your arrogance? Just a dog demon. Do you think that painting a circle of white fur around your neck and dyeing your eyes blue makes you a husky? Just a dog demon. No matter how you mutate, you remain a dog. You beasts wish to monopolize the supreme secret treasure. The immortal Ji family will be the first to refuse. Yes, the first to refuse. And we will never agree. The prodigies of the Ji family, each filled with righteous fury, have been cherished like precious stars by their elders. When had they ever faced such insult? They all hailed from the southern wilderness and belonged to immortal level factions. None owed anything to the others. Why should they accept such derision? Why should they heed the commands of these dog demons? They were resolute. We, the immortal Ji family, will be the first to refuse your claims to the supreme secret treasure. As they spoke, their auras surged, powerful energies erupting from within. Over half of the prodigies from the immortal Ji family had already reached the spirit drawing and earthly sovereign realms, with several even exuding the aura of the celestial realm. And one particularly gifted prodigy had even ascended to the king realm. Such prowess would stand at the pinnacle even among the 9 sacred places. Is this the depth of the third-ranked immortal Ji family among the immortal clans? Witnessing this scene, the onlookers from the southern wilderness gasped in shock, overwhelmed by fear. Very well, to define me is to court death. As he observed the seemingly weak prodigies of the immortal Ji family daring to oppose him, the devouring sky wolf demon raised his massive paw, casting a shadow over them. At the same time, an overwhelming aura emanated from him. This was the aura of a dominator. Indeed, as a being of half-blood lineage, the devouring sky wolf demon had entered the dominator realm a century ago, capable of contending with top-tier scions like Jian Wuxin. Now, 100 years later, he had reached the 3rd layer of the dominator realm. With a single command, his enormous dark paw descended upon the mountain of the immortal Ji family with terrifying force. Boom, 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 boom. Under the oppressive might of the dominator, countless prodigies at the spirit drawing and earthly sovereign realms were crushed into a mist of blood. The methods of the demon race differ from those of humans. They typically opt for the simplest and most effective means of attack. This approach, using their beastly forms as weapons, is often the most brutal. A year prior, when Jian Wuxin returned to the East Spirit Kingdom of Sword State for revenge, her sword servant, the ancestor of Ice, employed the same tactic, obliterating the entire East Spirit Moth family with a single strike. Such a fighting style is not only straightforward and violent, but also immensely effective. One blow can reduce an opponent to a cloud of blood. At that time, the ancestor of Ice could only wield the power of the king realm, while the devouring sky wolf demon before them was a genuine dominator. In terms of strength, talent, and cultivation, he was undoubtedly superior to Jian Wuxin, who was renowned as the first prodigy of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, possessing a divine body manifestation. With a bloodline of the demon beast, he was even more formidable. One can only imagine how terrifying the full force of such a dominator-level prodigy could be. Arrogant. Come down here, you fool. Just then, a voice emerged from the rear of the immortal Ji family. A figure rushed forward at an astonishing speed, leaving a trail of afterimages, too swift for the naked eye to capture. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from him, charging directly at the terrifying paw of the devouring sky wolf demon. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sound echoed as the paw, laden with the pressure of a dominator, was forced back several hundred feet. Finally, after a moment, the figure came to a halt. Who dares? Which ant dares to ambush this king? Through the dispersing smoke, the devouring sky wolf demon fixed his furious gaze on the source of the attack. As the smoke cleared, the mysterious figure was revealed. Upon seeing his true appearance, the devouring sky wolf demon could scarcely believe his eyes. Ji Changju? At the utterance of Ji Changju's name, the surrounding southern wilderness prodigies gasped in unison. By the heavens, I can't believe it. The newcomer is actually the divine son of the Ji family, Ji Changju. As expected, the competition for the supreme secret treasure between the immortal Ji family and the Shenwang Divine Mountain had drawn their premier prodigy into the fray. It is said that Ji Changju is the foremost of the younger generation of the immortal Ji family, possessing a divine body manifestation that has shattered the limits of Qi blood, will see, spirit drawing, earthly sovereign, celestial realm, and dominator, achieving 6 extreme realms. Moreover, his divine body ranks among the top 10 in the divine body rankings, a prodigy of unparalleled terror. His talent undoubtedly on par with Jian Wuxin of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Chapter 81. The 10 Ancient Fiends as the mist dissipated. The figure of a young man emerged before the crowd. He appeared to be in his 20s, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding an air of elegance and stature. Clad in a flowing white robe, he epitomized the essence of a celestial being. However, it was his perpetually crooked smile that incited a desire to confront him. A crooked smile? The smile of the Dragon King? This man was none other than Ji Changju, the heir of the Ji family, one of the 13 illustrious families of immortality. From the moment of his birth, he possessed a remarkable physique, measuring an astonishing 50 meters in length, which summoned a multitude of colossal dragons to swirl in the heavens. This event left the entire Ji family astounded. Upon confirmation from the family patriarch, it was revealed that he bore one of the top 10 divine bodies in existence, a testament to his imperial potential. With such extraordinary gifts, Ji Changju was immediately designated as the divine son by the ancestors of the Ji family, marking him as the unequivocal heir to the family's legacy. His prodigious abilities allowed him to break through the limits of 6 realms: Qi and blood, will see, spirit draw, earth sovereign, celestial being, and monarch, earning him 6 blessings from the heavenly Dao. After undergoing these 6 divine blessings, his talents were undoubtedly superior to those of Jian Wuxin, the divine son of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Observing the astonished expressions of those present, Ji Changju reveled in their awe. He had always relished the sight of others being overwhelmed by his regal aura. Do not question why. The thrill of ostentation was simply exhilarating. Do these insignificant creatures of the demon race dare to contend with the Ji family for this supreme treasure? Ji Changju scoffed, his crooked smile reflecting disdain as he cast a dismissive glance at the figure of Aoyi nearby. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura radiated from him, enveloping all present, a monarch-level powerhouse. To think that Ji Changju, the divine son of the Ji family, had already ascended to the realm of the monarch, and was not at all inferior to Aoyi, who stood at the 3rd level of that realm. How terrifying! Another prodigy with a divine body. It appeared that our chances of claiming this supreme treasure were utterly bleak. Alas! What? You still wish to seize the supreme treasure? Are you out of your mind? That treasure rivals the 9 sacred lands, the Shenwang Divine Mountain, and the celestial wolf demon clan. Now, with the emergence of the Ji family, one of the 3 illustrious families, we mere minor sects would be fortunate to scavenge a few scraps. Get lost. You're the one who ought to eat scraps. I only relish the finest delicacies. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd of onlookers, the elder Tian Bing scrutinized the forces at play and remarked, "Master, with the arrival of 2 monarch-level prodigies, and considering the historical enmity between the demon and human races, it seems this supreme treasure will incite a tempest of bloodshed. The 3rd level of the monarch realm, you say?" Upon hearing this, Jian Wuxin also assessed the so-called prodigies of the southern wilderness. She had encountered Jian Wuxin, the divine son of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, when the main forces set out. As a being with a divine body, He was undoubtedly the idol of all within the Ice Cloud sect and the absolute pillar of support for its disciples over the past centuries. When Jian Wuxin first laid eyes on Jian Guanyu a year ago, he radiated the aura of a fifth-level monarch. Whether it was Aoyi, hailing from the Shenhuang divine mountain with the bloodline of a half-blooded creature, or Ji Changju, the divine son of the Ji family, both were at the third level of the monarch realm. Jian Guanyu, however, surpassed both of them. Thus, it could be inferred that the top-tier prodigies of the southern wilderness, possessing divine bodies, range from the first to the third levels of the monarch realm, with Jian Guanyu standing as the first among them beneath the sacred bodies of the 8 sacred lands and the pure-blooded beings of the demon race who had entered the monarch realm. Such extraordinary talents explain why he has been lauded by the author for 5 centuries, becoming the benchmark for comparison. Jian Guanyu mused, "I am still alive, yet no one is my equal. If I were to perish, wouldn't everyone trample over my remains? Impossible. In this ancient secret realm, I, this divine son, shall dominate the ages. You are welcome to challenge me. Even if I bear the weight of the heavens and support my mother-in-law with one hand, I, Jian Guanyu, remain invincible in this world. I stand unparalleled. Who can subdue me? Who dares to slay me? At the pinnacle of immortality, I stand proud. For I possess the strength to defy the heavens. Author, help me." In response, Jian Guanyu could only express his exasperation. The accolades are the work of the author. While the pretensions stem from the 8 sacred lands, the 13 illustrious families, and the 6 ancient demon clans' divine sons, why must I bear the blame? Curse it! It seems I must henceforth be known as Guanyu Jiang. On the other side, upon witnessing Ji Changju's arrogance and his incessantly smug grin reminiscent of the Dragon King's smile, Aoyi's expression darkened. The mere sight of that upward curve of Ji Changju's lips made him wish to deliver a resounding slap. He yearned to see whether Ji Changju would dare to maintain his pretense. Let it be known that Aoyi is the son of the Wolf King from the Celestial Wolf Demon Clan, one of the 6 great demon races, and a prodigy in his own right, possessing the bloodline of half-blooded beings. Behind him looms the Shenhuang Divine Mountain, a lineage that stands shoulder to shoulder with the 9 sacred lands. While Ji Changju may hail from an illustrious lineage, the Ji family he represents is but a feeble version of the true immortal traditions, boasting only a scant number of semi-immortal beings. In the eyes of true immortal beings, semi-immortals are merely slightly larger ants. Thus, it is commonly said throughout the southern wilderness and even across the entire eastern wasteland, beneath the immortal sovereigns, all are but ants. The demon race's immortal beasts, in terms of strength, constitution, and bloodline, far surpass their human counterparts of the same realm. This is why numerous ancient techniques originate from the demon race. In the 9 heavens immortal domain, where Jian Wuxin once resided, legends of the 10 ancient fiends circulate. The 10 ancient fiends refer to 10 formidable ancient beasts that transcended into the realm of true immortality during the ancient times. That realm far surpasses even the imperial realm. Any being who touches the immortal realm shall attain eternal life. Every drop of blood and every strand of fur shall resonate with the supreme laws of the Tao. Even if they are tragically obliterated by external forces, their physical form shall endure for eons. Even a remnant of their soul can persist for eternity, capable of reversing time and reincarnating within the annals of history. Even an emperor of the Tao would seem like an ant before them, easily extinguished with a mere glance. The 10 ancient fiends are all beings who have entered the realm of true immortality. They are the true dragon, the 9 nether beasts, the Kunpeng, the true phoenix, the Thunder Emperor, the Cicada Clan, the Qilin, the 9-leaf sword grass, and the Divine Stone. Chapter 82. The confrontation of 2 supreme talents as the ancient 10 fiends of the true immortal realm. The treasures, techniques, bloodlines, and physical forms they inherit are undoubtedly unparalleled treasures that the entire 9 heavens immortal domain cannot even dare to covet. Even those ancient emperors can only yearn for them, while ancient saints and half-emperors lack the qualification to even aspire to such greatness. From this, it is evident that within the same realm, the combat prowess of the demon race's prodigies far surpasses that of their human counterparts, whether in terms of constitution, roots, or bloodlines. The demon race's talents are immensely stronger than those of human cultivators. Of course, as a powerful existence among the myriad races, humanity does possess means of counteraction. For instance, throughout millions of years of conflict among the races, in order to contend against those formidable beings of other races, the ancestors of humanity refined magical artifacts and spiritual tools. These artifacts and tools greatly enhance a cultivator's combat prowess. Akin to the four swords of extermination signed by Chen in the sword tomb of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. The extermination sword, the slaughter sword, the trap sword, and the absolute sword. These four swords are all holy level artifacts, formidable lethal weapons containing terrifying paths of slaughter. It is said that once the four swords of extermination merge, they can unleash a supreme formation that wields the power of dominion over the heavenly path of slaughter, the extermination sword formation. Rumors suggest that any creature ensnared within this formation will be crushed into dust by the formidable path of slaughter. And even those who have stepped into the immortal saint realm would meet their demise if caught within it. This fearsome extermination sword formation can only be broken by the power of the four saints. Moreover, Chen later obtained the Mandarin Duck celestial sword through the system. Although it is also a holy level spiritual tool, the Mandarin Duck celestial sword is transformed from two celestial beasts, the Mandarin Ducks, embodying the essence of love. It is said that this sword, when separated, can slay saints, and when combined, can slay emperors, possessing remarkable supreme power. If the rumors hold true, then the Mandarin Duck celestial sword is indeed far more powerful than the four swords of extermination. Through these immensely powerful artifacts and spiritual tools, humanity finally gains the qualification to contend with the formidable demon and devil races, and even among the myriad races. The demon race excels in strength but lacks wisdom, while humanity excels in wisdom but lacks strength. With the augmentation of powerful artifacts and spiritual tools, the ancestors of humanity rose among the myriad races, fighting fiercely against various factions, ultimately establishing a firm foothold and becoming the absolute rulers of the myriad realms. As the son of the demon saint, the devouring wolf king, Aoyi possesses a bloodline comparable to the divine body manifestations of humanity. This ancient bloodline is undoubtedly no weaker than those divine body manifestations of humanity, perhaps even surpassing them. Under this dazzling brilliance, Aoyi has been proud and aloof since childhood, viewing others as mere ants. To him, anyone who dares to confront him is akin to stretching their necks willingly for him to strike. Since they present themselves in such a manner, how could he refrain from delivering a blow? To abstain would be to do them a disservice. Thus, there is no question, he must strike, and he must strike hard, ensuring they feel the pain and understand why the flowers bloom so red. However, it is unfortunate that after striking once or twice, he seldom continues. The reason is simple. Under normal circumstances, those cultivators can endure only a single strike from him. After one of his powerful blows, they would be cleaved in two, and even those fortunate enough to survive a single strike would certainly not withstand a second. Thus, while Aoyi enjoys striking, he only delivers one blow. If someone can endure two strikes, he might generously spare them. For those able to withstand two blows are either renowned prodigies among the major factions of the southern wilderness or bear the fortune of a being with imperial potential. Indeed, this king is so audacious. What can you do about it? I relish the sight of you, who detest me yet cannot eliminate me. Ah, how delightful! The mere thought of the impending scene, where he will flaunt his prowess, makes Aoyi unable to contain his laughter. Do not blame me for reveling in pretense. It is simply too exhilarating. He coldly gazes at Ji Changju, who is still grinning foolishly, disdainfully remarking, I thought I was facing a formidable opponent. But it turns out to be the ant-like scion of the Ji family, Ji Changju. Do not be deceived by your name, for it does not confer upon you any true stature. Today, your audacity to provoke me equates to defying the heavens. Bow down immediately, acknowledge your faults, and sever your 5,000 zhonglong appendage to serve as my delicacy. I may consider sparing you today, allowing you to leave with one less appendage. Otherwise, I do not mind making you, the ant-like scion of an ant family, perish here today. You shall become my sustenance. As he spoke, an overwhelmingly powerful aura erupted from him, pressing down upon the immortal Ji family scion, Ji Changju. The terrifying aura emanating from Aoyi was, in fact, at the third level of the sovereign realm. The clash of these two sovereign realm powerhouses marks the most formidable confrontation since the opening of the Taiwan secret realm this year. Although there are millions of prodigious talents competing for opportunities within the Taiwan secret realm, true strong individuals are exceedingly rare. Most cultivators are at the spirit-drawing realm. While the human celestial realm is already considered a top-tier powerhouse within the Taiwan secret realm, super prodigies at the monarch realm are reserved for the most elite factions. As for the immortal level heirs of the sovereign realm, they only emerge from the 9 sacred places, 13 immortal families, and 6 demon races. Apart from these, a few immortal level heirs who have never revealed themselves may lurk in the shadows. Yet even collectively, they number only a scant few dozen. These immortal level heirs typically seek ancient secret treasures or areas rich in spiritual energy upon entering the Taiwan secret realm, beginning their closed-door cultivation to break through to higher realms. After all, even the poorest spiritual energy in the Taiwan secret realm exceeds that of the outside world by threefold. Under such terrifying spiritual energy, they yearn to enhance their strength rapidly, vying for the inheritance of the Taiwan realm in the final battle of the Taiwan arena. Since the opening of the Taiwan secret realm, this is the first time 2 sovereign realm powerhouses are set to confront each other directly. Furthermore, both hail from immortal lineages, one possessing a divine body manifestation and the other a half-blood entity of the ancient demon race. This promises to be an earth-shattering battle. Chapter 83, Heir of the Ji Clan, Empower Our Humanity. As the words were spoken, they ignited a fervor among the talented individuals from various clans. The audacity, it was utterly outrageous. Ji Changju, regardless of his stature, was undeniably one of the unparalleled prodigies of our human race, gifted with divine manifestations. Furthermore, he hailed from the Ji family, the third among the 13 illustrious immortal clans. Even if the Ji family did not rival the Shunwang Divine Mountain, such humiliation was unwarranted. Indeed, he was merely a half-blood creature, a mere mutt, yet he fancied himself a wolf. I see him as nothing but a pup. Absolutely, a dog demon so brazen. I could no longer tolerate it. By heavens, he must be put in his place. Indeed, he must be brought down. Were it not for my inability to match him in strength, I would relish in trampling him underfoot, removing my shoes, and striking his face with my elegant size 43 foot against his 58. What the heavens? Drinking foot water? Young Master Yi, your tastes are rather peculiar. Ha! Scum! Not only do I intend to strike him with my foot, but I also wish to make him kneel and drink my foot water. Wait, to bring him down? Am I to understand that as? Ahaha! My friends, I am exhilarated. Ha ha ha! The arrogance of Aoyijia evidently provoked countless human prodigies, each burning with righteous indignation, itching to deliver him a slap. Yet, Aoyijia originated from the ancient Divine Mountain, and the Wolf Demon clan behind him was no less formidable than the 9 Great Holy Lands. It is essential to note that the Wolf Demon clan possesses the bloodline heritage of the ancient Wolf Emperor, making Aoyijia's status immensely noble. Born of such esteemed lineage, he naturally bore an incredibly noble ancient bloodline, and due to his mother being of a human race, Aoyijia was classified as a half-blood being. However, even as a half-blood, Aoyijia's talent was astonishing, rivaling that of human divine manifestations. Under the weight of these accolades, Aoyijia's cultivation speed was nothing short of terrifying, his prowess ascending like a rocket. Along his journey, he vanquished one formidable foe after another, dominating the realm. Ultimately, he emerged as one of the 4 prodigies of the Wolf Demon clan, his status exalted, his renown widespread. It can be stated that, aside from those possessing divine manifestations among the 9 holy lands and the pure-blood beings among the 6 demon clans, Aoyijia stood at the pinnacle of the world. Unmatched by any, his qualifications were undoubtedly on par with Jian Wuxin of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Though his cultivation and combat prowess may not measure up, Aoyijia believed that given time, he could overcome all adversaries until they were but distant shadows. While the various clans could not defeat him, they could engage in verbal sparring to irritate him, provoking him until Aoyijia, perceiving a shift in the atmosphere, would furrow his brow and hastily retreat behind the crowd. As for why they would retreat, ridiculous. Would they wait to be slaughtered by Aoyijia? Given their cultivation levels, the highest among them barely reached the realm of celestial beings, a level that in Aoyijia's hands was utterly insignificant. Thus, if they did not flee, would they simply await their fate as cannon fodder? However, with so many present, how would they respond? At this moment, tens of thousands of prodigies from various clans surrounded them. If each one only contemplated retreating, even the vast space of the Supreme Secret Vault could not accommodate such a multitude. Therefore, they desperately needed someone to draw fire. If an individual could attract Aoyijia's wrath, then regardless of their provocations, they would remain unscathed. Who would fill this role? The answer was evident. The prodigious Ji Changyu, endowed with divine manifestations, was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. Not only that, but it was also an excellent opportunity to curry favor with him and cultivate goodwill. Indeed, as the crowd of lesser individuals retreated behind the masses, they began to extol him. How bold! What does a dog like you have to say? Our Ji divine son is the contemporary heir of an immortal clan, a super prodigy endowed with divine manifestations, unworthy of your comparison. Exactly. You've overstepped your bounds. Were it not for our inability to best you, I would have delivered you a couple of slaps. How dare you provoke the Ji family as divine son? I am incensed. Divine son, you must teach him a lesson. Let him understand your might. Let this creature know the strength of the immortal Ji family, and elevate our human race. The speaker immediately bowed to Ji Changyu, inclining deeply. Yes, divine son, let this beast grasp our human race's might. Empower our humanity. With a resounding thud, as that individual bowed, many human cultivators were stirred by this fervent scene. Indeed, throughout history, demon clans have relied on their powerful bloodlines and innate talents to oppress the human race. These scattered cultivators, or those from small sects and minor factions, unlike the 9 great holy lands or the 13 immortal families, have never feared the demon clans. Their strength was meager, and they had long endured the oppression and bullying from demon clans, serving as a source of sustenance for them. Yet now, they finally faced an opportunity for retaliation, illuminating a glimmer of hope amidst the long dark years, the dawning light of hope. In this moment, Ji Changyu's figure loomed like a giant, deeply etched into the hearts of all. His formidable and invincible presence ignited the long-suppressed emotions within everyone, the years of oppression and bullying, and the anger and defiance buried deep in their bones. Ji Changyu's emergence was akin to a spark, igniting the fighting spirit within their hearts. His existence proclaimed to all, we can no longer remain silent. We must reclaim all that we have lost to the demon clans. This conviction swept through the hearts of everyone like a tempest, instantly igniting their spirits with a fierce determination to fight. The scene was overwhelmingly stirring, a surge of fervor coursing through every onlooker. At this moment, I felt a powerful force welling from deep within, as if every cell, every strand of hair, every pore was filled with this energy. This sensation was so intense that I found it beyond words to describe. It made me feel invincible, capable of overcoming any obstacle and challenge. That was the light of hope. Unleash my little universe. All of you, let your passions surge. Instantly, the countless prodigies from the southern wilderness surrounding us knelt, their faces reflecting a sea of emotions, filled with hatred for the demon clans and hope for Ji Changyu, who stood before them. Ji family divine son, empower our humanity. Ji family divine son, empower our humanity. The deep, thunderous voices reverberated through the heavens and earth. In this moment, that inexplicable emotion struck the hearts of all human cultivators, leaving them teary-eyed with fervor. Many cultivators wept openly, overwhelmed by the intensity of their emotions. Ji family divine son, empower our humanity. Chapter 84. The moment of grandeur for Ji Changyu, son of the Ji family. Please bolster our human race. Son of the Ji family, please strengthen our human race. Son of the Ji family, please empower our human race. The deep, thunderous voice reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. In that instant, an inexplicable emotion surged like a tempest, striking heavily at the hearts of every human cultivator, rendering them teary-eyed and overwhelmed with emotion. Damn it, this is too exhilarating. It's simply blood-boiling. Yes, I'm truly on the verge of tears. No, I must cry. Everyone must cry. Whoever doesn't cry will feel my wrath, and I shall teach them why the flowers weep. Countless individuals roared with hoarse voices, their faces flushed with excitement and fervor. This scene was utterly breathtaking. They seemed to envision themselves, burning their life force in endless battles to protect their cherished beliefs. This sensation ignited a fervor within them, rendering it impossible to suppress their exhilaration. In this moment, every heart was ablaze. They forgot all fatigue and hardship, leaving only a profound desire for victory. How moving! How moving indeed! At this moment, numerous human cultivators bowed in reverence, imploring Ji Changju, the immortal heir of the illustrious Ji family, one of the 13 great immortal clans, to suppress the Night Watch and assert the supreme majesty of the human race. Though the Night Watch possessed extraordinary talents, bearing the half-blood lineage of ancient beings and rivaling the human race with its divine manifestations, Ji Changju's ascendance as the foremost of the younger generation of the Ji family signified his formidable prowess. With his divine manifestation and cultivation at the third level of the sovereign realm, he might indeed stand a chance against them. Naturally, what drew Ji Changju's attention to the Night Watch were those formidable figures. As an ancient prodigy, he well understood the wisdom of joining forces when one could not prevail alone. Thus, he directed his gaze towards those formidable figures, eager to discern their capabilities. Meanwhile, more cultivators united in empathy. Indeed, it was empathy. These loose cultivators were unlike those from the 9 great holy lands or the 13 immortal clans, who basked in the glory of powerful background from birth, indulging in luxury with countless servants at their beck and call. In contrast, these loose cultivators fought tirelessly for their place in the world, facing immense pressure and challenges from all sides. From the moment they were born, they contended against heaven, earth, and themselves, striving to carve out their destinies. The hardships they endured and the injustices they faced were known only to themselves, with no kindred spirit to confide in, without a formidable background to rely upon. They had long been oppressed by the remnants of the demon race, suffering various torment and humiliation due to their weakness. Thus, witnessing the fearless valor of those formidable figures stirred a deep resonance within them. It was as if those figures embodied their desires and aspirations, urging them to bravely stand forth and defend their dignity and rights. Simultaneously, they hoped this incident would draw attention to the plight of loose cultivators, granting them the respect and equality they rightfully deserved. At last, an opportunity arose to strike back against the demon race. How could they not empathize? How could they not feel their blood boiling? Indeed, it is so exhilarating. We are on the verge of tears, as more cultivators were stirred by this impassioned scene. The remaining onlookers joined in the fervent cries. Some even removed their floral shorts, raising them high in a show of support for Ji Changju. The ancient ancestor of heavenly ice, witnessing this spectacle, could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, clearly unable to maintain his composure. He considered himself cunning and shameless, yet today he encountered a group of true masters of audacity. The treachery and audacity of these individuals left him in awe. Observing those who raised their shorts, the heavenly ice ancestor couldn't help but reflect, "I thought I was shameless enough, but compared to them, I am but a minor player." He suddenly realized that he might truly be aging, unable to keep pace with the current era. The youth of today are all cunning and unpredictable, a challenge to navigate. Damn it, I had to flare my youth, but I revel in it. Ha ha. With that, the heavenly ice ancestor couldn't resist delivering a playful swipe. Unsure of whom he struck, but the force of his blow tore open the pants of a young female cultivator, exposing the lace of her undergarments. The tremendous impact caused her to yelp in pain, nearly brought to tears. Meanwhile, basking in the admiration of the loose cultivators, Ji Changju reveled in the worshipful glances directed his way. Yes, this was a sensation, like the moon surrounded by stars, becoming the sole savior in the eyes of the world. In adversity, he turned the tide. In desperation, he surged against the current, illuminating hope for all under the gaze of countless onlookers. Huh. Since you all wish for me to take charge, as the manifestation of the human race, I shall not turn a blind eye. Ji Changju, observing the reverent gazes around him, could not help but burst into hearty laughter. He adored this feeling, relished in the awe he inspired, and thrived on the sensation of triumph. Do not question why he found joy in such displays. It was simply exhilarating, a delight he could not refrain from. Without hesitation, Ji Changju turned to face the Night Watch, unleashing an overwhelming aura of supremacy. A potent and formidable presence emanated from him, the third level of the sovereign realm. Boom, boom, boom. Under this mighty aura, dozens of young demon prodigies were instantly annihilated, reduced to a cloud of bloody mist. With a sly grin, Ji Changju coldly declared, "You mere insect-like demons, accept the judgment from this divine son." Chapter 85, Supreme Law. The greatest fist in the world. You, mere ant of the demon race, shall accept the judgment from this divine son. Ji Changju let out a cold snort, a trace of disdain curling his lips into a sneer, as if the entirety of existence were beneath his notice. It was a smile reminiscent of a dragon king, brimming with an air of superiority and contempt, exuding an unshakable confidence and dominance. Indeed, that was the crooked smile of the Dragon King. This single smile was enough to make heaven and earth tremble. Hailing from the Ji family, one of the top 3 immortal clans, Ji Changju had been the center of attention since his youth. With a prestigious family background and abundant resources, he basked in the adoration and flattery of many. Pampered by the elders of his clan, he became the pride of his generation. In the eyes of the world, he was regarded as a future leader. Growing up in such an environment, Ji Changju inevitably developed an arrogant and rebellious character, perceiving himself as a unique existence, invincible in the world, unmatched by anyone. Undoubtedly, possessing a divine physique, he was indeed a remarkable figure of his era. His extraordinary talents and innate gifts left others in awe, and his strength was on par with Jian Wuxin, if not superior. Over the course of 300 years of cultivation, Ji Changju had successfully ascended to the 3rd realm of the sovereign emperor stage, a testament to his exceptional prowess. Proclaiming to the world that he was one of the strongest prodigies of his time, invincible across the land. Setting aside Jian Wuxin, even in Ji Changju's own estimation, he was the unequivocal heir to the Ji family's legacy, destined to become the master of the immortal Ji clan. In stark contrast, Jian Wuxin was merely a somewhat gifted prodigy from the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, 200 years his senior, who had barely attained the divine physique after 2 full centuries of cultivation. Thus, in Ji Changju's eyes, Jian Wuxin was utterly unworthy of being his opponent. The only goal Ji Changju truly aspired to surpass was that which belonged to the undefeated myth, known as the foremost prodigy of the southern wilderness, Jian Wuxin. As for Jian Wuxin and the likes of AY, they were nothing more than beings possessing a mere divine physique and the blood of ancient half-breeds, entirely unworthy of his attention. Therefore, from beginning to end, Ji Changju never regarded AY as a threat. Previously, during the standoff between the immortal Ji clan and the sky-eating wolf demon clan, Ji Changju remained discreetly hidden among the disciples of the Ji family, quietly observing the movements of the sky-eating wolf clan. After all,